Chapter 1, The World of Obsessive Love. In the dimly lit room, Duanmu Lian was forced to open her eyes, roused by a cruel grip. As she gazed at the tyrannical man before her, tears streamed down her cheeks in pain. The system's voice resonated through the air. Congratulations, host, for binding to the tale of obsessive love. Obsessive love is a tale of affluent romance, chronicling the journey of the male protagonist, Shen, who transitions from loathing to inflicting harm upon the female lead. Shin Man-go, only to ultimately realize his love for her, culminating in their union. In the original narrative, the female lead experiences an instantaneous infatuation with the male lead, striving earnestly to wed him, yet he misconstrues her intentions as ruthless and manipulative due to the machinations of the malevolent secondary character. When Ling, the male lead repeatedly inflicts suffering upon the female lead, even standing by as her child perishes. In the midst of a torrential downpour, the female lead's hair turns white overnight, and it is only then that the male lead begins to recognize his affections for her, subsequently embarking on a quest to uncover the truth, ultimately pursuing her fervently. In the end, the male lead performs various acts to win the female lead's heart, leading her to forgive him and accept him, thus concluding with a happy ending. A quintessential narrative of a male protagonist who torments me endlessly. While I regard him with the innocence of first love, Duanmu Lian immediately developed a sense of aversion towards the design of this world and the female lead. How can such a scoundrel deserve true love? The female lead, capable of forgiving the one who caused her child's demise, is truly a disheartening portrayal of a morally bankrupt couple. The system's cold voice echoed once more. Please prepare to swiftly integrate into the original character, with the objective of transforming this tale from a narrative of suffering to one of delight, in order to complete the task. Duanmu Lian steeled herself and quickly regained her composure. You vile woman. Shen's tone was ominous. Duanmu Lian shot him a frosty glance. You truly are a romantic hero, treating your wife this way for the sake of your mistress. What did you say? Shen's expression darkened ominously as he gripped her chin and forcefully tossed her onto the bed. How dare you claim to be my wife? If it weren't for your underhanded tactics, would I have wed a woman like you? Duanmu Lian let out a cold laugh. Underhanded tactics? Indeed, I was foolish back then, and now I have brought this upon myself. Rising from the bed, she rushed to the balcony, looking down at Shen. I am willing to divorce you, to set you free. What? A look of disbelief spread across Shen's face. Seeing his incredulous expression, Duanmu Lian scoffed. I said I am willing to divorce you. Isn't that what you have always wanted? Now, I am granting your wish. In the original tale, the female lead clung to her unrequited love for the male lead, refusing to divorce him despite his mistreatment, believing that her actions could sway his heart. A classic case of a charming rogue. Shen's expression turned complex. He was at a loss as to what scheme this woman was concocting. Why had she, who previously refused to consider divorce, suddenly changed her stance? Noticing his hesitation and doubt, Duanmu Lian seized the moment to stoke the flames. What's wrong? Now that I propose divorce, are you unwilling? Have you perhaps fallen for me? Indeed, her words successfully altered Shen's demeanor, reigniting his disdain for Shin Man-go. Don't regret it. I will have my assistant prepare the documents for signature shortly. You can take your belongings and leave. With that, Shen strode away, his tall figure striding purposefully as he slammed the door behind him. That man so reminiscent of a domineering CEO. Having traversed numerous worlds, she had encountered all manner of handsome male protagonists and had long since become immune to their allure. This insufferable man, blessed with mere good looks, utterly lacked character. Chapter 2, The World of Obsessive Love. In the afternoon, Shen's assistant delivered the divorce agreement, and Duanmu Lian promptly affixed her signature. She had prepared her luggage and possessed all the memories of the original owner. Shen also provided a severance payment of 1 million. Ensuring that whether she chose to live elsewhere or return to the original owner's home, she would lead a comfortable life. However, her mission was just beginning. Her objective was to transform this tragic narrative into a delightful tale in order to escape this world. As she stepped outside with her suitcase, she unexpectedly encountered the malicious supporting character, Lin. Upon seeing Duanmu Lian, she immediately adopted a haughty demeanor. Oh, isn't this the esteemed Miss Shin? It appears you're being thrown out, judging by your attire. Duanmu Lian replied with disdain. Indeed, thanks to your fortunate intervention, I have separated from him. I just signed the divorce agreement, but I was not expelled. I chose to leave, for I no longer desire him. Stop right there. Lin shouted from behind. How dare you say that? Originally, it was you who clung to him desperately. You have no right. Duanmu Lian turned around. Yes, I am unworthy, but you are deserving. Yet, unexpectedly, when Ling Lin lunged at her, seizing her hand and striking her own face with it, then feigning innocence, "Wah, sister, why did you hit me? It's not my fault that Tingshen does not want you." Is she attempting to play the role of the innocent victim? Indeed, in the next moment, Tingshen grasped Duanmu Ling's wrist, his face contorted with rage. "I knew you, wicked woman, would not let this go easily. Why torment Ling Lin? Why strike her?" Duanmu Ling attempted to break free, but the man's strength was overwhelming. She let out a cold laugh and fiercely stomped on his shoe with the heel of her stiletto. The impact was undeniable, and he cried out in pain, allowing her to escape his grasp. With a frosty gaze, she approached the pair of scoundrels, grasped Wen Linglin's hair, and with a forceful swing, delivered a resounding slap to her face. How heavy was that slap? A deep imprint of 5 fingers appeared on Wen Linglin's cheek, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, leaving her dizzy. That slap was delivered with immense force, and Duanmu Ling's own hand throbbed from the impact. Tingshen. Take a good look, this is the blow I dealt. Tingshen, nursing his injured foot, charged towards Duanmu Ling, intent on seizing her. "You shameless woman." But Duanmu Ling was not about to grant him another chance. She hurled her suitcase at him with all her might, caught off guard. He dodged but still sustained a blow to his shoulder, tumbling to the ground. The suitcase burst open, scattering clothes and personal items everywhere. After all, these were mere ordinary belongings. She still had over $1 million in her possession and could purchase whatever she needed upon her arrival. She glanced at the defeated Wen Linglin, now sprawled on the ground. "I am no longer who I once was. Be cautious and abandon your previous tactics, for they are far too lowly in my presence." With that, Duanmu Ling elegantly hailed a cab and departed, having seen enough of Wen Linglin's White Lotus act, which merely exploited men's sympathy to achieve her own ends. It was utterly repugnant. Now, she would relish in tearing apart this White Lotus and tormenting the scoundrel. She inquired aloud, "System, do I possess any special equipment in this world?" The response came, "The host will receive 2 items. The first is a device that can sense the fluctuations of people's favor and disfavor. The second is a powerful strength enhancement skill, which will significantly amplify your strength, but can only be used 3 times within a month." Chapter 3, The World of Infatuation. After listening, Duanmu Lian fell into contemplation. These 2 items were sufficient to enable her to navigate this world with ease. The tool that allowed her to perceive another's affinity could directly assess their disposition towards her and determine her subsequent actions. The Hercules technique, albeit usable only thrice a month, would only be employed in dire situations. Ordinarily, it would remain dormant. Duanmu Lian inquired, "What is the current value of the narrative satisfaction?" The system replied, 5. This indicated that her recent actions had only yielded a modest enhancement. It appeared her approach had been too lenient. She was eager to see how she would deal with them. In the original narrative, Shen Meng sacrificed everything for a scoundrel, enduring great suffering before ultimately reuniting. Duanmu Lian pondered, could such a relationship truly endure and bring happiness? Upon reaching the city center, she opted for a modest rental apartment, choosing not to return to the original owner's home or stay at a hotel. It was time to initiate her next plan. According to the storyline in her mind, they had only just reached the first quarter of the tale. Understanding the trajectory of the plot proved advantageous. She was aware that Tingshen was about to engage in a significant business deal with a multinational corporation. Yet, in a bid to outmaneuver competitors, he resorted to dubious tactics. Should these underhanded methods be leaked before the signing, it would surely jeopardize the deal. And he would not ascend to become the commercial prodigy depicted in the original narrative. Furthermore, based on the original owner's memories, she had a comprehensive understanding of the haunts frequented by the scoundrel and his accomplice. A subtle smile graced Duanmu Lian's lips. Now that she had assumed control of this body, the subsequent narrative would unfold according to her design. In the bustling commercial district, Duanmu Lian arrived at a lottery shop. According to her recollections, news would soon break regarding a person winning a staggering 30 million in the lottery. Armed with this knowledge, she recalled the winning numbers and hoped they had not yet been purchased. Upon glancing at the counter, her excitement surged as the numbers remained unclaimed. She promptly handed the clerk 200 yuan, stating, "Purchase this number entirely." The shopkeeper, taken aback, asked, "Miss, are you certain? This number rarely wins. You might be better off selecting several others." That will not be necessary, just this number. Duanmu Lian asserted, her tone devoid of any emotional inflection. The shopkeeper sighed and proceeded to print the ticket. Indeed, the numbers were quite ordinary, but precisely due to their mundanity, they garnered little attention, making them more likely to win. Congratulations, host, for successfully altering the original plot, the system announced. Had she indeed changed the narrative? This signified that she would be the one to claim the grand prize. After exiting the shop, she ventured alone to the upscale mall across the street. This locale was a haven for the affluent, with prices for any item rarely dipping below 10,000 yuan. Upon entering, she encountered a familiar face, Wen Lingling, who seemed to haunt her incessantly. Duanmu Lian wondered if it was a quirk of the storyline that led her to cross paths with her so frequently. Wen Lingling was surrounded by a cadre of wealthy young ladies. Upon spotting Duanmu Lian, they exchanged astonished glances, which swiftly morphed into disdain. "Oh, isn't this Miss Shen? What brings you to the mall?" one of the girls sneered. Duanmu Lian cast a cold glance at the speaker. "What concern is it of yours whether I have leisure time or not? You." The girl was taken aback, clearly incensed. "Humph. You are nothing but a shameless woman clinging desperately." To her surprise, the moment the words left her mouth, a piercing scream erupted as a 5-finger mark appeared upon her face. Duanmu Lian calmly wiped her hand with a handkerchief. They say a tiger, fallen to the plains, is bullied by dogs. But if a true tiger roams, how could it allow a mere lapdog to torment it? Chapter 4. The world of obsessive love. This scene left everyone around in shock, causing them to instinctively take a few steps back. Is this really Shen Meng? It is well known that the former Shen Meng always walked with her head bowed in front of this crowd. The woman who had been struck was, of course, indignant and rushed over, exclaiming, "You shameless wretch, how dare you hit me? Just watch how I deal with you." Duanmu Lian swiftly seized her hand and flung it away with force. The shopping mall was under the watch of security personnel, and upon witnessing the commotion, the guards hurried over, saying, "Ladies, if you intend to cause a disturbance, kindly refrain from doing so here, as we risk having our wages deducted." Duanmu Lian languidly brushed off her attire, retorting, "Shouldn't you be managing the mad dogs that are biting indiscriminately? Who are you calling a mad dog?" The affluent young ladies protested in unison. Duanmu Lian sneered, "I didn't name anyone specifically, that is merely your own interpretation." Wen Lingling stepped forward to mediate. "Let us not stoop to her level. Such a person is inherently base and lacks refinement." "Oh, the White Lotus has come forward to play her part," Duanmu Lian thought, feeling a wave of disgust. In a moment of inspiration, she boldly advanced and seized Wen Lingling's hair, declaring, "I must announce something, I have divorced Hu Tingshen. Thanks to this woman, who incessantly sabotaged our marriage and stirred discord." At this revelation, gasps erupted from the crowd. After all, the divorce had only occurred yesterday, and Hu Tingshen had not yet disseminated the news. The surrounding onlookers gathered closer, for this was indeed sensational news. Wen Lingling struggled vehemently, "You're talking nonsense. Let me go." "Very well." Duanmu Lian flung Wen Lingling aside, who, caught off guard, fell to the ground. Duanmu Lian proclaimed, "I am perceived as a base individual who sought Hu Tingshen's affection, but today, I must clarify a truth. I may have once been infatuated with Hu Tingshen. Yet I have long since moved past it, for he has deeply wounded me, which compelled me to file for divorce yesterday." "Oh." The crowd began to murmur, their faces adorned with disbelief. Some even began recording videos and taking photographs. Duanmu Lian disregarded their reactions and continued, "From the moment we wed, Hu Tingshen has held an intense disdain for me, never once laying a hand on me. He frequently brought various women into our villa, expecting me to serve them tea and refreshments, one of whom was none other than Wen Lingling herself." As she spoke, the crowd's gaze shifted toward Wen Lingling, their diverse expressions making her feel increasingly uncomfortable. She could not help but scream at Duanmu Lian, "Shut your mouth." Duanmu Lian chuckled coldly, "What's the matter? Are you afraid? Afraid I will expose your sordid affairs? Everyone, this is Miss Wen, who constantly incited discord between Hu Tingshen and me, all in pursuit of usurping my place. You're spouting lies, you shameless wretch." Wen Lingling bellowed, preparing to advance and drag Shen Meng down, desperate to silence her. She was acutely aware of her own background, Although she too hailed from a wealthy family, she was still a far cry from Hua Tingshan's status. If such statements were to spread, and were manipulated by reporters and ill-intentioned individuals, her chances of being with Hua Tingshan would be severely jeopardized. Chapter 5, The World of Obsessive Love. Duanmu Lian let out a cold laugh and leaped down, leaving Wen Linglin to miss her target completely. Miss Wen. Your agitation only betrays your guilt. This confirms that my words hold truth. Are you too afraid to admit it? Hence your frantic response. Duanmu Lian continued to mock and provoke Wen Linglin. She found it perplexing how someone with such a limited intellect could ascend to become the most formidable villainess in the narrative. Rather than offering an explanation, Wen Linglin chose to react with indignation, which only reinforced the notion that she harbored secrets she was desperate to conceal. Indeed, the onlookers began to regard Wen Linglin with a degree of suspicion. Although they had heard tales of Shen Meng's vanity and unscrupulousness, today's events would reveal the truth of the matter. Congratulations, host. Your literary value has reached 10. An additional 5 growth, excellent progress. Keep striving. Duanmu Lian surveyed the crowd. What do you believe is the fundamental code of conduct for a married man? Even if he, Hua Tingshan, wields immense power, he ought to adhere to the most basic principles. I am his wife, and despite his relentless humiliation pushing me to the brink of divorce, simply because of his status, should he not be held accountable? Her words resonated with the sentiments of many women in high society. It is well known that a man's heart is notoriously difficult to keep, particularly one blessed with wealth, often indulging in lavish escapades. Reflecting on this, the women could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Duanmu Lian, beginning to support her in their hearts. Duanmu Lian declared, What I have said today can be disseminated widely. I merely wish to inquire, as a woman who has given my all, am I truly undeserving of respect? Having endured such humiliation? She cast a steely gaze at the screen. At that moment, the mall manager arrived, as the situation had escalated significantly. With no other recourse, the manager intervened. After mediation, Duanmu Lian compensated the woman she had struck with 5,000 yuan, thus resolving the matter. Given that a mere slap would not constitute an injury, and compensation would typically amount to only a few hundred, settling for 5,000 was, under the circumstances, quite favorable. Once the crowd dispersed, Duanmu Lian turned to the visibly distressed Wen Linglin and smirked. I previously warned you that your White Lotus act would no longer work on me. For I have encountered much and know precisely how to handle it. You may return and inform that man of your grievances, weeping and lamenting about my supposed villainy. Perhaps he will bring misfortune upon me, but your tactics are rather limited. Wen Linglin's face darkened. Resembling a charred pan, never had she anticipated her downfall would manifest in such a manner. News spread rapidly. The headlines blared, the powerful Mr. Hua Tingshan has divorced Miss Shen Meng, with the latter alleging that the divorce stemmed from Mr. Hua's disdain and numerous infidelities. The revelation sent shockwaves through various circles. Online rumors proliferated, and in reality, public perception of the Hua Corporation shifted dramatically. Shares of the Hua Corporation plummeted. Sir, we have a crisis. Shares have dropped by 3. Sir, the old master is enraged upon hearing this news and demands an explanation. Hua Tingshan pressed his forehead, his expression one of utter dismay. Dark clouds gathering in his gaze. He could scarcely fathom that the woman would resort to such measures. Relay the orders, an emergency board meeting must be convened. Chapter 6, The World of Infatuation. Congratulations, host. Your romance value has reached 20. The system's cold voice echoed in the air. Duanmu Lian's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Having increased by 10, quite commendable indeed. She felt content with her gains for the day. The romance value is determined by the extent of influence and alteration one has on the original world. The greater the increase, the more significant the change to the original narrative. Ding ding ding. Duanmu Lian's phone rang. Upon answering, the voice on the other end proclaimed, Congratulations, miss. You have won our grand prize. You are the sole winner of the lottery, and you may claim the entire jackpot. The news arrived sooner than she expected. The total prize amounted to 30 million, with the highest tax on lottery winnings, yet she would still receive 24 million. Wearing a cap and a black mask, Duanmu Lian stepped out to claim her prize at the designated location. Given the substantial sum, caution was paramount. Due to her masked appearance, The staff failed to recognize her as the current headline-making heroine. After receiving the check, she declined all offers from individuals seeking investment, depositing the lottery ticket into the system, which conveniently allows for storage. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed several shadowy figures lurking behind her. Indeed, she was being followed. The allure of 30 million had attracted quite a bit of envy. Duanmu Lian made her way toward a more populated area when an Audi suddenly appeared in front of her. Glancing back at her pursuers, she wasted no time and swiftly opened the car door to hop inside. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a key character, Hu Jianshan. The name erupted in her mind. Hu Jianshan? Was he not the rival of the male lead, Hu Tingshan, in the original narrative? Ultimately, he was bested by the male lead and exiled far away. Miss. This is not a taxi. The man remarked, turning to reveal a strikingly handsome face that rivaled Hu Tingshan's allure. Duanmu Lian chuckled lightly, Sir. Must we feign unfamiliarity when we have met before? In the original story, they had crossed paths on the day Shen Mange married Hu Tingshan. Hu Jianshan pressed the accelerator, starting the car. I admire your audacity, Miss Shen. Our household is in quite the uproar. Duanmu Lian replied with a smile. I imagine this situation is most advantageous for you, is it not? After all, you know your own intentions. Hu Jianshan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What could my intentions possibly be? After a moment of contemplation, Duanmu Lian decided to be forthright. Weary of circumlocution, you have always sought to defeat Hu Tingshan and seize control of the Hu family. I may be of assistance. Hu Jianshan abruptly slammed on the brakes, his expression shifting to one of danger. What did you just say? Duanmu Lian brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, stating, I do not repeat myself. If Mr. Hu finds this agreeable, we may proceed with our transaction. What do you propose? Hu Jianshan inquired, his brow furrowed. Duanmu Lian smiled mysteriously. Well aware of the original plot's trajectory, she had concocted a plan in her mind. Upon returning to her rented apartment, just as she was about to unlock the door, a large hand covered her mouth. In a flash, Duanmu Lian sidestepped, delivering a swift kick that elicited a muffled grunt, revealing the identity of her would-be assailant. Oh. If it isn't President Hua? She taunted. What brings you here? Are you perhaps upset about my actions yesterday and come to exact revenge? She was well versed in the tropes of romance novels. Hu Tingshan's face darkened. You vile woman, I knew you would lay such a trap. Chapter 7, The World of Infatuation. Duanmu Lian could hardly suppress a laugh. Could this man be any more juvenile? Hu Tingshan, who do you think you are? Just because I couldn't stand your reckless behavior yesterday and spoke the truth, you believe you deserve sympathy for any repercussions that may have arisen. A shadow crossed Hu Tingshan's face, and the fury radiating from his being was palpable even through the air. Woman, do not attempt to challenge my limits. Challenge his limits? Had he become so addicted to the role of the domineering CEO? Duanmu Lian retorted, you think everyone treasures you? I was blind before. But now I see clearly. To put it bluntly, aside from your wealth and handsome visage, you are utterly worthless. Worthless? How could someone of such high stature like Hu Tingshan allow such words to be uttered about him? Feeling his dignity trampled upon, he seized Duanmu Lian's wrist. What did you say? Duanmu Lian struggled, attempting to use the heel of her shoe to stomp on his foot. However, Hu Tingshan was prepared. He swiftly pulled her into his embrace, leaving her utterly disgusted. Hu Tingshan gripped her hair. Don't think I want to act against you. If you continue this insolence, perhaps I should consider sending your entire family to prison? Huh. Such meager threats. In the original tale, the female protagonist was indeed imprisoned for 6 months, and the scars of that experience could not be soothed by a few sweet words in the end. Thus, she was labeled as cheap, while he was branded a scoundrel, a wretched duo. Duanmu Lian spoke to the system, grant me the strength of Hercules. Affirmative. The cold voice echoed. And Duanmu Lian felt an overwhelming surge of power. In a swift motion, she executed a shoulder throw, sending Hu Tingshan crashing to the ground. She noted the disbelief in his widened eyes. How rare to see such an expression on this scoundrel's face. She relished the thought of how she would deal with him today. Duanmu Lian hoisted Hu Tingshan from the ground as if he were refuse, determined not to squander this opportunity to unleash her newfound strength. You think you're so capable? Duanmu Lian swung her fist toward Hu Tingshan's face. What else can you do besides using your power to intimidate others? Caught off guard, Hu Tingshan took the blow squarely, his handsome face contorting in pain. Duanmu Lian followed up with another punch, delighting in the prowess of her Herculean strength as she targeted his chest, legs, and various other areas. You despicable scoundrel. How I longed to beat you senseless beyond the pages of this tale, and now I finally have the chance. Please remain calm, host. Inflicting severe injury or death upon the male lead will result in mission failure. Those words successfully halted Duanmu Lian's assault. Gazing at Hu Tingshan, bruised and battered, she felt a sense of vindication. You. Hu Tingshan could barely articulate his words through the pain, his mind swirling with shock and fury. How could this woman have suddenly gained such immense strength? Duanmu Lian taunted, brother, would you like to plead for my help? I could take you to the hospital. You'll need a solid 100 days to recuperate from these injuries. At the Cross Hospital, within a sterile room filled with the scent of antiseptic, Duanmu Lian coldly regarded Hu Tingshan. Hu Jianshan approached, Miss Shen, your methods were rather harsh. If my family were to learn of this, I fear you would not escape unscathed. Duanmu Lian chuckled lightly, but you are here to help me keep this a secret, are you not? Hu Jianshan looked at her with a complex expression, she had changed so drastically from their previous encounters. Chapter 8, The World of Obsessive Love. Duanmu Lian remarked. There is no need to marvel at my transformation, you should focus solely on your own interests. Have you followed my instructions? Hu Jianshan paused momentarily, responding, I have complied. I procured the shares at the lowest possible price, all thanks to you, Miss Shen. Duanmu Lian delicately rested her chin on her slender fingers, excellent. You now possess the largest shareholding among all, making you the principal shareholder of the group. You merely require an opportune moment to reveal your hand and ensnare your prey. Hu Jianshan inquired, Miss Shen, as my primary benefactor, how might I express my gratitude once I achieve success? He remained skeptical of Duanmu Lian's altruism. Duanmu Lian replied. My demands are modest, after your triumph, you should compel Hu Tingshan into a corner and bring about Wen Linglian's utter disgrace. That would suffice as my recompense. Do you harbor such animosity towards them? Hu Jianshan questioned. Duanmu Lian sneered, Mr. Hu, do you not think I have reason to despise them? Hu Tingshan has inflicted immense suffering upon me, while Wen Linglin has relentlessly schemed to ensnare and humiliate me. It is high time they paid the price. Hu Jianshan sensed the fierce determination emanating from Duanmu Lian. I now comprehend the wisdom in the adage that it is better to offend a rogue than to anger a woman, especially one like Miss Shen. Duanmu Lian's cold laughter echoed, likewise. You, Hu Jianshan, are hardly a paragon of virtue. In the original narrative, you resorted to unscrupulous means to attain your desires. And now you simply realize those ambitions ahead of schedule. In the ensuing month, Hu Jianshan executed a formidable acquisition of 60 of Hu's group, solidifying his position as the foremost shareholder. Even the venerable patriarch, who had long manipulated the group, fell under his sway, marking a significant shift in control. Congratulations, host. Your narrative value has reached 50, announced the system. Is it possible for the increase to be so swift? The system clarified. Due to your substantial alteration of the original plot, the male lead has already lost much, resulting in a melancholic disposition. Consequently, as his despair rises, so too does your narrative value. Ah, I see, she mused. It is noteworthy that as a form of gratitude, Hu Jianshan has also gifted me 5 of the shares. With that addition, I now hold at least 60 million. Wen Linglin, your turn is next, do not disappoint me. Duanmu Lian utilized this 60 million to aggressively acquire shares from Wen Linglin's family while covertly sabotaging them, with Hu Jianshan's assistance playing a crucial role in her machinations. Before long, Wen Linglin's family found themselves on the brink of collapse. At this juncture, Duanmu Lian disseminated the rumor that Wen Linglin had offended powerful figures outside and had become Hu Tingshan's mistress, thus inviting calamity upon herself. The Wen family, outraged, promptly expelled Wen Linglin from their home and publicly severed all ties, declaring that her actions henceforth bore no relation to the Wen family. In the eyes of such affluent families, daughters are merely instruments for strategic alliances. Once their utility wanes, they become insignificant, particularly when embroiled in such turmoil. The severance of ties was, in fact, a merciful outcome. Congratulations, host. Your narrative value has now reached 60. Listening to the system's report, Duanmu Lian smirked coldly. Excellent. Just 40 more, and I shall be free from this realm. I wonder how much narrative value the final blow to Wen Linglin will yield. Wen Linglin wandered despondently down the street as thunder rumbled in the sky. She could scarcely fathom that she would ever find herself in such a predicament. All her meticulous scheming had led to this moment, filling her eyes with reluctant tears of bitterness. Chapter 9, The World of Infatuation. Are you not unwilling? Allow me to immerse you in the essence of despair. Wen Linglin wiped away her tears, and suddenly a white handkerchief appeared before her. Without raising her gaze to see the giver, she murmured, "Thank you." Just as she was about to grasp it, the hand that held the handkerchief gently released it, causing it to fall to the ground. Duanmu Ling observed with admiration as Wen Linglin lifted her head, her expression shifting from shock to trembling rage. "You wretched woman. This is all you're doing." As Wen Linglin lunged at her, Duanmu Ling effortlessly seized her wrist, easily overpowering her without the need for brute strength. With a mocking tone, Duanmu Ling remarked, "Wen Linglin, look at you now. Was it not you who sought to ruin me back then? Did you not relish in your malicious schemes? Hoping for my demise?" Wen Linglin gritted her teeth, her visage contorted with fury. "What have I done to harm you, you vile creature? Why do you treat me and my family this way?" Duanmu Ling pressed Wen Linglin against the wall, her voice laced with scorn. "Do you think I am unaware? You were the one who sabotaged my wedding dress, reveling in my public humiliation. Furthermore, you incessantly sowed discord between Huatingshan and me, encouraging him to seek out mistresses while you paraded around with him, deliberately returning to me reeking of women's perfume to provoke me. Most despicable of all, you have repeatedly invaded my space, humiliating me, accusing me of being shameless. It is you who embodies shamelessness, you who are the mistress. I merely unveil your deeds. Is this downfall not what you deserve?" Duanmu Ling's words struck with precision, each syllable piercing the heart. Wen Linglin bellowed, "You brought this upon yourself. If you hadn't clung to him so desperately, would Huatingshan have married a woman like you? And your intellect is astonishingly low. Do you think Huatingshan distanced himself from you solely because of me? He has been scheming to ruin you, to imprison you and tarnish your name." Had Duanmu Ling not traversed through time, the narrative might have unfolded as Wen Linglin suggested. But this is the present, and Wen Linglin, brace yourself for the baptism of humiliation. Suddenly, a throng of reporters surged forth. "Miss Wen, is what you just said true? Have you and Mr. Hu truly treated Miss Shen in such a manner?" A cacophony of voices enveloped Wen Linglin, who was caught off guard. Her mind a blank as camera flashes bombarded her face. A sharp-witted female reporter interjected, "Miss Wen, do say something. Just moments ago, you were fiercely confronting Miss Shen. Why the silence now?" Wen Linglin's complexion drained of color. Though she was momentarily stunned, one undeniable truth loomed over her: she was utterly finished. Her gaze, filled with venom, drifted toward the smiling Duanmu Ling, the embodiment of victory. Duanmu Ling addressed the reporters, "Please, do not press her further. Being exposed like this has left her at a loss. She only boasts in private. When faced with the truth, she dons a facade of fragility, a quintessential schemer." The camera swiftly turned to Duanmu Ling as she spoke with clarity and precision, her words incisive and to the point. This would undoubtedly make headlines tomorrow, capturing Wen Lingling's disgraceful remarks and her grotesque demeanor on film. She is destined for infamy, condemned to live as a pariah, much like a rat scurrying through the streets. Chapter 10, The World of Obsessive Love. Surrounded by whispers and murmurs about her, Wen Linglin felt as if her very skin was being torn away, pain coursing through her until numbness took over. The words around her faded into indistinctness as darkness suddenly enveloped her. The overwhelming stimulus had caused her to faint. With such a meager capacity for endurance, it was incomprehensible how someone like her could ascend to the role of the most malicious female antagonist in a novel. Congratulations. The host's narrative value has reached 70. An additional 10 has been added, leaving only 30 remaining. Duanmu Ling commenced the final step. The following day, as Duanmu Ling awoke, the system reported, "Congratulations, host, your narrative value has reached 80. What on earth was happening?" It turned out that Wen Linglin, unable to bear the weight of her despair, had attempted suicide. Although she was ultimately saved, her mind was now in disarray, and preparations were underway to admit her to a psychiatric hospital. Congratulations, host, you have successfully vanquished the strongest female antagonist in this narrative. Huh. Is this truly the strongest antagonist? Such an insult to the term. Nonetheless, when Lingling's debts to the original owner had been settled, she had orchestrated various schemes that led the original owner to lose family, children, and even endure 6 months in prison, her reputation shattered. Now, her own family had severed ties with her, and she was destined to spend the latter half of her life in a mental institution. A knock resounded at the door, and Duanmu Lian stretched lazily, not in a hurry to answer. To her surprise, the knocking grew increasingly forceful, nearly resembling a battering at the door. Could this be trouble? Moreover, Huatingxin, that ticking time bomb, must surely despise her. To prevent any unforeseen occurrences, Duanmu Lian discreetly grasped a wooden stick, concealing it behind her back, and peered through the peephole, only to find Huatingxin standing there. What could he possibly want? However, considering his character, it should pose no immediate danger. With this thought, she discarded the stick behind the door and opened it, exclaiming, "Why knock so hard? I am perfectly capable of answering the door myself." Huatingxin, looking apologetic, replied, "I thought you might have encountered some misfortune alone inside. I panicked and knocked rather hard. I brought you some food." He held up a lunchbox as he spoke. This gesture instilled a sense of suspicion in Duanmu Lian. Although they shared a cooperative relationship, it was far from intimate. Huatingxin was clearly attempting to curry favor. Warning, host. The individual's favorability is plummeting. Entering a state of danger. Duanmu Lian's heart raced. "Please, come in and take a seat," she invited, leading him to the living room. "Let me see what delicious offerings you have brought." Upon opening the lunchbox, she discovered an array of delicacies: crayfish, steamed crab, and braised pork, each dish exquisite. Duanmu Lian feigned nonchalance as she savored the meal, then settled onto the sofa. "Your sudden visit surely isn't solely for the sake of delivering a meal, is it?" Huatingxin poured himself a cup of tea. "Indeed, I believe you possess knowledge that exceeds what is prudent." "And what of it?" Duanmu Lian retorted with a smirk. "You are a remarkably clever and calculating woman, you have grasped all my secrets, and I find myself somewhat uneasy," he confessed, reaching behind his back to suddenly produce a sharp dagger. Duanmu Lian held her head in dismay. What you just fed me was." Huatingxin's lips curled into a cold smile. "It's commendable that you're astute, yet you neglected to remain vigilant against potential threats, particularly from a partner. Once the collaboration concludes, one could easily turn against the other, such is the nature of business." Duanmu Lian, feigning weakness, replied, "I aided you. Without my assistance, you would likely still be struggling. Is this how you repay me?" It seemed that men were indeed untrustworthy, quick to dismantle the bridges they had crossed. Chapter 11, The World of Obsessive Love. Huatingxin let out a cold snort. "Rest assured, in gratitude, I shall ensure your departure is swift." As he lunged forward with a blade, Duanmu Lian curled her lips into a chilling smile. Just as he closed the distance to less than half a meter, she executed a sudden reversal, retrieving the hidden ashtray to strike fiercely at Huatingxin's head. With a resounding thud, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Witnessing the blood oozing from his scalp, she spat, "Serves you right, you wretched man. Truly, men are all despicable creatures." To her astonishment, Huatingxin's hand twitched. Could it be that he was not yet subdued? Slowly, he raised his head, revealing a menacing expression. Duanmu Lian sensed impending doom and dashed towards the exit, not daring to glance back. What was this? She had aided him in seizing the Hua family fortune, only to be repaid with betrayal. An alert chimed within her mind. Host has entered the final phase. It is imperative to accumulate sufficient satisfaction points within this time frame, otherwise, a reset will occur. What? A reset? Surely, this was no jest. Suddenly, a damp cloth was pressed over her mouth and nose, laced with a soporific agent, and in an instant, Duanmu Lian lost consciousness. When she awoke again, a pounding headache assailed her senses. "Awake, are we?" A deep, ominous voice resonated. Duanmu Lian opened her eyes to find Huatingxin before her. How had he recovered so swiftly? It seemed her previous strike had indeed been too lenient. She cursed the system for this predicament. Within a single day, she had been relentlessly pursued by these two brothers, leaving her utterly exhausted. She longed for an escape. Huatingxin's gaze turned sharp as he tightened his grip around her neck. "You wicked woman. Yet again, the same accusation, could he not conjure a more original insult? Duanmu Lian rolled her eyes in exasperation. With a cold laugh, she retorted, "You call me wicked? What of you, sir? Are you not the epitome of a shameless scoundrel? Have you no self-awareness of your own deeds?" Hu Jianshan sneered, "Weren't you quite formidable last time? You surprised even me with your strength. Why is it absent now? Have you resorted to some tool?" Panic surged within her, he had caught on. Duanmu Lian feigned indifference, "What tool could I possibly possess? Do you understand how I summoned that strength? It was born of my hatred for you. My fury amplified my power tenfold, allowing me to strike you down like a dog. You." Hu Tingshan's grip grew increasingly constrictive, and Duanmu Lian began to struggle for breath. She gasped. "Is that all you can do, you shameless wretch? I must have been blind to have ever looked your way." With all her might, she thrust her body backward, forcing them both to tumble to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Duanmu Lian reached for a nearby phone and frantically dialed a sequence of digits. Just then, her hair was yanked, causing her scalp to throb. "Damn it, system, let me use my strength one more time. I want to teach this vile man a lesson." "No. The time is not yet ripe." Regret washed over her, she should not have acted so impulsively. Now, without the means to overpower him, she had squandered her chance. To encourage the host, a message echoed in her mind, should the host successfully complete this task, the usage of the strength-enhancing technique will increase from 3 times a month to 5. That single statement ignited a spark of determination within Duanmu Lian. Enduring the pain radiating from her scalp, she gripped the strong, unyielding hands of the man before her. "Your inheritance has been seized by your brother. Yet you seek me out? Do not forget, I was merely assisting him." Chapter 12, The World of Obsessive Love Indeed. That utterance caused a momentary pause in Hu Tingshan's actions. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Duanmu Lian executed a swift high kick, forcefully pushing Hu Tingshan away. Upon witnessing the ghastly expression on his face, Duanmu Lian took off running. The underground warehouse was vast and labyrinthine, without familiarity. It would be nearly impossible to escape swiftly. "Stop, you wretched creature!" Hu Tingshan bellowed from behind. The heavy thuds of his footsteps echoed ominously, and Duanmu Lian dared not glance back at the man's terrifying visage, fearing it would hinder her speed. She pressed onward, navigating through countless intersections, wondering when she would reach the exit. What kind of convoluted design was this? The disparity in strength between a woman and a man was insurmountable, with each passing moment. The distance between them diminished, and despair enveloped her. She could not afford to fail at this critical juncture, another attempt would drive her to madness. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Surely, that must be the exit. Duanmu Lian summoned all her strength and dashed toward it, only to realize, upon arrival, that it led to a rooftop, with a drop of at least 3 stories below. What she had hoped would be salvation had turned into despair. Facing the menacing figure behind her, she made a resolute decision. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, she declared, "If you take another step, I will leap off." "You desire revenge, don't you? Can you bear to witness my suicide without exacting any punishment upon me?" Hu Tingshan halted in his tracks. "Get down from there." Duanmu Lian, poised at the precipice, retorted, "Why should I heed your command? I have united with Hu Jianshan to strip you of everything you held dear. You are no longer the exalted figure you once were. My intention is to drag you down from your pedestal, so you may experience the bitter taste of plummeting from grace and shattering into pieces. Do you comprehend why I am driven to do this? The answer is simple. Why have you never reflected upon your own actions? Why do you continually attribute your failures and your wrath to the women around you?" Her incisive words transformed Hu Tingshan's expression from ferocity to somber contemplation. He began to ponder his past deeds. Had he truly erred? He had consistently regarded Shin Man-gu with disdain, ignoring her relentless efforts to serve him, from cooking to ironing his clothes, and even enduring humiliation while he brought mistresses home to cater to him. If he were in Shin Man-ji's position, he would find it intolerable. Realizing this, it was undeniable that her actions were not without justification. Duanmu Lian sneered, "Well, have you come to a realization? Congratulations, host, your narrative value has reached 90. Excellent. Merely 10 remains." As Hu Tingshan's steps wavered, his gaze transformed into one of malice. Even if I am in the wrong, I have lost everything now. Shen Man Go, I underestimated you before, perhaps we should both descend into hell. Suddenly, he produced a dagger from his waist. This man must be insane, she thought. Does he truly wish for us both to perish? At that moment, the sound of sirens echoed from below. Looking down from such a height, Duanmu Lian's heart sank. With her eyes closed, she leaped into the void, determined not to meet her end at the hands of this wretched man. As she landed with a jarring pain, she lost consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself suspended in midair, gazing down at the lifeless body of the original host. Indeed, she had succumbed to her fall. Congratulations. Host, your narrative value has reached 100. Task completed here. What? 100? Duanmu Lian exclaimed with joy, having believed her demise would prevent her from completing the mission. Due to the host's significant alteration of the original plot, Hua Tingshen's affection had turned to hatred, leaving him with nothing but animosity. And you denied him the chance for revenge by dying immediately. Furthermore, he was convicted of kidnapping and negligent homicide, leading him to the brink of despair. Almost taking his own life in prison. His future would be shrouded in darkness. Very well, I concede, Duanmu Lian mused. What is the next world? An obliterated existence. The system replied. Chapter 13, A Life Ruined with a Sharp Crack. Ma Ling felt a searing pain on her face as she was struck upon her arrival in this new world. Was her luck truly this dire? Congratulations, host. You have bound to the female protagonist, Tang Yanran. You are now set to delve into the original narrative. In the source material, the female lead, Tang Yanran, devoted her entire youth and 5 years of marriage to the male lead, Ling Yechen, only to be met with utter betrayal and a complete lack of trust. Tang Yanran was framed and wrongfully accused by the malicious supporting character, and Xianwan, which led to the tragic loss of her child. In a fit of rage, Ling Yechen clutched Tang Yanran's hand, relentlessly questioning whether she was responsible for the incident. Despite her desperate attempts to clarify, her pleas fell on deaf ears. Ultimately, Ling Yechen sentenced her to 5 years in prison, trading her devoted marriage for a harrowing imprisonment, leaving Tang Yanran to emerge at the age of 30, her youth extinguished. Yet, Ling Yechen continued to torment her, claiming that she owed him her life. He subjected Tang Yanran to relentless humiliation, allowing her to be slapped at public gatherings, transforming her into a pariah, reviled by society. She became the target of scorn, living in a state akin to that of a rat scurrying through the streets. Her spirit and body deeply scarred by ongoing torment. All potential employers shunned her, and in desperation, she secured a job as a dishwasher, enduring disdainful glares and facing a workload far heavier than that of her colleagues. Piles of dishes arrived in relentless waves, leaving her no respite for 12 hours. Her hands were raw and blistered, each immersion in water sending sharp pangs of agony through her. Meanwhile, the malevolent and Xianwan perceived Tang Yanran as a constant threat and orchestrated a group to vandalize her workplace, subsequently assaulting her. Tang Yanran was branded a jinx by her employer, who mercilessly ejected her, leaving her without compensation for a month's labor. With her reputation in tatters and nothing to her name, she wandered aimlessly, battered and bruised. A speeding vehicle struck her, sending her flying several meters. Although she was rushed to the hospital, the severity of her injuries rendered her fate irreversible. In the end, Tang Yanran lay alone in a sterile hospital room. The scent of disinfectant heavy in the air, succumbing to her desolation. Is the male lead truly human? This narrative lacks any portrayal of remorse from him. It primarily recounts the tragedies and sufferings of the female lead, pushing her to the brink of despair. I had thought the previous male lead was callous. Yet this one is an epitome of cruelty. Hosts, quickly immerse yourself in your role. As the system's voice faded, Ma Ling found herself inhabiting Tang Yanran's body. You have 3 seconds to apologize to Xianwan. As the cold command echoed in her mind, Ma Ling opened her eyes to behold a strikingly handsome man. His tousled hair and chiseled features radiating an air of disdain. Beneath his arched brows lay eyes sharp as an eagle's, and with a mere glance, one could discern that he was an extraordinarily captivating man. He held in his arms a gentle-looking girl, presumably the male lead Ling Yechen and the treacherous Xianwan. Ma Ling's gaze hardened. Which of your eyes witnessed me striking her? You demand an apology while slapping me, on what grounds? Ling Yechen was taken aback for a moment. His lips curling into a smirk. What could a woman like you be incapable of? Are you suggesting that Xianwan has wronged you? What sort of thoughts occupy this man's mind? Duanmu Lian felt an urge to pry open his skull and inspect his brain. If I am, in your eyes, such a vile woman, then why did you marry me in the first place? Unlike the previous female lead, who relentlessly pursued the male lead, this time it was he who sought her hand in marriage, allowing Duanmu Lian to pose such a pointed question. Chapter 14, A Life Ruined. Ling Yezhan's eyes gleamed with intensity. As I have previously mentioned, it is impossible for me to be devoted to a single woman. Xianwan holds equal significance in my life, and I do not wish for you to cause her distress. Duanmu Lian could hardly suppress her laughter. Surely, this narrative is set in the modern era. How can such outdated notions persist? You mean to imply, Mr. Lian, that you consider yourself an emperor? I am the rightful queen, expected to tolerate your infidelity while obediently awaiting your affections, as you desire to equally distribute your favors? To strike one's legitimate spouse for the sake of a mistress, regardless of her identity, renders one a cad. Ling Yezhan's expression shifted to one of complexity. How is it that this woman has transformed so abruptly? If you regret your choices, you are free to leave at any time. Cowering in his embrace, and Xianwan spoke timidly, it is all my fault for inciting sister's anger. Perhaps I should take my leave, allowing you and sister to reconcile. Ah, here we go again. Why does every script feature a white lotus? Are these online authors truly enamored with such tropes? It is indeed perplexing. Ling Yezhan gently tousled her hair. Do not worry. You need not depart, the one who should leave is her. His gaze pierced through. Duanmu Lian, return to your own quarters, should this happen again. I will not be lenient. Duanmu Lian felt an overwhelming urge to confront the pair of scoundrels, wishing to deliver a punch to each of them to end their farce. The system remained calm. This tale diverged significantly from the previous one. The male lead, Ling Yezhan, wielded considerable power, and dealing with her would be a matter of mere moments. This realization struck Duanmu Lian. The male lead could effortlessly send the female lead to prison, indicating his formidable capabilities. Now was not the time to sever ties. She stormed upstairs, locking herself in the dressing room upon entering. Gazing into the mirror at her reflection, she noted that though she was merely in her early 20s, her appearance suggested a woman nearing 30. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail, devoid of makeup, rendering her complexion somewhat sallow, a testament to her relentless toil. The female lead had sacrificed everything for the male lead, yet received nothing in return, resulting in such a dismal fate. What was the purpose of her sacrifices? Did she not feel any resentment as she faced her demise? Duanmu Lian clenched her fists, her eyes landing on the array of skincare products before her, and a bold idea began to take shape in her mind. In the following days, regardless of the antics of the despicable duo outside, Duanmu Lian remained secluded, emerging only for meals, and even then, solely to prepare her own food. One day, Ling Yezhan surveyed the meal prepared by his household staff and felt a wave of nausea. Previously, Tang Yanran had tirelessly cooked for him, secretly investing immense effort to ensure his satisfaction, researching online, hiring specialized chefs, and practicing day and night, resulting in dishes far superior to the average fare. Have that woman prepare the meals, Ling Yezhan commanded icily. A servant replied, Sir. The young mistress has barely left her room these past few days and only cooks for herself. Is she throwing a tantrum? Ling Yezhan retorted, cooking is her responsibility. Does she dare to act petulant? What do you mean by her responsibility? Might I inquire, Mr. Ling, have you ever compensated me for my efforts? Duanmu Lian descended the staircase, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Ling Yezhan was taken aback upon seeing Duanmu Lian. She appeared entirely transformed, adorned in the most fashionable dress, her usual ponytail replaced by an elegant half-bun, and her face meticulously made up. She resembled a character straight out of a comic. In comparison to her former self, she seemed like an entirely different person. Chapter 15, A Life Ruined. Observing his demeanor, Duanmu Lian let out a cold laugh. You just mentioned that cooking falls within my responsibilities. May I inquire, do housekeepers not receive a salary? What about my wages? The original owner had toiled selflessly in the Ling household without receiving a single penny, only to endure relentless humiliation. Ling Yezhan frowned. You are not employed. Staying at home to prepare meals is hardly arduous, is it? Ah, so in his eyes, the protagonist was merely a cook, and cooking was not a laborious task. It is no wonder he discarded her so callously in the end. Duanmu Lian replied with a smile, I've had enough. If that's the case, shall we divorce? Ling Yezhen stepped forward with determination, piercingly gazing at Duanmu Lian. You know why I married you. Before I allow you to leave, do not even think about divorce. Duanmu Lian scoffed coldly. Indeed, in your eyes, I am merely the daughter of a fallen family, lacking both a distinguished lineage and exceptional beauty. Thus, it is only you who can cast me aside, not the other way around. You married me merely to have a proper wife displayed, without any power, allowing you to indulge in your reckless escapades. Truth be told, if Tang Yanran were to present herself well, she would not be lacking in beauty. Ling Yezhen advanced, gripping her chin. Do not overestimate your significance. While you still hold some value, behave yourself, perhaps I might grant you a sum of money to facilitate your escape. Duanmu Lian coldly freed herself from his grasp. Ling Yezhen casually took the suit from the chair and strode away with his long legs. Duanmu Lian's eyes were filled with disdain for the man. After his departure, a cold smile crept onto her lips as she retrieved the hidden recording device. Yunchi Media. Duanmu Lian boldly approached the top executive. The director inquired, Miss Tang, you claim to possess explosive news that could propel us to the headlines? Duanmu Lian activated the recording device. I wish to expose my husband, Ling Yezhen, for seeking extramarital affairs and for physically assaulting his legitimate wife. The director's expression shifted instantly. Quickly summon the editor-in-chief. A subtle smirk graced Duanmu Lian's lips. Her choice of this media outlet was not merely due to its prominence but also because, based on the original owner's memories, this media harbored deep-seated conflicts with Ling Yezhen. I will provide you with this sensational scoop and more in the future. But I have one condition. The director responded, speak, and we shall endeavor to meet your demands. Duanmu Lian stated, my request is quite simple, ensure my personal safety. As you are aware, Ling Yezhen wields considerable influence. If this news is published and I fall back into his hands, the consequences would be dire. The director, with eyes glinting like a fox, assured her, Miss Tang, you need not worry. Once the story breaks, it will be explosive news, attracting media and public scrutiny towards your every move. If anything were to happen to you, suspicion would undoubtedly fall upon Ling Yezhen. I believe he would refrain from rash actions. Duanmu Lian silently mocked their intentions, she was far from oblivious. However, her primary objective was to inflict suffering upon Ling Yezhen and Xianwan, the treacherous duo. The following day, the news industry erupted, making headlines and captivating the public. Duanmu Lian sat before the television, tearfully recounting Ling Yezhen's despicable actions and revealing evidence of his abuse, alongside photos of him with Xianwan and the secretly recorded audio. Once unveiled, it dominated the headlines, propelling the name Tang Yanran to the top of trending searches. The media was ablaze with stories of the affluent lady confronting her husband Ling Yezhen's infidelity, abuse, and the humiliation inflicted by his mistress. Chapter 16, A life ruined. Ling Yezhen and Xianwan suddenly became the targets of public scorn. Countless reporters gathered daily at the Imperial Group, waiting specifically for Ling Yezhen, resulting in a notable decline in the company's status and sales. And Xianwan remained trapped in her luxurious residence, too fearful to step outside, enduring the contemptuous gazes of passers-by and being pelted with eggs by some who accused her of shamelessly being the third party in someone else's marriage. In his office, Ling Yezhen seethed with fury, throwing stacks of documents across the room as he bellowed at his assistant, Go, devise every possible means to suppress this matter. And retrieve that wretched woman. I shall settle the score with her. The assistant, drenched in cold sweat, replied, President, it may be impossible. Unless Madame herself comes forward to declare this a fabricated accusation against you, this report cannot be silenced. Yunchi Media is the largest in the country. Even with all our resources, we cannot stifle them. Useless, all of you are utterly useless. Ling Yezhen roared, hurling the ashtray off his desk, shattering it to pieces. The assistant silently lamented, witnessing Ling Yezhen's unprecedented rage for the first time. Duanmu Ling savored her exquisite red wine, reveling in the overwhelming media frenzy surrounding the incident, which had eclipsed even the most popular dramas and celebrities. This was precisely the effect she desired. Suddenly, her phone vibrated insistently. Upon seeing the caller ID, she calmly silenced her phone, allowing the caller to hang up. With a knock, the director entered. Miss Tang, the impact has far exceeded our expectations. Duanmu Lian smiled lightly. So, with this incident, you can reap significant benefits, correct? The director chuckled. Indeed, all thanks to you, Miss Tang. We shall certainly do our utmost to ensure your safety. Duanmu Lian swirled her wine glass. Lin Yezhen will eventually come to settle the score with me. He may be unable to act now, but that does not mean he will not in the future. The director remarked. Miss Tang, I have a question I have long wished to ask you. Duanmu Lian nodded for him to continue. The director stated, according to our investigations, your background is rather humble. Marrying Lin Yezhen could be seen as a significant elevation. It is quite normal for someone of his stature to have extramarital affairs. By escalating this situation, you may have incurred his wrath without any tangible benefit. Why not endure a little longer? Once he tires of it all, he may grant you a substantial settlement. Who knows what the original owner of this life thought? Yet, what was the ultimate outcome? Even if she chose to live a life of obedience, the women Lin Yezhen pursued would not be docile, they would not spare her. Duanmu Lian rested her chin on her hand, scrutinizing the director. If your wife were to engage in an affair, even going so far as to strike you in the face, could you endure it? Moreover, the women he associates with are not innocuous. Even if I chose to suffer in silence, the conclusion would likely not be favorable. The director sighed and nodded in acknowledgement. Then you should not have married him in the first place. You ought to seek a partner who genuinely cherishes you, ensuring a lifetime of companionship. Duanmu Lian replied, exactly. I now rue my decision. I refuse to passively endure humiliation. After discussing further matters with the director, Duanmu Lian contemplated that this situation was not sustainable. It starkly contrasted with the previous narrative, as the male lead's power and character were entirely dissimilar. Chapter 17, A Life Ruined in the Days That Followed. She continued to lament incessantly before the screen, masquerading as a victim, and public sympathy for her sword. Simultaneously, she launched accusations against Xianwan, claiming that in times of trouble, she merely feigned fragility and falsely accused others of assaulting her, portraying her as a cunning and malevolent woman. And Xianwan became the target of collective ire, with some individuals resorting to extreme measures, vandalizing her door with paint and affixing derogatory notes. A throng of reporters gathered daily at her doorstep, demanding an explanation. And Xianwan longed to step out and clarify her stance. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. To deny the allegations would mean directly offending Lin Yezhen, as she had previously professed unwavering loyalty to him, declaring she would never betray him. Conversely, to confess would lead to her utter humiliation, drowning her in a deluge of scorn. She was caught in an agonizing impasse, unable to advance or retreat. Remaining silent would only fuel speculation about her guilt. Given the gravity of the situation, both parties were expected to voice their perspectives, even if they contradicted one another. The complexity of the matter made it difficult to ascertain the truth, with no definitive evidence available. Desperate, and Xianwan called Lin Yezhen. Since the incident, they had scarcely communicated, as Lin Yezhen was overwhelmed with company affairs and media scrutiny, leaving him little time to tend to her plight. When the call connected and Xianwan hurriedly expressed her distress, Yezhen, reporters are here every day, and countless people are coming to berate me. What should I do? Lin Yezhen was equally beset with troubles. He had no clear solutions. Despite the recordings and photographs provided by Duanmu Lian, public sentiment remained skewed in her favor, regardless of their attempts to refute the claims. With impatience, Lin Yezhen replied, just endure for a while. Once the fervor dies down, I will find a way to address this. And Xianwan's voice quivered with emotion, but I'm scared. Men often find weeping women exasperating during pivotal moments. While it may evoke a protective instinct in mundane times, it breeds annoyance when assistance is needed most. Lin Yezhen suggested. Why not take the initiative to admit that you seduced me? This way, the media and public attention will shift to you, allowing me the opportunity to deal with that woman. And Xianwan was taken aback. Brother Yezhen, I'm already overwhelmed. My parents have called, urging me not to return, fearing the disgrace I would bring them. Now you want me to assert that I seduced you? Isn't that pushing me into the fire? What do you propose? Lin Yezhen shouted in frustration. I have no solutions either. You at least have a place to evade scrutiny. As long as you stay indoors, you'll be fine. Stop fretting and don't pester me. We'll address this when the storm passes. In a fit of rage, he hung up. As Xianwan listened to the dial tone, her heart sank. Was this truly the man she had adored? Tears welled in her eyes as memories flooded back, mingling with the accusations she had seen on television from Duanmu Lian. Hatred flickered in her gaze as she directed her animosity squarely at Duanmu Lian. Convinced that she was to blame for her current predicament, a desire for vengeance took root within her. Meanwhile, Duanmu Lian sat on the sofa, resting her chin on her hand, contemplating her next move. Although the scandal had garnered significant attention, she understood that even the most sensational of news would eventually wane with the passage of time. She realized that when the fervor subsided, it would be the opportune moment for Ling Yeqing to take action against her. Chapter 18, A Life Ruined. As Duanmu Lian pondered deeply, the system's cold voice interrupted her. Congratulations, host, your narrative value has reached 30. Was it truly possible to achieve 30 with just this? It appeared that the implications of this event were substantial. For the higher one's status, the more critical one's public image became. The repercussions for Ling Yeqing and Xianwan were considerable. They were now in disarray, their reputations tarnished, undoubtedly filled with profound hatred and fury. Thus, the narrative value surged to 30. Suddenly, a plan blossomed in Duanmu Lian's mind. Unlike previous tales where the male lead was relentlessly pursued to the point of loathing, she could adopt a different approach. For instance, she could entice the scoundrel to fall in love with her, only to cast him aside with great disdain. This alternative scheme seemed quite appealing. Warning, host. Your current thoughts are perilous. Duanmu Lian replied lazily, what's wrong with that? If I fail, I can always try again. The system cautioned, very well. But do ensure to maintain a balance to avoid unintended consequences. In the days that followed, Duanmu Lian lived in utmost comfort. Despite the torrent of rumors swirling about her, she remained detached, indulging in face masks and skincare, nurturing her own body. One day, she summoned the finest makeup artists and designers to craft a look that would accentuate her beauty with the most fitting hairstyle, attire, and makeup. Once completed, even the designers were astounded. The off-shoulder dress exuded youthful vitality, and her exquisitely made-up face radiated brilliance, transforming her into a vision of elegance. A stark contrast to her previous self. Duanmu Lian smirked, Ling Yeqing, are you prepared for what's to come? On the streets, even with a mask obscuring part of her face, her stunning beauty and alluring figure caught the attention of passing men, who gazed in awe. She strolled toward increasingly secluded areas, glancing back at the shadows trailing her, a smile curling her lips. Her plan was in motion. In Ling Yeqing's office, the phone rang. Miss Tang has left alone, our team is following her. Should we proceed? I'm on my way. Ling Yeqing replied darkly, anger simmering within him. This woman had caused him so much trouble and loss, it was imperative he dealt with her personally. Duanmu Lian found herself cornered in an alley, her eyes devoid of emotion. Without Ling Yeqing's command, these men would not dare to act. One of the men in black said, Miss Tang, please come with us. As long as you comply, we will not impose any difficulties. Duanmu Lian chuckled lightly, what if I refuse? What can you possibly do to me? Where is Ling Yeqing? Why hasn't he come himself? No sooner had she spoken than a tall, handsome figure appeared at the mouth of the narrow alley. He had arrived just in time, likely having overheard her words. Ling Yeqing's expression was stormy, revealing a myriad of emotions. Duanmu Lian turned to face him, their gazes locking, unflinching. Mr. Ling, I wonder if you are pleased with the gift I have prepared for you. There was a flicker of intrigue in Ling Yeqing's eyes. Today, Duanmu Lian exuded an entirely different aura, beautiful, proud, disdainful, with an enchanting charm that had never before been witnessed. What had caused such a dramatic transformation in this woman? Ever since that day, it was as if she had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Chapter 19, A Life in Ruins. Duanmu Lian, adorned in high heels, approached Ling Yeqing step by step, her delicate fingers gliding across his cheek. Mr. Ling, I believe it is unnecessary for us to maintain our relationship any longer. Wouldn't you agree? Ling Yeqing's gaze turned icy as he suddenly seized Duanmu Lian's fingers, gripping them tightly. What exactly do you intend to do? Feigning innocence, Duanmu Lian replied. I am not doing anything at all, I merely wish to sever ties cleanly. You have taken the humiliation you inflicted upon me as a matter of course. And thus I must allow you to experience the profound discomfort and immense loss that accompanies it. Infuriated, Ling Yichen abruptly tightened his grip around Duanmu Lian's neck, forcefully pressing her against the wall. Woman, do not overestimate your importance. Though pain coursed through her, Duanmu Lian maintained a sardonic expression, unfazed. I do not hold myself in such high regard, as you said, what am I before you? In contrast to the obedient Tang Yanran of the past, who never dared to defy Ling Yichen, Duanmu Lian's defiance stirred a sense of defeat within him, igniting an urge to conquer her anew. Some men, in their peculiar way, find allure in the unattainable. They regard women who pursue them as easily obtainable and thus unworthy of appreciation. Conversely, those who remain indifferent or even cold become objects of fascination, compelling them to draw closer and explore. Duanmu Lian observed his expression, realizing she had accurately gauged his emotions. Mr. Ling, are you quite angry? Perhaps you wish to send me to prison to alleviate your frustration? In the original narrative, Tang Yanran had pleaded desperately with Ling Yichen, only to receive even harsher treatment, his cold gaze mercilessly shattering a woman's life. This time, Duanmu Lian was determined to make him experience such a sensation. Ling Yichen's countenance darkened. When did I ever suggest sending you to prison? Not anymore, I see, she replied with a smirk. Having discerned his mindset perfectly for her next move, she adopted a serious demeanor. Ling Yichen, I have no love left for you. Let this incident be your repayment. From now on, we shall go our separate ways. You will not escape. Ling Yichen stepped forward, forcefully gripping her wrist. I will not let you go. He began to ponder whether he had genuinely wounded Tang Yanran's heart. Considering the current state of affairs, my reputation has plummeted, and numerous business ventures have been stalled. I intend to move abroad. Come with me. Duanmu Lian scoffed, you do not intend to bring along your mistresses, do you? A horde of women crowded in one room. Reenacting a palace drama? Ling Yichen raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that you are jealous? Duanmu Lian felt a wave of nausea, his self-absorption and arrogance were truly laughable. You are overthinking it, Mr. Ling. Ling Yichen pulled Duanmu Lian closer to his chest. Return with me, consider this incident as settling our scores. Were it not for her ulterior motives, Duanmu Lian would have relished the opportunity to unleash her wrath upon him. The onlookers, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, were left in shock. Given their master's previous frenzy, they had presumed Duanmu Lian would be left broken, yet here they were, confronted with a most unforeseen outcome. Feigning reluctance, Duanmu Lian was eventually led back, only to lock herself away in her room upon arrival. Chapter 20, A Life Ruined Upon Entering. She immediately took out her phone and sent a message to Yunqi Media, instructing them to proceed as usual. Just then, the doorbell rang from downstairs. It was Xianwan. Appearing at the door in a disheveled state, dark circles under her eyes. The servant who opened the door was momentarily taken aback. Miss An. What happened to you? I want to see Brother Yechen. And Xianwan rushed inside, fortuitously colliding with Ling Yechen, who was emerging from the study. Upon seeing her, Ling Yechen immediately frowned. What are you doing here? And Xianwan's eyes instantly filled with tears, her voice trembling. Brother Yechen, I sneaked out and nearly got hurt. Please let me stay here. Ling Yechen's expression darkened. Did I not tell you to stay put at your place for a while until the storm passes? If you hide here and someone discovers it, it will only confirm the rumors about us. What will those outside say? And Xianwan began to plead, please. I promise I won't go out. I'll stay here and won't let anyone see me. I'll be very careful when I do come out. Listening to the commotion outside, Duanmu Lian smirked, finding the situation amusing. She had been contemplating how to deal with Xianwan. But now the latter had delivered herself right to her doorstep. Just as Ling Yechen was about to speak, Duanmu Lian stepped out. Mr. Ling. Your mistress is being scorned outside. She must miss you dearly, which is why she came here. You should at least take her in. She cast a scornful glance at Xianwan, relishing in the latter's pale and shocked expression. Xianwan trembled. Brother Yechen, how could she be here? Ling Yechen frowned. I brought her back. Reflecting on the past, I acknowledge my part in her suffering. Let this incident be a form of atonement. Once this uproar subsides, I will provide you with a separation fee, and we shall part ways. Xianwan staggered back. Disbelief etched on her face. Have you forgotten that it was you who brought us to this point? Ling Yechen's gaze turned impatient. I am not a fool. I do not need your reminders. If you wish to stay here, the best rooms are unavailable, but there is a servant's room you can occupy. With that, he strode away with determined steps. And Xianwan collapsed to the ground, questioning if this was truly the man she loved. A resentful glare was cast towards Duanmu Lian. It's all because of you, wretched woman. I will not let you go. Duanmu Lian laughed heartily. Who is to say who won't let go of whom? Just look at your current state, how pitiful you are. Even a stray dog is better off than you. She retreated to her room and shut the door, uninterested in dealing with that scheming vixen. Now was not the opportune moment to confront her. Duanmu Lian intended to wait until she inevitably found herself cornered. In the original narrative, and Xianwan had falsely accused Tang Yanyan of pregnancy and miscarriage, leading to Ling Yechen's fury and Tang Yanyan's imprisonment, thus destroying her life. Now, the plot had taken a different turn. Would this scheme unfold prematurely? If so, it would be for the best, as she had prepared her countermeasures. Indeed, that evening, as soon as Ling Yechen returned, and Xianwan threw herself into his embrace, her eyes brimming with feigned innocence, Brother Yechen, I am pregnant. I just took a test 2 hours ago, and there are 2 lines. Chapter 21, A Life Destroyed Upon Hearing the News. Ling Yechen's expression instantly shifted. What did you say? And Xianwan, feeling wronged, delicately produced the test strip from behind her. Ling Yechen's furrowed brow relaxed. If the story were to unfold as it did in the original narrative, he would be filled with ecstatic joy. However, the current situation had left him frazzled and devoid of any enthusiasm. He instructed the butler beside him, prepare a guest room for Miss N, providing her with the finest food and utmost care. At once, the butler acknowledged his command and departed to make arrangements. Ling Yechen grasped in Xianwan's shoulders. Since you are pregnant, it is best for you to rest here. Once this tumult subsides, I shall provide you and the child with an explanation. Please refrain from provoking Yanran. I hope for a harmonious coexistence between you both. That is simply not feasible. Duanmu Lian descended the stairs, supporting herself as she approached. Mr. Ling, you truly are remarkable. You've gotten your mistress pregnant and expect her to coexist with your legitimate wife? Ling Yechen felt overwhelmed. My troubles are already numerous, do not add to them. This is my first child, and I wish for him to be born into this world safely. Duanmu Lian sneered, shaking her head. TSK, Mr. Ling. If that is the case, why not simply divorce me and give Miss N her rightful status? That way, your child would be legitimate. Do you intend for me to be this child's mother? Ling Yechen rubbed his forehead with one hand. We shall discuss this matter later. Duanmu Lian took deliberate steps until she stood a meter away from Ling Yechen. I wish to remind you. Such a significant matter as pregnancy cannot be substantiated solely by a test strip. It is indeed possible to forge such evidence. Her piercing gaze swept over in Xianwan, and she detected a flicker of panic and guilt within her demeanor. In the original narrative, Xianwan was indeed not pregnant. She had concealed a transparent blood bag beneath her thigh and had deliberately accused Tang Yanran of pushing her, even bribing hospital doctors to fabricate evidence. And Xianwan clutched Ling Yechen's arm tightly. Brother Yechen, you must believe me. If you have doubts, take me to the hospital for an examination. At such a critical juncture, would he not be courting disaster by taking her to the hospital? If paparazzi happened to capture the moment, it would undoubtedly become sensational news. Ling Yechen replied, let us discuss this after this period passes. Both of you return to your rooms and rest well. He ascended to his study alone. And Xianwan cast a defiant look at Duanmu Lian, gently caressing her abdomen as if to flaunt her supposed condition. Duanmu Lian, however, did not deign to spare her a glance, turning sharply to ascend the stairs. She was resolute in her disbelief of Xianwan's pregnancy. In the original tale, the scheme had unfolded 3 years later, at which point she was not even pregnant. It was even less likely now. Surely. And Xianwan's next move would be to ensnare her further, but Duanmu Lian was prepared to ensure that this scheming woman would regret her actions. In the following days, Duanmu Lian recorded Xianwan's behavior as she paraded around the villa, assuming the role of the lady of the house due to her claimed pregnancy. One day, while retrieving a drink from the refrigerator, Duanmu Lian caught a glimpse of Xianwan lurking, her eyes filled with malice as she fixated on her. Calculating the days, Xianwan's alleged pregnancy should soon become evident. If she did not act soon, pretending to miscarry would likely expose her deception. Duanmu Lian awaited her next move, eager to witness her self-destructive folly. Chapter 22, A life ruined. Duanmu Lian feigned ignorance as she held her drink and hummed the latest popular tune, allowing In Xianwan to follow her like a phantom. Tang Yan ran. And Xianwan suddenly shouted, then lunged toward Duanmu Lian. Duanmu Lian's gaze turned icy, and she deftly sidestepped In Xianwan's charge, seizing her hair and splashing the drink onto her face. What do you think you're doing? With a sharp clang, Duanmu Lian pinned her against the wall. The commotion upstairs drew the attention of the servants, who rushed in to intervene upon witnessing the scene. Don't move, Duanmu Lian bellowed, her voice laced with authority, rendering the servants too intimidated to approach. The sound of a door opening from downstairs announced the return of Ling Yechen. Unbeknownst to him, this was part of In Xianwan's scheme from early that morning, intended to ensnare Tang Yanran and ensure that Ling Yechen would walk in just as she tumbled down the stairs, thus solidifying the accusation that Tang Yanran had caused her miscarriage. What's going on? Ling Yechen dashed up the stairs in alarm. And Xianwan cried out, Yechen, save me. This woman is tormenting me, my stomach hurts so much. He hurriedly intervened, pulling the two women apart and shielding In Xianwan. Are you all right? Are you hurt? My stomach hurts. And Xianwan moaned in agony, her pristine white dress gradually staining crimson. Duanmu Lian observed the bloodied garment with a cold smirk. She mused that if one were to perform, they ought to do so thoroughly, and In Xianwan certainly exhibited a commendable dedication to her craft. And Xianwan clutched Ling Yechen tightly, exclaiming, I'm in pain, I'm in pain. Ling Yechen was thrown into a panic. This was his first child, and the weight of the situation bore heavily on him. However, if they were to rush to the hospital, and journalists captured the scene, it would only serve to corroborate the rumors circulating outside. He glared furiously at Duanmu Lian. It's all your fault. If anything happens to Xianwan, I will never forgive you. His eyes burned with hatred, as if he were gazing upon a lifelong adversary. Duanmu Lian felt a wave of revulsion. She had initially entertained the idea of winning over this scoundrel, but if he were to fall for her now, she would find it utterly repugnant. She charged at me first, must I not defend myself? I didn't even touch her stomach. Yet, to Ling Yechen, her words were mere justifications. Call an ambulance, he shouted. Duanmu Lian sneered. You truly are naive. Do you have any idea how many journalists are lying in wait outside the villa? Once the ambulance arrives and In Xianwan is taken away, how do you intend to conceal this matter? Her words struck a chord with Ling Yechen, who rapidly regained his composure. The speculation outside, if substantiated, would undoubtedly lead to a substantial decline in his shares. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, get Jason here. Jason was the Ling family's dedicated physician, an expert in gynecology, and had been hired at great expense from overseas. And Xianwan felt a surge of panic. She had made arrangements with the hospital but had not coordinated with Jason, to whom she was hardly acquainted. If they bypassed the hospital and had Jason examine her, her ruse would inevitably be exposed. She began to struggle, pleading, Yechen, I'm in so much pain. Please, for the sake of the baby, take me to the hospital. Ling Yechen held her close, trying to reassure her. Calm down. Jason is a specialist, and he has all the necessary equipment. He is just as capable as a large hospital. Duanmu Lian stepped forward. I'll help her to the sofa to rest, just wait here. Please. Don't come near me. It's all your fault. And Xianwan waved her hands in protest, resisting Duanmu Lian's approach. Chapter 23, A life ruined. Endless despair enveloped In Xianwan as Duanmu Lian grasped her hand tightly, asserting, allow me to take a look, after all, we are both women. And Xianwan struggled fiercely, desperate to withdraw her hand, but Duanmu Lian was relentless, pressing closer. If you truly fear a miscarriage, you ought to let me see. I possess some knowledge on the matter. No, no, no. You wicked woman must not look. It is your doing that has brought us to this state. Step away. And Xianwan's vehement resistance was fueled by an unsettling premonition. Ling Yechen, exasperated by the commotion, interjected, if she refuses to let you see, then simply do not look. Stop provoking her. Do you genuinely believe I am responsible for her plight? Do you think I would be so foolish as to choose such a place and occasion to cause harm? If I truly wished to injure her, why would I be so eager to have her examined? Duanmu Lian feigned indignation. At that moment, footsteps echoed from below. Jason had arrived. Fearing unforeseen complications, Duanmu Lian swiftly positioned herself beneath Xianwan, pinning her hand down. "Let me see your bleeding." Indeed, she discovered a blood bag secured with a strap. In that fleeting instant, taking advantage of the distraction, Duanmu Lian evaded Ling Yechen's gaze and tore the blood bag free. An eerie silence enveloped the room. And Xianwan's face drained of color as she beheld the discarded item. Ling Yechen stood frozen, slowly approaching to retrieve the bag from the floor, his complexion darkening ominously. And Xianwan, pale and trembling, felt the weight of despair settle upon her. Duanmu Lian smirked, reveling in her success. The ensuing drama was sure to unfold, for men, above all, loathed deceit and manipulation. Just then, Dr. Jason, accompanied by several assistants and various medical apparatus, rushed upstairs. "Where is the patient? I heard there has been significant bleeding." "Patient?" Ling Yechen's icy demeanor was palpable as he tossed the blood bag at Xianwan's face. "Is there a patient claiming a miscarriage accompanied by this blood bag?" And Xianwan, confronted by Ling Yechen's fury, trembled uncontrollably. She had hoped that even with Jason's arrival, a subtle glance would suffice for him to understand her plight. If he were willing to fabricate evidence, she could still salvage her position. But now, Ling Yechen loomed over Xianwan, his expression menacing. "Jason, examine her. Determine whether she is truly pregnant. I demand the truth." And Xianwan shook her head vehemently, tears brimming in her eyes, as Duanmu Lian watched with malicious glee. Jason employed the most advanced equipment, and the results would be immediate. And Xianwan contemplated further resistance. But Ling Yechen's thunderous command silenced her. "Do not move." Fear paralyzed her, she dared not stir. Jason utilized the device, his brow furrowing in concentration. After a moment, he set the instrument down and stood upright. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Ling, that according to the device, Misson does not appear to be pregnant. Our equipment is of the highest standard. Should you doubt the accuracy, we can take her to the hospital for an ultrasound." Unbelievably, Duanmu Lian seized this opportunity to shout in outrage, "So you have feigned pregnancy to ensnare me." She advanced and struck Xianwan across the face, a blow intended to avenge the original owner of this life. And Xianwan owed far more than just this slap. And Duanmu Lian would ensure that she repaid every debt. The force of the slap left Xianwan dizzy, blood trickling from her lip. Ling Yechen strode forward, seizing Xianwan's hair with fierce determination. "So you have been deceiving me all along. Aside from this incident, how many more lies have you told?" Chapter 24. A life destroyed. Xianwan's mind was a blank. She could never have anticipated that her meticulously crafted plan would suddenly unravel in such a manner. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she cried out, "I did not deceive you. You must believe me." Smack. Ling Yechen struck her with a resounding slap. One far more severe than that delivered by Duanmu Lian, leaving a swollen mark on Xianwan's face. "You did not deceive me? Are you suggesting that the instruments are falsified? That the doctor who has followed me for years would betray me?" Ling Yechen roared in fury. Duanmu Lian stood by, amused, wearing an expression akin to that of a spectator at a farce. In the original narrative, after Tang Yanran's successful scheming, Ling Yechen had pressed her for 2 hours, repeatedly asking whether Xianwan was the one who had pushed her. Tang Yanran had continuously denied it, uttering countless no's, yet Ling Yechen remained convinced of her deceit, perceiving her as heartless. Since he never believed her from the outset, why bother to inquire further? It was utterly ludicrous. Duanmu Lian mocked, "Your judgment is rather lacking. I suspect this woman is attempting to exploit the situation to frame me and rid herself of the inconvenient truth of her fake pregnancy. All while inciting your disdain for me and sympathy for her. In doing so, she can secure you firmly within her grasp." And Xianwan, gasping for breath through her tears, crawled to Ling Yechen's feet, clutching his trousers. "Please, let me explain. I was terrified of losing you, which is why I lied. Furthermore, Tang Yanran is not as simple as she appears. She must have known of my feigned pregnancy from the beginning, deliberately setting a trap for me. Otherwise, how could she have so accurately produced the concealed blood bag? You vile woman! How dare you slander me?" Duanmu Lian charged forward, delivering 2 more slaps that left Xianwan disoriented, before seizing her hair and pulling her forcefully. And Xianwan, with feeble hands, attempted to resist Duanmu Lian, appearing utterly helpless before her. Just as the altercation threatened to escalate further, Ling Yezhen rushed in to separate them, exclaiming, "Enough! Is it not chaotic enough already?" Duanmu Lian shrugged off his grasp, declaring, "The woman you sought has deceived you with her false pregnancy and now seeks to frame me. How can I endure this?" Jason and his companions watched the spectacle with growing frustration, aware that the age-old adage of not allowing two tigers to share the same mountain held true. A man with two women inevitably invites conflict. Duanmu Lian cried out, "I am certain there are numerous reporters lurking outside. I shall step out and announce that Xianwan has infiltrated this place, using a false pregnancy to ensnare me. Let us see how your reputation withstands that. I have endured long enough." With that, she turned and strode towards the exit. Ling Yezhen, alarmed, hastened to intercept her, wrapping his arms around her waist. The thought of today's events becoming public was a nightmare for him. It would irreparably tarnish his standing in high society. He quickly soothed, "I am sorry. I am sorry, it is all my fault. I will ensure justice is served, please, just calm down." Duanmu Lian turned, feigning innocence. "Do you understand? Had I been successfully framed today, not only would this woman have evaded the consequences of her false pregnancy, but the ensuing trouble would undoubtedly remain by your side. What do you think would transpire with such a woman in your life?" Her words struck a nerve with Ling Yezhen, darkening his expression. And Xianwan's actions had crossed a line he could no longer tolerate. It seemed their bond would soon be severed. Chapter 25, a life ruined. Endless despair enveloped the room as Duanmu Lian turned to gaze at Jason and his entourage lingering nearby. "Allow me to escort your doctor away. Lest we provide the outside world with a spectacle of ridicule," she suggested with a hint of sarcasm. Ling Yezhen remained silent, tacitly consenting to her proposal. As they descended the stairs, Jason abruptly pivoted, addressing Miss Tang, "I must say, you have changed remarkably since our last encounter." Duanmu Lian raised an eyebrow. "Many have remarked upon it. After enduring for so long, one eventually reaches a breaking point." Jason shook his head in resignation. "I am somewhat aware of the circumstances here. To be candid, when you chose Ling Yezhen, you ought to have anticipated such complications. The previous scandal you stirred has also inflicted considerable damage upon him. I hope you can exercise prudence and restraint in your actions, so as not to escalate matters beyond repair." His words served as a reminder that Jason, as the physician of the Ling family, would naturally consider their interests. Duanmu Lian chuckled lightly, "My affairs are not subject to the judgment of outsiders." With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Jason observed the retreating figure of the woman, noting that she had not merely changed, she had undergone a complete transformation, appearing as an entirely different individual compared to her former self. Upon entering the room, Duanmu Lian encountered Xianwan, who was pleading desperately with Ling Yezhen, "Please, do not do this. I was wrong, I truly regret my actions." In a swift motion, Ling Yezhen delivered a kick to her abdomen, sending Xianwan sprawling to the floor, writhing in pain. "You are a wretched woman. The malice you have harbored all along is appalling. I was blind to have ever been enamored with you." With reddened eyes, Xianwan retorted, "Is your disdain for me so profound? Do not forget. It was you who pursued me first. To speak frankly, what virtue do you possess?" Desperation clawed at her heart, prompting such reckless words, an evident plea for self-destruction. A grim smile crossed Xianwan's face. "You, too, are a married man, yet you seek companionship elsewhere. Is that not wickedness? How can you claim superiority over me?" "Yes. I have schemed against Tang Yanran on multiple occasions, and I now feign a pregnancy to deceive you. But do you not realize that all of this stems from your actions?" Her words pierced Ling Yezhen's heart, exposing the raw vulnerability he sought to conceal. A threat to his dignity. "Seize her and remove her from my sight," he commanded, his voice laced with fury. Xianwan struggled, shouting, "I am the one who should express regret. I regret falling in love with you and all that I have sacrificed for you, only to be the one who suffers the most." Duanmu Lian internally scoffed at her plight. Were it not for her own transmigration into this role, the original character would have borne the brunt of the misfortune at this moment. Nevertheless, Xianwan's assertion held a kernel of truth. The root of all turmoil lay with Ling Yezhen. Xianwan was confined to the deepest part of the basement, akin to a prison. Now, she would experience the torment that the original character had endured. However, Duanmu Lian had no intention of letting In Xianwan off so easily. 3 months later. The tumultuous events outside had begun to subside, with headlines now dominated by other sensational stories, including celebrity gossip and stock market intrigues. Under the guidance of her subordinates, Duanmu Lian made her way to the basement, having discreetly bribed the guards to ensure In Xianwan was adequately attended to. Upon laying eyes on In Xianwan, she felt no disappointment. Her expenditure was indeed justified. In Xianwan appeared disheveled, biting her nails, clad in tattered clothing, emaciated, with a sallow complexion marred by dark circles that rivaled those of a panda. Chapter 26, A life ruined. Upon seeing Duanmu Lian, In Xianwan charged forward, striking the railing with fervor, her eyes ablaze with rage and resentment. Even the servants nearby were taken aback by her current state. Struggling to reconcile this apparition with the once proud and glamorous In Xianwan, Duanmu Lian wore a cold smirk. Observing In Xianwan's clenched teeth and bloodied nails as they dug into the railing, such profound hatred must be tormenting her body and soul. Open the door. Duanmu Lian's languid voice resonated through the small area. The servants could hardly believe their ears. Did she truly intend to release In Xianwan in such a state? Were they not concerned for her safety? Duanmu Lian nonchalantly twisted her fingers. I did not bring you here merely as decorations. You are 4 in number, surely you can restrain one woman? The servants dared not protest and complied, for in the past 3 months, Duanmu Lian had truly become the mistress of this domain, demonstrating her formidable prowess. They began to wonder if her previous demeanor had merely been an elaborate faade. Once the door was opened, the robust men swiftly subdued In Xianwan, who, despite her desperate struggles, could not escape their grasp. Duanmu Lian, adorned in high heels, approached her step by step, towering over her like a queen. In Xianwan had never before recognized the stunning beauty of this woman, whose enigmatic charm ensnared those around her. With the tip of her heel, Duanmu Lian lifted In Xianwan's chin, halting her futile writhing. In Xianwan, your current plight is of your own making, is it not? Her voice was calm and devoid of emotion, yet it sent shivers down the spine. And Xianwan trembled as she spat, you wretched woman. I swear. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will not spare you. I will escape and unleash my full might to ensure you live a life more miserable than death. Yet, to Duanmu Lian, her vows were nothing more than a jest. Huh. And Xianwan, how can you still indulge in dreams at this juncture? Do you not know that Ling Yeqing has eradicated all your family's influence? With his capabilities, it is a trivial task. You are merely a pawn in his amusement. An object of play. Why do you hold yourself in such high regard? Her words struck In Xianwan like a bolt from the blue, causing her to widen her eyes in shock, her struggles ceasing abruptly. No. It cannot be. You lie. You are speaking nonsense. Her hoarse cries echoed her despair and disbelief. Duanmu Lian continued her haughty stride. Do you honestly believe I would have any need to deceive you at this point? This statement shattered In Xianwan's last vestiges of hope and fantasy. She became numb, her eyes losing their luster, for she realized that everything she once held dear, family, lover, friends, and dreams, had vanished. In truth, the destruction of a person does not stem from inflicting great harm upon them but rather from obliterating all their hopes, dreams, and aspirations. That is the most profound punishment one can endure. Duanmu Lian tossed a dagger before In Xianwan. If you cannot bear it, then perhaps you should take your own life. After all, I possess a modicum of mercy. Given our acquaintance, I shall ensure you have a proper funeral. Her intention behind these words was to provoke In Xianwan. And as for her purpose, a sinister smile lingered on her lips. Chapter 27, A life ruined. Duanmu Lian was the first to step outside. Congratulations, host. Your narrative value has reached 60. A smile graced Duanmu Lian's lips. The servants who had controlled In Xianwan also exited, assured that she would not harm them, leaving In Xianwan alone in the dark basement, engulfed in despair. As night fell, Duanmu Lian adorned herself with exquisite makeup, but as she descended the stairs, the lights in the living room extinguished. Moments later, Ling Yeqing approached her, holding a cake. Happy birthday. Duanmu Lian gazed at the cake and replied, Today is not my birthday. As the candles were blown out, the lights illuminated once more. With delicate fingers, Duanmu Lian caressed her face, and as music filled the air, she twirled gracefully, performing an enchanting dance, every glance and smile imbued with captivating charm. Ling Yeqing was momentarily entranced. As the dance concluded, Ling Yeqing grasped Duanmu Lian's hand. If you had been like this before, I would not have strayed. His words implied a desire for women to adorn themselves to attract men, rather than confining themselves to domestic duties. Duanmu Lian caught a glimpse of something lurking in the darkness, a shadowy figure. When she had tossed a knife to Xianwan earlier, she had discreetly concealed a key within it. Duanmu Lian traced her fingers across Ling Yeqing's chest. I have prepared a little gift for you. Close your eyes. And only open them when I say. With an air of mystery, Ling Yeqing complied. Duanmu Lian swiftly retreated to the bathroom, locking the door behind her. And Xianwan was not foolish, she had but one chance to act against one of them. Indeed, mere seconds later, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the living room. Duanmu Lian rushed out to witness the frenzied Xianwan plunging a dagger into Ling Yeqing's abdomen. The surrounding servants hastily subdued Xianwan. Ling Yeqing, injured severely, crumpled to the ground. And Xianwan shouted, I hate you, Ling Yeqing. I curse you to suffer every day. Her words dripped with venom. For she believed his fate would not be any better than hers. Duanmu Lian approached Ling Yeqing, noting the fury in his eyes. He clutched his wound. Who let this madwoman out? She's gone insane and has no place here. His gaze hardened. Send her to a mental institution. A mental institution? A place where even the sane would be driven mad, subjected to bizarre medications, existing in a hellish state. And Xianwan screeched, you ungrateful, heartless bastard. You deserve to die. I curse you to never receive a woman's love, to be betrayed by women for eternity. Ling Yeqing, infuriated, kicked her, causing her to foam at the mouth. That is impossible. Duanmu Lian watched, a cold smile forming within her. Indeed. It was impossible for a man like him to devote himself entirely to one woman, nor would he suffer for love. However, betrayal was not out of the question. Material betrayal could lead him to lose everything. In her desperate struggle, Xianwan was dragged away, her eyes devoid of pain and despair. Any lingering attachment would be sent to such a place, where life would surely be devoid of light, a living hell, a fitting retribution for her deeds against the original owner. Next, Duanmu Lian turned her gaze to the man beside her. Only you remain. Congratulations, host. Your narrative value has reached 80. Chapter 28, a life ruined. Ling Yeqing was urgently transported to the hospital, and after a critical rescue, he was out of danger. While lying on the hospital bed, he inquired how Xianwan managed to escape, but no one had the answer. Duanmu Ling entered the room and remarked that Xianwan had spent considerable time in the villa. Perhaps a servant, moved by pity, had discreetly assisted her in her escape. This statement sparked a realization in Ling Yeqing, as he often brought Xianwan home, making it plausible that she had indeed won over some individuals. Duanmu Ling then stepped into the corridor, where the opportunity to strike was ripe given Ling Yeqing's injury. After sending out a message from Yunqi Media, she blacklisted all related information. For the next 10 days, Ling Yeqing remained in bed recuperating, delegating company matters to his direct subordinates. On this particular day, a subordinate flung open the hospital room door in a panic, failing to knock. It's bad. Our client interface has been attacked, shares have plummeted, resulting in a loss of 10 billion. What? Ling Yeqing sprang from his bed, grasping the subordinate by the collar. Such a significant event could not have transpired overnight. Why was I not informed earlier? The subordinate trembled. We noticed some issues but believed them to be minor. We never anticipated their methods would be so formidable. The previous findings did not pose a threat. Useless. Enraged, Ling Yeqing stormed out and drove back to the company, which was in utter disarray. He immersed himself in paperwork and a deluge of messages. Just as the news crisis began to subside, another calamity struck. This year had proven to be exceptionally tumultuous. What he initially thought could be resolved turned increasingly complex, for the vulnerability had not been exposed in a day or two but had been meticulously orchestrated. Now, seeking to remedy the situation seemed nearly impossible. Ling Yeqing slumped helplessly into his chair, letting out a silent sigh, his head throbbing painfully. At that moment, his assistant rushed in. Master, all our resources have been monopolized. Ling Yeqing quickly stood, feeling dizzy as the world spun around him. He intended to review the data. But the assistant stopped him. Master, it is too late for that now. We are destined to face a catastrophe. If we cannot withstand it. He did not finish. But the implication was clear. Ling Yeqing clenched his fists, violently wreaking havoc in the office. Duanmu Lian observed the chaos with a slight smile. Knowing that this predicament was of his own making. Was it not time for him to suspect her? After venting his frustration, the assistant seized the opportunity to advise, Master. Further anger will yield no benefit. Consider this, we have evidently been schemed against, and the perpetrator may be close at hand. This statement brought Ling Yezhen back to a state of contemplation. No, it couldn't be her, but upon reflection, only a few individuals were close to him. He instinctively rubbed his temples, retrieving the files from his drawer, which contained information on those nearest to him. He instructed the assistant, conduct a thorough investigation. The assistant bowed respectfully, Yes, Master. I will attend to it immediately. Chapter 29, A life ruined. However, before the investigation could yield any results, the situation took a dramatic turn. The shares of Ling Yachen's company plummeted instantaneously, and financial connections faltered across the board. To the extent that some employees could not even receive their salaries, forcing the company to initiate layoffs. For a conglomerate that had endured for over a century, was it truly on the brink of collapse? Yet, according to the rumors circulating, the Ling Corporation might endure this trial, albeit at a great cost. Who possessed such formidable power to orchestrate these events? Who harbored such deep-seated resentment to drive them to the brink of destruction? At that moment, Ling Yachen's focus sharpened on these questions. Just as he was about to call his assistant for answers, the office door swung open. No need for an investigation. It was I who orchestrated this. Duanmu Lian toyed with a small knife, her cold smile directed at the man before her, seemingly pleased with the expression he wore. Ling Yachen rose in disbelief. So it truly was you? My assistant mentioned something a few days ago, but I merely suspected. I never imagined it would be you. Why have you done this? He lunged forward, attempting to seize Duanmu Lian to demand clarity. Yet, she deftly grasped his arm and pinned him against the wall. After all, her strength was formidable, her every task rewarded with corresponding power. With a light laugh, Duanmu Lian stated, Why? Simply to avenge a life that was destroyed by you and that wretched woman. Ling Yachen struggled to comprehend her words, gritting his teeth. Yes. I may have been excessive previously, but you needn't resort to such extremes. You could have merely struck me or, like in Xianwan, stabbed me once. Why go after our century-old enterprise? Indeed, her presence had altered the course of everything, causing Ling Yachen to forget those past grievances. However, that did not exempt him from punishment. Duanmu Lian whispered in his ear, Have you ever experienced the betrayal of your most beloved, being sent to prison? Losing a decade of your youth, and emerging to live like a pariah, enduring relentless torment? Ling Yachen's face paled as he listened, despite his amnesia. Her words stirred an agonizing headache within him. Who are you? Who exactly are you? He demanded. Finally sensing that the woman before him was far more than just a transformed figure, she exuded an entirely unfamiliar aura. He should have realized this sooner. Duanmu Lian tugged at his hair, exclaiming, Finally, you understand. I am indeed not Tangyuan. She pressed her knee against Ling Yachen's abdomen, and with a sickening crack, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Duanmu Lian then led him to a location she had meticulously prepared in advance. It was a boat, which soon departed the surface of the water. Just as Ling Yachen began to regain consciousness, Duanmu Lian looked at him with a mocking smile. Awake now? Ling Yachen felt dizzy, the sea breeze biting at his skin. Duanmu Lian stood on the deck, proclaiming, Here, you can truly feel nature. Once his senses returned, he glared at her, fury erupting from his lips. You are not Tangyuan. Who are you? Where is the real Tangyuan? Duanmu Lian replied nonchalantly, She is dead. A chill enveloped Ling Yachen as he stared at the woman before him. Do you realize what you are doing is illegal? Her laughter erupted uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. How utterly entertaining this man is. Did I not just inform you that she is already dead? Do you know who killed her? Ling Yachen felt a tightening in his throat, a sense of dread coursing through him. Duanmu Lian's voice dropped to an eerie whisper, She was murdered by you and in Xianwan with your own hands. Chapter 30, A life ruined. Bloodshot began to appear in Ling Yecheng's eyes. You speak nonsense. He felt as though he had touched something unknown and terrifying. In Duanmu Lian's hand was a document. Can you guess what this is? She said, her lips curling into a charming smile. I have sold all your possessions. You wretched woman. Ling Yecheng lunged at her in a frenzy. This handsome man, even when angry, remained striking. Had Duanmu Lian not been immune to handsome men, she might have felt pity for his torment. Duanmu Lian sneered. Do you know why I am treating you this way? Because this is what you owe Tang Yanran. This statement successfully halted Ling Yecheng, his expression morphing into one of disbelief. Tang Yanran's life was ruined by you two wretched souls. She suffered immensely, squandered her youth, and in return faced 5 years of despair and imprisonment. As Duanmu Lian's voice echoed, a sharp pain began to throb in Ling Yecheng's head, unfamiliar fragments flooding his mind. Seizing the opportunity, Duanmu Lian locked her arms around his neck, engaging him in a struggle. Despite his martial prowess, her application of divine strength made it relatively easy to subdue him. She forcibly dragged him onto the deck. Let us settle this here. It turned out that the entity inhabiting Duanmu Lian could no longer survive. Once she had accumulated enough narrative value to depart this world, death awaited this body. Therefore, it was better to end matters directly. Duanmu Lian's voice turned cold. Ling Yecheng, have you ever experienced the heart-wrenching pain of losing everything and enduring daily torment? With all her strength, she twisted his wrist violently. A blood-curdling scream resonated through the air. But it was not over. Duanmu Lian stomped on his leg and forcefully yanked back, repeatedly pulling until a sickening crack echoed, and his leg was broken. Having lost a hand and a leg, along with so much more, surely he would be driven mad. This was precisely the outcome she desired. Duanmu Lian had abandoned her previous plan to make the scoundrel yearn for her, for it was too repugnant. She despised scheming with such a wretch. You want to kill me? Ling Yecheng gazed at Duanmu Lian in despair. Duanmu Lian chuckled coldly. You have ruined everything of the original owner, sacrificing an entire youth and time, only to be left with scars and a heart turned to ashes. You must endure the same torment to truly grasp the agony of losing everything. She violently hurled Ling Yecheng onto the deck, rendering him incapacitated. Let him spend the rest of his life relying on a cane. Congratulations, host. Satisfaction achieved, narrative value reached 100. As the system's voice faded, Duanmu Lian felt her soul detach from the body. Ling Yecheng remained behind, writhing in pain, unaware of how long he waited until the police arrived. However, he could not explain the cause of Tang Yanran's death and was ultimately imprisoned. During his incarceration, numerous events transpired outside. His company and family business nearly collapsed. Upon his release, he found himself in dire straits, with both a hand and a leg rendered useless due to neglect in recovery. Once a favored son of heaven, a dragon among men, he had fallen from grace, his existence now worse than death. As for Shanwan, she spent the remainder of her life in madness, confined to a psychiatric hospital. Though not yet 30, she was already gray-haired and wrinkled, subsisting on the poorest of sustenance, forcibly administered various medications, as if trapped in a hellish existence. Having witnessed their fates, their lives were now utterly destroyed. This was indeed poetic justice. Duanmu Lian pondered, what is the next world? The system replied, a life of misguided love. Chapter 31, A Life of Misguided Love. Sheener, this task entrusted to you must be completed at all costs. The chilling, somber voice pierced through the haze of sleep, and Duanmu Ling opened her eyes to behold a strikingly handsome man with dark hair and crimson eyes. Congratulations, host. You have bound yourself to a life of misguided love. Please check the timeline of the original narrative. This tale unfolds in an ancient, fantastical realm. The protagonist, Ning Sheener, was abandoned to the streets in her youth and subsequently rescued by the male lead, Yi Xiqing, for whom she developed an unwavering affection, serving him devotedly. However, her complete surrender and sacrifice resulted in her martial prowess being stripped away and her beauty marred. He utilized her to concoct poison for his beloved, Yu Qianqian, inflicting upon her the most grievous wounds. Ning Sheener, suffering immensely, was met with Yi Xiqing's heartless declaration, Sheener, you are merely a means to an end. After Yu Qianqian's recovery, Yi Xiqing continued to impose servitude upon Ning Sheener, forcing her to attend to them while they reveled in their affection for one another. In truth, Yi Xiqing struggled to relinquish his feelings for Ning Sheener. Although he had developed an affection for her, he dared not acknowledge it. Yu Qianqian seemed to perceive this conflict and targeted Ning Sheener relentlessly. By this time, Ning Sheener was already physically weakened from prior traumas and, due to Yu Qianqian's machinations, found herself imprisoned and subjected to severe torture. Ultimately, her endurance waned, and in her final moments, she coughed up blood, covering her mouth and nose as crimson flowed forth. With a desolate smile, Ningxiner lamented, "Did you ever live a good life?" This lament was directed at herself. With those words, she breathed her last. Another melodramatic and heart-wrenching narrative unfolded. After absorbing the story, Duanmu Lian felt profound sympathy for the original character. Abandoned as a child, Ningxiner had found hope through Yi Siqing, only to be plunged into the depths of despair and suffering. In the original narrative, when Yi Siqing personally extracted Ningxiner's heart's blood, she wept as she endured the pain, grasping his hand and pleading, "Could you not be so cruel to me?" Yet, Yi Siqing merely tightened his grip on her chin, retorting, "Did you not promise that you would give me everything I desired? What does your suffering matter as long as Qianqian is well? Even if you hate me for eternity, I remain indifferent." Host. Swiftly immerse yourself in the original character and commence the narrative. Achieve a satisfaction score of 100 to complete the task. With these obligatory words echoing in her mind, Duanmu Lian assimilated into Ningxiner's being. Gazing upon the almost otherworldly beauty of the man before her, her heart raced, a novel sensation since her transcendence. As she believed herself immune to such effects. Why, then, did her heart flutter? "What troubles you?" Yi Siqing inquired, furrowing his brow. Duanmu Lian quickly sat up, her heart filled with genuine disdain for the man before her. Yi Siqing sensed something amiss. "If you are well, proceed with the task." Recalling that the original character was highly skilled in combat, Duanmu Lian summoned her inner strength and indeed felt a surge of formidable energy. With a graceful leap, she utilized her agility to escape through the window. According to her memories, Yi Siqing intended for her to assassinate King Li, Beinan Feng. It was this mission that had led to Ningxiner's grievous injuries and subsequent loss of martial abilities, as she was unjustly accused of treachery and subjected to brutal torture that marred her appearance. Furthermore, Yu Qianqian exploited the situation by feigning illness and claiming the need for Ningxiner's flesh and blood as a means to concoct a remedy, thus initiating a series of heart-wrenching tribulations. The tragic narrative commenced with tonight's assignment, and Duanmu Lian had already devised a plan in her heart. She would no longer serve Yi Siqing in any capacity. Instead, she intended to seize the opportunity presented by tonight's task to orchestrate a dramatic reversal of fate. Chapter 32, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. Duanmu Lian arrived outside the city, accompanied by a dozen individuals who aided him in completing the task. The formidable Beinan Feng, known as the King of Li, was a master of martial arts. In the original narrative, Ningxiner exerted every ounce of her strength but failed to vanquish him, suffering grave injuries that ultimately sowed the seeds of tragedy. "Shall we commence our operation, young lady?" inquired the leader of the cloaked figures. Duanmu Lian replied coldly. "You proceed first, I shall remain behind to seek an opportune moment." The group was taken aback, for they were accustomed to Ningxiner leading every mission while they merely provided support. Duanmu Lian continued, "This adversary is unlike any other, he is exceptionally strong. It will require some sacrifice on your part. Should you refuse to follow my orders, returning home will also lead to your demise." The threat in his tone was unmistakable. With no other choice, they complied. As night fell, the Li King's residence lay shrouded in silence. At the head of the table, a striking young man clad in black robes swirled the wine in his glass, a playful smirk adorning his lips. "Rest assured, my lord," his attendant said. "We are thoroughly prepared for tonight." Beinan Feng's amber eyes flickered. If that person possesses any intelligence, he would refrain from coming tonight. A dozen shadows flitted across the eaves, positioning themselves to await the perfect moment to strike. Unbeknownst to them, they had already fallen into a meticulously woven trap. Duanmu Lian had sent them a false signal, claiming the moment was ripe, prompting them to rush into the chamber. The outcome was inevitable. They were swiftly eliminated by those lying in ambush. The air was filled with their anguished cries, the room now a scene of despair, as they had no time to utter even a word before becoming victims of the blade. Meanwhile, Duanmu Lian approached the main hall of the Li King's residence with an air of confidence. The guards, upon seeing her, drew their swords. For many recognized her as the foremost assassin lurking beside Yi Siqing, their master's sworn enemy. Thus, they regarded her with trepidation. Duanmu Lian remained composed, unflinching in the face of danger, and performed a slight bow. "Inform the Li King that the dragon slaughter operation is hereby cancelled." Someone wishes to abandon the shadows for the light. The guards exchanged wary glances. Despite their reservations, they proceeded to relay her message. To their surprise, Bei Nanfeng commanded them to allow Duanmu Lian to enter unharmed. The Li King's residence exuded opulence, every corner resplendent with gold and splendor. Bei Nanfeng, the primary rival of the current crown prince, found himself intertwined in a web of animosity with Yi Siken, the prince's closest confidant and steadfast ally. Upon encountering Bei Nanfeng, Duanmu Lian's gaze flickered with recognition. Why did this man feel so familiar? Having traversed numerous worlds, she had encountered her fair share of handsome men, each author crafting their protagonists with exquisite beauty. Thus, Duanmu Lian was nearly immune to their charms. Yet the presence of Bei Nanfeng and the previous Yi Siken stirred an inexplicable sensation within her. Bei Nanfeng scrutinized the woman before him with keen interest. She had long captured his attention. When she had just reported, he could hardly believe his ears. Did she truly imply a betrayal of Yi Siken? Dear lady, what brings you to my humble abode today? Yi Siken inquired tentatively. Duanmu Lian smiled subtly. Your Highness, could you kindly dismiss your attendants? I have pressing matters to discuss with you. The foremost subordinate of the Li King immediately objected. What trickery do you intend this time? Your master has attempted to harm us repeatedly. Do you think we are unaware? Chapter 33, Misguided Love for a Lifetime. 3 Bei Nanfeng restrained his subordinate and instructed in a low voice, you all may leave. However, before he could finish his words, the mere gesture from Bei Nanfeng conveyed all that needed to be understood. The subordinate, resigned, departed, casting a lingering glance at Duanmu Lian. Today, this woman exuded a different aura than during their previous encounters. With everyone gone, could they finally speak? Bei Nanfeng inquired solemnly. Duanmu Lian took a shallow breath, uncertain of her success. The original text featured limited descriptions of Bei Nanfeng's appearances, yet from the scant details, she sensed a burgeoning interest he held for the female lead. I intend to make Yi Siqing suffer immensely. Upon hearing this proclamation, Bei Nanfeng's cup stilled in his hand, and he set it down, adjusting his expression. Miss, that jest is rather unamusing, he remarked, perplexed. Was this woman not infatuated with Yi Siqing? How could she utter such words? Duanmu Lian smiled. Endless devotion without reciprocation can drive one to madness. An expression of disbelief flickered in Bei Nanfeng's eyes. Duanmu Lian observed his countenance intently and recounted her scheme in detail. At dawn, Duanmu Lian returned to Yi Siqing, her body marred with injuries, collapsing to the ground. I am sorry, the mission has failed, she murmured weakly before losing consciousness. When she awakened, her first sight was Yi Siqing, his brow furrowed, his expression far from favorable. Duanmu Lian mustered her strength to sit up. Apologies. There was an ambush from the Li Wang side, all those sent have perished. In truth, she had not harbored much hope for this assassination. Her previous insistence to Ning Shiner on completing the task was merely to inflict greater losses on the Li Wang's faction. This man was indeed ruthless. Duanmu Lian whispered, Master, I suspect there is a traitor among us. The Li Wang seemed prepared for our arrival, which led to our heavy losses. In the original narrative, it was indeed revealed that someone had leaked information, and that individual was Yu Chanqian, who had gone to great lengths to eliminate Ning Shiner. Ning Shiner, burdened with guilt over her failure, had not considered this aspect. Furthermore, Yu Chanqian and others incessantly whispered in Yi Siqing's ear, leading to Yu Chanqian's eventual suspicion of being a spy, resulting in her martial arts being rendered useless and her beauty marred. Yi Siqing's expression shifted. Understood. Rest well. If you require anything, speak to the person at the door. Watching his retreating figure, Duanmu Lian's expression hardened. Ah, Yi Siqing, I shall ensure you experience the bitterness of heartbreak as well. Glancing at her wounds, she noted that, to appear convincing, these injuries were genuine, though they had not compromised her inner well-being. In the days that followed, aside from recuperating, Duanmu Lian busied herself poring over ancient texts, striving to learn about this era. Suddenly, the door swung open. A tall, striking woman entered, accompanied by attending maidservants. Sister Shiner, I heard you were injured, so I have come to visit. This was the first female antagonist from the original tale, Yu Chanqian. After causing the demise of the original protagonist, her fate remained unknown. For the story was told from the protagonist's perspective, leaving events post her death shrouded in mystery. Upon seeing this woman, Duanmu Lian felt a surge of irritation. The previous antagonists had all been wicked white lotuses. She wondered if this one had shown any signs of improvement. Chapter 34, A lifetime of misguided affection. Yu Qianqian commanded her maid to bring forth a box, saying, "Sister, within lies the finest nourishing blood swallow, do partake." Indeed. The box contained a bowl of exquisite blood swallow. Duanmu Lian, with her keen eyes, discerned the subtle hints. She had previously traversed an era where affluent families were familiar with such delicacies, and this particular bowl seemed to possess an unusually deep hue. In the original narrative, it was noted that after Ning Xian'er sustained severe injuries, Yu Qianqian frequently sent her nourishing supplements. Could this be linked to the subsequent complete loss of martial prowess? Duanmu Lian smiled, but her gaze caught sight of another maid of Yu Qianqian who appeared to be glancing around furtively. In an instant, Duanmu Lian comprehended the underlying intentions. This was likely a prelude to future treachery. She rose immediately, and upon meeting her piercing stare, the maid instinctively took a few steps back. Yet was ultimately seized by Duanmu Lian, who delivered a resounding slap. "Why are you not attending to your mistress, but sneaking around here?" The maid, struck, looked increasingly alarmed. Yu Qianqian's expression soured immediately. "Sister, what do you mean by this? My maid, even if you disapprove, does not warrant your violence." Duanmu Lian turned with a cold smile. "I would appreciate it if you refrained from addressing me as sister. I have neither father nor mother. So how could I have a sister?" Yu Qianqian's countenance darkened further. The term sister was merely a form of address, devoid of any blood relation. And this woman dared to utter such words? Clearly, she held her in disdain. Duanmu Lian clenched her fingers. "If Miss Yu has no further business, please take your leave. And do not forget to take your extravagant gifts with you. I am unaccustomed to such lavish supplements." Yu Qianqian froze momentarily, evidently taken aback by the unexpected demeanor she encountered, completely unaware that the individual before her had undergone a profound transformation. Duanmu Lian spoke coldly. "If you do not remove them, I shall not keep such items here." Yu Qianqian felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. "Ah, sister, how can you? I have told you not to call me sister." Duanmu Lian retorted, sweeping her hand to shatter all the supplements on the table into fragments. Yu Qianqian gasped in shock, nearly leaping from her spot. As she beheld the person before her, an unfamiliar sensation washed over her. What had happened to this insolent woman? Previously, she had always been obsequious, yet now, however, a wise person refrains from rash actions until the situation is fully understood, particularly since her maid had already been struck, and the items had not been successfully delivered. She needed to contemplate her next steps carefully. Duanmu Lian coldly observed Yu Qianqian's departure, hoping that the forthcoming actions would open her eyes, and that she would cease her pretense of being a fragile white lotus. She was growing nauseated by it. Yi Xiqing sat regally at the head of the table when a commotion suddenly arose. Yu Qianqian, with reddened eyes, rushed to him, exclaiming in tears, "Brother Xiqing! Something is amiss with Xian'er." She directed her ire towards me. I attempted to visit her, and she shattered all the nourishing gifts I had brought, warning me inexplicably. Yi Xiqing paused his writing, regarding her gently. "Do not fret, she has just returned from a mission, severely injured, and may be in a foul mood. Please be understanding and refrain from seeking her out for a while." Yu Qianqian pouted. "I am not aggrieved. I am primarily concerned about Xian'er. Fearing her injuries might be too grave. I merely wished to accompany her, yet my maid was merely moving about, and her countenance shifted, leading to her striking my maid, seemingly to conceal something." Chapter 35, A lifetime of misguided love. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Xiqing furrowed his brow. This man was inherently suspicious. It seemed that Yu Qianqian had not relinquished her intentions to harm her. Duanmu Lian observed the scene in the mirror, a cold smile gracing her lips. Just moments ago, the system had informed her that due to her commendable completion of previous tasks, yielding significant benefits, she had been rewarded with a divine artifact, this copper mirror. It enabled her to glimpse what she desired, to probe into the secrets of her adversaries, and to gather intelligence on the enemy. "Since you, Yu Qianqian, revel in framing others, I shall allow you to experience this taste of your own medicine. Everything the original owner endured shall be repaid in kind." Duanmu Lian arrived at the threshold of Yi Xiqing's chamber, addressing the guard stationed at the door. "Please inform the master that I seek an audience." Fortunately, at this moment, Ning Xiner still held considerable sway, and the guard duly relayed her message. Upon returning, he reported, "The master has requested you to enter. He has matters he wishes to discuss with you." It was undoubtedly related to Yu Chanxian, Duanmu Lian thought with a smirk, as she stepped through the door. Her gaze falling upon the exceptionally handsome man who was engrossed in writing. Duanmu Lian suddenly spoke, "Master, Shiner has something to report. Earlier, Miss Yu visited my room under the pretense of delivering an item, but I discerned that it contained a potion." At her words, Yi Sikhen's pen paused. And he raised his calm, inscrutable gaze to meet Duanmu Lian's. "Do you have any evidence to support your accusation?" Evidence? A jest indeed. As the item had been shattered by her. However, having traversed numerous worlds, Duanmu Lian was well prepared. She replied with a smile, "I expressed my suspicions. Yet Miss Yu promptly destroyed the items herself and unleashed her ire upon me." Yi Sikhen frowned. How could their accounts be so utterly divergent? Sensing his doubt, Duanmu Lian continued, "Moreover, Miss Yu had her maid sneak around in my room. I cannot fathom why they would be interested in my belongings, which are hardly valuable. Thus, I felt compelled to bring this to your attention." After a moment of silence, Yi Sikhen replied, "I shall take note of this matter. You may return for now." "Understood." Duanmu Lian acknowledged as she withdrew, fully aware that her words were intended to sow seeds of suspicion in Yi Sikhen's mind. The former Ning Shiner had been too easily deceived, becoming a target for schemers. People tend to exploit those who are gullible, calculating against those who oppose them. Regardless of the changes in dynasties and societies, this aspect of human nature remains steadfast. Such is the essence of humanity. As she traversed the ancient corridors, an air of antiquity surrounded her. A black raven swooped down, a harbinger of death. Duanmu Lian raised her hand, and the raven alighted upon it. Retrieving the note affixed to its leg, she read it before promptly destroying it. From her sleeve, she procured a new note, placing it in its stead, and released the raven. A chill flickered in Duanmu Lian's eyes. Ning Shiner had never betrayed Yi Sikhen, yet she bore the brunt of an unjust accusation, leading to her tragic fate. Therefore, she would bear this tarnished name on Ning Shiner's behalf. At the Liwang Manor, in the opulent inner hall, Bei Nanfeng held the note with a faint smile playing on his lips. A nearby attendant inquired, "My lord, is the information regarding that woman reliable? If she feigns allegiance to us, our men may face dire consequences." Bei Nanfeng rubbed the note between his palms, stating, "I place my trust in her. For I have seen a profound resentment in her eyes. Perhaps Yi Sikhen has indeed been excessively cruel to her." At this moment, a flicker of tenderness crossed his gaze. Chapter 36, A Life of Misguided Love. Shi Siqing had a shipment specifically designated for the Crown Prince, primarily consisting of weaponry and provisions, essentials for military campaigns. Yet, in the absence of warfare, the purpose of preparing such supplies was questionable. The Crown Prince, perpetually anxious about his precarious position, feared that should the Emperor contemplate his deposition, he would swiftly incite rebellion. Hence, he entrusted these preparations to Yi Siqing. The route chosen for transport was a secluded path, rarely traversed by others for 10 days to half a month. The escort proceeded cautiously, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Just as they anticipated a smooth passage, a fierce gust of wind swept through, laden with sand that obscured their vision. Suddenly, dozens of cloaked figures emerged from the thicket, each adept in combat, brandishing blades with lethal intent. Amidst the cries of agony, the escort fell one by one. With a thunderous crash, Yi Siqing shattered everything upon the table, and he forcefully toppled the bookshelf. Who is responsible? His cold demeanor instilled terror, prompting all present to kneel in fear. "Master, we truly do not know. This operation was conducted in utmost secrecy. Aside from the inner circle, it is inconceivable that any information could have been leaked." Yi Siqing clenched his fists. "Investigate thoroughly. All individuals connected to this matter must be imprisoned." His blood-red gaze was chilling. A storm of bloodshed was on the horizon. Over 100 related personnel were confined, subjected to horrific torture. Some, unable to endure, resorted to self-inflicted death by biting their tongues, while others capitulated under duress. Such methods of interrogation, even if they yielded information, were hardly reliable. Listening to the wails emanating from the prison, Duanmu Ling reflected on the many innocent lives sacrificed. Yet, what could be done? Having traversed numerous realms, she understood the immutable truth of survival of the fittest. The weak were destined to become the victims of conflict. Upon exiting, the sky was a brilliant blue. Oh. Is that not Miss Ning? Yu Qianqian approached Duanmu Lian with graceful strides. Duanmu Lian turned her head away, offering her no more than a glance, intending to circumvent her. However, Yu Qianqian unexpectedly lunged forward. Duanmu Lian swiftly subdued her with a deft maneuver. Miss Yu, what are you attempting to do? Yu Qianqian cried, release me at once. I have done nothing to you. Is that so? Duanmu Lian tightened her grip on Yu Qianqian's shoulder, eliciting a pained scream. Miss Ning. You cannot treat our young lady this way. Protested the maid accompanying Yu Qianqian, attempting to intervene. Duanmu Lian preemptively released Yu Qianqian, delivering a sharp slap to the maid. Watch over your mistress, after all, failing to protect one's master is also a form of defeat. You vile creature. I shall inform Brother Siqing. And he shall deal with you. Yu Qianqian glared furiously. Duanmu Lian chuckled coldly. Recently, with supplies being plundered, Yi Siqing must be in quite a state of distress. If you approach him now, you may only exacerbate his woes, yes? Upon hearing this, Yu Qianqian's expression shifted. Indeed. Yi Siqing had been in a foul mood these past few days, complaining to him at this juncture would likely provoke his disdain. You shall pay for this. Wait and see. She spat venomously before departing with her maid. After all, Ning Xiner was formidable, and they, as mere frail women, dared not confront her lightly. Chapter 37, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. 7 Duanmu Lian gazed at the departing figure, a cold smirk curling upon her lips. Initially, she had not intended to act so swiftly, yet fate had conspired to present her with this opportunity. Moments ago, she had deftly slipped a forged letter into the collar of Yu Qianqian's garment, executing the act with such speed that none had perceived it. Concealed in that manner, it was unlikely to be discovered, even during a change of attire. She hoped that Bei Nanfeng would not disappoint her, if all went as anticipated. The revelation would come within the next few days. As night fell, Duanmu Lian had just loosened her hair, preparing for rest. When the door to her chamber was thrust open with force, a middle-aged woman, reminiscent of a governess, strode in. After bowing to Duanmu Lian, she addressed her, Miss. I hope you are well. The master requests your presence in the front hall. The matter is of great significance, and we ask for your cooperation. Could it be that they arrived so soon? It appeared she had underestimated Yi Siqing's capabilities. Upon entering the front hall, she beheld a multitude of individuals kneeling on the floor. Yi Siqing's demeanor was frigid, his gaze flickering towards Duanmu Lian as he inquired, Tell me. How did you return from the Li Wang residence? Why did so many perish, yet you alone remained unscathed? In the original narrative, it was precisely this query that incited Yi Siqing's suspicion towards Ning Xiner. Coupled with Yu Qianqian's treachery, it had ultimately cemented the protagonist's guilt. Duanmu Lian offered a faint smile. Though the confrontation had come sooner than expected, she had prepared herself. If you suspect me, my life belongs to you, master. Take it if you wish. You are well aware of my abilities. It is not surprising that I managed to escape severely injured, all due to my concern for you. At this, the corners of her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, revealing a depth of feeling. Yi Siqing's brow furrowed slightly. Duanmu Lian continued, Master. I previously informed you of my suspicions regarding an infiltrator, otherwise, our meticulously crafted plan could not have suffered such devastating losses. Yi Siqing pressed his fingers against his forehead. Issuing a command, search every corner of the estate, leave no stone unturned. Anyone who dares defy the search order shall face immediate execution. The abruptness of the search caught the unknowing by surprise, leaving them utterly unprepared. Upon reaching Yu Qianqian's chamber, her displeasure was palpable. She was well aware of the treasures she had amassed, and the intrusion was unwelcome. However, she was taken aback when the searchers brandished a blade at her throat. By decree of the master, failure to comply will result in execution, irrespective of who you are. A cold sweat broke upon Yu Qianqian as she resigned herself to the search. The searchers were thorough, examining walls, wardrobes, and garments, leaving no detail unexamined. Suddenly, one individual noticed the garments Yu Qianqian had recently discarded. As he searched through them, a slip of paper fell to the ground. Upon retrieving it and reading its contents, his brows furrowed, and he commanded, Take her away. Yu Qianqian was roughly restrained by two soldiers. She had never endured such treatment. You cannot treat me this way. Do you not recognize my standing here? Release me at once. Indeed, her elevated status was well known, and she often wielded it to impose her will, earning the disdain of many. Yet, those who served Yi Siken were not to be trifled with. They obeyed his orders without question, by the master's command. Any act of defiance shall be met with immediate execution. Yu Chantian was forcibly escorted away, accompanied by a personal maid. Chapter 38, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. 8. Standing in the front hall, Duanmu Lian observed the commotion and shadows in the distance, an involuntary smile gracing her lips. Yu Chantian, do savor the grand gift I have prepared for you. A subordinate engaged in the search hastily handed a note to Yi Siken. Upon reading it, his already frigid demeanor turned even more menacing. Meanwhile, Yu Chantian was below, oblivious to the danger, shouting, "Brother Siken, why are you letting them capture me? Have I done something wrong?" Duanmu Lian nearly laughed. In the recent tales she had encountered, the antagonistic female characters were invariably brainless. She pondered whether the authors of these novels had yet to graduate from elementary school. However, the foolishness of the supporting female characters paled in comparison to the main protagonists, revealing the author's lack of intellect. Yi Siken summoned his inner strength, abruptly drawing Yu Chantian towards him, gripping her chin forcefully as he unfolded the note before her. "So it was you who betrayed me?" Upon seeing the note, Yu Chantian's face fell in horror. "Why is this in my clothing?" she cried out. "No, it wasn't me. I don't know how this came to be." "Then how did it end up on you?" Yi Sichen's voice was icy. Yu Chantian shook her head desperately. "It truly wasn't me. You must believe me. If it were mine, I would never carry such a thing. I would have burned it after reading." This point held some truth. No undercover agent would be foolish enough to conceal past correspondence on their person. Regardless of the significance of the information, it would be memorized and subsequently destroyed. Yet, how deep was Yi Sichen's suspicion? The mere discovery of this note on Yu Chantian implicated her irretrievably. His gaze was as frigid as a 12-layered blanket of ice. After a moment, he spoke, "At this juncture, you have no evidence to prove that this is not yours. For the sake of investigation, you shall be temporarily wronged." Yu Chantian felt a wave of dread wash over her, trembling uncontrollably. "Take her to the dungeons. No one is to see or contact her without my permission, and all outside information must be sealed." "Yes." 2 guards promptly approached to drag Yu Chantian away. Yu Chantian struggled fiercely. "No, you can't do this to me. I am innocent, help." Yet, despite her frantic resistance, she was pulled away, her cries fading into the distance. Duanmu Lian smirked inwardly. A captivating spectacle was soon to unfold. Yi Sichen's piercing gaze then turned to her. "Although I cannot currently link this matter to you, you are still confined to the estate. The forthcoming tasks will be assigned to others until I unearth the mastermind behind this." This statement was tantamount to house arrest. Yet it was far more favorable than Yu Chantian's fate. She would merely be prevented from leaving the estate. A stark contrast to the grim and suffocating conditions of the dungeons. "Yu Chantian, relish your time in the dungeons. Remember, you have caused the original owner to suffer immensely. And this is but a mere interest." Upon returning to her room, Duanmu Lian noticed that, although no guards were stationed at her door, several figures loomed on the rooftop, likely there to surveil her. In the days to come, any sign of unusual behavior from her would likely arouse suspicion. At that moment, the system's cold voice echoed, "Congratulations. Host, your merit value has reached 5. Having been here for nearly a month, a mere 5 increase was slow compared to previous narratives. Unbeknownst to Duanmu Lian, she was destined to entangle herself in a complex web of relationships within this tale. Chapter 39, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. 9. Duanmu Lian took a sip of tea and communicated with the system through thought. "Do you possess any tools that could assist me in evading their surveillance?" The system replied, "Indeed, based on the tasks you have previously completed. The requirement points are sufficient to provide you with a cloaking umbrella." As the words fell, an umbrella appeared above Duanmu Lian, concealing all her actions. At that moment, from the perspective of several individuals on the rooftop, it appeared as though she was merely enjoying her tea. "Is this sufficient?" Duanmu Lian inquired. The system assured her. "You must trust me, I would never lead you astray." Duanmu Lian felt a wave of annoyance. At the Li Royal Manor, a scout reported. There has been a change in the situation regarding the prince. Yu Chanqian has been suspected by Yi Xiqing and imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, while Ning Shiner has also been placed under temporary house arrest. Is she unharmed? Bei Nanfeng asked, alarmed. The subordinate hesitated briefly before responding. Aside from being restricted from leaving the manor, she has not suffered any harm. We should refrain from sending her messages for now. As long as no incriminating evidence is found, she should remain safe. Bei Nanfeng fell into contemplation. Based on the information previously supplied by Duanmu Lian, along with the goods he had seized, his resources had significantly increased, successfully altering the trajectory of the original plot. Meanwhile, after utilizing the tool to escape surveillance, Duanmu Lian commenced her next course of action. To those watching her, she appeared entirely unperturbed, allowing her to pursue her desires without restraint. Duanmu Lian began by placing various items into a small pouch, along with some soul-soothing medicine. In this ancient setting, her profession was that of an assassin and killer, closely affiliated with Yi Xiqing, making such items readily obtainable. She employed her lightness skill to leave the premises, fully aware of the unfolding narrative, positioning herself as the master of the entire story. Silently, she arrived at the Li Royal Manor. Standing on the eaves, it was now deep into the night, with many having succumbed to slumber, while a few guards remained on duty, due to the lack of prior notice regarding any visitors to the Li Royal Manor. The atmosphere remained as usual, alleviating much of the trouble for Duanmu Lian. Bei Nanfeng, the news I bring you may aid in your resurgence. I hope you will strive for your own sake. In the original tale, Bei Nanfeng was defeated by the Crown Prince and Yi Xiqing, ultimately meeting a fate of imprisonment. However, in the story's concluding stages, he seemed to have been rescued by a trusted confidant, revealing that he harbored a hidden force, allowing for a potential resurgence. Yet, the original story concluded upon the female lead's demise, leaving Bei Nanfeng's ultimate fate uncertain. Nonetheless, it seemed he was indeed a formidable ally. Duanmu Lian leaped into the inner hall, intending to enter discreetly, but unexpectedly, the light suddenly illuminated the room. Is Miss Ning not under house arrest? How is it that you have the leisure to visit my Li Royal Manor at such a late hour? A disdainful voice remarked. Following the sound, Duanmu Lian saw Bei Nanfeng seated in an ornate chair, a bemused expression on his face as he regarded her. Unfazed, she responded serenely. I have come specifically to deliver news to your highness. In a short while, there will be an extraordinary opportunity. Bei Nanfeng rose from his seat. What extraordinary opportunity? Pray, enlighten me. Duanmu Lian walked in circles around the room. If His Highness deems this news valuable, would you be willing to grant me 3 requests? Chapter 40, A Life of Misguided Love. Are you negotiating terms with me? Bei Nanfeng playfully inquired, his interest in the woman before him growing by the moment. Duanmu Lian replied nonchalantly, I am aware of your reputation for integrity, your highness. I must inform you that in due time, during the Empress's peony banquet, an assassination attempt will be made, orchestrated by none other than the Crown Prince. They will frame you for this incident, and you can surely deduce the dire consequences should they succeed in their deception. Upon hearing this, Bei Nanfeng's expression shifted dramatically. He seized Duanmu Lian's arm and pressed her against the wall. How do you know this? Such significant news. Would Yi Xiqing consult you on this matter? The suspicion and intensity in his gaze were palpable, instilling fear in those who met his eyes. Regardless of how much trust Yi Xiqing placed in her, he would never divulge such critical information. Furthermore, it appeared they had yet to conspire about this, implying that Duanmu Lian had forewarned Bei Nanfeng. With a calm demeanor, Duanmu Lian extricated herself from his grasp. He did not consult me, I overheard it. I happened to be delivering something to him when I caught his conversation with the Crown Prince's envoy outside the door. Bei Nanfeng's expression grew complex. Could this woman genuinely harbor such disdain for Yi Xiqing? The audacity to share such intelligence with him suggested she believed he would prepare in advance. No meticulous plan could outmatch the advantage of prior warning. Understanding his thoughts, Duanmu Lian smiled. I wonder, Your Highness, is this information worth the 3 requests I have? Bei Nanfeng relaxed his brow. Speak freely. Yet, Duanmu Lian feigned mystery. The first condition is that you must not harm me, regardless of what transpires in the future. I promise you, he declared, his voice resolute. Having secured his commitment, she was certain he would uphold his word. For the author has depicted him as a man of great integrity, one who has never betrayed a promise in the original narrative. And the remaining 2 conditions? Bei Nanfeng pressed. Duanmu Lian hopped in place. Well, I need time to contemplate them. I shall inform you when I have decided. This is merely to prevent future complications. Bei Nanfeng sighed. According to my spies, you are reported to be under house arrest at Yi Siqing's residence. How is it that you are able to emerge now? Did you escape? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Duanmu Lian replied, rest assured, I took every precaution, my identity will remain concealed. Bei Nanfeng remarked. I assumed you came to me in the dead of night, bearing such news, to seek refuge. I cannot return. Duanmu Lian waved her hand dismissively. No. I must return. I have unfinished business there and have yet to deal with certain individuals. I will not be coming over for the time being. What do you mean by that? Bei Nanfeng asked, puzzled. Duanmu Lian instinctively flinched, suddenly remembering they were in ancient times, where they would not comprehend English. It is a phrase from my hometown, meaning no. Bei Nanfeng raised his chin slightly. Then be cautious upon your return, Yi Siqing is a perilous individual. Duanmu Lian chuckled lightly. Your Highness, you need not worry about me, instead, focus on how to counter their hidden threats. With that, she employed her lightness skill and departed from the rooftop. This time, she savored the exhilarating sensation of being a skilled heroine. As Bei Nanfeng watched Duanmu Lian's retreating figure, the complexity in his gaze remained inscrutable. He spoke in a low voice, prepare for me, I shall enter the palace tomorrow to meet with my father. Chapter 41, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. 11. When Duanmu Lian returned to Yi Siqing, dawn was approaching. She arrived at the dungeon where the prisoners were held. Filled with the sounds of anguished screams and desperate cries, revealing the torment endured by those below. Was Yu Qianqian also inside? Duanmu Lian utilized her lightness skill to evade the guards, stealthily slipping in. Her swift movements rendered her nearly invisible. During her passage, she witnessed numerous individuals enduring brutal tortures. The very scenes she had only encountered in dramas, novels, or lectures now unfolding before her eyes. She hastened deeper into the dungeon, and indeed, she soon spotted a familiar figure. Yu Qianqian, having been imprisoned for barely half a night, appeared utterly haggard, the result of psychological strain. She clawed at the prison door, crying out in a sleepless frenzy, proclaiming her innocence and pleading against the injustice, but who would listen? All present were merely executing their master's orders. Stop calling out. No one will hear you. Yi Siqing had commanded her confinement in the deepest recesses, where no guard was necessary. The moment Yu Qianqian stepped beyond that door, she would be struck by a tranquilizer. There was no escape for her. Yu Qianqian slowly lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. You. How did you come here? Duanmu Lian grasped her chin. Why shouldn't I come? Yi Siqing claims you have framed me and has entrusted your fate to me. No, that's impossible. He would never do that to me. Yu Qianqian shook her head in disbelief. In the next instant, Duanmu Lian shoved her against the wall, causing her head to spin. How can it be impossible, Miss Yu? You have your comeuppance now. Duanmu Lian harshly gripped her hair. Would you like to experience the taste of being beaten? Fists and feet rained down upon Yu Qianqian, striking her mercilessly. She begged for mercy, her face bruised and battered. Help. Please spare me. I want to do it again, I know I was wrong. I beg you, let me go. Don't hit me anymore. Ah, indeed, such a fragile lady, reared in luxury, cannot withstand even this. Duanmu Lian scoffed. Now, tell me where you went wrong. I expect nothing but the truth, any deceit will only double your pain. With that, Duanmu Lian viciously stomped on Yu Qianqian's hand, eliciting a scream of agony. Yu Qianqian choked out each word. I should not have attempted to frame you, my cleverness backfired. And? Duanmu Lian pressed, increasing the pressure on her hand. Yu Qianqian cried out, I should not have spoken ill of you in front of Yi Siqing. I did so only a few times, there's nothing more. I'm sorry for what I did, please spare me. If not for her interference altering the fate and narrative of the original owner, Yu Qianqian's transgressions would far exceed this by 100-fold. Duanmu Lian fixed her gaze upon Yu Qianqian's eyes, gradually lulling her into a slumber, making her believe that all that had transpired was merely a dream. Initially, she intended to teach Yu Qianqian a harsh lesson, to the point of leaving her bloodied and broken, but upon reflection, it might be more prudent to hand her wretched life over to Yi Si-ken for judgment. After all, that man's methods of cruelty were as severe as her own, and furthermore, had she not always loved him dearly? Let her endure the heart-wrenching agony at the hands of the man she cherished, experiencing firsthand the suffering that the original owner had endured. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. The narrative satisfaction has reached 7. Only a 2 increase? It seemed this story progressed at a considerably slower pace than others. Chapter 42, A Lifelong Misunderstanding. 12 days had swiftly passed. Yi Si-ken remained secluded within his chamber, appearing deeply troubled. The crown prince was equally anxious. For a significant cache of resources had been seized, compounded by a series of unforeseen events that would leave anyone in disarray. Duanmu Lian knocked gently on his door. Upon seeing her, Yi Si-ken furrowed his brow. Why have you come? Did I not instruct you to remain safely within the estate? Duanmu Lian offered a light laugh as she approached. My lord, your perpetual frown brings me considerable heartache. She brushed her sleeve against the tip of his nose. And a delicate fragrance wafted into Yi Si-chen's being, momentarily lightening his mood. This woman had never before brought such solace to him. Duanmu Lian placed her hands upon his shoulders, employing a technique she had learned to induce relaxation. Men, after all, are often drawn to that which is alluring yet unattainable. For the first time, Yi Si-ken experienced such attentiveness. Despite his high status, he had always maintained a vigilant distance from others. You know, Duanmu Lian began softly. From the moment you rescued me as a child, my heart has been wholly devoted to you, yet I have received no reciprocation. I have felt sorrow and defeat. And I am acutely aware that a future between us is unattainable. Thus, I have resolved to let go. Yi Si-ken abruptly drew her closer. What did you say? Duanmu Lian met his gaze, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. I understand that in your heart, there is no true place for another. Yi Si-ken caressed her hair, marveling at her audacity. It is the first time someone has dared to speak such words to me. How have you changed so? Duanmu Lian smiled gently. What do you perceive as different? Over time, hearts do grow cold. So, does this mean your heart has cooled, and you no longer wish to remain loyal to me? Are you not afraid I might end your life? Yi Si-chen's tone turned icy. Yet, Duanmu Lian exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, she smiled softly, her beauty rendering him breathless. You granted me my life. If you choose to take it, what does it matter? I shall remain loyal to you. But love will no longer be part of our bond. From now on, we shall only be master and servant. Yi Si-ken felt an unfamiliar sense of defeat. A pang of loss stirring within him, an emotion he had never encountered. He had always been exalted, surrounded only by those fiercely loyal or sycophantic in their adoration. Duanmu Lian gradually rose, contemplating a sharp retort, yet realizing she lacked the leverage to do so. Should she fail to garner enough narrative merit after previously causing the male lead's demise, it would all be in vain, a futile endeavor. In truth, she had longed to express, you unworthy scoundrel, you do not deserve my love. In the days that followed, Duanmu Lian employed various enchanting techniques acquired from different realms. She adorned herself in exquisite attire, flying kites in the garden to entice butterflies to dance around her. Under the moonlight, she played melodious tunes on her lute, performing solitary dances upon a grand stage, all meticulously orchestrated for Yi Si-chen's secret observation. One afternoon, while peeling an orange in a secluded pavilion, a sudden chill swept through the air. Yi Si-ken appeared, bearing a brocade box containing a meticulously crafted necklace of immense value. Duanmu Lian glanced at him unimpressed. Why? My lord, do you present me with such a gift? Yi Si-chen's face flushed with an unnatural hue. Do you not like it? Chapter 43, A Lifetime of Misplaced Affection. Duanmu Lian placed the peeled orange segments into a dish, stating, It is not that I dislike it, rather, it comes as a surprise. These trivial possessions hold no significance, and only a woman enamored with vanity would appreciate them. Yet, despite her words, a yearning surged within her. The necklace in question was exquisitely beautiful, and perhaps if she were to take it to another realm, it could fetch a handsome price or serve some purpose. Yi Si-chen set the necklace upon the table and sighed. I had someone inquire about this matter, and they revealed that women are generally fond of jewelry, adornments, and esteemed status. Duanmu Lian frowned, realizing that such a statement likely stemmed from a pragmatic individual. He couldn't have inquired at a brothel, could he? Throughout history, few have remained indifferent to such things, but in comparison, I place greater value on a heart that is wholly devoted. Lazily resting her chin on her hand, Duanmu Lian spoke, her demeanor utterly captivating. Just as Yi Xiqing reached out to touch her hair, she abruptly stood. At that moment, several individuals rushed in, exclaiming, "Master! It's dire. Miss Yu Qianqian is screaming in the dungeon, threatening to take her own life if you do not release her. She claims she is wronged." Yi Xiqing flicked his sleeve and turned away. "The matter has yet to be clarified. How could I release her?" Duanmu Lian approached, observing the troubled expressions of the newcomers. Likely wearied by the commotion. "Miss Yu, being delicate and precious, surely cannot endure such a place. Perhaps an alternative confinement method could be considered, such as keeping her in a room without allowing her to leave." Yi Xiqing turned to her. "She has spoken ill of you more than once in my presence. How can you now plead on her behalf?" Duanmu Lian gently caressed her hair, "One matter at a time. Miss Yu's background is not trivial. I am merely considering the master's interests, thus my suggestion. As for everything else, we can defer that discussion." In this manner, Duanmu Lian not only elevated her status in Yi Xiqing's eyes but also alleviated any doubts he harbored. When Yu Qianqian was drawn from the dungeon, her expression was one of utter exhaustion, her hair even showing hints of white, a stark contrast to her previously haughty demeanor. After enduring such torment, Yu Qianqian's infatuation with Yi Xiqing waned while her disappointment grew, along with an intensified resentment toward Duanmu Lian. Especially upon learning that it was Duanmu Lian who had interceded on her behalf, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Vowing revenge, she remained oblivious to how such thoughts would hasten her descent into despair. Duanmu Lian arrived at Yu Qianqian's chamber bearing medicine. "Miss Yu, I have come to bring you your medication." Yu Qianqian immediately shot her a glare filled with animosity. "Get out. Do you not despise me? What are you doing here pretending to be concerned?" Duanmu Lian chuckled softly. In the original tale, Yu Qianqian had often taken pleasure in tormenting the female lead after defeating her. Now, with their roles reversed, it would be a shame not to provoke her a little. "You misunderstand, this is not out of goodwill. Rather, I find you to be quite pitiable," she said, producing the necklace gifted to her by Yi Xiqing, caressing its exquisite gems. "This was a special gift from the master. I heard he went to great lengths to acquire it, investing much effort." Yu Qianqian's eyes widened. Bloodshot and fierce, her hands clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh. "You vile creature, taking advantage of my absence to climb into his favor, is that it?" Chapter 44, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. Duanmu Lian held a bowl of medicine before Yu Qianqian. The concoction was not only ineffective but also possessed an exceedingly unpleasant taste. Yu Qianqian promptly retched and subsequently knocked the bowl away. "Oh dear. I burned myself. Quickly, fetch me a handkerchief," she commanded the maid beside her. As the maid turned her head, Yu Qianqian bowed down to vomit. In a mere 2 seconds, Duanmu Lian employed her lightness skill to retrieve a valuable piece of jewelry from the vanity. Such swiftness was beyond the original character's ability, a testament to the system's assistance. Concealing the ornament hastily, she accepted the handkerchief from the maid and declared, "Since the young lady refuses our goodwill, we shall take our leave." As they departed, she cast a deliberately provocative glance at Yu Qianqian enraged. Yu Qianqian gritted her teeth, bracing herself as she smashed everything in the room to pieces. Duanmu Lian feigned to cover the area where she had been burned. Knight Schn happened to witness this and, noticing Duanmu Lian's slight concealment, immediately called out to her, "What's wrong? Why are you covering your hand?" The maid quickly bowed, stating, "It is Miss Yu who intentionally splashed the medicine on the young lady and just now berated our mistress." Duanmu Lian stifled a laugh. This girl truly was a fortuitous ally, deserving of a substantial reward upon her return. Knight Schn frowned, pulling Duanmu Lian's gaze to meet his. A flicker of concern evident in his eyes. "I have some excellent healing ointment, I shall send someone with it shortly. Remember to apply it twice daily, morning and night." The fragrant pouch at Duanmu Lian's waist exuded its alluring scent once more. She bowed gracefully. "Thank you, my lord. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Yet, just as she stepped forward, her hand was seized. Knight Schn hesitated for a moment before stating, "In 10 days. The Empress's peony banquet will take place, and I would like you to accompany me. In the original narrative, it was Yu Qin who attended the banquet with Knight Schn, leading the Emperor and Empress to decree their marriage due to their evident affection. Duanmu Lian frowned. My lord, would it not be considered inappropriate for you to bring me along? Knight Schn relaxed his brow. Would I be concerned with the gossip of others at my position? Indeed, Knight Schn had previously exhibited a remarkable audacity, indicating a robust fortitude against public scrutiny. Thus, it was better to comply than to resist. Duanmu Lian smiled as she withdrew her hand. Her graceful silhouette as she departed captivated Knight Schn, quickening his heart unbeknownst to him. Night fell, and an unusual sound emanated from the roof. Duanmu Lian utilized her lightness skill, and indeed, a piece of debris fell from above, landing on the table with a thud. The maid outside immediately inquired, Miss, is something amiss? Duanmu Lian replied calmly, No. I accidentally knocked over a teacup. She picked up the fallen object, which bore the inscription, Remember, do not attend the peony banquet. Recognizing the markings as belonging to the Li Wangfu, Duanmu Lian realized that BNNFing already had a strategy in place. They aimed to prevent her from attending, likely anticipating that the peony banquet would unleash chaos. She was intrigued to witness how the two sides would clash. She secretly hoped BNNFing would seize this opportunity to counterattack and bring down the crown prince. Should the crown prince fall, Knight Schn would lose his greatest ally and support, making it all the easier to dismantle his schemes. He had stripped the heroine of everything, now Duanmu Lian sought to make him experience the same bitter taste. Chapter 45, A lifetime of misguided love. Time flies swiftly. Tomorrow marks the Grand Peony Festival. A dozen maidservants, each bearing a splendid set of garments, approached Duanmu Lian. My lady, please select an attire for the upcoming Peony Festival. Duanmu Lian's gaze swept across the offerings, ultimately settling on a flowing, wide-sleeved gown. This one, please. Once the selection was made, the maidservants presented a tray adorned with exquisite jewelry. These accessories complement the wide-sleeved gown. Do they meet your satisfaction? If not, we can certainly find alternatives. Each ornament was a treasure of immense value. Duanmu Lian picked up a golden hairpin, weighing several taels, and noted the tray held at least a dozen pieces. Adorned with them all, she feared she might feel as though she had sprouted an extra head. Should any unusual occurrences arise during the Peony Festival, such ostentation could prove cumbersome. At that moment, Yi Siken entered. What troubles you? Do you not fancy these items? Duanmu Lian replied with a smile. It's not that I dislike them, it's just that I have never adorned myself in such finery before, and it feels somewhat constraining. Yi Siken approached, gently placing the golden hairpin into her hair. It's merely for a day, endure it, and it will soon pass. Tomorrow, I have an unexpected surprise in store for you. A surprise? Hopefully, it is not a fright. On the following morning, with the assistance of her maidservants, Duanmu Lian prepared herself, experiencing the ancient art of applying rouge for the first time. The difference from modern foundation was striking. The maidservants, seasoned palace maids, possessed top-notch skills in makeup and hairstyling. Before long, Duanmu Lian gazed into the mirror and scarcely recognized herself. The original visage was already lovely, but the meticulous adornment enhanced her beauty further. Even the old palace maid could not help but exclaim, My lady is truly beautiful. Her appearance rivaling that of the imperial consorts. Duanmu Lian met the old maid's gaze. Is that so? Do you think if the emperor were to see me, I might be chosen as one of his consorts? The old maid's expression shifted instantly. My lady, such words should not be spoken lightly. Lord Yi is quite taken with you. He even instructed me yesterday to ensure you were well prepared. You must not disappoint him. Huh? Does a man as cold-hearted as Yi Siken truly require anyone to disappoint him? Duanmu Lian replied, I was merely jesting. With that, she rose. Truly a vision of grace and beauty, gliding into the hall where all eyes were drawn to her. They could hardly fathom that the usual assassin, when adorned, could appear so captivating. In truth, her natural countenance was quite appealing. A bare face usually pales in comparison to one meticulously adorned. Yi Siken, holding his teacup, was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Duanmu Lian. He had not anticipated such striking beauty in her transformation. The time has come, we must depart, Yi Siken said, taking her hand. As they entered the carriage, lifting the curtain revealed a bustling scene of life, with vehicles and people flowing like a river. Duanmu Lian feigned a hint of nervousness, yet within, she remained as tranquil as a still pond, eagerly anticipating the day's unfolding drama. "Do not be anxious," Yi Siken reassured, gently clasping her hand. The carriage came to a halt at the Vermilion Gate. Surrounding them were numerous nobles and royal kin. After presenting their invitations to signify their status, they were guided by eunuchs. Observing the opulence that lined their path, even the bricks and rooftops appeared to be crafted from pure gold, exuding extravagance. Chapter 46, A Life of Misguided Love. 16. Though she had traversed time on numerous occasions, this was the first time Duanmu Lian had set foot in the imperial palace. Yi Siken cautioned her, "When you meet the empress, be on your best behavior and ensure you do not provoke her." Duanmu Lian smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry, my lord. I know how to conduct myself." According to the original tale, the empress was said to possess stunning beauty, yet her heart was as venomous as it was ruthless. Intolerant of any affront. It was rumored that a wealthy young lady had been slapped 50 times for merely making an improper bow, leaving her face disfigured. In this era, a woman's disfigurement was tantamount to the annihilation of her entire existence. Upon entering the Fingi Palace, where the empress resided, Duanmu Lian noticed an assembly of noble young ladies and several princes, including the crown prince, alongside high-ranking ministers, as the emperor was expected to arrive shortly. However, among the throng, there was no sign of Prince Lin, Bainan Feng. What could he be occupied with? On the throne sat a woman in her 30s, remarkably well preserved. Despite being over 40, she appeared as youthful as a woman in her 30s, exuding an elegance and grandeur that rivaled the esteemed young ladies present. Beside her were several high-ranking concubines, 2 esteemed consorts, and 4 well-placed concubines. As those of lower rank were deemed unworthy of attendance at such a gathering lest it reflect poorly on the emperor's appreciation for beauty. Duanmu Lian followed Yi Siken to the empress and performed the requisite courtesies. The empress greeted her with a warm smile, "Please rise. Who is this young lady beside you?" "Chenner?" Yi Siken cupped his fists respectfully, "This is the companion I have specially chosen for today." Upon hearing this, the noble young ladies began to murmur amongst themselves. It was well known that Yi Siken was one of the most handsome men in the capital, well acquainted with the crown prince, and a capable minister in the emperor's favor, which had garnered him the admiration of countless wealthy young ladies. To their surprise, he had brought an unknown woman as his companion. Once a woman was designated as a man's partner, it was tantamount to revealing her status, if she were not subsequently bestowed in marriage. She would become an object of ridicule. Duanmu Lian observed the surroundings, noting that the ancient world was no different, filled with those who adeptly navigated shifting allegiances. The empress's expression flickered with surprise before she continued, "Chenner, you have been a companion to the princes since childhood, maintaining a close friendship with the crown prince and demonstrating remarkable capabilities as a minister. Your marriage is a matter we must consider with great care." Yi Siken replied with a smile, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Majesty, I am profoundly grateful." Just then, the crown prince approached. "Mother. Father has completed his duties and is on his way here." Duanmu Lian regarded the crown prince, who stood tall and elegant in a yellow robe adorned with dragon patterns, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Alas, beneath this appealing exterior lay a soul that was utterly repugnant. Duanmu Lian made a slight bow, "May His Highness be well." The crown prince was familiar with Ming Shiner. It was unexpected that this woman had caught the eye of his close friend. Given her lowly status, she would likely provide no advantage to his friend, though becoming a concubine was a possibility. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside, "His Majesty has arrived." All present, including the empress, rose from their seats and knelt in reverence to welcome the emperor. A flash of resplendent yellow caught Duanmu Lian's eye. "Be at ease," came the calm yet authoritative voice. Everyone rose. The emperor took his seat and surveyed the assembly before inquiring, "Is Prince Lin not yet here?" Chapter 47, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. The empress, with a gentle demeanor, remarked, "Fenger, the child may have been delayed en route to the ceremony. Today is indeed a grand occasion, and I imagine the crowd is rather dense." The emperor's brow furrowed immediately. As the esteemed Prince of Li, he possesses a designated passage. Thus, the notion of congestion is unfathomable. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. What scheme was Bainan Feng concocting? His tardiness could undoubtedly be perceived as a breach of decorum in front of the emperor. In an effort to alleviate the tension, the empress forced a smile and proclaimed, "Today is a momentous day, and I have specially prepared the finest lychees to entertain our esteemed guests." At her words, numerous palace maids emerged, each bearing large, vibrant lychees, which were clearly of exceptional quality. Due to the original host's failure to accompany Yi Sichen to the peony banquet, the events that transpired remained a mystery to her. All she knew was that the emperor and empress had bestowed a marriage upon him, followed by the Prince of Li's rebellion, leading to his capture and the subsequent entanglement of many individuals. Duanmu Lian observed the prince and Yi Sichen exchanging glances in the shadows. The scheme had indeed commenced. As Yi Sichen took his seat, she felt the weight of numerous envious gazes upon her. How pitiable these women were. Unable to discern the true character of the man they adored, plunging headlong into infatuation. Yi Sichen was profoundly indifferent, capable of inflicting harm upon a woman who had sacrificed everything for him, leaving her grievously injured. Out of the corner of her eye, Duanmu Lian noticed a hint of anxiety in Yi Sichen's gaze. Surely, he was pondering why Bei Nanfeng had yet to arrive? In matters of rebellion, the presence of the accused was crucial for establishing guilt. Duanmu Lian discreetly mixed the concealed potion into the wine and presented it to Yi Sichen. "My lord, please indulge in this wine." Yi Sichen glanced at the offered drink. One sip would be harmless, especially since the others had yet to arrive. As he downed the contents, a deeper smile graced Duanmu Lian's lips. At that moment, the emperor spoke from his elevated position. "Chenner, is this woman the one who captures your heart?" Yi Sichen appeared slightly embarrassed but soon rose to declare, "It is true that I have harbored affections for her, which is why I chose her as my companion for today." The emperor nodded with a smile. "Yet, as I understand, this lady does not belong to the esteemed families. Might I inquire about her origins?" To the surprise of many, Yi Sichen responded, "She has served as my personal maid since childhood. We are of similar age, and I took her in long ago." "So, it appears that love has blossomed over time," the emperor mused, his smile concealing his true thoughts. The onlookers harbored their own speculations. Surely, one would not bestow the title of principal wife upon a mere rescued servant. Then, the crown prince stood and interjected. "I have encountered this lady during my visits to the residence of Sichen, yet her lowly status renders her unsuitable as a principal wife. Should you wish to take her as a concubine, that would not be inappropriate." Duanmu Lian internally scoffed. Why did everyone present act as if she was the one seeking to elevate herself by associating with Yi Sichen? It was merely his lofty status and handsome visage that attracted such regard. She had no desire to be his principal wife, the very thought repulsed her. Much less to be a concubine. A plan began to form in her mind, though it was somewhat audacious. Its success could prove to be breathtaking. Duanmu Lian stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the emperor and empress. "This humble woman wishes to speak, for marriage is a matter of a woman's lifetime. Might I be permitted to voice my thoughts?" The emperor, mistaking her intentions as dissatisfaction with the crown prince's earlier proposal of concubinage, granted her permission. "Speak, for I am curious to hear your perspective." Chapter 48, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. Duanmu Lian maintained her composure, stating calmly, "I harbor no feelings of admiration for Lord Yi Sichen." Upon her utterance, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Some guests even fumbled their wine glasses, spilling their drinks. Yi Sichen and the crown prince were equally taken aback. Their mouths agape. Yi Sichen, in particular, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What game was this woman playing? Had she not always held him in high regard? When she previously claimed indifference, he had assumed it was merely a moment of pique. To utter such words in this setting. What could the repercussions possibly be? Complete loss of face. Whispers would circulate, questioning why he had brought a companion who did not reciprocate his affections. The emperor furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What do you mean? If you possess no affection, why accompany Sichen to the banquet?" Duanmu Lian responded with unwavering poise, "He is my master, and naturally, I must heed his summons. However, disliking him is a matter of fact, and I must express my own sentiments." Impudent. The emperor's voice rose sharply, causing the attendees to tense. Yet, Duanmu Lian remained unperturbed, a testament to her remarkable mental fortitude. She continued, "I merely wish to convey my feelings." "Your Majesty, do you believe that one should always voice one's heart and pursue their own path, or should they conform to the desires of others, living a life devoid of self-direction?" Was it not perilous to speak so in such a context? Nevertheless, the emperor chose not to press further. He exhaled slowly and asked, then, pray tell. What do you imply? Duanmu Lian recognized her strategy had succeeded. My meaning is simple, if one does not harbor affection, it should be expressed. A fruit forced from the vine is never sweet. Should your majesty deem it necessary to punish or execute me for this, I shall harbor no grievances. At least I have acted in accordance with my own heart, and I shall have no regrets in this life. The emperor's brow relaxed. You are indeed a remarkable woman. Siqing possesses discerning taste. Very well, follow your heart. The onlookers were taken aback by the emperor's unexpected acquiescence, perhaps reminded of the bold and tragically short-lived consort one. Once. She too had displayed such audacity, yet her fate was sealed amidst the treacherous currents of the imperial harem, where intrigues ran as deep as those within the court. The emperor rubbed his temples, suddenly feeling a twinge of pain. Unexpectedly, Duanmu Lian remarked, Your Majesty, do you suffer from chronic migraines? The empress, upon overhearing, furrowed her brow in disapproval. How dare you inquire about such matters? Yet the emperor gestured dismissively, assuring her it was of no consequence. Indeed, I have battled this ailment for many years. Duanmu Lian smiled. In my homeland, there exists a remedy specifically for persistent headaches. After years of suffering, those who have taken it have found relief. Your Majesty, if you are willing, you might give it a try. Her words elicited surprise among the assembly. For the emperor's chronic condition had baffled countless esteemed physicians without yielding any results. Could this woman truly possess a solution? According to the original tale, Duanmu Lian was aware of the emperor's affliction, having been secretly poisoned, which caused the recurring nature of his illness. Thus, no treatment had proven effective. Duanmu Lian clarified. I do possess a secret remedy, however, if you choose to use it, you must refrain from any other medications, focusing solely on this one. And soon you shall witness remarkable results. Chapter 49, A Misguided Love for a Lifetime. One of the ministers stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, as the Son of Heaven, your esteemed health cannot be carelessly jeopardized with reckless remedies. Yi Siken also stepped away, desperately signaling Duanmu Lian. What had come over this woman today? She seemed to have transformed entirely, so audaciously brazen, leaving him utterly humiliated. Upon returning, he would surely interrogate her thoroughly. If it turned out she harbored secrets or intended to betray him, he would suppress any lingering affection and impose strict punishment upon her. Duanmu Lian replied. Even if I possessed 1,000 boldness, I would never dare to harm your Majesty. Moreover, there are testers beside you, if there is any doubt. You could have someone important sample it first, or I could personally taste it myself. Her reasoning was sound. The emperor nodded. In that case, why not remain in the palace for the time being? If your prescription proves effective, I shall reward you greatly. Your Majesty. Yi Siken was about to speak. However, the emperor waved his hand, saying, Since this young lady does not desire your company, there is no need for you to escort her back, lest it incite public gossip. Yi Sichen's countenance darkened. He truly regretted bringing this woman to such an occasion. He had never anticipated that she, who had always been loyal and compliant, would cause such a disturbance. Unbeknownst to him, the woman before him had long since exchanged souls, now harboring nothing but disdain for him. Even if the original soul were to be reborn, it was unlikely she could ever love him as before. At that moment, a fierce wind swept through. A thick fog suddenly enveloped the venue. Everyone lost their bearings, faintly hearing panicked footsteps, heavy thuds, and swift movements. Yi Siken and the crown prince were alarmed. Could it be the assassins they had arranged? Yet, this was not the time for them to strike. The sound of blades clashing was followed by anguished cries. A bloody tempest had begun. Duanmu Lian stood frozen, finally grasping the true meaning of the letters sent by Bainan Feng days prior. In such dense fog, the assassins would undoubtedly lash out indiscriminately, likely injuring a vast majority. Protect the emperor. Guard the royal carriage. The guards rushed in, but the fog obscured all direction, rendering it impossible to locate the emperor and empress. The scene descended into chaos, shrouded in confusion. Duanmu Lian fell silent, her keen senses detecting a peculiar scent emanating from the assassins, faint yet discernible with careful observation. Perhaps this was their means of distinguishing friend from foe. Employing her lightness skill, Duanmu Lian swiftly ascended to the main seat, where a cold blade was pressed against her neck. Initially mistaking it for an assassin, she soon recognized the familiar, gentle touch of the blade against her skin, awakening her senses. "Who is this?" "Your Majesty, it is I, do not harm me." The Emperor's hand trembled slightly before he moved the blade away, whispering in her ear. "Their target appears to be me, yet they strike haphazardly, lacking purpose or direction. There must be a clue." The Emperor was not foolish. Yet why had he fallen prey to the Crown Prince and Yi Sichen's scheme? Suddenly, a bolder thought flickered through Duanmu Lian's mind. Could it be that the Crown Prince and Yi Sichen's plot was already known to the Emperor? Merely a matter of taking advantage of the situation? And when Bei Nanfeng escaped from prison, was it not with the Emperor's tacit approval? Chapter 50, A Lifetime of Misguided Affection. As Duanmu Lian fell into contemplation, a new wave of people burst in. "Slay the assassins and follow me to rescue the Emperor." It was the voice of Bei Nanfeng. With a sudden sound, it seemed as if a rush of gas was released, instantly suppressing the white mist and illuminating the surroundings. After a moment, Duanmu Lian discerned the entirety of the situation. The ground was awash with blood, the Empress and concubines clutched their heads, trembling with fear. Their noble demeanor utterly vanished. Among the noble ladies and various officials, many had been slain outright. The situation was evidently more complicated than it appeared. The black-clad assassins were swiftly dispatched by the forces led by Bei Nanfeng. After a flurry of activity, the air was thick with the stench of blood, nauseating enough to compel some survivors to retch. Simultaneously, Duanmu Lian caught sight of Yi Sichen, sword in hand, defending himself, though a wound marred his shoulder. Could he, too, be susceptible to injury? In the original narrative, this man was depicted as ruthless, formidable, and heartless. Bei Nanfeng's gaze fell upon Duanmu Lian, and his brow furrowed. Had he not instructed her not to come today? Why was this woman so disobedient? He had not informed the assassins to specifically watch out for her. Had they struck her, it would have been disastrous. The Emperor composed himself. In such tumult, maintaining his composure rather than succumbing to rage demonstrated that he was a figure of considerable intellect and fortitude, not one to be trifled with. The Crown Prince approached in a flurry of anxiety, exclaiming, "Father, these audacious individuals dared to attempt assassination, causing such chaos. I am at a loss as to how to explain this to the deceased. I implore you to investigate this matter immediately." He surveyed the fallen black-clad figures, realizing they were not part of his own arrangements. It seemed someone had acted preemptively. Moments ago, he had dispatched his trusted subordinates to relay orders to refrain from action. The Emperor spoke sternly, "Crown Prince, this banquet was under your supervision." The Crown Prince quickly replied, "Father, please investigate this matter at once. I could never engage in such treachery." Bei Nanfeng interjected, "Father, I insisted on coming because I received news of an assassination attempt against you, prompting my return to mobilize forces. Fortunately, I arrived in time." The Empress frowned. "If you were aware of this plot, why did you not inform us sooner?" Bei Nanfeng replied, "I beg your pardon, father and mother. By the time I received the news, it was somewhat late, hence my actions." The Emperor inquired, "How did you come by this information?" Duanmu Lian observed quietly from the side, watching the unfolding drama. The Crown Princess' expression had soured considerably. Unexpectedly, the Emperor declared, "Return to the palace, this banquet is hereby concluded. I will dispatch 5 ministers to thoroughly investigate this matter. Until the truth is revealed, I shall not rest." The tension among the attendees was palpable. As the Emperor departed, he cast a sidelong glance at Duanmu Lian, saying, "This young lady shall accompany me." Yi Sichen immediately stepped forward, "Your Majesty, she is under my protection." The Emperor furrowed his brow. "Did she not state her disinterest in you? Why do you persist in your affections? Furthermore, she claimed she could treat my persistent headache. I merely wish for her to accompany me to the palace for a consultation. Should she succeed in alleviating my ailment, I shall ensure her return." Chapter 51, A Lifetime of Misplaced Affection. At this juncture, the matter was exceedingly clear. Despite Knight Sichen's reluctance, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, Duanmu Lian successfully remained by the Emperor's side. Knight Sichen cast a meaningful glance at Duanmu Lian, realizing he had underestimated this woman in the past. Meanwhile, Bei Nanfeng wore a cryptic smile. In the Golden Luan Hall, Duanmu Lian knelt, proclaiming, "Long live the Emperor! For 10,000 ages." The emperor gestured for her to rise, inquiring if she possessed any effective remedy to alleviate his headaches. Duanmu Lian bowed slightly, responding, "This humble girl can concoct a prescription for your majesty, but I have one stipulation: apart from my medicine, your majesty must not consume any other remedies." The emperor frowned. "I can agree to this, but the practitioners preparing your medicine must be the finest from the Imperial Medical Institute. If, while taking your medicine, it proves ineffective, what punishment shall you face?" Duanmu Lian bowed again. "I leave it to your majesty's discretion." This endeavor was fraught with peril. The individual administering poison to the emperor could be any noble within the palace, be it the empress, the crown prince, or any of the concubines. Not to mention various princes as well. Following the physician, Duanmu Lian proceeded to the Imperial Medical Institute to gather herbs, insisting on complete solitude during the process. The emperor's ailment was surely the work of a malicious mind, deliberately administering poison, so acquiring a potent prescription for long-term use would naturally yield results. After successfully gathering the herbs, Duanmu Lian retraced her steps. Given the palace's fortified nature, she deemed it safe to walk without fear of ambush. Her only concern was the possibility of a stealthy attack in the dead of night. Presenting the medicine to the emperor, she stated, "Your Majesty, the medicine is ready. You may have your most trusted physician examine it." The emperor replied, "There is no need, I trust you." Duanmu Lian responded, "Then I shall proceed to prepare the medicine for you." After receiving the emperor's nod, she followed her attendants to the apothecary. The chamber was spacious and resplendent, fitting for the emperor's medicine preparation. Before commencing, Duanmu Lian meticulously inspected the cauldron, cleaning it thoroughly, as she feared any tampering. Once assured of its cleanliness, she began the process of brewing the medicine. The concoction required not much time, approximately an hour. Throughout, Duanmu Lian's gaze remained fixed, vigilant against any sign of interference. As the potent aroma of the medicine filled the air, Duanmu Lian found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the fragrance of traditional Chinese medicine. Presenting it to the emperor, he seemed quite familiar with the scent and drank it down promptly. Duanmu Lian cautioned, "Your Majesty, please remember, during this period, do not consume any other medicines. And ensure your attendants conduct thorough checks of your food." The original text indicated that the migraine remedy was surreptitiously mixed into the daily medications. But it did not mention the possibility of food being compromised. If the medicine could not be tampered with, it was plausible that the food might be an alternative avenue. The emperor nodded, "I understand." He then turned to a nearby young eunuch, instructing, "Notify the kitchens to increase the number of taste testers by 20. And send another physician to ensure all is well." The young eunuch promptly complied. The emperor regarded Duanmu Lian, saying, "We must arrange for you to have accommodations within the palace. Perhaps you could temporarily reside with the female officials, each has her own private chamber." It appeared there were indeed female officials, though they solely managed affairs within the inner court and did not attend court sessions. Chapter 52, A Life of Misguided Love. Thus, Duanmu Lian remained in the palace. Upon arriving at her quarters, she found the simplicity and comfort quite agreeable, particularly the fact that each individual had their own room, allowing for undisturbed solitude. The other female officials regarded her with disdain, as they too hailed from illustrious families. They assisted in managing the harem's affairs and received substantial salaries annually, particularly with the additional rewards from various consorts, which constituted a considerable financial boon. Once in her room, Duanmu Lian meticulously arranged her surroundings. A space occupied by only one person is often the easiest to maneuver in silence, allowing for discreet actions that could go unnoticed. Hence, she was hesitant to sleep at night, determined to unearth the mastermind behind the emperor's poisoning. As night fell, the candlelight flickered brightly. Suddenly, a disturbance outside the window caught her attention. Instinctively alert, she drew a dagger concealed within her sleeve. However, after a moment of stillness, a note fell from the ceiling. Duanmu Lian instinctively picked it up, revealing the inscription, "Why have you done this? Do you no longer recognize your master?" A glance upwards revealed a shadow remaining on the roof. Without hesitation, Duanmu Lian took up her pen and wrote, "Shiner has not forgotten her master. What I do is for your benefit, and I shall find a way to return to your side." After rolling it up, she hurled it towards the ceiling. Whereupon the shadow seized the note and vanished into the night. Fortunately, the original owner possessed formidable martial skills, which afforded her considerable advantages. What Yisikhen desired was merely a sense of reassurance. This letter would ease his mind, thus diminishing his inclination to expose her true identity. It seemed that the one responsible for the poisoning was unlikely to be affiliated with the crown prince. Given Yisikhen's close relationship with him, had he intended to treat the emperor's migraine, the earlier note would have certainly cautioned against her continued treatment. Thus, one potential culprit was eliminated. The following morning, a eunuch summoned Duanmu Lian, instructing her to proceed to the Yangxin Hall immediately. A pang of anxiety struck her heart, but she quickly dismissed it. Realizing that the emperor must have improved after taking her medicine, otherwise, he would not have sent for her, but rather dispatched someone to apprehend her. Upon reaching the Yangxin Hall, she indeed found the emperor wearing a joyful expression. He smiled at Duanmu Lian, expressing gratitude. "I am truly thankful. I slept soundly last night, and my headache has not recurred." Duanmu Lian replied with a smile, "This is a unique remedy from my hometown, highly effective for headaches. It is my honor to alleviate your worries, Your Majesty." The emperor continued with a grin, "No need to refer to yourself as a commoner any longer. From this day forth, you shall hold the rank of a fourth-grade female official in the palace." The chief eunuch's face paled in disbelief. "Your Majesty, female officials have always begun at the 8th grade, and those of lesser status from the 9th. How can Miss Ning ascend to the 4th grade so suddenly? Would that not make her the highest-ranking female official in the palace?" The emperor frowned. "Since when has my decree required your commentary?" The chief eunuch quickly placed a hand over his heart. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. The highest-ranking female official? Was a 4th-grade position truly the pinnacle? In fact, the highest rank was 1st grade, yet no one had ever attained that position. Achieving it would require at least a decade of service." Duanmu Lian promptly bowed her head. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chapter 53, A Life of Misguided Affection. As a 4th-rank female official, she was accompanied by 8 maidservants and was also in charge of a department. Duanmu Lian specifically sought permission from the emperor to oversee the medicine bureau. The room soon filled with numerous visitors bearing congratulatory gifts, including several female officials who had looked down upon Duanmu Lian just the day before. Indeed, human nature remains unchanged. When one is in a state of decline, they are disregarded, but when they rise to glory, others flock to ingratiate themselves, regardless of the shifting tides of dynasties. Duanmu Lian dismissed the gifts with a smile. Once everyone had departed, a maidservant beside her suggested, "My lady, may we assist you in storing these items?" She waved her hand dismissively. "The food can be fed to the dogs, I have no need for it. As for the usable items, take whichever you fancy, and the rest can be stored in the warehouse." The palace maids could scarcely believe their ears. "My lady, feeding the dogs must be done discreetly. Should they witness it, you may incur their wrath." Duanmu Lian replied nonchalantly, "Let them think as they will. If these gifts were intended for me, then I possess the right to dispose of them as I see fit." The maidservants complied reluctantly. The news of Duanmu Lian's appointment as a female official quickly reached Yisikhen. Having received confirmation the night before, he felt a sense of relief regarding her situation. Now that she had been appointed, he felt fortunate, as it meant he had gained another ally within the palace. Duanmu Lian proceeded to the pharmacy to prepare medicine for the emperor. This was a task she dared not entrust to anyone else, should any foul play occur, and the emperor's migraine were to resurface, the consequences would be dire, potentially unraveling all that she had achieved. After some time of administration, the emperor's condition improved significantly. In truth, this was not a unique remedy from her homeland. Due to her previous existence as a medical student, Duanmu Lian had encountered numerous pharmacological treatments. This method could effectively alleviate the migraines, rendering further medication unnecessary. The emperor, elated, inquired, "What reward do you seek?" Duanmu Lian respectfully replied, "Your Majesty has already bestowed upon me more than enough." Despite her repeated modesty, the emperor elevated her to the rank of 3rd-rank female official, making her the highest-ranking female official to date. No one had ever ascended so swiftly in rank. It was evident that the emperor's affliction had tormented him greatly, prompting such generous rewards. Having earned the emperor's trust, she was now poised to embark on her next plan. Yet, Duanmu Lian remained perplexed as to why the person behind these machinations had yet to make a move. What could be holding them back? She had initially hoped to catch them red-handed. "My emperor," she stated, "I shall continue to prepare your medicine for the time being. After a further period of administration, this treatment will allow your affliction to be fully cured. The emperor's heart soared with joy. I had thought this illness would never be completely vanquished. That I would only endure it gradually. I never anticipated that fate would lead me to you. If you can truly cure me, I shall ensure your future is free from worry, filled with wealth and splendor. Please, no, she thought, I am not particularly inclined toward such rewards. I have tasted the fruits of wealth and luxury in another world. Moreover, the intricate rules of the palace often feel more like a burden than a blessing. Upon exiting the Yangxin palace, she unexpectedly encountered a favored consort attended by dozens of eunuchs and maidservants. Duanmu Lian recognized her at once. It was the Xian Guifei. She immediately bowed. I pay my respects to the esteemed Xian Guifei. Chapter 54, A lifetime of misguided love. A fleeting look of displeasure crossed the face of the noble consort Xian. Be at ease. I wish to invite you to my palace for a visit. Duanmu Lian replied, I must attend to preparing medicine for His Majesty. I appreciate your kind offer, but I must decline. Consort Xian's demeanor turned icy. Do you not comprehend the fate that awaits those who oppose me? Duanmu Lian's heart skipped a beat. Oppose her? Was declining her invitation tantamount to defiance? Could it be that this noble consort was the true culprit behind the emperor's migraines? Duanmu Lian responded. I am afraid I do not understand. I implore you to elucidate, noble consort. Consort Xian approached with deliberate steps. You would do well to refrain from overstepping your bounds, lest you find my tolerance for you at an end. Duanmu Lian chuckled. I see no reason for your tolerance to be a concern of mine, rather, it is you who should tread carefully. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. The consort's face shifted from pale to flushed with rage. She had intended to offer sage advice to this young woman, urging her to exercise caution and restraint, yet instead, she found herself insulted. Such indignation was intolerable. What Consort Xian failed to realize was that it was not Duanmu Lian who misunderstood her words, but rather her own utterance had inadvertently led Duanmu Lian to uncover the long-sought culprit, thus sealing her own fate. Upon returning, Duanmu Lian wasted no time. She first bribed a eunuch to insinuate before the emperor that he may have been deliberately poisoned, resulting in his distressing headaches. The emperor, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at the young eunuch. Do you possess any evidence? The eunuch trembled. Your Majesty, surely you grasp the implications? Why did you consume Miss Ning's medicine? You improved immediately after, suggesting that the previous medication you ingested was indeed compromised. The emperor's brow unfurrowed. You may leave now. The news that the emperor had not punished the eunuch indicated that the insinuations had struck true. Duanmu Lian sipped her tea when suddenly a noise from above caught her attention, as if beckoning her to step outside. She changed from her court attire into casual garments and followed the direction of the enigmatic signal to a secluded area of the palace wall. Throughout her journey, she remained vigilant, wary of any potential ambush by those who might wish to ensnare her with sedatives or other treacherous means. What is the matter with you? A familiar voice inquired, its tone somber. Yi Xichen's expression was dark. Upon seeing him, Duanmu Lian's heart eased somewhat. My lord, I did not intend for things to unfold this way. Moreover, my current position allows me to be of considerable assistance to you, does it not? Yi Xicchen retorted. Then why did you not inform me beforehand? You embarrassed me in front of so many people that day. A sardonic smile graced Duanmu Lian's lips. And you dare speak of embarrassment? Are you unaware of your own actions? Duanmu Lian continued, I shall return to the palace. After all, I remain a significant asset to you. She was determined to find an opportunity to return, for the wicked Yu Chao Tian had yet to receive her just deserts. Duanmu Lian inquired, surely, my lord, your summons was not solely to discuss this matter. Do you have any other instructions for me? Yi Xicchen produced a silken pouch from his sleeve, exuding an unusual fragrance. What is this? Duanmu Lian asked. Her curiosity piqued as she noticed the intricate dragon patterns embroidered upon it. Yi Xicchen instructed, place this in the emperor's chambers, the rest is no longer your concern. Your sole responsibility is to ensure your own safety. Chapter 55, A lifetime of misdirected affection. Are you joking? Every individual entering and exiting the emperor's chambers is meticulously recorded. When the time comes, how can she evade scrutiny? Duanmu Lian asserted. Yi Xichen replied, then I shall leave it to you. I must take my leave now. As she watched him depart, Duanmu Lian's gaze grew increasingly frigid, her grip tightening unconsciously around the fragrant pouch in her hand. This was an ancient incense from the western regions. Prolonged use could lead to a state of mental disarray. Bei Nanfeng emerged from the shadows. Duanmu Lian frowned. What are you doing here? Have you been following me? It is not following, Bei Nanfeng clarified, merely a chance encounter. I witnessed your entire conversation. Are you truly willing to assist him in this matter? Duanmu Lian chuckled, how could that be? If I were to genuinely devote myself to him, why would I consider collaborating with you? Bei Nanfeng continued, their target may very well be another individual. If you trust my judgment, hand this over to me. And this matter shall no longer concern you. Moreover, they are unlikely to act immediately. Duanmu Lian placed the pouch into Bei Nanfeng's hands, saying, I was contemplating how to deal with this. Since you are willing, I shall entrust it to you. Upon returning to her residence, she discovered the chief eunuch by the emperor's side. The chief eunuch approached her without delay. Lord Ning, you have finally returned. His Majesty requests your presence in the Yangxin Palace. Why would the emperor wish to see her at this juncture? Upon arriving at the Yangxin Palace, she found the consort Xian weeping. Your Majesty, you must advocate for your servant. She unveiled the cloth that concealed her face, revealing an array of red rashes. This appeared to be an allergic reaction, perhaps? The emperor furrowed his brows. Shiner, the consort claims that after using the medicine from your apothecary, she has suffered this affliction. Had the consort sought medication before? Duanmu Lian responded, the consort exhibits symptoms akin to an allergy. I possess a remedy. But it would be prudent to consult the imperial physician first, and then return to the apothecary for further treatment. The consort continued to weep. Your Majesty, look at her. Indeed, those who weep are often rewarded. Men are drawn to delicate women. The emperor frowned. This is ultimately a mistake on your part. See to it that you rectify the matter with your subordinates to prevent a recurrence. Was this merely the outcome? The consort felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Just as she was about to voice her grievances, the emperor silenced her. Duanmu Lian smirked inwardly, convinced that the emperor was neither assisting her nor the consort, rather. He seemed intent on inciting their rivalry. After exiting the palace gates, the consort and her entourage encircled Duanmu Lian. You wretched woman. What potion have you poured into His Majesty's ear? In the past, the consort's complaints would have guaranteed a measure of punishment, regardless of the accused. Yet today, the emperor had imposed no repercussions on the consort, only instructing her to manage her own affairs. Duanmu Lian sighed. Such a woman likely relied solely on her family background. A pretty face in the imperial palace, especially within the harem, was hardly a formidable weapon, as beauty was never in short supply, unless one possessed an extraordinary allure. The consort certainly did not belong to that category. With a light laugh, Duanmu Lian remarked, Your Highness, as someone who has walked this path, allow me to offer a piece of advice. Those you perceive as adversaries may not be your true foes. Furthermore, this is the imperial palace, the most esteemed place in the realm. One must exercise caution in both speech and action. Chapter 56, A Lifetime of Misdirected Affection. The words clearly insinuated that the esteemed concubine Xian lacked intelligence. Enraged, she swung her hand in a fit of fury, only for Duanmu Lian to grasp her wrist firmly. The palace maid standing by exclaimed, How dare you lay a hand on Her Highness? Duanmu Lian replied with a cold smirk, What, just emerged from confinement and already plotting to report me to the emperor? Besides complaining, what else can you do? She disdainfully released concubine Xian, thinking that had it not been for the circumstances, she would have long since slapped sense into the woman. With a flick of her sleeve, Duanmu Lian departed, leaving behind a group of irate onlookers. 3 days later, news swept through the palace. Knight Sikhen had suffered a fall from his horse while training with the crown prince and several princes, sustaining significant injuries. The emperor and empress held Knight Sikhen in high regard, yet due to their pressing commitments, they could not visit him immediately and thus decided to send a representative. Undoubtedly, Duanmu Lian was the most suitable choice, as she had recently emerged from that very environment. This was a perfect opportunity for her to return and offer her condolences, truly a twofold advantage. Initially, Duanmu Lian had been contemplating her reasons and excuses for returning, but now, fortune seemed to be on her side. This time, she set forth from the palace accompanied by over a dozen attendants bearing valuable gifts, representing the emperor himself. Upon her return, she noted significant changes. The residents of the estate hastily avoided her gaze, while Knight Sechen's closest subordinates displayed a complex array of emotions upon encountering her. Could it be that her rapid ascent had provoked such reactions? Upon entering Knight Sechen's chamber, she found him seated at his desk, seemingly unharmed. Had he truly sustained no injuries? Knight Sechen, with a troubled expression, sighed, "I did indeed fall from my horse, but the injuries are minor. I reported a false assessment to the palace. Luckily, they sent you, or I would have had to maintain the charade longer." Duanmu Lian feigned concern, "Are you truly all right? The emperor even commanded me to bring you numerous tonics." As she spoke, a procession of maidservants entered, bearing the imperial gifts. Knight Sechen rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Just then, a figure burst through the door. Yu Chanqian rushed to Knight Sechen's side, exclaiming, "Are you all right? You scared me to death." A look of disdain crossed Knight Sechen's face. Duanmu Lian observed the exchange keenly, her heart settling into a comfortable certainty. Yu Chanqian could no longer enjoy the elevated status she once held in Knight Sechen's heart. Upon noticing Duanmu Lian, Yu Chanqian's fury ignited instantly. "You wretched woman! What are you doing back here?" she spat. "How dare you?" The palace maid behind Duanmu Lian immediately rebuked. "The esteemed lady is now the highest-ranking female official in the inner palace. How dare you speak to her in such a manner?" Duanmu Lian chuckled lightly. "Why bother arguing with a rabid dog? Should you accidentally get splattered with saliva, wouldn't it be unsightly?" Yu Chanqian seethed with rage, on the verge of losing control. Wishing to tear Duanmu Lian to shreds. Duanmu Lian smiled coldly, deliberately provoking Yu Chanqian to the brink of madness, for only those who lose their wits act without foresight. "Miss Yu, you appear rather unwell," she taunted. "Instead of hurling insults, perhaps you should focus on recuperating. At this rate, you may not reach 25 before looking utterly decrepit. The word old is a woman's taboo." Yu Chanqian clenched her fists tightly. Knight Sechen found himself caught between the two women, his head throbbing. Suddenly, Yu Chanqian lunged forward. "You shameless hussy!" Unbeknownst to her, Duanmu Lian deftly sidestepped, causing Yu Chanqian to tumble spectacularly. Has she lost her composure so quickly? Chapter 57, Misguided Love for a Lifetime. "Come here, seize her and give her a slap," Duanmu Lian commanded coldly. Immediately, two palace maids advanced to restrain Yu Chanqian, while another maid began to strike her face with swift slaps. The sound echoed throughout the chamber. Although a grimace adorned Yu Sechen's face, he remained silent. In his eyes, Yu Chanqian, that foolish woman, had long deserved such punishment. Her previous long confinement and suffering had failed to impart any lesson. Perhaps a more profound lesson would be necessary. Yu Chanqian's face became swollen and bruised, rendering her incapable of uttering a complete sentence. The palace maids, accustomed to administering punishment, wielded their strength mercilessly. Duanmu Lian gazed upon her disheveled state with approval, reflecting on how the original owner had endured immense suffering, a fate worse than death. Now, this was her retribution. And it had only just begun. "I am a magistrate personally appointed by His Majesty the Emperor. How can I permit a lowly person to speak freely in my presence?" The imposing air she exuded was indeed intimidating. The maid's hands grew weary from the blows, while Yu Chanqian's face was a canvas of redness and swelling, blood beginning to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Duanmu Lian waved her hand, saying, "That will suffice for now, do not kill her." Yu Chanqian was unceremoniously thrown onto the ground, her face pressed against the cold surface, every movement of her lips a source of acute pain. Yu Sechen gestured for those nearby to take Yu Chanqian away, ensuring she would not further disgrace herself in their presence. Duanmu Lian caught Yu Chanqian's furious glare. If looks could kill, she would have surely been dismembered 1,000 times over. With a chuckle, Duanmu Lian turned to the others who had followed her, instructing, "You may wait outside, I will call for you if needed." The maids filed out in groups. Yu Sechen also signaled for those around him to exit, leaving only the two of them in the room. Duanmu Lian inquired, "My lord, what are your intentions?" Yu Sechen smiled slightly. "You displayed quite a formidable authority just now. How is it that your demeanor has changed so drastically from before? Could you enlighten me on the reason for this transformation?" "The reason? It is simply because the person standing before you is no longer the original owner. Ning Xiner has long perished, slain by your own hand," Duanmu Lian replied. "Pray tell. What do you believe has changed about me?" Yu Sechen asked. Everything seems transformed, were it not for this countenance. I might suspect you were an entirely different person or had undergone a profound metamorphosis, he continued. Oh, Duanmu Lian responded. Perhaps I have indeed changed from who I once was, but you must understand, my lord, this is all for you, it is entirely due to your influence. Yi Siken nodded, I have bestowed upon you this second chance at life. I wish to inform you that a significant plan is afoot between myself and the crown prince. And you must be prepared to act as our ally within the palace, as certain matters may implicate you. The implication of sacrificing herself for their grand scheme felt like a fanciful dream to Duanmu Lian. Fear not, my lord, I shall exert my utmost effort. I may remain here for a brief period, as the emperor has commanded me to provide you with ample comfort. Yi Siken replied. Then I shall arrange for a superior chamber for you. When she was merely a subordinate, she had resided in modest quarters. But now that she had regained her sight and abilities, fine accommodations would be provided. My lord, there is no need for such trouble. I am content with my previous room. Please ensure that the individuals accompanying me have a few rooms prepared as well, they are accustomed to sharing spaces within the palace. So excessive arrangements are unnecessary. Chapter 58, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. 28. Thus, Duanmu Lian returned to her original residence once more. It remained as immaculate as ever, suggesting that someone had been diligently maintaining it. Duanmu Lian spent 3 serene days here. However, on the 4th day, as she lifted her cup, a peculiar scent wafted through the air. After undertaking numerous tasks, her bodily senses had heightened significantly compared to ordinary individuals. Suddenly, the system's cold voice echoed, the enjoyment value has reached 15. Duanmu Lian replied tersely, inform me when it hits 60. I suspect this mission will require a prolonged stay. Observing the cup of water in her hand, it was evident that it had been tampered with. She had expressly instructed everyone not to attend to her, as she preferred solitude. Surely, there were guards stationed at the entrance? Stepping outside, she encountered the guards, who immediately panicked and bowed, exclaiming, Greetings, miss. Duanmu Lian's voice turned icy as she inquired, who has traversed this corridor? Given that few resided in that particular house aside from herself, they ought to recognize the visitors. The foremost guard pondered briefly before responding, a few personal maidservants, those delivering meals, and the lady's maid named Coral. Yu Qianqian, indeed. Did she not realize that Duanmu Lian was devising a strategy against her? How foolish to present herself so readily. Does the author not use their intellect when crafting characters, rendering the supporting roles so dim-witted? To be ensnared by such a person, it appears Ning Xianer is equally ineffectual. How could she refuse such an opportunity? Duanmu Lian drew a dagger and lightly grazed the guard's face, stating, Remember, I have never inquired about this matter. I am quite aware of your family's whereabouts and the number of siblings you have. The guard trembled, quaking as he knelt. Yes, I shall remember, my lady. Duanmu Lian sheathed her blade and, upon returning to her chamber, gazed at the cup of water. After consuming a life-preserving pill, she drank half the cup in one swift motion. She then seized a lotus seed and deliberately shattered a nearby vase, creating a considerable commotion, and cried out, Help! Someone is trying to harm me. This outcry immediately roused the entire household, for in ancient times, soundproofing was virtually non-existent. The palace maids, having arrived with Duanmu Lian, were the first to rush in, aware that any misfortune befalling her would implicate them directly. Duanmu Lian pointed at the unfinished cup of water, trembling, Someone is trying to harm me, that cup of water is tainted. Upon hearing of the incident, Yi Siken hurried to her side, summoning the finest physician to assess her condition, who determined she had been poisoned. Fortunately, she had not consumed much, but the toxin still posed a significant threat to her health. When will she awaken? Yi Siken inquired, his brow furrowed. The physician replied, That remains uncertain, however. The poison has indeed entered her system. It is imperative to identify the assailant and ascertain the type of poison used, as I fear a misdiagnosis. Yi Siken commanded sternly. Immediately investigate. Discover who is responsible. First extract the antidote, then we shall deal with her tormentor. The guard who had been stationed at the entrance was soon summoned. Gazing upon the unconscious Duanmu Lian, he recalled her earlier warning and dared only to disclose the identities of those he had seen that day, refraining from mentioning her inquiries. Yi Siken then closed his eyes, ordering, Bring me Yu Qianqian. And that maidservant quarrel, execute her on the spot. Chapter 59, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. When Yu Chanqian was brought to this place, her expression remained serene, fully aware that her actions would inevitably be uncovered. Capturing me is futile, that wretched woman is destined to perish. I have poisoned her with the lethal herb known as crimson top. Upon hearing the term crimson top, the faces of everyone in the room turned ashen, for this was the most potent poison, devoid of any antidote, and those afflicted were nearly certain to meet their demise. Yi Xiqing stepped forward with resolute strides and struck her twice across the face. The injuries she had previously sustained were exacerbated by the blows, leaving her visage looking akin to that of a swollen pig. Ah. You seem quite concerned for that despicable woman, don't you? She shall accompany me on the road to the underworld, at least I will have my revenge. Panic swept through the room. Duanmu Lian represented the emperor. Should any misfortune occur here, how would they explain it to him? The court officials would seize upon this opportunity to accuse Yi Xiqing of harboring ulterior motives, even going so far as to question the safety of the female official sent to offer comfort. Just as he was consumed by worry, the physician spoke up, "My lord. While there is no antidote for crimson top, I possess an ancient remedy that requires a blood transfusion, essentially, a life for a life." Since this young lady administered the poison, he trailed off, leaving the implication unspoken, yet understood by all. Yu Chanqian's complexion drained of color, and her body trembled. A blood transfusion? Wasn't it said that crimson top has no cure? How can this be possible? Yi Xiqing's voice turned cold. Seize her at once. He then addressed the physician, proceed as necessary. No, please. Yu Chanqian never anticipated such a turn of events, this was truly digging her own grave. The physician's expression turned grave, only he knew that the woman lying on the sickbed was entirely unharmed. The day before, Duanmu Lian had consulted him, as he was the most trusted physician of Yi Xiqing, and she had provided him with ample incentives, along with threats regarding his family's safety should he fail to comply with her wishes. Yu Chanqian was dragged to a secluded spot, where a sharp knife pierced her veins, causing her to scream in agony, a sound that echoed throughout the estate. Passers-by outside hastened their steps upon hearing her cries, some opting to avoid the vicinity altogether. Yet this was merely the initial step. The piercing of flesh without a special agent was an excruciating torment. Yi Xiqing, likely irritated by the cacophony of her cries, stormed out, exclaiming, "Muffle her cries." Yu Chanqian had her mouth silenced with cloth, allowing only muffled sounds of suffering to escape. Now, her resentment was not only directed at Duanmu Lian but also at Yi Xiqing. The root of her plight lay with this man, who now treated her in such a manner. Listening to the commotion outside, Duanmu Lian remained with her eyes closed, her heart coldly mocking. Yu Chanqian, your current predicament is entirely of your own making. Yu Chanqian, succumbing to pain, fainted several times, only to be jolted awake by the throbbing agony. Blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, a sight both harrowing and distressing. The timid maidens dared not look, averting their gazes in horror. Time passed, and at long last, the physician emerged. Before entering, he cautioned, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, it is best that no one remains in the room, my concentration must not waver, for the consequences could prove dire. Yi Xiqing responded, we shall stand guard at the door. Chapter 60, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. After the doctor entered, Duanmu Lian immediately rose to her feet, as they had now resorted to communicating through lip reading. The doctor stated, the young lady has followed your instructions. As he spoke, he presented the blood he had extracted from Yu Chanqian to Duanmu Lian. A look of disgust flashed across her face. Dispose of that far from me. It is repulsive to behold. The doctor furrowed his brow. What does the young lady intend to do next? Duanmu Lian smirked coldly, conveying her subsequent plan through her lips. And the doctor's expression shifted dramatically. Remember, she warned, perform your duties well, and you shall remain safe. Once you board this treacherous vessel, there is no turning back. The doctor understood he could no longer escape. The woman before him radiated a chilling aura that instilled fear, and he could only wonder what experiences had forged such a callous heart within her. Approximately half a stick of incense later, the doctor emerged with a grave countenance. Knight Sikhen approached him at once, asking, what news? Was she saved? The doctor replied, the individual is alive, however, the effects are insufficient. She may remain in a coma for an extended period. What? A lengthy coma? Duanmu Lian cannot remain here for too long. What will we say if the emperor inquires? Moreover, the accompanying maidens are aware of this matter. If they report to the emperor, Knight Sikhen will surely face dire consequences. The doctor continued. There is another method to hasten the young lady's awakening, which involves using the heart's blood of the blood donor. This would enhance the efficacy of the medicine. If others were present, they would undoubtedly claim the doctor was speaking nonsense. Knight Sikhen frowned. Then let us proceed. The doctor's expression darkened. I fear it may not be appropriate for me to undertake such a task. Knight Sikhen understood her implication. She feared repercussions later. Then I shall do it. He took a knife and approached the battered Yu Chantian. Upon seeing him, Yu Chantian trembled all over, disregarding her excruciating pain as she attempted to withdraw. Ah! What do you intend to do? Knight Sichen's face was as cold as frost. You shall repay with your own blood for the deeds you have wrought. He commanded. Hold her down. Two maidens firmly restrained Yu Chantian, though she struggled violently. With a resounding slap, Knight Sikhen struck her face. Did you not profess your love for me? Why then must you persist in harming me? Since you have ceded yourself, it is time to repay. With a flash of cold light, the blade pierced Yu Chantian's chest. Ah! She cried out in pain, tears of blood streaming down her face. She had unwittingly stumbled into a trap laid out for her. Had she been more cautious, her fate would not have been so dire. Her screams pierced the air, causing even the two maidens holding her to shut their eyes in fear. Duanmu Lian, listening to the anguished cries outside, opened her unique eyes. After witnessing the scene, she softly spoke, Do you see? Are you satisfied? I am punishing those who have harmed you. Once the heart's blood was collected, Yu Chantian succumbed to unconsciousness, and even immediate treatment would likely prove futile. After the treatment, the doctor lamented that she could live no more than half a month, as she was now teetering on the brink of death. Duanmu Lian stealthily poured the potion made from the heart's blood into a flower pot. Now, she too had tasted the original anguish of Yu Chantian. Knight Sikhen entered the room alongside the doctor, and Duanmu Lian quickly lay down, pretending to be asleep. When would she awaken? The doctor replied, It should be soon. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she will surely awaken within 3 days. Chapter 61, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. The following day, Duanmu Lian awoke. Upon receiving the news, Yu Sikhen hurried over, and upon seeing the frail figure before him, his heart ached with deeper empathy. Duanmu Lian had deliberately adorned herself with a weary countenance, appearing all the more enchanting. After all, do not all men prefer such a guise? Yu Sikhen, filled with indignation, declared, I have dealt with Yu Chantian. She now suffers a fate worse than death. You must take care of your health. Duanmu Lian shook her head, asserting, I am fine. Please ensure that the palace maidens do not speak of this matter within the palace. Yu Sikhen felt a warmth in his heart. Duanmu Lian continued, Now, can you tell me what exactly you plan to do? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Sikhen finally replied, following the recent events. The emperor has grown suspicious of the crown prince. Therefore, he is preparing to rebel. To conspire against the throne is to invite eternal infamy. Even if one ascends to power, it is a path fraught with illegitimacy. Duanmu Lian inquired, Are you certain you wish to proceed? Should it fail, the consequences could be dire. Yu Sikhen sighed helplessly, I would prefer otherwise, but the crown prince is resolute. I am now allied with him. Even if I choose not to partake, should his plans be unveiled, our close association would leave me no refuge, rendering me equally culpable. Duanmu Lian scoffed inwardly. It seemed the crown prince was cornered, driven to desperation. Evidently, Bei Nanfeng had not disappointed her. After asking a few more questions to ascertain the general direction of their plans, Duanmu Lian noted that Yu Sikhen, out of instinctive caution, refrained from divulging too many sensitive details, sharing only what she needed to know. She dared not press further, fearing his suspicion. After a day of recuperation, Duanmu Lian rose and overheard whispers from the maidservants outside the door. They lamented the tragic fate of Miss Yu, suggesting she would not last long, living in a state worse than death. How true. Previously, she had found Yu's arrogant demeanor quite distasteful, yet witnessing her current plight evoked a twinge of sympathy. Duanmu Lian's voice turned cold, What are you discussing? The maidservants immediately bowed their heads upon seeing her. By now, no one dared provoke Duanmu Lian. especially given the cruel action Ji Siken had taken on her behalf. Duanmu Lian commanded, "You may leave now. And remember to refrain from speaking ill of others in the future, lest you invite calamity upon yourselves." The two maidservants hurried away. In truth, this was for their own good, a veiled warning. In this era, gossiping in such places could lead to severe punishments. From having one's tongue cut out to losing one's life. Duanmu Lian summoned several attendants to escort her, and upon arrival, she beheld a woman bloodied and bruised. Lying on the ground like a lifeless fish, her injuries rendering her face unrecognizable. The woman seemed to sense the presence of others, lifting her head upon seeing the visitors. She gritted her teeth and dragged herself to the iron bars, using her bloodied fingers to inscribe the word death on the ground. Seeing this, Duanmu Lian merely smiled coldly. "You may all leave, I wish to speak with her alone." However, the attendants hesitated, concerned for Yu Qianqian's current state. Duanmu Lian's tone was icy. "Do you think she can do anything to me in her current condition? She is nothing more than a pitiable creature on the brink of death." The attendants, upon hearing her words, departed. Duanmu Lian looked down upon Yu Qianqian. "You have spent your life engulfed in jealousy and unrequited love. Have you ever known true happiness?" Chapter 62, A Life of Misguided Love. Yu Qianqian moved her lips, crimson blood oozing from her mouth, indicating her dire state. Duanmu Lian exuded an elegance that seemed innate. Her every gesture reminiscent of a naturally refined noblewoman, contrasting starkly with Yu Qianqian, a disparity akin to the divide between clouds and mud. "You cannot blame me. Your current plight is a consequence of your own foolishness." Yu Qianqian, momentarily frozen, trembled as she gazed at Duanmu Lian, feeling as though she had plunged into an abyss without end. Duanmu Lian remarked, "I anticipated your aggression towards me, though I did not foresee it occurring so swiftly. Even had you refrained from striking, I would have provoked you into action." Yu Qianqian, tormented beyond the ability to articulate, bore eyes filled with fear, tremors, and resentment, which brought a sense of satisfaction to Duanmu Lian. With her delicate fingers, Duanmu Lian caressed Yu Qianqian's blood-stained face, saying, "You were meant to be a gentle and serene woman, yet you have forsaken your virtue for a man. Is he truly worth such a sacrifice?" Yu Qianqian let out a violent cough, expelling a copious amount of blood. The pain inflicted by Yi Siqing was an indelible torment. Regret had long since consumed her, mirroring the original owner's feelings from the moment the knife pierced her heart. Duanmu Lian chuckled, "Savor this unforgettable experience. Soon, I shall command them to administer your punishment. Yi Siqing has granted me the authority to deal with you as I please." Yu Qianqian recoiled repeatedly, regarding the beautiful woman, whose smile resembled fireworks, as though she were a demon. Duanmu Lian turned, gracefully departing, instructing those tasked with executing the torture, "Take good care of her," while discreetly placing a gold coin in the leader's hand. The leader accepted the coin with a smile, assuring her, "Rest assured. Yu Qianqian's final days would undoubtedly be a living hell." Many might claim that Duanmu Lian is ruthless and devoid of compassion, even in the face of her adversaries' transgressions. They have received their due punishment. Why then, the unnecessary torment? However, they remain oblivious to the underlying truths, ignorant of others' suffering, and thus should not counsel others towards goodness. Duanmu Lian transformed a tale of cruelty into one of retribution, with the primary aim of ensuring those who harmed the original owner received their just deserts, perhaps even double. Soon, anguished cries echoed, sending chills through the air. Duanmu Lian walked on without glancing back, the cries gradually fading into the distance. That night, a crow flew to Yu Qianqian's window, an ominous messenger. How cautious of Beinan Feng. Upon reading the contents, her eyes quivered slightly. She promptly burned the note and penned a new one, succinctly conveying the schemes of Yi Siqing and the crown prince to Beinan Feng. Watching the crow depart, she understood that a storm of bloodshed was imminent in this era. 3 days later, news arrived of Yu Qianqian's tragic demise under torture. Duanmu Lian made a point to inspect her lifeless body, marred and unrecognizable, her eyes wide open, brimming with resentment. Death had not granted her peace. Without much ceremony, her body was discarded in a common grave. "Ning Shiner, do you see? I have avenged you. Only Yi Siqing remains, may you bless me to complete my task swiftly." A missive arrived from the palace, urging Duanmu Lian to return promptly, for she was the head of the pharmaceutical bureau, and matters required her attention, something she nearly overlooked. Before departing, she took a moment to converse with Yi Siqing, listening to his instructions, while a cold smile crept across her heart. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my duty. And you will not be pleased. Chapter 63, A lifetime of misplaced affection. Upon returning to the palace, Duanmu Lian completely disregarded the instructions given by Yi Siqing. The news had already been conveyed to Bei Nanfeng in advance. Meanwhile, Yi Siqing could only rely on letters for information, leaving him uncertain whether Duanmu Lian had obeyed his commands. As night fell, a gentle summer breeze wafted through the window, bestowing a refreshing sensation. At that moment, a palace maid approached with a report. My lord, someone has requested your presence by the lakeside in the imperial garden. Who would summon her? The most likely candidate was undoubtedly Bei Nanfeng. In the imperial garden, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Having spent a considerable time within the palace, Duanmu Lian was well aware that even at night, the palace remained illuminated, never shrouded in such profound darkness. What was that person up to? Just as she pondered, a sudden loud explosion resonated from the sky, followed by a magnificent display of fireworks bursting forth in vibrant colors. Soon after, a series of lights flickered to life, revealing that the ground beneath her feet had been encircled in floral patterns. From the direction of Bei Nanfeng, Duanmu Lian saw him approaching, a jade pendant clasped in his hand. What could this signify? Do you like it? Bei Nanfeng inquired gently. Duanmu Lian stamped her foot in protest. Are you insane? With so many people in the palace, are you not afraid they will discover and suspect our relationship? Bei Nanfeng chuckled. After tonight, the world shall change. His smile bore a blend of tenderness and coldness. Is the pace so swift? Duanmu Lian asked. So, you summoned me merely to showcase this? Bei Nanfeng's smile faded, realizing that her reaction was not one of surprise. After all, she had gathered this information from various sources, all suggesting that girls appreciated such displays. Duanmu Lian seemed to see through him. I apologize, but these things appear rather gaudy to me, they do not appeal to my tastes. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Her words struck Bei Nanfeng like a thunderbolt. Watching her depart, he called out, Then what do you like? Duanmu Lian offered no reply. Just as Bei Nanfeng intended to pursue her, he abruptly halted. Soon enough, all would belong to him, he could offer her the finest treasures in the realm. Would she not be moved then? Upon returning to her quarters, Duanmu Lian, who previously adorned herself without jewelry, unexpectedly donned a hairpin and concealed a dagger within her sleeve, devoid of a sheath for swift access. Judging by Bei Nanfeng's tone earlier, events were likely to unfold rapidly. She needed to prepare for self-defense. The following days passed in a rather mundane manner. Within the palace, she received orders from Yi Siqing, merely going through the motions without any tangible action. One morning, a sudden uproar echoed throughout the palace. Upon stepping outside, Duanmu Lian discovered an abundance of guards stationed at her door. The guards bowed respectfully, but just as she intended to exit the courtyard, they obstructed her path. Our master has instructed that the young lady should not wander. It was then that Duanmu Lian realized everyone in her chamber had been dismissed, replaced by unfamiliar faces. Among them, one man was recognizable. She had seen him at the Li Wangfu. Why had this man taken such actions without notifying her beforehand? Outside, the sounds of clashing swords and blades reached her ears. Duanmu Lian yearned to investigate but was restrained. The guards, ever respectful, stated, Our master has commanded that the young lady should not concern herself with any noises from outside. Whatever transpires beyond will not affect this place. Young lady, please return to your room and await in tranquility. Once it has passed, you shall regain your freedom. Duanmu Lian felt an unsettling sense that if she did not look, she would miss something significant. The original owner of her body was highly skilled in martial arts, perhaps. As the guards became momentarily distracted, she seized the opportunity to slip away, employing her agility to leap outside. The guards, startled by her sudden escape, immediately rushed after her. They were filled with trepidation, knowing that if anything befell Duanmu Lian, they would face dire consequences from Bei Nanfeng. Chapter 64, A Life of Misguided Love. 34. Duanmu Lian concealed herself in a corner, observing the hurried figures rushing out, a smirk playing on her lips. The incompetence of the dispatched individuals was laughable, their presence was more of a hindrance than a help. With agile grace, she traversed the rooftops, her movements cautious. As she witnessed the chaos below, blood flowed freely within the palace walls. Stealthily, Duanmu Lian approached the Xianjing Hall, where numerous officials had already met their demise. The emperor was likely ensconced in a secure location, perhaps within a hidden chamber. Keeping to the shadows, she slipped inside, only to find the inner sanctum devoid of life. Yet the sound of conversation echoed within. "I have aged, the empire and this dragon throne must now be entrusted to you." It was the emperor's voice. Following the sound, she successfully infiltrated their gathering unnoticed, thanks to her exceptional skills in lightness art. Bei Nanfeng stood before the emperor, speaking earnestly, "Your Majesty. You are well aware of the prince's intentions and Yi Xiqing's ambitions. Why do you continue to indulge them?" The emperor sighed wearily, "They are the individuals I cherish most. I wish to avoid shattering that last veil of delusion, yet my inaction has only inflated their ambitions, leading us to this dire predicament. It is my fault." Bei Nanfeng replied, "I am prepared, father. The turmoil outside will soon subside, and I have already secured the prince under my command." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the emperor's face, swiftly replaced by a smile. "In truth, you have long anticipated this and devised a strategy. If you wish for them to act, you must ensure your greatest adversary vanishes." Bei Nanfeng chuckled, "I, too, am reluctant to resort to such measures. It is a consequence of their coercion. Had I not received prior warning, I might have already been imprisoned in the dungeons by you, father. Should you agree to abdicate in favor of a retired sovereign, this final move could be averted, sparing many lives." The implication was clear, the emperor was to step down. The prince's rebellion warranted his removal, and it would be entirely reasonable for the emperor, heartbroken over the prince's downfall, to relinquish his throne to a more capable son. Thus, it would be a matter of legitimacy. The emperor produced a decree, inscribing the abdication proclamation with a flourish. Meanwhile, the insurrection outside was gradually being quelled. This political upheaval concluded in a manner most unexpected. Duanmu Lian had anticipated a prolonged struggle, yet it was resolved in a single day. There was surely something amiss. Even following the original narrative of the world, Bei Nanfeng would undoubtedly rise again. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice from the system broke the silence. "Congratulations, host. Your narrative value has reached 60. Had it finally reached 60? How delightful. It would not be long before she bid this world farewell." Just then, Bei Nanfeng's most trusted aide rushed in, breathless with alarm. "My lord, it is dire. Miss Ning has disregarded our counsel and fled using her lightness skills." "What?" Bei Nanfeng barked. "Incompetent fools. Why do you not hurry and find her?" "No need," Duanmu Lian emerged from the shadows, her presence commanding. "I was merely curious and came to observe. With my skills, few in this world can pose a challenge to me." Bei Nanfeng regarded the woman before him, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. "Why can you not simply obey?" Duanmu Lian retorted, "Obey what, and whose command? You undertook all these actions without consulting me. Why should I heed your words? Had I not provided you with this intelligence, would you have achieved any of this?" Chapter 65, A lifetime of misguided affection. Had Duanmu Lian refrained from divulging such matters to Bei Nanfeng, the narrative would have undoubtedly unfolded in accordance with the original tale. He could not have ascended to the throne so swiftly. Alas, Bei Nanfeng remained oblivious to this truth. The emperor observed the events below with a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, pondering that this son was likely to be ensnared by the woes of love. Bei Nanfeng furrowed his brow, declaring, "I shall immediately command someone to escort you home. Remain in your chambers, and once this turmoil has subsided, I shall liberate you and provide you with everything." But what did he mean by everything? The desires she yearned for were beyond his capacity to grant. Nevertheless, Duanmu Lian returned, having heard all that was necessary. Further entanglement would serve no purpose. Unbeknownst to her, 7 days slipped by, a span in which monumental changes transpired. Although Duanmu Lian enjoyed a life of comfort, she was not insulated from the whispers of the court. The emperor had abdicated in favor of King Li. The crown prince, having been implicated in treason, was imprisoned, yet due to the emperor's lingering affection, he was merely exiled to Lingnan. However, in a twist of fate, the crown prince met an untimely death in his cell just before his exile. Knight Sikhen, once a figure of immense power and beauty, had also been cast into the depths of the prison, his life now hanging by a thread, a stark contrast to his former glory. It was said he had grown considerably haggard. At that moment, the door finally creaked open. A senior eunuch entered, followed by a retinue of junior eunuchs. This was Duan Gonggong, a trusted confidant of Bei Nanfeng since his ascension. Duan Gonggong bowed respectfully to Duanmu Lian. "Madam, the emperor requests your presence at the Yangxin Palace." Duanmu Lian gracefully set down her teacup, discerning the reverence in their demeanor. It seemed Bei Nanfeng held her in high regard. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Upon arrival, she once again beheld this man now adorned in imperial robes. In just 7 days, the vast imperial city had welcomed a new sovereign. Bei Nanfeng proclaimed, "Your contributions have been invaluable in my rise to this position. It is time to reward you accordingly." "And what does that entail?" Duanmu Lian countered. Bei Nanfeng smiled. "I intend to bestow upon you a noble lineage, to elevate you as my empress." To be an empress, a dream cherished by many women of this era, yet it held no allure for her. Yet, one final task remained unfinished. She desired Knight Sikhen to experience a profound, heart-wrenching agony. Bei Nanfeng continued, "I am aware of your deep-seated hatred for Knight Sikhen, thus, I have revealed to him the identity of his betrayer. Can you imagine the expression on his face upon learning the truth? I trust that seeing him in his current state will bring you satisfaction." He meticulously sought to discern a different expression on Duanmu Lian's face, but alas, she remained as tranquil as a still lake. "As for the position of empress, I dare not accept it. The palace is fraught with rules and intricacies beyond my capability to navigate." Upon hearing this, Bei Nanfeng's expression flickered with disbelief. What woman would not covet the title of empress? He had only just ascended, and already ministers were eager to present their daughters to him. "If it is within your power, I implore you to hand Knight Sikhen over to me for my own reckoning. Consider it a repayment for the information I have shared. From this day forth, we shall owe each other nothing." These words ignited Bei Nanfeng's ire. "What do you mean by owe nothing? Can you not perceive my sentiments toward you?" Duanmu Lian coldly withdrew her hand from his grasp, stating, "A forcibly sweetened fruit is tasteless. Should you persist in this manner, I shall simply vanish." In that moment, she could sense the palpable aura of danger radiating from this man. Chapter 66, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. Bei Nanfeng fixed his gaze upon the woman before him, unblinking, and suddenly broke into a smile. "Should you refuse, then Yi Xiqing shall face exile, falling into no one's hands." Was this a veiled threat? Did he truly believe she cared? Exile for a high-ranking official would require but a few days, ample time for her to take action. "Do as you wish." Duanmu Lian coldly flicked her sleeves and turned to leave, only to be halted directly in her tracks. Behind her, Bei Nanfeng sneered, "Let it be known. The daughter of the current chancellor, Jiang Yuelan, is to be declared empress. From this day forth, that shall be your name." Was this a decision made without her consent? Did he truly believe himself the sovereign of this realm? Bei Nanfeng continued, "Should you dare resist, it would be a capital offense. I hope you do not compel me to such extremes." Duanmu Lian grasped the reality. This man harbored mere curiosity and a desire for possession, not genuine affection. He was coercing her. The coronation was a momentous affair, requiring no less than a week of preparation. This duration was sufficient for Duanmu Lian to accomplish her remaining tasks. In the dead of night, Duanmu Lian employed her lightness skill along with an invisibility cloak to stealthily escape. With the cloak, no one could detect her presence. After a period of searching, she discerned the location where Yi Xiqing was imprisoned and produced a sedative, incapacitating the guards. Observing the numerous bodies sprawled on the ground, she felt an unsettling ease at how effortless it had all been. Navigating through a maze of cells, she finally beheld the familiar figure. In just a few short days, how had he become so emaciated? Duanmu Lian remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yi Xiqing did not turn but merely offered a bitter smile. "Is this not the consequence of your actions? He has revealed everything to me." Duanmu Lian replied, "Indeed, this is of your own making." Slowly, Yi Xiqing turned to face her, his eyes bloodshot, veins throbbing at his temples. "Did you not proclaim that everything would revolve around me? That you would eternally remain loyal? Why then, do you betray me, delivering such a grievous blow?" Duanmu Lian's lips curled into a beautiful arc. "Those words were promised to you by Ning Shiner. She did not break her vow. Alas, you have slain her with your own hands." A chill washed over Yi Xiqing as he widened his eyes. "I should have realized. You are not Ning Shiner. Who are you truly?" It was absurd that he still failed to comprehend. Duanmu Lian, brandishing a sharp dagger, unlocked the cell door. The cold blade piercing Yi Xiqing's chest, methodically slicing through his heart. The man's anguished screams reverberated, sending tremors through the air. "Ah, you!" Yi Xiqing attempted to resist, but bound by chains and weakened by his dire surroundings, he lacked the strength to fight back. Duanmu Lian chuckled coldly, "Does it hurt? You once inflicted this very action upon Ning Xiner. Allow me to share a secret, I am indeed not Ning Xiner." With a sudden motion, she withdrew the blade, observing his torment with indifference. "Does it hurt? You have done the same to the one who loved you most. Once, there was a girl who saw only you. Devoted everything, yet received only your deepest wounds in return. Now, I shall reclaim that hurt on her behalf." While Yi Xiqing struggled to grasp her words, a searing pain engulfed his head, and blood soaked his garments. Fragmented memories fluttered through his mind, an indistinct girl pleading with him not to take her heart's blood, only to receive his coldest and most cruel treatment in return. Chapter 67, A lifetime of misguided love. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through Yi Xiqing's chest, interrupting his thoughts. It was Duanmu Lian, once again plunging a dagger into his heart. Yi Xiqing could no longer endure such agony, despite having inflicted similar torment upon two women. He found himself utterly incapable of bearing it when the tables were turned. He cried out, "Kill me, please. Spare me this torment." When Ning Xiner had pleaded with him not to be so cruel, did he heed her? Did he grant her mercy? Duanmu Lian replied indifferently, "I apologize. My hand seems to have a mind of its own." Following this, the man's screams echoed relentlessly, in a cruel mirroring of the suffering Ning Xiner endured. Duanmu Lian imposed all of it upon Yi Xiqing. She ensured that the scoundrel and the ungrateful woman faced the consequences they so richly deserved. It was not until dawn approached that Yi Xiqing finally took his last breath. Like the woman Moon Qianqian, his eyes remained wide open in death, refusing to close. And on the road to the underworld, they could accompany each other, the scoundrel and the ungrateful woman, a perfect match. Duanmu Lian wiped the dagger clean and cast a cold glance at the lifeless body on the ground before gracefully departing. Unbeknownst to her, a figure, emanating an aura of coldness, emerged after her departure. Having observed the entire scene for most of the night, Bei Nanfeng sighed. Find a decent coffin and a proper burial site, he deserves it. His gaze turned icy as he recalled Duanmu Lian's words from the previous day. There were many mysteries surrounding this woman that remained unresolved. As the subordinates collected the corpse, a flicker of disgust crossed their faces. It seemed the old adage held true, it is better to offend a petty person than to offend a woman. After all, a once illustrious minister had met such a tragic end due to a woman. The system's cold voice chimed in, "Congratulations, host. Your satisfaction value has reached 90. Duanmu Lian expressed her confusion, "Why only 90? I have dealt with the scoundrel and the ungrateful woman, they have all experienced the suffering the original protagonist endured. In previous tales, once the scoundrel and the ungrateful were resolved, the satisfaction value would reach 100. Why is this different?" The system replied, "Upon investigation, it appears that the downfall of the original female lead was not solely due to that pair of scoundrels, but also some others who contributed to the chaos. Therefore, why not mention this sooner?" Duanmu Lian was left speechless. However, she had heard that the servants within Yi Xiqing's estate had also been detained. How could she uncover those who had contributed to the turmoil? Just then, an imperial decree arrived. Although Duanmu Lian had no desire to receive the edict, she accepted it for the sake of that final 10 of satisfaction value. Eunuch Duan read aloud, "By the grace of heaven and the emperor's decree, the prime minister's legitimate daughter has won my favor. She is hereby appointed as empress and shall move to the Phoenix Elegance Palace, to enjoy eternal blessings." So it is decreed. She truly did not intend to become that man's empress, she needed to accumulate enough satisfaction value to depart swiftly. Upon arriving at the Phoenix Elegance Palace, she found herself surrounded by a throng of kneeling eunuchs and palace maids. The empress was to be attended by 50 maidservants and 10 eunuchs, with the option to add more if necessary. Gazing at the opulent sleeping quarters and the embroidered phoenix robe that had been sent, she realized that donning such garments would signify a lifetime of confinement, making it nearly impossible to see the blue sky beyond the palace walls. Yet, countless individuals were driven mad in their pursuit of such a wretched man. At that moment, Several of the palace's finest hairstylists entered, bowing deeply. "We pay our respects to your majesty, we have come to assist you with your attire." Duanmu Lian responded. "Do not call me empress, until the coronation ceremony is performed, I am not yet a formal empress." Chapter 68, A Lifetime of Misguided Affection. Who says you are not? The ceremony of enfeoffment is merely a superficial formality. As Bei Nanfeng entered, the occupants of the room immediately assumed a kneeling posture, bowing their heads in reverence. For the emperor's status is supreme, and all must pay homage. Duanmu Lian also rose to perform a gesture of respect. "All of you may leave." Bei Nanfeng commanded in a deep voice. "Yes." The assembly retreated, closing the door with utmost caution. Duanmu Lian spoke, "I harbor no romantic feelings for you. Forcing a union would be detrimental to us both. Moreover, how long I can remain here is uncertain. Please, do not act impulsively. Consider this a word of caution." Bei Nanfeng replied, "I witnessed your remarkable feats last night. I did not anticipate your methods to be so ruthless, rivaling even my own." A pallor flickered across Duanmu Lian's face. It was no wonder the task was accomplished so effortlessly. The prison was typically guarded by a formidable force. Although there were dozens present last night, it was a mere fraction of the usual numbers, suggesting a blatant disregard for protocol. He had calculated that she would seek out Yi Xiqing for a final resolution. Duanmu Lian smiled faintly, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. The machinations behind your ascension to power are undoubtedly numerous, perhaps even more sinister than mine." Her words rang true. The rivers of blood shed that day bore witness to countless vengeful spirits. Bei Nanfeng proclaimed, "You are indeed my great benefactor, henceforth, whatever you desire shall be granted." This statement jolted Duanmu Lian into realization, she was still short of 10 of the narrative satisfaction points. "Then I request that you eliminate every living soul in Yi Xiqing's household, regardless of age or gender. Is that acceptable?" A look of disbelief crossed Bei Nanfeng's face. He had presumed Duanmu Lian's grievances against Yi Xiqing were merely personal, unaware of her intent for such absolute annihilation. Duanmu Lian chuckled softly. "Do not tell me you find me particularly cruel. One must not be oblivious to the suffering of others nor dissuade them from doing good. Will you acquiesce or not?" After a moment of contemplation, Bei Nanfeng exhaled, "I can agree to this, but you must promise me that there will be no further resistance afterwards." Duanmu Lian replied, "Agreed. It is settled." However, after Bei Nanfeng issued the death decree, everyone in Yi Xiqing's household, including his relatives and allies, perished, yet the narrative satisfaction points only reached 95. Leaving a remaining 5. What on earth was going on? Duanmu Lian felt a headache coming on. "Do you know the reason? Is your system only capable of reporting numbers?" The system responded, "According to investigations, upon the completion of this task, an upgrade will follow, along with new game rules." Upgrade? What is that for? The system explained, upon task completion, the original host will personally recount the experiences endured and the desires wished for, including the extent of suffering inflicted on both protagonists and supporting characters. You must adhere strictly to her wishes, as your performance will be judged with ratings. A poor rating may result in a reduction of certain privileges. Goodness, there are ratings? What nonsense. Does this mean I cannot execute the task according to my own desires? Duanmu Lian cradled her chin in thought, "Could you assist me in investigating why this task remains incomplete? How do I obtain the remaining 5 of the narrative satisfaction points?" The system replied, "A portion has already been resolved. As for the remainder, I am unsure where it might be located, but it is likely not with the male lead." Where could it be then? Suddenly, a thought struck Duanmu Lian. Chapter 69, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. In the original narrative, Ning Xian'er was gravely injured due to her attempt to assassinate Bei Nanfeng, which served as the catalyst for the ensuing tragedy. Thus, the remaining 5 of uncertainty likely resides with Bei Nanfeng. How could such a simple matter cause her to be so conflicted for so long? It seems there exists an indefinable factor within her that prevents her from doubting Bei Nanfeng. Had it not been for his recent coercion, she might never have questioned him at all. Duanmu Lian commanded, "Bring forth my phoenix robe for the coronation ceremony." At once, 4 palace maids entered. "Yes, Your Highness." Before long, the phoenix robe was delicately presented by the maids, adorned with intricately embroidered golden phoenixes that appeared almost lifelike, a rare masterpiece of embroidery. "You may leave now." The maids promptly withdrew, adhering to the palace's strict code of conduct, serve immediately when commanded and depart at their ruler's behest. Duanmu Lian lightly caressed the ornate crown and robe, making subtle alterations. As night fell, the emperor arrived. Instantly, all the palace maids and eunuchs knelt in reverence. Yet, Duanmu Lian remained seated at her vanity, unmoving. Bei Nanfeng's voice was low and commanding, "Why do you not greet me?" With a smile, Duanmu Lian replied, "Your Majesty. Your imposing presence is undeniable. If you truly cherish me, why concern yourself with such trifling formalities? This is the way of things." Bei Nanfeng's tone brooked no dissent. Duanmu Lian rose, "If your Majesty is displeased, you may expel me or even execute me. I am entirely amenable to either course of action." Her indifferent demeanor ignited a sense of conquest within him. It is essential to recognize that this man stood at the pinnacle of his dynasty, commanding obedience from all. Bei Nanfeng gestured for everyone to leave, leaving only the two of them in the chamber. "Who are you truly? I recall your words to Yi Siqing that night, you are not Ning Xian'er." Duanmu Lian replied coolly, "Indeed, I am not Ning Xian'er, yet this body undeniably belongs to her." Confusion flickered in Bei Nanfeng's eyes, he could not comprehend her meaning. Duanmu Lian continued, "Have you heard of defying fate and borrowing a corpse to return to life? I belong to a category akin to that." Bei Nanfeng narrowed his eyes. Duanmu Lian toyed with the silk handkerchief in her hand. "The world I inhabit is beyond your understanding or reach, I fear I shall not live to see the day of the coronation." Bei Nanfeng frowned. "You have accepted the imperial decree. Should you defy it, you would bring me great dishonor, and I might truly lose control and kill you." As he spoke, his heart trembled, for she was the only woman capable of stirring such emotions within him, provoking wild speculation. Duanmu Lian employed her agility, and the coronation robe appeared within the chamber. Upon seeing the robe, Bei Nanfeng's expression shifted dramatically. "This is crafted from the finest materials. To reproduce it would take at least several days. Are you intentionally attempting to evade me? Ning Xian'er, have I not treated you well enough? I have never harbored such feelings for any other woman." Duanmu Lian murmured, "Yet I do not take pride in that. Moreover, you are aware that I am not Ning Xian'er. Would you like to know my true name?" She stepped closer, gently touching Bei Nanfeng's face, enunciating each word. "I am Duanmu Lian." This name resonated within Bei Nanfeng's mind, exploding with recognition, and in a fleeting moment, a glint of cold light flashed. A sharp dagger pierced his left shoulder. "I apologize, but I must fulfill my mission." In the next instant, Bei Nanfeng stared in shock as the girl before him gradually faded away. Ignoring the pain, he lunged forward, desperate to grasp her. Yet ultimately seized nothing but emptiness and the ethereal void. Chapter 70, A Lifetime of Misguided Love. Congratulations, host. Your narrative value has reached 100, and the task is complete. This time, Duanmu Lian did not transition directly into the next task but instead found herself in a peculiar space. In the next moment, an ethereal voice resonated, "Congratulations. Based on your accomplishments in traversing worlds, you have successfully passed the trial and are now officially a member of the organization." It turned out that Duanmu Lian had previously been a provisional member. Should the host inadvertently develop feelings for the inhabitants of the world during her journeys, or fail to complete the tasks, resulting in multiple deaths, she would be expelled and returned to her original world, leading a mundane life of merely a few decades. Duanmu Lian inquired, "So, the task has elevated? Must I fulfill the original owner's wishes?" The ethereal voice replied, "Indeed, we shall now proceed to the task handover." A flash of white light manifested, revealing a woman adorned in exquisite light blue attire embellished with gold trim, her hair styled in a traditional high bun, adorned with golden hairpins. It was evident that she belonged to the royal lineage, likely from the Qing dynasty. A subtle sorrow glimmered in her eyes. Following the prompt, they clasped hands. In that instant, Duanmu Lian glimpsed the plight of this woman, who was named Su Li, a noble lady from a declining family in the Qing dynasty. Tragically, her father sacrificed himself in a bid to protect the imperial treasures, leaving Su Li without support, relegated to a mere title of nobility. From a young age, she harbored feelings for the esteemed Prince Xian, the most trusted brother of Emperor Xianyi, who, regrettably, held no affection for her and even harbored disdain. As if fate were cruel, during a drunken revelry, Prince Xian forcefully took her as if she were his beloved. Heartbroken, Su Li buried the incident deep within. believing the emperor did not reciprocate her feelings. Later, she encountered Lu Jin, the son of the Minister of Revenue. Their hearts intertwined at first sight. And as their relationship blossomed, they grew increasingly enamored, nearing the prospect of marriage. Yet, unexpectedly, Xianyi employed underhanded tactics to force Su Li into becoming a concubine. A mere secondary consort, due to her family's decline, with no one to advocate for her. On their wedding night, Xianyi discovered that Su Li was not a maiden, inciting his wrath and resulting in 2 resounding slaps across her face. Su Li wept upon the marriage bed, and soon thereafter, Xianyi wed another woman. The daughter of a chancellor, elevating her to the status of primary consort. Completely disregarded in the royal residence, Su Li was left in solitude. As Xianyi never returned to her chambers after their first night. Mockery ensued, for it was evident she lost favor soon after her marriage, leading to a harsh existence. Her rival, the primary consort Su Shi, was anything but benevolent, frequently orchestrating schemes that caused Su Li considerable suffering, further incited by the disdain of her mother-in-law. Xianyi's indifference only exacerbated her torment. Before long, Su Shi became pregnant and bore a son, subsequently having more children, basking in the emperor's favor. Meanwhile, Su Li was confined to her desolate courtyard, enduring her days in silence. Devoid of affection, even the maids attending her showed her disrespect, sometimes neglecting to serve her meals. Forcing Su Li, as a secondary consort, to fetch her own food from the kitchen. The prolonged despair and anguish took a toll on her health. Leaving Su Li perplexed as to why Xianyi did not cherish her, yet still compelled her into marriage. Chapter 71, The Secondary Consort's Lack of Favor. One fateful day, Su Li was suddenly beset by excruciating pain in her abdomen. Upon summoning the imperial physician, it was revealed that she was pregnant. Yet, Xuanya had not graced her chamber in several years, nor had they shared any intimate relations. This revelation incited outrage throughout the royal residence. Xuanya even struck Su Li publicly. However, Su Li remained utterly bewildered by the situation. She had not been with any man, so how could she possibly be with child? Yet, the physician's diagnosis was unequivocal. Documented in black and white, and corroborated by several other physicians. Thus, no matter how Su Li protested, her words fell on deaf ears. Ultimately, the matter was reported to the emperor, who decreed that a woman who strayed from her marital duties must face the direst consequences, death, especially for one of royal lineage. The emperor ordered Su Li to be executed without mercy, for she had lost all familial power and possessed nothing to protect her. It was utterly ludicrous. Su Li's father had devoted his life to the Qing dynasty, sacrificing himself to safeguard the nation's treasures. Only for the emperor to treat his sole daughter in such a manner. The heavy rod came crashing down upon Su Li, leaving her covered in crimson. The agony was something she would never forget. Ultimately, in the depths of her suffering, she bit through her tongue and took her own life. Upon absorbing this tale, Duanmu Lian's mind was flooded with a new wave of memories. This was the hidden truth behind the narrative, as the story was told from the female protagonist's perspective, necessitating the conveyance of that perspective's underlying truths to Duanmu Lian for the execution of her mission. It turned out that Xuanya had indeed harbored feelings for Su Li. But due to his pride and that absurd machismo, he refused to acknowledge them. Furthermore, on their wedding night, Su Li had not bled, leading him to believe she was a woman of loose morals with a history of infidelity. Thus, when Su Li was later ensnared in a scheme to induce a false pregnancy, he had no doubts and immediately condemned her as a traitor. What a despicable man he was. If he did not love her, why could he not simply let her go? The one who orchestrated Su Li's downfall was none other than the legitimate consort, Su Shi. After hearing Xuanya call Su Li's name in a dream, fearing for her own position, she sought the aid of a sorcerer from the western regions to cast a special curse upon Su Li, creating the illusion of pregnancy, undetectable by any physician. This woman was truly ruthless, already the primary consort and mother of numerous sons. Even if Xuanya were to suddenly rekindle his affection for Su Li, it would not jeopardize her status. Yet, she felt compelled to act with such malice. Tears of blood slowly fell from Su Li's eyes. I surrender my soul and this body to you, hoping you will fulfill my desires and live as I have wished. Su Li's wishes were threefold. First, she sought to punish her betrayer, ensuring that the one who wronged her would experience even greater suffering. Second, she wished for a divorce from Xuanya, demanding that he pay a price for his arrogance, rendering him incapable of holding his head high again. Third, Suli longed to live a more vibrant life. She refused to remain a humble concubine and aspired to restore her family's former glory. With ample experience in traversing realms, these three objectives would pose little challenge for Duanmu Lian. Rest assured, I shall accomplish this. In the next instant, a blinding light enveloped her. And Duanmu Lian felt a sensation akin to being spun in a whirlwind, a stark contrast to her previous experiences of transmigration. Chapter 72, The Unfavored Consort's Discontent. As Duanmu Lian awoke from her stupor, her gaze fell upon her austere surroundings, where a beaded curtain draped over the bed. She rose from her slumber and pushed open the door, only to encounter two palace maids who were preparing hot water. Upon seeing her, their expressions contorted with disdain. An uncherished mistress evoked such contempt even among her servants. Duanmu Lian smirked. The original owner of this body had tolerated such insolence, but she would not. Lift your heads. You too. The maids stared at her in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Duanmu Lian stepped forward and kicked one of the maids down, exclaiming, You insolent wretch! Do you dare disregard my words? It seems I have indulged you far too much. The maid who was kicked immediately knelt, her forehead touching the ground as she pleaded. This servant is at fault, I beg the consort for forgiveness. The other maid, witnessing this, hastily knelt as well, unable to fathom how their usually timid mistress would dare stand up to them. Such individuals thrived on the meekness of others. And it was the original owner's frailty that had emboldened them. According to the regulations for a consort, she ought not to reside in such a modest quarters. Nor should she be attended by merely two maids, at least 8 should be at her service, along with 2 stewards. Everything that should be present was conspicuously absent. Based on the original narrative, they had only progressed 1/3 into the tale. There was still time to alter the original owner's fate. Send one of you to assist with my grooming, she commanded. Seated before the dressing mirror, she was a beauty that could rival any era. Yet her features bore the pallor of long-held sorrow. Utilize all the necessary items. The maid comprehended Duanmu Lian's intent, and fortunately, her skills in makeup were commendable. After half an hour's effort, the pallid complexion was concealed, and with a touch of powder and rouge, her beauty was enhanced. Duanmu Lian picked up a brush dipped in red ink and delicately painted a plum blossom on her forehead, a mark reserved for mature or married women. Upon completion, even the maid beside her gasped in astonishment, marveling at how striking their mistress appeared once adorned. Why had she been overlooked? If she were favored, they too would enjoy a better life and would not have dared to scorn her previously. Rising from her seat, Duanmu Lian donned a light blue fringed gown with the aid of her maid. You will remain here. When I return, prepare a tub of hot water for me, otherwise you shall face the consequences. The chilling tone sent a shiver through the maids. How had the consort transformed so drastically? She had never spoken in such a manner before. Following the original owner's memories, Duanmu Lian proceeded to the martial arts training ground. There, she beheld a tall, handsome figure practicing swordplay in the back garden. Accompanied by a graceful and serene woman, this must be the legitimate consort, Su Shi. Duanmu Lian felt an urge to strip the veneer of hypocrisy from this woman. As she flexed her fingers, she discovered a surprising surge of inner strength. The system informed her, from now on, the host may retain anything acquired in each world, serving as rewards for task completion. This meant that the martial prowess and inner power of Ning Shiner from the previous realm still resided within her. What a delightful revelation! With such formidable skills and energy at her disposal, her endeavors would become significantly more manageable. At that moment, Su Shi seemed to notice Duanmu Lian. Approaching her with a smile, Sister, what brings you out today? In her smile, Duanmu Lian detected a hint of malice. Chapter 73, The Side Concubine's Lack of Favor. Why did the side concubine not pay her respects to the principal concubine? One of Su Shi's maidservants exclaimed. Duanmu Lian swiftly approached and delivered a resounding slap to the maid, declaring, When has it ever been the place of a lowly servant to instruct the side concubine? Her audacious action stunned everyone present, including Xianyi, who paused his sword practice upon hearing the commotion. What is happening here? He inquired. The maid, clutching her face and with tears welling in her eyes, lamented, The side concubine has struck me. A glint of malice flickered in Su Shi's eyes as she feigned innocence, saying, Sister, I have been sufficiently tolerant of you. Chuyer merely spoke a single word. Why must you retaliate so fiercely? In the presence of men, women ought to portray themselves as fragile, refraining from exhibiting any semblance of dominance, for men, upon witnessing a woman's distress, will naturally seek to redress her grievances. What is the matter with you? Xianyi approached with displeasure radiating from his gaze. Apologize to Sushi at once. Duanmu Lian met his glare defiantly. And what if I refuse? All onlookers stifled gasps. Was this truly the side concubine? The side concubine they had known was always meek and reticent. What had changed today? Xianyi warned, if you do not apologize today, you shall kneel in the ancestral hall until dawn. Duanmu Lian laughed lightly. My lord, as far as I know. While I am a side concubine, I was bestowed by the emperor himself. According to the laws of the Qing dynasty, only the emperor possesses the authority to impose punishment. Duanmu Lian had indeed perused texts on the Qing court and was well acquainted with its regulations and statutes. The original owner of this body was equally knowledgeable. Yet she chose not to leverage such understanding, enduring needless grievances. It seemed rather self-imposed. In accordance with the hierarchy of the Qing dynasty, the principal concubine is the wife, while the side concubine is a favored concubine, and the servant concubine is merely a true concubine. The side concubine is required to pay respects to the principal concubine. Yet the principal concubine holds no authority to penalize the side concubine. Should the side concubine indeed err, she may present evidence to the emperor for judgment. Xianye's brows furrowed, the blade of his sword still adorned with a fallen leaf. What had transformed this woman into such a figure? Had she not always been reserved? His irritation stemmed from the fact that she had lost her virtue before marriage, a matter any man would find intolerable. Xianyi merely desired an apology and an explanation from her. However, her silence only intensified his vexation, prompting him to deliberately bestow favor upon other women to provoke her. He tacitly allowed her to endure grievances within the royal residence. Sushi stepped forward, asserting, even if my maidservant has erred, she is still one of my own. Since when does it fall to my sister to chastise her? Her demeanor suggested that she would not rest until she received satisfaction today. Duanmu Lian retorted. If that maid had erred under the principal concubine's watch, surely she would be punished by her. But if she charges forth to bite, does she not deserve to be struck in return? Her words implied a comparison of the maid to a dog, with Sushi as the master. Seething with rage, Sushi advanced to strike Duanmu Lian. Just as her palm was about to connect, Xianyi intervened, grasping her hand firmly. He sighed, your maid is indeed at fault. Today is the day of our mother's return, do not create trouble. Chapter 74, The Side Concubine's Lack of Favor. For although Sushi felt reluctant, she had no choice but to comply, for in this era, a woman's world revolved around her husband. At that moment, a maid entered to report, Your Highness, the Grand Dowager has arrived. Xianyi turned his head, his expression somewhat complicated as he regarded his two wives. You both accompany me to pay respects to mother. He then advised Duanmu Lian, be cautious in your words and actions when we arrive. This was imperative, as the Grand Dowager had never been fond of the original owner, with much of the blame resting upon Sushi. Upon entering the main hall, they encountered a noble woman of approximately 40 years, adorned with an opulent headdress and clad in a robe of colorful phoenix patterns. The daughter-in-law paid her respects to the Grand Dowager, and both Duanmu Lian and Sushi followed suit. However, the Grand Dowager barely acknowledged Duanmu Lian, instead gently urging Sushi to rise quickly, for she was with child. It was evident that the Grand Dowager harbored a deep-seated disdain for the original owner. Xianyi spoke, Mother, the palace is to host a grand banquet. The Grand Dowager replied, Then you shall take Sushi with you. Such occasions typically allowed a prince to bring along his primary and secondary wives. But the Grand Dowager's omission of Duanmu Lian highlighted her evident aversion. Palace banquets were significant events, ideal for staking one's claim, and she sought to showcase the original owner's status within the royal household. Duanmu Lian stepped forward, bowing respectfully, Mother, according to custom, I too should accompany you. Especially as it has been long since I last saw the Empress Dowager. I wish to pay my respects. The Grand Dowager fell silent. Slamming the teapot onto the table, what do you intend to go for? Do you think you are worthy? Though the original owner held the rank of a noble lady, her family's decline rendered the Grand Dowager's words excessively cruel. Duanmu Lian's eyes glinted with icy disdain, causing the Grand Dowager's heart to skip a beat at the unexpected chill. Such a gaze was starkly different from her previous demeanor. Xianyi, sensing the palpable tension and awkwardness, interjected, "Mother, allow Suli to accompany me as well. She has been cooped up in the manor for far too long." In truth, Xianyi felt a twinge of guilt towards the original owner and sought to make amends, unaware that he would soon regret this decision. For the surprise Duanmu Lian had in store for the banquet would be monumental. Upon returning to her chamber, she noticed the hot water she had instructed to be prepared was ready. The two maidservants informed her, "Your Highness, the hot water has been prepared. What would you like to add?" Duanmu Lian produced a delicate vial, and upon opening it, an enchanting aroma wafted forth as she poured its contents into the hot water. The fragrance was captivating. Turning to the two maidservants, she remarked, "You are but servants, you understand what should and should not be said, and what should remain confidential, correct?" The maidservants immediately knelt, replying, "We dare not, we shall follow the side concubine's orders." Duanmu Lian smiled faintly, "That is as it should be. Now, assist me in changing." Submerging herself in the fragrant water, she reveled in its alluring scent, which had a mesmerizing quality, irresistibly drawing others in and softening hearts. This would serve as an advantage during the banquet. In the ensuing days, Duanmu Lian remained indoors, indulging in baths and meals, with the enchanting aroma lingering about her, captivating even her attending maidservants. Chapter 75, The unfavored concubine's lack of affection. Today marks the day of the grand banquet. Duanmu Lian sat before the vanity, her hair elegantly styled into a refined updo, adorned with a cerulean hairpin. One of her maids remarked, "As the concubine is rarely invited to such a magnificent occasion, why not don a festive red attire?" Duanmu Lian gently adjusted her hairpiece, responding, "Bring forth all garments, save for those in red or yellow. It is preposterous. Only the primary wife may wear red at such gatherings." With only two maids to assist her, retrieving all her clothes proved to be a considerable task. Her gaze settled on a rose-patterned skirt, the hues and designs harmonizing beautifully with her headpiece. "This one shall suffice." Clad in the chosen attire and standing before the mirror, she beamed with satisfaction at her reflection. One maid complimented, "Concubine, you look exquisite today, akin to a celestial being, untouched by the dust of the earth." A celestial being? Yet why does such a being lack affection? As time passed, a knock resounded at the door. Following the guide, she discovered only two carriages awaiting outside. Upon seeing Duanmu Lian, Xianye's eyes lit up, and he was enveloped by an enchanting fragrance that caused one's heart to tremble. Witnessing Xianye's reaction, Sushi's eyes glinted with resentment. Duanmu Lian, without even exchanging pleasantries, ascended into the carriage, finding no pleasure in conversing with the scoundrel and his accomplice. She was repulsed. Xianyi and Sushi had specifically awaited Duanmu Lian, and now faced with her blatant disregard, their expressions soured. The carriage jostled along, moving at a pace that could hardly compare to modern vehicles. Duanmu Lian lifted the curtain to behold a bustling scene of carriages and people, a vibrant spectacle. Though this era lacked modern conveniences, it also boasted an absence of pollution, with the air remarkably fresh. Within the imperial palace, the extravagance was truly eye-opening, representing the pinnacle of earthly riches. The emperor, seated upon his lofty throne, exuded a divine aura and innate nobility, radiating an overpowering regal presence that compelled all to submit. Duanmu Lian, having traversed numerous worlds and encountered figures of authority, including the emperor of her previous realm, found none to rival this man, the historical Kangxi emperor. "Who is that? We have never seen her before." A noble lady, bedecked in finery and adorned with jeweled flowers, gasped. A daughter of the minister's household remarked, "She appears to be the concubine of Prince Xian, long neglected and shrouded in gloom, rarely making an appearance." At this, they all chuckled, emboldened by their perceived superiority. Duanmu Lian regarded the noblewomen with indifference, stating, "If you find yourselves with ample leisure, there are plenty of pastries at the banquet, perhaps sampling them will silence your tongues." Her words drew the attention of someone in the corner. The ladies, clearly insulted, bristled, and the minister's daughter retorted, "You are but a concubine. What gives you the right to speak to us thus?" Duanmu Lian smiled faintly, her voice frosty. "Do you not recall the glory I possessed before my father's passing? Furthermore, even without the title of concubine, I still hold the rank of a noble lady, my status far surpassing yours." The minister's daughter, taken aback by the icy tone, felt her heart race, retreating a step, only to be steadied by someone behind her, preventing her from revealing her disarray. Chapter 76, the side concubine's lack of favor. Esteemed ladies, should you find my words to be in error, the emperor stands before us, feel free to lodge your grievances. With that remark, she turned and departed, leaving the noble maidens in a state of bewilderment. How could this woman be so dissimilar to the tales they had heard? As the banquet commenced, given her status as a side concubine, she was relegated to the rear, seated at a table smaller than that of the despicable pair in the front. Today, before all present, she yearned to voice her inquiries, for she had nothing to lose. Failure in her task could be attempted anew without limit. Amidst the merriment and revelry, Duanmu Lian suddenly rose. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to discuss. This proclamation left all in attendance astounded, and Xianyi, with a countenance darkened by concern, gripped his wine cup tightly. What was this woman thinking? In a moment like this, what could she possibly wish to convey? Originally, he had intended to alleviate some past grievances by bringing her along, yet this was entirely unexpected. Duanmu Lian performed her bow. Your Majesty, I present 2 phrases as tokens of today's congratulations. Emperor Kangxi's expression turned grave, his eyes swirling with an inscrutable depth. Speak. Merit does not surpass affection. When the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold. The assembly gasped at her words, some even dropping their wine cups. Was this truly a congratulatory statement? Such words were treasonous. Impudent! Shouted a eunuch at the emperor's side. Kangxi, although displeased, refrained from immediate retribution. In light of your father's sacrifices for the Qing, after the banquet, come to Qianqing Palace. Xian Ye's expression darkened further. What was this woman attempting? If she wished to endanger herself, that was one matter, but she was still affiliated with the Wang family, and any misfortune could inevitably bring calamity upon them. Su Shi, however, felt a surge of delight. This woman had committed an egregious offense, and it was unlikely she would escape unscathed. The emperor's mercy stemmed only from her father's modest contributions, which had spared her from immediate execution. Yet all had miscalculated. The events of this banquet would not be inscribed in the annals of history. In Qianqing Palace, do you know your crimes? Kangxi's voice was cold and measured, betraying no hint of emotion. The illustrious Kangxi emperor was indeed extraordinary. Duanmu Lian, undaunted, raised her head and replied with calm demeanor, I wish to inquire, Your Majesty. My father sacrificed his life for the Qing, yet you treat me thus for the sake of your own brother. As a noble, must I now suffer the indignities of a concubine? Is this truly the reward you bestow upon my father? Impudent! The emperor's personal eunuch interjected once more. Yet Kangxi silenced him, fixing his gaze upon Duanmu Lian. Do you not fear death? Duanmu Lian smiled faintly. Your Majesty, are you aware of the life I endure within the Wang residence? My husband is indifferent, my mother-in-law cold, and the legitimate concubine, while outwardly benevolent, employs a myriad of schemes to make my existence difficult. Do you believe I should continue to endure such a life? However, I refuse to resign myself to such a fate. Fortunately, I possess something that may alter the course of my destiny. What is that, you ask? Kangxi's heart jolted with a sudden curiosity. What do you possess? Duanmu Lian replied, it is none other than fragments of the national treasure of the Qing. I happen to have a few pieces here, I wonder. Kangxi slammed his palm upon the table. Bold Suli. You possess fragments of the national treasure, yet you fail to present them? Duanmu Lian rose. Your Majesty, I only discovered these while organizing my father's belongings, but I have been confined within the estate, lacking the opportunity to present them until today. Chapter 77, The Side Consort's Lack of Favor. It is quite astonishing that a side consort would be confined within the estate. Is it not? Kangxi finally faced the woman before him, feeling a sense of guilt towards her. Duanmu Lian stepped forward, and as Kangxi inhaled her fragrant aroma, his tension and lingering anger began to dissipate. Duanmu Lian spoke. Xianyi has never accorded me the treatment I deserve. Instead, he fears I might report to the Empress Dowager, thus deliberately restricting my movements, and she hesitated. Kangxi frowned. Speak freely, I grant you pardon. Duanmu Lian continued, aside from the national treasure, I have discovered a note from my father, in which he expressed his suspicions regarding Prince Xian's inappropriate conduct. What did you say? Kangxi was instantly enraged. He is your husband and my own brother, what benefit do you gain from slandering him? Duanmu Lian looked at Kangxi resolutely. I assure you, I had no intention of defaming him. As she spoke, she produced a handkerchief containing fragments of the national treasure. alongside a forged letter she had crafted herself. The risk of this endeavor was immense, yet if successful, the rewards would be substantial. Unfolding the handkerchief, she revealed the glistening contents, confirming it to be the meticulously preserved map of the national treasure. She discreetly instructed the chief eunuch nearby to stow it away. Then, she opened the letter, and with each word, Kamshi's expression darkened further. Crafting this letter had required considerable effort from Duanmu Lian. For the original owner's father had served the Qing dynasty with utmost loyalty, he had no reason to slander a prince, thus heightening the emperor's suspicions, an innate trait among rulers throughout the ages. Duanmu Lian intended to exploit this very aspect. Indeed, after reading the letter, Kamshi slammed it down on the table. He is my brother, how could he possibly commit such an act? Though he voiced these thoughts, doubt had already begun to gnaw at his heart regarding Xianyi. After pacing for an indeterminate time, he turned to Duanmu Lian, keep a watchful eye on him. Strive to uncover substantial evidence. Duanmu Lian feigned reluctance. Your Majesty, Xianyi treats me with great indifference, and my standing within the royal residence is exceedingly low. To observe him freely may lead to complications. Kamshi furrowed his brow, then declared, the Qing dynasty has always recognized the institution of equal consorts. I shall immediately elevate you to the status of primary consort, placing you on equal footing with Su Shi, and I will frequently summon you to the palace henceforth, ensuring they dare not trouble you. To achieve such an effect so swiftly was commendable. However, Duanmu Lian discerned deep-seated suspicion and doubt in Kamshi's eyes. She would surely carry that with her. Nevertheless, one of the original owner's wishes had been fulfilled, she would not be relegated to the status of a concubine. Upon returning to the residence of Prince Xian, it was already late at night. The two maidservants who saw her return were visibly anxious, trembling with fear. For Xianyi had been in a foul temper upon her late arrival. The Empress Dowager had also heard of the events at the palace banquet and had been so enraged that she shattered a teapot. Duanmu Lian smiled lightly, do not present such expressions to me, you shall not suffer in my company. With that, she swept into her quarters. The following day, there was a furious knocking at the door. It was those seeking to settle accounts with her for her tardiness the previous evening, as they had all retired for the night by the time she returned. Considering the timing, the imperial decree should also have arrived. Duanmu Lian strode confidently into the front hall, surveying the room filled with anxious faces, instantly feeling a sense of delight. Chapter 78, the side consort's lack of favor. The esteemed matriarch hurled a teapot in frustration, demanding, do you realize your transgressions? Enduring the scorn with a nonchalant smile, Duanmu Lian retorted, pray tell, what sins have I committed? If I were guilty, do you believe I would still be here? Would the emperor not have taken my head? This bold defiance darkened Xianye's expression, and the matriarch, incensed, rose to strike Duanmu Lian. However, at that moment, a loud proclamation echoed from outside. The decree for the Xianwang residence has arrived. Instantly, everyone in the room, including the matriarch, knelt in reverence. The herald of the decree was none other than the emperor's trusted eunuch, Xiao Anzi. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Su Li, the side consort of the Xianwang, is to be honored for her humility, benevolence, and kindness. She is hereby elevated to the status of principal consort of the Xianwang's household, effective immediately. Thus it is decreed. The room erupted in shock as heads lifted in disbelief. The most astonished, heartbroken, and begrudging was Su Shi, who had eagerly anticipated a day of reckoning for Duanmu Lian, only to find herself confronted with the news of her elevation instead. Xiao Anzi bore an air of arrogance, a favored servant of the emperor, commanding respect even from powerful officials. His Majesty has instructed that you must not treat the principal consort harshly. He will frequently summon her to the palace to discuss various matters, and she must be afforded all that is due to her. The Xianwang residents must not neglect her. The implication was clear, they were to revere Duanmu Lian as if she were a deity. Regular invitations to the palace served as a form of protection, proximity to the emperor could sway opinions, and any mistreatment would not go unpunished. Xiao Anzi presented the decree to Duanmu Lian, proclaiming, congratulations, principal consort. Duanmu Lian smiled gently, and once the herald departed, she turned to the pale-faced assembly, still reeling from shock, and quipped, I wonder what you plan to do with me now. Xiao Anzi has just stated that I am to enter the palace in 3 days. What enchantment had she woven for the emperor to bestow such favor upon her? Sushi clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh, unable to fathom that this woman would now stand on equal footing with her. More crucially, Duanmu Lian had secured the emperor's favor, often accompanying him to the palace, a status that far surpassed her own. Observing Sushi's turmoil, Duanmu Lian approached, holding the decree with mockery. You need not address me as sister any longer. By my calculations, I am 2 months your senior. We are equals now. You should call me sister. Sushi's hands bled from the pressure she exerted. She then presented the decree to the matriarch and Xianyi. Xiao Anzi stated that I am to receive my due privileges. The accommodations assigned to me are hardly befitting a side consort, and the attendants are far too few. I trust you know how to rectify this? Her demeanor incited a desire to strike her, yet they could only grit their teeth in frustration. Ultimately, under a cloud of discontent, they begrudgingly upgraded Duanmu Lian's quarters to the largest in the Western Garden, Chiu Lan Courtyard. The surroundings were splendid, adorned with exquisite furnishings, a clear testament to wealth, ranking it among the finest in the residence. Her retinue increased from a mere 2 to 16 maids, accompanied by 6 servants and an accountant, totaling 23 individuals. The servants pay their respects to the principal consort. The attendants pay their respects to the principal consort. Chapter 79, The Side Concubine Does Not Accept Favor. Everyone, rise. Duanmu Lian said softly, follow my instructions diligently, and you shall reap the rewards in due time. The reward, however, is ultimately a fate of confiscation and extermination, leading to the demise of all. Duanmu Lian continued, I have little tolerance for those who gossip behind my back. Should anyone dare to defy this rule, I shall not hesitate to sever their tongue. Panic ensued among the servants. We dare not, my lady. Duanmu Lian added, I prefer those who speak less and act more. A single act of betrayal warrants 100 dismissals, remember this well. Her chilling tone sent shivers through everyone present. They could likely comprehend why this woman had swiftly ascended to the status of a primary concubine. Her ruthlessness and formidable presence were unparalleled. Having admonished her servants, Duanmu Lian retreated to her chamber to contemplate her next move. First and foremost, she had deceived the emperor. Even Xuanya, bold as he was, would not dare rebel, for she had merely exploited the emperor's suspicions. Furthermore, one of the original owner's desires had been to seek a divorce, ensuring that Xuanya experienced profound suffering, alongside the one who had wronged her, Sushi. These matters weighed heavily upon Duanmu Lian's mind. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Throughout history, countless individuals have been wronged and annihilated. In ancient times, even Emperor Wu of Han forced his own crown prince to death, and innumerable ministers across dynasties faced ruin, either through malice or wrongful accusations. Since she had chosen this path, she would not shy away from taking it to the extreme. What exactly did you tell the emperor to provoke such treatment from him? A cold voice inquired as Xuanya emerged from the shadows, his expression dark. Duanmu Lian rose slowly, responding with composure, I merely presented the hidden national treasure to the emperor. He deemed it a significant contribution and rewarded me accordingly. What did you say? A national treasure? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Xuanya's anger flared. If you had, I could have presented it to the emperor, which would have greatly benefited our Wan family. Duanmu Lian shook her head, correcting him, it would have been beneficial for you, not for me. Pray tell, if I had handed it over to you, would I have attained my current glory? Would you have sought the emperor's favor to name me the primary concubine? Would my treatment in this palace have improved? These pointed questions rendered Xuanya speechless. Indeed, they had previously treated the original owner with undue harshness. Xuanya replied coldly, you lost your virtue before our marriage. I have not pursued this matter, which is already quite generous of me. Duanmu Lian stepped forward, I have only ever known one man. Do you not recall that night you were intoxicated, embracing another in your arms? At the mention of this, Xuanya seemed to recall something. He indeed had shared a moment with a woman while drunk. Could it be? Duanmu Lian adjusted her hair, that woman was I. I believed you harbored no feelings for me, and thus did not disclose this matter, which led to that incident on our wedding night. You have always been the sole man in my life. Xuanya clenched his fists, his disbelief evident, you speak nonsense. Why did you not say this before? Duanmu Lian remained unfazed, believe it or not, that was your choice to forcefully marry me, and now you inflict countless harms upon me. I shall reclaim all that is mine. I will ensure you regret it for a lifetime. Her icy tone caused Xuanya to instinctively retreat 2 steps. This woman seemed transformed, as if her very nature had shifted overnight. Observing Duanmu Lian's cold demeanor, Xuanya fled the room. Chapter 80. The unfavored concubine. Duanmu Lian had secured all the doors, allowing no one to intrude. She retrieved supplies from the system that had been stored in a previous world. She intended to concoct a potion that would induce certain ailments in a person without endangering their life. This potion was intended for Emperor Kangxi. The significance of its preparation lay in ensuring that the imperial physicians of this era could not diagnose it. After a day and night of diligent work, the powder was finally ready. It was transparent and could be effortlessly applied to one's nails, allowing for discreet administration, especially with the aid of internal energy, without the need to touch the food or tea. The emperor had promised to summon her frequently to inquire about matters, and it was certain that he would also send people to the princess residence to investigate, both out of fear of deception and suspicion. Having spent a day and night confined within her chambers, Duanmu Lian yearned to step outside and took along 2 more seasoned maidservants. By chance, she encountered Sushi in the garden of the palace. Upon seeing her, Sushi's face darkened with evident resentment, a troubling sight for someone with child. Duanmu Lian approached her, saying, "Sister, why are you not resting well in your room while expecting? If you were to stumble or fall, it would be detrimental to your precious child." Sushi's expression cracked slightly. "You need not concern yourself with that." Duanmu Lian feigned ignorance and continued, "Sister, you must cultivate a good mood in these days. Do not allow my matters to weigh heavily on your heart, for such melancholy may hasten your aging after childbirth. And that is a significant taboo for women." Was this not a blatant provocation? Sushi finally erupted in anger. "Do not think that just because the emperor has conferred upon you the status of a favored concubine, you can stand on equal footing with me. Remember, I entered the household first. Your status will forever remain beneath mine." This was merely a desperate attempt at self-comfort. The favored concubine appointed by the emperor held a rank even superior to that of the original legitimate wife. Duanmu Lian replied with a smile, "Entering first signifies little. Throughout history, many have been formally divorced or discarded. Such occurrences are commonplace. I am now the emperor's personally appointed favored concubine." Thus, the 2 women engaged in a sharp exchange. Duanmu Lian toyed with her handkerchief, channeling her internal energy, and suddenly, leaves from the tree above Sushi began to cascade down, catching them entirely off guard and burying them in a shower of foliage. The vibrant green leaves enveloped them as if they had donned a verdant garment, creating a rather humorous scene. It seemed heaven itself could not tolerate such arrogance and decided to teach a lesson. Disgusted, Sushi brushed the leaves off her body, knowing well that they were dirty from the recent rain. Her good mood was abruptly shattered. Upon returning to her room, she smashed a precious vase from before and carelessly tossed around gold and silver jewelry, venting her frustration. Her maidservant promptly advised, "Concubine, you must not act this way. Even if you do not think of yourself, you ought to consider the child within you. What if your anger harms them?" At the mention of the child, Sushi's movements paused, but then she slammed her hand on the table. "Why should she humiliate me so? It is my own fault for being too lenient in the past, failing to deal with that wretched woman sooner, thus allowing her the chance to rise." Her loyal maid, Caillou, interjected, "Concubine, do not be upset, you still have your child to think of." Sushi clenched her fists. "Regardless, that woman now stands on equal footing with me. I cannot allow my child to be born into a world where they are already threatened." Chapter 81. The side concubine's lack of favor. Duanmu Lian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Her intention was to provoke that woman into making an impulsive decision. With a contemplative gaze fixed upon her teacup, she commanded, "You are to retrieve something for me." Her amber eyes were captivating. "Concubine, the prince mentioned he would visit us today," a maid cheerfully announced. Assuming it was a matter of great importance, Duanmu Lian smoothed her hair and replied, "Inform him that he is not welcome here." The maid's expression soured. How could a wife dismiss her husband? Furthermore, the prince's arrival would elevate their status. Duanmu Lian's voice turned icy. "Since when is it your place to question my decisions? Shall I administer 50 or 100 slaps?" The maid, terrified, fled the room. Upon receiving this response, Xianye's face drained of color. How could that woman dare to belittle him? It was not mere disdain, she had entirely disregarded him. Duanmu Lian applied a potion to her nails. If applied daily, it would seep into them, becoming undetectable. At this moment, she was an emotionless vessel from another world, willing to undertake any measures to fulfill her mission. Suddenly, voices echoed from outside. Have you heard? Our prince plans to present some delicacies to the emperor. Indeed. I heard they are from the southern regions. Surely, it is more than just delicacies? Delivering food to the emperor carries significant risk. Too many harbor intentions to harm him. One might tamper with the food, leaving no trace, as the number of intermediaries is far too great. However, the emperor has taste-testing eunuchs. If it were a slow-acting poison, it might go unnoticed. The concoction in her possession was indeed a slow poison. Perhaps she could gather some information under the cover of night. As evening fell, Duanmu Lian donned the attire of an ordinary maid and altered her appearance to conceal her true identity. Having mastered the art of modern makeup, she could completely transform her visage into that of another person. After considerable effort, the reflection staring back at her was no longer her own but a completely unfamiliar face. Unremarkable enough to evade suspicion. Based on her reconnaissance during the day, she seamlessly arrived at Xianye's study, where muted voices could be heard. Why has that woman changed so drastically? Was she concealing her true self all along? My lord, forgive my candor, but why did you insist on marrying her? Her family has fallen from grace and offers you no advantage. Duanmu Lian discreetly pierced through a layer of paper, witnessing Xianye in intimate discourse with his most trusted subordinate. Furrowing his brow, Xianye admitted, I do harbor some regret now. Yet when I first saw her with another man, I was consumed by anger. What a wretched cad he was, his own fury compelled him to drag others down with him. Had the original owner of this body not been forcibly taken, she might have wed the son of the Minister of Personnel and found happiness, thus sparing herself from this ordeal. The loyal subordinate remarked, that woman has bewitched the emperor, securing her title as the primary concubine. A woman of her background hardly deserves such a position. Duanmu Lian took note of the individual's appearance. Not deserving, you say? Allow me to demonstrate what true unworthiness entails. You shall experience the sensation of being unworthy of even life itself. Chapter 82, The Side Consort's Lack of Favor. Xianye instructed, tomorrow, you must meticulously inspect all the food items. Ensure there are no mistakes. Yes, she replied with a chuckle, rest assured, no matter how thoroughly you check, I shall ensure there are errors. Duanmu Lian followed the individual to an exceedingly concealed location, spacious and splendid, far superior to the palace kitchen. Watching the person repeatedly taste the food, she confirmed its correctness before activating a mechanism to secure the items. It posed no challenge for her. Utilizing her internal energy, Duanmu Lian sprinkled the medicinal powder over the food, rendering it imperceptible. She was grateful that remnants from her previous world remained. If she could retain her possessions with each new world she traversed, her abilities would only become more formidable. Warning to the host, the difficulty of traversing future worlds will also increase. This statement abruptly soured Duanmu Lian's previously harmonious mood. Why do you always have to dampen my spirits? She lamented. The system replied, it is my duty to remind the host to recognize her limitations, maintain equanimity, and not be overly arrogant. Leave me be. Duanmu Lian sighed in resignation. The following day, a decree arrived from the palace summoning Xianye, with Duanmu Lian required to accompany him, though Sushi was notably absent from the mention. The woman beside her was likely to erupt in anger again. This was precisely what Duanmu Lian desired. She aimed to provoke the woman into a state of uncontrollable rage, thereby providing her with leverage. Duanmu Lian donned a simple yet elegant outfit. A nearby maid remarked, Consort, don't you think this attire is a bit too plain for an audience with the emperor? Duanmu Lian replied nonchalantly, it is precisely because I am to meet the emperor that simplicity is essential. Excessive grandeur often leads to misfortune. Some principles you do not grasp, so it is best to remain silent. The maids fell silent at her words. Duanmu Lian's advice stemmed from her own experiences. Throughout history, the principle of speaking less and acting more has remained constant. Before her journey into this realm, Duanmu Lian was a solitary figure, a lone wolf. Often criticized for her reclusive nature, yet she remained unbothered. She was unaccustomed to the notion of friendship or being surrounded by others, as it proved exhausting. Many in the present day mistakenly believe that without friends, one lacks security and support. However, even with friends, assistance is not guaranteed. This reality underscores that sometimes the absence of friends can indeed be a blessing. Forming the wrong alliances can haunt one for a lifetime. Throughout history, human nature has been heavy and complicated. Unless one possesses telepathic abilities, having no friends may indeed be preferable to having unreliable companions. Upon exiting, Xianyi frowned upon seeing Duanmu Lian in her modest attire. Knowing we are to meet the emperor, why are you dressed like this? Duanmu Lian retorted with a trendy phrase, I like it, does it concern you? With that, she boarded her carriage. The surrounding attendants were taken aback by the scene. Historically, women were expected to regard their husbands as paramount. How could a wife speak to her husband in such a manner? Duanmu Lian refused to share a carriage with Xianyi, thus they prepared separate carriages. As they traveled midway, a sudden whinny of a horse echoed, startled by an unseen presence. Just as Duanmu Lian prepared to harness her internal energy, the horse halted, restrained by an unseen force. Be cautious. A concerned voice called from outside. Duanmu Lian lifted the curtain to reveal a striking figure, her second love interest. The heartbroken male lead from the original narrative, and the son of the Minister of Personnel, Lu Jin. Chapter 83, The side consort's lack of favor. Duanmu Lian gazed at the man before her, his features seemingly marked by a hint of weariness. Upon spotting the woman in the carriage, Lu Jin's earlier despondency evaporated, quickly morphing into a beaming smile. Xianyi, having dismounted due to the commotion, watched the scene unfold with a face that darkened ominously. If there is nothing of consequence, kindly take your leave. This remark was directed at Lu Jin. An aura of menace radiated from Lu Jin, who bore a deep-seated resentment towards Xianyi. Yet, despite their unresolved conflict, he ultimately succumbed to his frustrations, ending with a sense of melancholy. Perhaps, however, this presented an opportunity to forge an alliance. Duanmu Lian alighted from the carriage, her expression dripping with disdain. If the prince wishes to demonstrate his authority, might I suggest you ruin your own carriage? After all, it was you who sought me out in the first place. Your own actions have rendered you utterly shameless. Her words were a blatant insult. Xianyi's face turned ashen with rage, his fists clenched tightly, a tempest of fury brewing within him. Duanmu Lian continued with her scorn, we are on our way to meet the emperor. How do you intend to explain your actions if you were to harm me en route? After enduring the provocation, Xianyi finally managed to suppress his anger and retreated back to the carriage. Duanmu Lian leaned in closer to Lu Jin, whispering a few words into her ear, let us join forces to eliminate him. The meaning of her proposal was clear. Lu Jin's countenance shifted dramatically, but soon a glimmer of delight replaced it. At last, the woman he cherished stood by his side. In the original narrative, due to her marriage to Xianyi, the protagonist had never allied with anyone to scheme against him, despite her discontent. The carriage resumed its journey, yet the fright lingered in Duanmu Lian's heart. It seemed someone was plotting against her. Who could it be? The first suspect, without a doubt, was Su Shi, who possessed the cunning to startle the horses. The carriage halted at Xuanwu Gate, where they were greeted by the chief eunuch beside Kangxi, Prince Xian, Princess Xian. The emperor has awaited your arrival for quite some time. The eunuch's use of princess indicated that Duanmu Lian had been acknowledged in Kangxi's court. Upon entering, Kangxi's expression was far from pleasant. I have summoned you both today to discuss a pressing matter. I have been plagued by headaches lately, as the Zhonghars repeatedly threaten our borders. I must select a suitable general for battle. Without hesitation, Xianyi declared, Your Majesty, I am willing to take to the battlefield and defend the territories of the Great Qing. He had participated in previous wars and held a respectable position within the military. Should he succeed in this endeavor, it could spell calamity for Duanmu Lian. Not one to remain passive, Duanmu Lian stepped forward to pay her respects. Your Majesty, regarding matters of the previous dynasty, I refrain from interference or excessive discourse. However, concerning your headaches, I may have a remedy. Her confidence stemmed from her knowledge of medicine. She suspected that Kangxi's ailment was feigned, having recognized signs reminiscent of a previous emperor who suffered genuine migraines due to covert poisoning. Very well, Kangxi replied. Come to the side hall shortly, I wish to speak with you privately. Xianyi's expression darkened further as he regarded Duanmu Lian, wary of her intentions. In the side hall, Kangxi spoke gravely, did you not claim to have a prescription? Present it so that I may see if it alleviates my suffering. Duanmu Lian smiled faintly, last night, I overheard the prince suggesting he would present a delicacy to the emperor. Kanshi frowned, then why did he not mention it earlier? Duanmu Lian replied with a knowing smile, that is precisely my suspicion. Chapter 84, The Side Consort's Lack of Favor. Duanmu Lian observed the expression on Kanshi's face. Sensing that his suspicions had deepened, she smiled and remarked, it seems the emperor's headaches have worsened. Regarding the matters that trouble your majesty, if you were to absolve me of any blame, I could offer a suggestion. Kanshi responded promptly, speak freely, if it proves beneficial, I shall reward you handsomely. Duanmu Lian continued, given the current strain on the national treasury, perhaps the emperor could send a princess to forge an alliance through marriage. The princes of the Zhenghars are likely to understand that the Qing dynasty seeks to establish amicable relations. Kanshi slammed his hand down, exclaiming, how could that be permissible? They have repeatedly violated our borders. To consider marriage now would be tantamount to displaying weakness. Duanmu Lian smiled gently, Your Majesty, marriage is also a means of pacifying conflict. If a woman can secure a decade of peace along our borders and spare the common folk from the ravages of war, it would indeed be a worthwhile exchange. Kanshi fell silent at her words. Internally, Duanmu Lian scoffed. Historical records indicated that the Qing treasury was nearly depleted at this juncture, rendering further military action untenable, at least for several years. Thus, Kanshi would surely contemplate her proposal. As expected, moments later, Kanshi suddenly inquired, which princess would be most suitable for this union? Duanmu Lian replied with a smile, our Qing princesses are of noble birth, whichever one is selected will undoubtedly feel honored. It is only fitting that a princess, having enjoyed years of privilege, should contribute to the state. She spoke the truth, unless the emperor cherished a particular princess. Their fates were often sealed in marriage alliances, a fate that many noble offspring throughout history had faced. Kanshi declared, I shall consider your suggestion. You may take your leave for now. Understood. After exiting, Duanmu Lian encountered Xuanya, who awaited her outside with a dark expression. What did you discuss with the emperor? He demanded. Duanmu Lian retorted, what business is it of yours? Can you truly know the content of my conversations with His Majesty? Since ancient times, confronting disdainful men had been her favorite pastime. Xuanya, infuriated, struggled to find words. Had the circumstances permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Upon returning to the palace, he vowed to rectify the situation. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Planning to discipline me? We shall see who ends up being disciplined. After noon, they returned to the royal residence. Duanmu Lian went straight to her courtyard and closed the door. That insufferable scoundrel needed to be dealt with in a more secluded setting. Her primary concern remained the emperor's decree. Regardless, she was determined to thwart Xuanya's deployment to the front lines. Indeed, early the next day, a proclamation from the palace echoed through the court. Kanshi had commanded the daughter of a noble consort to marry a Zhenghar prince and summoned their envoy to negotiate a peace treaty. This news sent shockwaves through the imperial court, dashing the hopes of those eager for military glory, Xuanya included. At the crack of dawn, Duanmu Lian's door was forcefully kicked open, startling her maidservants. Leave us, she instructed, gently brushing her hair back. I wish to speak privately with the prince. Xuanya's face was a storm cloud. Did the emperor's sudden decree stem from your influence? What did you say yesterday? Duanmu Lian responded coldly, as I said. What relevance does it have to you? Unable to restrain himself any longer, Xuanya advanced, intent on reprimanding Duanmu Lian. This was his territory, and he intended to have his way. However, to his astonishment, before he could strike, Duanmu Lian had vanished, leaving only a chilling breeze in her wake. Chapter 85, The Unfavored Side Consort's Defiance. With a sudden force, Xianyu was struck on the back, his head colliding against the vanity, resulting in an immediate swelling on his forehead. Have you lost your mind? Inflicting harm upon your husband is a severe transgression. Xianyu roared in anger. Duanmu Lian, her expression icy, retorted, do you truly believe that if I were not currently restrained by certain considerations, you would merely suffer a slight injury? I have allowed you this reprieve. As she approached, each word dripped with venom, you would be better off dead. A chill ran through Xianyu's body. When had this woman mastered martial arts? How had she concealed such profound abilities? That strike had shown an extraordinary depth of internal strength. When did you acquire such skills? He demanded. Why does it concern you? Duanmu Lian replied coldly. Xian Ye's mind was a tempest of emotions, his psyche fraught with tension. Why had this woman transformed so drastically? Had her true nature been masked all along? Had she revealed her essence earlier, he would never have wed her. Duanmu Lian sneered. Regretting your choice to marry me, are you? However, you cannot simply cast me aside now. I am the Empress's appointed primary consort, and to divorce me, you must petition the Emperor. Do you think he would acquiesce? Your martial prowess, do you think baseless allegations hold any weight? As long as we remain wed, my every action is intertwined with the royal household. What benefit do you perceive in speaking out against me? Xian Yi had never anticipated being ensnared by this woman. Duanmu Lian had only decided to take action after careful contemplation, believing that it was a moral obligation to reprimand a scoundrel. At that moment, Xian Ye's loyal subordinate arrived. Evidently with urgent news. Despite the swelling on his forehead, he ventured forth, suspecting they were delivering provisions to Kangxi. Alas, their scheme seemed doomed to failure. The following day, news broke. The emperor ordered the sealing of the Xianwang residence after eunuchs who sampled the pastries experienced severe illness, suffering from dizziness and violent vomiting. Surrounded by battalions of soldiers, a palpable sense of dread and panic enveloped the estate, with some servants contemplating escape, believing their status as mere attendants rendered them expendable. Yet, even the attempt to flee was met with lethal force from the guards. Xian Yi was taken away directly to the dungeons. The Ta Foreign cried incessantly, sending messages beseeching her family's various connections to save her son, but to her dismay, no one dared to involve themselves in such murky waters. The crime against the emperor was grave, and they wished to avoid any repercussions. Su Shi, in her chamber, was filled with trepidation, pleading with her father, the prime minister. He, as a compassionate father, could not bear to see his daughter in mourning and sought every means to protect Xian Yi. Among the entire Wang residents, perhaps the only one remaining composed was Duanmu Lian, who continued her daily indulgences, indifferent to the turmoil outside. Xiao Chui, bring me a bowl of bird's nest soup, she commanded. The apprehensive maid hurried to the kitchen and returned with the dish. Observing Duanmu Lian's serene enjoyment, one maid finally mustered the courage to ask, primary consort, are you not afraid? It seems no one in the residence can find rest. I sleep soundly, why concern myself with such matters? Duanmu Lian replied nonchalantly. The servants exchanged glances, astonished. After years of service, they had never encountered a mistress so unfazed. Her husband was imprisoned, yet she savored her comforts with such tranquility. Duanmu Lian remarked coldly, if I had not resisted, would I be afforded such treatment now? He has never regarded me as a wife. Why should I continue to view him as a husband? What are you insinuating? A sharp voice echoed. Chapter 86. The unfavored concubine's discontent. The grand concubine entered, followed closely by Su Shi. You wretched woman, she exclaimed, I have long heard of your dissatisfaction with my son, and now it appears to be true. Amid such grave matters, you still indulge in bird's nest soup? Truly heartless. Duanmu Lian continued to savor her delicacy. I wonder, old hag, does seeking help from others serve any purpose? Old hag? The grand concubine was taken aback that she was no longer addressed as mother. You are audacious. She trembled, pointing a finger at Duanmu Lian. It has been said since ancient times that a daughter-in-law who insults her mother-in-law deserves execution. Taking a sip of her soup, Duanmu Lian replied leisurely, that would require filing a complaint to the emperor. Currently, the guards have surrounded the Wang residence. You cannot even save your son. Do you truly have the leisure to report me? Her words rang with truth. If they could escape, they would not be in such a frantic state within the residence. Unable to even open the door, let alone rescue their son, much less file a complaint. Suddenly, Duanmu Lian set her bowl down and struck the table with a forceful hand, splitting it in two. Everyone was startled, some even leaping back. The grand concubine was no virtuous character in the original tale, she had consistently targeted the protagonist. Thus, since she refused to regard Duanmu Lian as a daughter-in-law and consistently made her life difficult, Duanmu Lian felt no obligation to show her respect. Best to avoid provoking me, lest I lose control. With that, Duanmu Lian circled around the grand concubine and approached Su Shi. And you, who have treated me as an enemy. I suspect it was you who summoned this old crone today. Look at you, pregnant yet causing such turmoil. Do you not fear for your child's well-being? Do you not wish to accumulate virtue for your offspring? Beware, or your daughter may be born with disabilities. Cursing her child with such words was intolerable for anyone. Su Shi, enraged, retorted, if you have grievances, direct them at me, but how dare you curse my child? Very well, I shall direct my wrath at you. Duanmu Lian advanced and struck Su Shi's face with 2 resounding slaps, causing blood to flow from her mouth and leaving her dazed. The maid beside Su Shi hurried to support her. How could you strike our legitimate concubine? She is with child, what if you harm the baby? Duanmu Lian scoffed. I am being considerate, there is an innocent life within her. That is why I only dealt her 2 slaps. Otherwise. Do you think she would still be able to stand here unscathed? Her icy words sent shivers through the room. The grand concubine, furious, felt her chest heave with rage. Duanmu Lian brushed her hair back, if there is nothing else, you may leave. I do not entertain guests here. You. The grand concubine trembled with indignation. Unable to catch her breath, and fainted. How fragile she was. She had intended to learn from Zhuge Liang's strategy of provoking Zhou Yu thrice, but it seemed unnecessary now. If these people were to be driven to death by anger, there would be no enjoyment left. Ultimately, those who had come departed in disgrace and fury. The maids in the room exchanged glances at Duanmu Lian, their expressions changed, they recognized her as a formidable mistress. Duanmu Lian calmly instructed, you all may leave. I wish to be alone. No one is permitted to enter without my command. Otherwise, you know very well what I am capable of. Her decisive demeanor had thoroughly intimidated everyone present, they would not dare to defy her. Chapter 87, The Concubine's Plea. Currently, Xianyi is imprisoned. Kangxi does not intend to trouble the entire royal residence, it appears he merely seeks to conduct an interrogation. However, the outcome thus far is unsatisfactory. A method must be devised to meet the emperor. Unexpectedly, the following day, a decree arrived from the palace, summoning Duanmu Lian. Upon hearing this news, the others in the royal residence were engulfed in despair and astonishment. Just as Duanmu Lian was about to rise, the grand concubine suddenly stumbled out of her chamber, collapsing onto the ground as she grasped Duanmu Lian's hand. I implore you, she cried, tears streaming down her face. My dear daughter. I recognize the injustices you have endured in the past, and I acknowledge my faults. I beseech you to speak favorably on our behalf before the emperor. His willingness to summon you indicates he is inclined to heed your words. Please, after all, you and Xianyi share a marital bond. The grand concubine's voice trembled with desperation. Duanmu Lian regarded the woman before her with a cold gaze, while she could evoke pity, she mostly felt disdain. If a few tearful pleas could soften her heart, she would not be who she is. Duanmu Lian forcefully shook off the grand concubine's grasp. Forgive me. But when your son forcibly sought to marry me, I was the victim. Why did you not attempt to dissuade him? Why did you not treat me with kindness upon my arrival? It is far too late for such words now. The grand concubine was engulfed in despair, over the days. She had come to recognize the true nature of those around her. Many had flattered her, showering her with gifts, yet in critical moments, none could be relied upon. Truly, the hearts of men can be as cold as ice. Duanmu Lian exited the royal residence and boarded a carriage. The common folk on the streets, upon recognizing it as the carriage of the Xian prince, began to murmur among themselves. Is the Xian prince a fool? How dare he meddle while delivering food to the emperor? One passerby remarked. It may not have been his doing. How many wish to harm the emperor? There are numerous procedures in place. Perhaps he has been wrongfully accused, another replied. What even the ordinary citizens could comprehend, Kangxi would surely understand. Summoning her likely meant he sought to inquire further. When she returned, she would need to tread carefully, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Upon arriving at the palace, all heads were bowed low. News had just reached them that Kangxi had been greatly angered that morning, due to matters concerning the crown prince. Duanmu Lian was aware that this crown prince had been deposed twice in history. As she neared the palace gates, she spotted a figure clad in bright yellow, adorned with a Qilin pattern, his brow deeply furrowed. Surely, this must be the crown prince. Duanmu Lian stepped forward and offered a slight bow. I am the legitimate concubine of the Xian prince, here to pay my respects to your highness. The crown prince frowned and remarked, "Your lord has committed a grave offense. How is it that you are permitted to enter the palace? Your lord is likely facing an insurmountable crisis. It would be prudent for you to prepare yourself." This was a warning. Duanmu Lian smiled and replied, "I appreciate your highness's counsel. I too wish to draw your attention to a matter, the flooding of the Yellow River." Upon hearing the last 4 words, the crown prince's brow furrowed even further. He then clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, concubine." Duanmu Lian entered the main hall and bowed. "I pay my respects to your majesty." "Long live the emperor." Kangxi sighed. "Rise." Duanmu Lian stood and inquired, "Is your majesty's sudden summons concerning Xianyi?" Kangxi replied, "Indeed. Initially, I was reluctant to believe that my own brother could commit such treachery. Yet history is rife with instances of usurpation." Duanmu Lian smiled and said, "In truth, I too wished to remain skeptical. However, during the delivery of the pastries, there were indeed some suspicious circumstances. Why was the emperor not presented with the pastries directly at the outset? Why the delay?" Chapter 88, The Side Concubine Does Not Receive Favor. Kangxi harbored suspicions regarding the matter, which prompted him to order the detention of Xianyi. However, Xianyi remained silent in the dungeons, further intensifying Kangxi's doubts. Suddenly, Kangxi remarked, "Last time, I heeded your counsel and forged a temporary peace through a marriage alliance with a princess, thereby sparing the common folk from the ravages of war. I ought to reward you handsomely." A eunuch approached Duanmu Lian, holding an exquisite tray, upon which lay a magnificent gold medal inscribed with the character for immunity. Could this be the fabled medal that grants one a reprieve from death? Kangxi continued, "You are an astute woman, you must understand my intentions. Should the truth be revealed, the annihilation of the entire royal household is inevitable. This token, however, may spare your life, as a tribute to your father who sacrificed for the Qing dynasty." Duanmu Lian grasped the medal, crafted from pure gold, feeling its weight as if it bore the burden of 1,000 pounds. "I am most grateful, your majesty." A profound glimmer flickered in her eyes. Kangxi's paranoia had already taken root, recalling the crown prince he had encountered at the mountain gate. A plan began to form in Duanmu Lian's mind. She realized that remaining close to Kangxi was no longer prudent. Yet the crown prince surely possessed a means to assist her. Upon exiting the palace gates, before Duanmu Lian could devise a strategy to seek the crown prince, he emerged unexpectedly. "The legitimate consort must have her own designs, I presume?" Duanmu Lian smiled, "Your highness, you are indeed perceptive. But this is not a suitable venue for our discourse. Fear not, I have prepared well." With that, she gestured for him to follow. They traversed a lavish corridor, arriving at a secluded area guarded solely by the crown prince's trusted confidants. The crown prince wasted no time, asking directly, "What does the legitimate consort desire?" Duanmu Lian replied with a smile, "Since your highness is so forthright, I shall be candid as well. I wish for the demise of Prince Xian, and for my family to regain its former glory." The crown prince poured himself a cup of tea, acknowledging her ambition. "The legitimate consort possesses admirable aspirations. I have long found Prince Xian to be an eyesore, and this presents a perfect opportunity to eliminate him." In truth, his animosity stemmed from Xianyi's close ties with his adversary, which he feared might pose a threat. Moreover, he sought to further weaken Kangxi's foundation. Alas, history cannot be rewritten. He was destined never to ascend the throne. For now, he would serve as a temporary pawn, a means to an end. Duanmu Lian produced a pouch of powder. "Your highness, this is colorless and tasteless. I trust you are aware that Prince Xian regularly presents many offerings to the emperor?" The crown prince smiled, accepting the pouch, "But can this alone fulfill our ambitions?" "Certainly not," Duanmu Lian firmly replied. "Additional elements are required, contingent upon your capabilities, your highness. Can you procure weapons and armor, and find a way to conceal them near Prince Xian's residence or in related locations?" The crown prince responded promptly, "I can manage that. You need not worry." Duanmu Lian smiled, "Then, your highness, we are now allies aboard the same vessel." She leaned closer to whisper her subsequent plans, instructing him on the course of action. Upon concluding their discussion, they clasped hands in an oath. Should either party be compromised, neither would betray the other. Yet if one were to succeed, they would aid the other. Chapter 89, The Side Concubine Declines Favor. Duanshan Ling once again entered the Yangxin Palace, conversing with the emperor before emerging with a cold smile. This time, she intended to ensure the complete obliteration of the Xianwang manor from history. Originally, Kangxi wished to retain her in the palace, yet she opted to return voluntarily, seeking to clear her name. Remaining in the palace could facilitate her endeavors. But should her plans succeed, she would inevitably become a suspect. A reminder to the host indicated that the current satisfaction value had reached 30. Duanshanling remarked. Do not inform me unless it exceeds 60. The notion of the satisfaction value was quite vexing. Despite her extensive efforts, it remained at a mere 30. Duanshanling felt a dull ache in her head. Upon returning, she noticed that everyone averted their gazes, displaying utmost reverence. As she entered her courtyard, a trembling maidservant presented her with water for washing. The legitimate concubine may dine now, she stammered. Duanshanling cast a sidelong glance at her. I am not a tiger. Why do your hands tremble? Have you committed some transgression? The maidservant immediately knelt, exclaiming, I have not. I am merely a bit anxious. I beg for the legitimate concubine's pardon. What on earth are you so anxious about? Has something occurred? Duanshanling casually rested her arm on the chair. Tell me. Has someone lost their mind? Seeking a dagger, or perhaps there are whispers maligning my character? In truth, both situations were occurring, but more pressing was the swirling gossip outside, branding her as a malicious woman. In ancient times, one's reputation was akin to life itself, particularly for women. If their reputation tarnished, even a queen could not survive. After hearing the maidservant's account, Duanshanling burst into applause. Well done. This rumor is quite well crafted, though it lacks a certain finesse. With that, she rose to her feet. Having traversed so many worlds, why should she fear the sting of rumors? Moreover, being confined within the manor, she was insulated from their reach. Now, she could only hope that the inept crown prince would not disappoint her. As night fell, Duanshanling stealthily employed her lightness of foot and indeed witnessed a group covertly concealing items. Their movements were exceedingly subtle, making it difficult for anyone not adept at concealment to notice. With a cold chuckle, she returned to her chamber. The following day, a sudden summons from Sushi requested Duanshanling to partake in refreshments. Why would that woman suddenly call for her? Surely, it was a ruse. Could it be that recent stresses had led to a miscarriage, prompting her to summon Duanshanling in an attempt to ensnare her? She need not explain her reasoning. Such tropes were common in romantic tales and dramas. A nearby maidservant inquired, legitimate concubine, will you go? It was evident that the invitation bore ill intent. Duanshanling toyed with her handkerchief. Of course, I am aware of her nefarious designs. Inform the individuals outside that I have no business with her and I fear she may poison me in the refreshments. Such a refusal was quite explicit. Indeed. Upon hearing the news, the maidservant outside turned pale. Roughly an hour later, another palace maid rushed over, exclaiming, legitimate concubine, trouble is at hand. They are approaching with company. Duanshanling brushed her hair back, a signature gesture of hers. Then let us close the doors and unleash the hounds. The maidservant looked perplexed. But we have no dogs. Fool. Chapter 90, The side consort does not receive favor. Duanmu Lian exhaled like an orchid. You simply shut the door and claim that you fear our saliva splashing upon you, deeming it unclean. Such words were indeed harsh, leaving the maid visibly disconcerted. Do as I say, commanded Duanmu Lian, prompting the maid to comply. The individuals outside were so incensed they nearly spat blood. Duanmu Lian could almost envision the expressions of those outside and couldn't help but chuckle. Yet unexpectedly, a scream resonated from beyond the door. What mischief was this? A voice cried out, quick, someone come. Our consort is bleeding. Ah, they resort to this tactic as well, it is truly remarkable. Sushi proclaimed that the humiliation she endured at Duanmu Lian's doorstep caused her to react violently. The already waning Taifu Jin, upon hearing this news, was consumed with rage, wishing to rush over and perish alongside Duanmu Lian. This woman, unwilling to assist her son and exhibiting such an attitude before departing, was now infuriated by her daughter-in-law. If her grandson were to be lost, she would genuinely be driven to despair. Duanmu Lian leisurely peeled an orange while the surrounding maids frowned, having not relaxed all day. Consort, are you truly not going to take a look? We cannot distance ourselves from this matter. After all, it was I who spoke those words outside, will I be beaten to death? One maid's face turned pale, trembling with trepidation. Just then, the door was forcefully pushed open. A dozen matrons charged in, evidently intent on seizing Duanmu Lian. Duanmu Lian merely scoffed, appending the fruit platter on the table, sending the frontmost matrons tumbling. What brings so many of you, seething with anger, into my chamber? Do you not understand etiquette? Did you not knock before entering? She inquired with a carefree demeanor. Such a venomous-hearted woman. Taifu Jin entered, looking considerably aged and haggard. She brandished a knife, declaring, I shall fight you. Ha, who do you think you are frightening? Without hesitation, Duanmu Lian tossed her orange, and with a cry, the dagger fell to the ground. You are aging, do not wield a knife carelessly, lest you harm yourself. I shall not compensate for that, she mocked, as the matrons hurried to assist Taifu Jin, disregarding their own injuries. The room descended into chaos. At that moment, another matron burst in, exclaiming, This is dire, the legitimate consort's bleeding cannot be stopped, the child may. The implication was clear without further elaboration. Taifu Jin immediately stumbled out in a flurry. Duanmu Lian coldly remarked, Let us join the commotion and witness the spectacle of dogs fighting dogs. She then summoned another maid, instructing, Take my token and fetch the most esteemed physician in the capital. Upon arriving at the designated chamber, a pungent scent of blood assaulted the senses. Duanmu Lian waved her fragrant handkerchief. A midwife, bloodied from head to toe, emerged, declaring, The child cannot be saved. Instantly, all the servants within the room knelt. The great consort collapsed to the floor, her gaze filled with venomous resentment directed at Duanmu Lian, wishing to see her suffer 1,000 tortures. It is all because of you, you are the bane of our family. Why do you not die? Why do you not perish? Duanmu Lian retorted without hesitation. She sought to cast the blame upon me, I merely closed the door. Is that a crime? Did I push her, causing her to lose the child? Perhaps it is a result of her own guilty conscience reaping its due consequences. Why do you not take a moment to reflect? Chapter 91, The side concubine's lack of favor. The chest of the grand concubine rose and fell tumultuously. An elderly maid, unable to bear the sight, spoke directly, What more do you want? Is this how you speak to your elder? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Duanmu Lian, as if she had heard a jest, retorted, What is an elder to me? I do not even have a husband. The grand concubine trembled, declaring, Today, I shall risk my life to kill her, you must assist me. Duanmu Lian regarded them as if they were a mere farce. At that moment, Duanmu Lian's maid returned, accompanied by an elderly gentleman in his 60s or 70s, carrying a medical kit. It was evident he was a physician. Upon seeing him, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. He was the most esteemed doctor in the capital, renowned for his medical prowess, arguably surpassing even the imperial physicians. The emperor had sought to summon him to the palace multiple times, but he had persistently declined, as the imperial hospital was not in want of skilled physicians. Duanmu Lian offered a slight bow to the man, Sir, I kindly ask you to examine the one inside. How severe are the injuries from her miscarriage? The doctor's eyes flickered with understanding, but just as he prepared to enter, he was obstructed by a maid. The birthing room is a bloody scene. How can we allow a man to enter when our concubine is still a woman? The doctor frowned, stating, I merely wish to take her pulse and will not make any physical contact, wherefore this prohibition. Not permissible. The maid insisted, her tone resolute, revealing her evident fear. Duanmu Lian, having surmised much, approached and said, As I understand, in the palace, whether one is pregnant or has miscarried, there are physicians specifically tasked with taking pulses. And they do so without direct contact, placing a cloth in between. What taboo is there? Does your mistress hold more esteem than the imperial consorts? The maid's countenance darkened, rendered speechless by the retort. Duanmu Lian turned to the grand concubine, Let him in to examine her, perhaps we shall find a conclusion. Surely, you do not wish to remain ignorant of the cause of your grandson's demise? Thus, the doctor was permitted entry. To avert any unforeseen occurrences, Duanmu Lian followed him inside. Upon seeing the doctor, Sushi's face paled, and she panicked, struggling to move. Yet, Duanmu Lian was resolute, using her inner strength to firmly restrain her. Sushi found herself immobilized, helplessly watching as the doctor approached her. Duanmu Lian remarked with derision, You have miscarried, it is prudent to allow the doctor to examine you. He is the finest physician in the capital. Surely, you are familiar with him? Of course, I know him, she stammered, which is why I am so distressed. If it were a stranger, perhaps I would not be so troubled. The most renowned doctor in the capital was known to all and could not be mistaken. The doctor, trembling, touched Sushi's hand, then rose after a moment, frowning. This lady indeed shows signs of a miscarriage, but it could not possibly have occurred today. His voice was steady, loud enough for those outside to hear. Upon hearing this, the grand concubine staggered inside, exclaiming, "What did you say?" Duanmu Lian smirked. "This is the most famous doctor in the capital, even the emperor has sought to appoint him as a royal physician. Do you believe his diagnosis could be erroneous? This woman did not miscarry today, yet she dares to claim it was due to my provocation." Duanmu Lian's piercing gaze fixed upon Sushi on the bed. "What treachery do you harbor? Could it be that you accidentally miscarried and wished to frame me with such a foolish scheme?" Chapter 92, the side consort's disfavor. Sushi's complexion turned an ashen hue. Her lips trembling as she exclaimed, "You speak nonsense." What do you mean? Surely you do not intend to suggest that I bribed the most renowned physician in the capital to frame you?" Duanmu Lian twirled her handkerchief, responding. "It is common knowledge that this doctor has even declined the emperor's invitation and tends to commoners. Do you truly believe he would endanger others for the allure of wealth?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers instinctively turned their gazes toward Sushi. The physician spoke with a grave tone. "My diagnosis is infallible. This lady indeed suffered a miscarriage recently. But it was certainly not today. If I am mistaken, I would willingly sever my own head." With such a declaration, the crowd was bound to believe him. The grand consort trembled in fury, nearly choking on her rage, her eyes fixed menacingly on Sushi. "Speak. What on earth transpired?" Sushi struggled to mount a defense. But unexpectedly, Duanmu Lian interjected, "The emperor has summoned me frequently of late. I recall that the prime minister, in these crucial moments, would not wish for your actions to jeopardize your family." The threat in her words was unmistakable. Sushi quivered. "No, this cannot happen. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Do not harm my family, especially my father. This matter must not be disclosed." "Then speak the truth," Duanmu Lian replied nonchalantly. "I may consider your words." Her demeanor was infuriatingly casual. Understanding that the situation could no longer be concealed, Sushi trembled and recounted everything. It turned out that her anxiety over Xianyi had caused her to accidentally collide with a chair, leading to her miscarriage. However, she knew that such an explanation would not suffice. The consequences of a miscarriage were not only physically detrimental, particularly in her current predicament. So she devised a scheme to frame another. She had not anticipated Duanmu Lian's strong vigilance, leading her to confront her directly, only to be met with humiliation. Left with no alternatives, she resolved to entangle herself in the matter, even if she could not directly incriminate another. Yet she never imagined that events would unfold in this manner. Duanmu Lian, upon hearing her account, was rendered speechless. The portrayal of such delicate characters was utterly juvenile. It seemed as though the author were but an elementary student. She felt the ongoing task had lost its allure. The system remarked, "The next task will be upgraded, ensuring the host's satisfaction." Indeed. After listening to the exchange, the grand consort slammed her palm on the table and, losing her balance, fainted. Chaos ensued once more. Duanmu Lian, uninterested in the commotion, approached Sushi, asking, "How does it feel to be ensnared by your own web? What kind of intellect do you possess? I am genuinely curious." Sushi clutched her chest. "What more do you want from me, given the circumstances?" "What more, you ask? I wish for you to experience the pain endured by the original owner of this body. What you suffer now is but a fraction of her torment. The original owner perished due to your actions. What you face is merely superficial." Duanmu Lian grasped Sushi's chin, suddenly raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap, saying, "This is merely a taste of interest. I hope you elevate your intellect henceforth, that our game may become more engaging." Dazed and reeling from the blow, Sushi felt the immense pain inflicted by someone with internal strength. As Duanmu Lian exited, she instructed her maid, "Go procure something for me." Chapter 93, the side concubine does not receive favor. "Ah, the legitimate concubine, your prowess is truly formidable. That individual shall never rise again." As she listened to the flattery, Duanmu Lian scoffed, "What does this signify? Soon, there will be earth-shattering changes. Presently, in the eyes of the public, Xian Yu was merely imprisoned, nothing more. Perhaps when the emperor's anger subsides, he might be released and return to his rightful place. Yet, they were all gravely mistaken. 5 days later, the soldiers stationed outside the gates suddenly surged in, arresting anyone they encountered. All the servants of the Wang residence were thrown into prison. The only one who was safely escorted to the palace was Duanmu Lian. As for Su Shi and the grand concubine, considering their status and vulnerability, they were provided with alternative accommodations, albeit far inferior to the Wang residence. The incompetent crown prince had succeeded. The gentleman had concealed his weapons and armor. Then another minister seized the opportunity to incite chaos. Kangxi was furious, issuing an immediate decree to reclaim the Xianwang residence. That very night, Xian Yu was interrogated. He proclaimed his innocence, yet regardless of his protests, the weapons were hidden within his quarters, an undeniable stain on his reputation. Even if he claimed to be framed, one must have a suspect. The emperor's paranoia was already pronounced, and with prearranged individuals fanning the flames, he swiftly decreed Xian Ye's death sentence. Out of consideration for their brotherhood, his dignity was somewhat preserved. He was given the choice of poison, a dagger, or a silken cord to end his life. Execution was set for the morrow. Duanmu Lian made a special visit to Kangxi, beseeching him to allow Xian Yi a final farewell. Due to the previous events, and to prevent eavesdropping, Duanmu Lian had taken precautions, setting up a special device outside that would sound an alarm should anyone else enter the area, serving as a reminder for her. Upon reaching the dungeons, Duanmu Lian offered a considerable sum to the guards, persuading them to vacate the premises, a request they happily complied with. Thus, she entered the cell alone. Gazing upon Xian Yi, who was marred with wounds, evidently the result of torture, she inquired, "Are you well?" The sardonic tone of her voice sent a wave of fury through Xian Yi, who gripped the bars of his cell. "It was you, wasn't it? I have pondered for days, and it seems only you had the means to infiltrate the Xianwang residence and orchestrate these events. How long have you been plotting?" Duanmu Lian chuckled coldly. "You could have averted all of this. Why must you indulge your patriarchal arrogance? Why resort to coercion? When you vex me, I have no choice but to ensure your obliteration." Xian Yi roared, "Then why target not just me, but the entire Xianwang residence?" Duanmu Lian laughed outright. "How did you treat me upon my arrival? Are you not aware of your own actions? You, your mother, your primary wife, and all those benefiting from your position, who truly regards me? Had I not sought my own path, you would have trampled me beneath your feet. I am here to reveal that all of this was my design. Are you satisfied or not?" Xian Ye's hands were bloodied from clenching the bars. And if expressions could kill, Duanmu Lian was certain she would have been slaughtered 1,000 times over. She taunted, "You cannot blame me, this is all your own doing. By the way, your son has also met with misfortune, though it was not my doing, your woman was simply too foolish. A failed scheme turned against her." Chapter 94. The side consort does not receive favor. Upon hearing this, Xuanye's eyes turned bloodshot. This was his first child, and a legitimate heir at that, with great expectations placed upon him for the future. It was utterly devastating, wasn't it? "If you make my life difficult, I shall ensure you dwell in perpetual torment." Duanmu Lian paused before continuing, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to inform you of something." Xuanye instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. Duanmu Lian articulated each word deliberately. "The emperor has issued a decree to remove you from the royal lineage, stripping you of your yellow sash. When future historians pen their accounts, neither the previous dynasty nor the harem will hold a single mention of you. It is as though you have never existed." Xuanye's mind went blank, a dull buzzing filling his ears. Observing his reaction, Duanmu Lian felt a deep satisfaction. "Congratulations to the host, your narrative value has reached 60. Very well, it appears you are not far from departing this world." However, at that moment, the system interjected, a reminder to the host. "Completing the original mission is also part of the process. All objectives must be fulfilled to leave this realm." Understood, understood. This implies that from this point forward, the tasks have escalated. Reflecting on the original owner's wishes, Duanmu Lian mused that she was likely nearing completion, estimating that she had fulfilled about 2/3 of the requirements. The original owner's final wish seemed to be the prosperity of her family. This, however, posed a challenge. Suddenly, Duanmu Lian recalled something she had read in a historical text. It seemed there was a record in an unofficial history that might prove useful. Just then, a bird flew down from the sky, dropping a piece of white paper at her feet. Upon picking it up, she discovered it was a letter stating, "If you have any requests, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." What does this man intend? As Duanmu Lian pondered, news arrived that Xuanya had already taken his own life in the dungeon. It was initially a death sentence, yet upon retrieving the body, his eyes were wide open, as if he had endured unspeakable agony. Could it be that someone harbored resentment towards him, intensifying his suffering in secret? How cleanly have I executed this? A low voice inquired. Duanmu Lian turned to see Lu Jin standing before her, a triumphant smile gracing his features, exuding joy even from several meters away. Was it you who orchestrated this? Duanmu Lian asked. Lu Jin chuckled. To die so easily is too lenient for him. The poison from the western regions can render him a living hell. He was tormented for at least 5 hours before succumbing last night. Once again, the western regions? It seemed the poison that had previously ensnared the original owner also originated from there. Caution, the original plot has been significantly altered. Yet those who are meant to appear shall still do so, echoed the system's voice. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Lian suddenly grasped the implications and looked at him. Are you not aware that this path is fraught with peril? Lu Jin's expression shifted to one of bloodlust. Ha! Peril? Your husband should have been mine. He wrongfully seized and plotted against my family. The enmity of a father's murder and the usurpation of a wife are grievances that cannot coexist. This was understandable. Yet Duanmu Lian still found it somewhat peculiar. Could you allow me to meet the man from the western regions who provided you with the poison? I am quite curious. Lu Jin retorted. Do you doubt me? Doubt him? This man was truly incomprehensible. I meant no offense, I merely wished to meet him. Lu Jin replied. Now that Xuanya is dead and the prince of Xuanqing's residence has fallen, we can be together openly. As he spoke, a glint of madness flickered across his face. Chapter 95, The side concubines disfavor. Duanmu Lian calmly remarked, Please, compose yourself. Do you not consider the nature of this place? Lu Jin approached Duanmu Lian step by step, his expression bordering on madness. I have waited for so long, I care not for this place. Will you be with me? Duanmu Lian was rendered speechless. This was the infatuated second male lead from the original text, utterly lost in obsession. As Lu Jin neared her, she swiftly slapped him across the face. Snap out of it. I do not have the patience to indulge you. Lu Jin stood dazed from the blow, his face swelling painfully. Striking someone with inner strength was excruciating. After a moment of shock, he muttered, Lier, you have changed. Changed? What nonsense. Duanmu Lian struck him again. Are you awake now? Do me a favor and keep your distance. I have no interest in playing these ridiculous games with you. Your current demeanor is not one I wish to witness. With that, she turned and walked away. Lu Jin remained rooted to the spot for a while, then suddenly lifted his gaze, fixating on her departing figure. No matter what, I must have you. Some feelings begin as love, yet gradually fade, leaving behind an unyielding obsession. Given the delicate nature of Duanmu Lian's current status, Emperor Kangxi, recognizing her contributions, restored her title of noble lady and granted her numerous gifts, allowing her to return to her original residence. Upon entering, she was pleasantly surprised to find the place impeccably clean, far from the dilapidation she had anticipated. Though it lacked the opulence of the palace or other royal residences, it exuded a refreshing simplicity. Noble lady, you have finally returned. A middle-aged man exclaimed, leading several maidservants who knelt in welcome. These were loyal servants who had tended to her family for decades, remaining steadfast even after their downfall, diligently cleaning and awaiting their mistress's return, a rare testament to loyalty. Dong Shu, please rise. Duanmu Lian urged. The emperor has bestowed many gifts, please distribute some among you as recompense for your years of service. Dong Shu and the others immediately waved their hands. No, no, we desire nothing. We simply wish to remain here, to be with the noble lady. We have longed for your return. Duanmu Lian sighed. Let us speak inside. Upon entering her former chamber, she found it to be the most meticulously maintained and organized space. Taking her seat at the head, she inquired, Do you know if there are any other members of our family? Preferably young and capable ones. The original owner had hoped for her family's resurgence, and anyone from her lineage would suffice. There are young ones, Dongshu replied, but capable ones. That can be nurtured. Duanmu Lian continued, as a woman, I am not suited to take the lead. Should we wish for our family to thrive again? That may prove challenging. Dongshu, you are older and more experienced, perhaps you could recommend someone. Dongshu promptly suggested, the son of the princess brother. Merely 20 years old. He was previously in the military, but due to his youth, he has not been entrusted with significant responsibilities. He might be of use to us. Albeit with some difficulties. Indeed, it is quite challenging, Duanmu Lian acknowledged. Please seek an opportune moment to bring him to see me. Understood. At that moment, a servant rushed in from outside, exclaiming, Noble lady, there is someone at the door with a letter for you. Chapter 96. The side consort's lack of favor. Duanmu Lian took the letter and discovered it was from the crown prince, who had successfully eliminated Xianyi. Overjoyed, he contemplated continuing his collaboration with Duanmu Lian. It was now the 37th year of Kangxi's reign, and less than a decade remained since the crown prince's first deposition. Duanmu Lian reflected on the original owner's desire for her family. She had not explicitly stated how long she wished for their prosperity to last. Perhaps, if it ceased, it would still suffice. Penning a few words, she instructed the person beside her to deliver it to the messenger outside, emphasizing the importance of secrecy. Fortunately, those who remained were relatively loyal. They adhered to their master's wishes without prying or gossiping. Upon receiving the message, the crown prince mistakenly believed he had gained an ally. Feeling a surge of excitement, Zhongshu's recommended candidate stood before Duanmu Lian, a man named Saha. Though not particularly handsome, he appeared robust. Duanmu Lian spoke coldly. Do you hope for a brilliant future for yourself and your family? Saha nodded vigorously, of course. I dream of it. It is a pity about my uncle. Had he not departed, perhaps our family would not have met such a fate. He dedicated himself to the Qing dynasty, yet did not receive the rewards he deserved. Ultimately, merit is what truly matters. Duanmu Lian replied with a smile, very well. I shall arrange for you to go to the crown prince. You must perform admirably. Saha's eyes brightened with excitement, is this true? Duanmu Lian nodded with a smile, come here. Saha promptly approached, and Duanmu Lian whispered essential information into his ear. Leaving his ascension to fortune in his own hands. Time would prove Zhongshu's discernment to be astute. Soon, news arrived of Saha's military accomplishments. And with the crown prince's commendation, he was directly appointed as a general, bringing monumental changes to his family. Zhongshu exclaimed, this is wonderful, miss. I thought we were destined for mediocrity, yet here we are today. Duanmu Lian responded, this is merely the beginning, there are still matters left unresolved. What matters? Zhongshu inquired, feeling a sense of curiosity. He had also noticed the significant transformation in this woman compared to the previous Mississippi. Initially, he had assumed her change was due to the hardships she faced after marriage, but he now sensed something peculiar. No matter how much a person changes, certain habits and memories are difficult to alter. Just a few days prior, he had witnessed her practicing in the back garden, even breaking a tree in the process. Having watched the original owner grow, he knew she had been a delicate woman, incapable of martial prowess. Even if she had begun training, it would be impossible to reach such proficiency in such a short time. That level of skill is typically developed from a young age. Duanmu Lian exited, heading straight to a specific location, the residence of the Grand Consort and Sushi. Sushi's betrayal had directly led to the original owner's demise. And the original owner's wish demanded that the murderer pay in blood for their crimes. Thus, she could not let Sushi escape justice. Upon seeing Duanmu Lian, the guards immediately bowed respectfully, Miss, what brings you here? Duanmu Lian produced her token, allow me entry. She also handed a gold piece to the guard. You know what should and should not be said. The guard, upon seeing the gold, smiled and nodded repeatedly, I understand. Chapter 97. The side consort's lack of favor. Upon entering, Duanmu Lian was met with a feeble voice emanating from the bed. I want to eat anything. Duanmu Lian scoffed. Do you still consider yourself the esteemed primary consort? No one indulges your whims any longer, nor serves you. Hearing that familiar voice, Sushi immediately rose, her expression twisting into one of barely contained fury. What do you want now? Haven't you caused us enough trouble? Are you here to gloat? Duanmu Lian raised an eyebrow. It seems you are mistaken. If you hadn't provoked me first, I wouldn't have treated you in this manner. Do you genuinely love Xianyi? Or is it merely for his noble status and the title of primary consort? Sushi felt her most vulnerable spot pierced, shaking her head vehemently. Get out. You venomous woman. I never wish to see you again. Duanmu Lian responded with a sharp slap. I have told you, there is no one to pamper you now. Restrain yourself. I am now a princess bestowed by the emperor. What authority do you possess to command me to leave? She placed her foot upon Sushi's face. A deeply humiliating gesture that would leave a lifelong scar for a woman of ancient times. Do you now comprehend the feeling of being trampled upon? Sushi clenched her fists, the pain on her face forcing her back to reality. My father will not spare you. Duanmu Lian seized her hair, lifting her up. Do you still think you are the exalted primary consort? Once you leave the palace, you are not. With that, she forcefully threw the woman to the ground. Sushi's head struck the floor, leaving her in a pitiful state. Even if I have wronged you, I have never truly harmed you. You have acquired so much already, is it not enough? Duanmu Lian replied coldly, what if I claim I have not performed these actions? I would be left in dire straits because of you. Do you not understand your own intentions? As she spoke, she produced a small vial of poison from her sleeve. A substance that could inflict excruciating torment, more so than the Western poisons mentioned by Lu Jin, which could prolong suffering for 5 hours before death. Sushi gazed at the vial on the table, an ominous premonition rising within her. I'm sorry for my past wrongs, please, spare me now. I have lost my husband and the honor of being the primary consort. I beg you. Duanmu Lian toyed with the small bottle. Spare you? Certainly. If you die, I would have indeed spared you. The echo of those words reverberated in Sushi's mind, causing her to tremble in fear as she attempted to flee. Duanmu Lian effortlessly pulled her back with a surge of inner strength. Sushi screamed in desperation, help! Help! Someone is trying to kill me. Please, save me. Duanmu Lian grasped her chin, help you? The people outside have all been sent away. She then produced a piece of paper from her sleeve. Look at how well I have imitated your handwriting. Is it not strikingly similar? Upon reading the contents, Sushi turned pale, more terrifying than a ghost. It was her suicide note, expressing her intent to join Xianyi in death, each word drenched in sorrow, the handwriting nearly indistinguishable from her own. Even those close to her would struggle to recognize it. No, you cannot do this. Duanmu Lian tightened her grip on Sushi's jaw. Didn't you claim to love Xianyi? You would stop at nothing for him, so if you truly love him, why not accompany him? He has just departed. If you follow now, you will surely catch up with him. On the road to the underworld, you can keep him company. Chapter 98, The Concubine's Unwillingness to Accept Favor. Sushi struggled desperately, her hands flailing. No, please, I don't want this. Let me go. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded in anguish. Yet, Duanmu Lian seized the opportunity to uncork the vial, pouring its entire contents of poison down her throat. And then pinched her mouth shut to force the substance into her esophagus. Historically, imperial consorts often met their end through such brutal methods when they refused to accompany their masters in death. Sushi felt a wave of bitterness wash over her, followed by a searing pain in her abdomen that intensified, leaving her dizzy and trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, she retched violently, expelling a copious amount of blood. Duanmu Lian coldly remarked. This poison will torment you for 5 or 6 hours. During this time, your insides will be wrenched apart, your veins will rupture, and you will ultimately bleed to death from all 7 orifices. Endure it well. With that, she placed a meticulously forged letter on the table, pressing it down with a teapot. Sushi watched helplessly. Despite the letter being so close, she lacked the strength to reach for it. May you suffer a fate worse than death. She screamed with all her might at Duanmu Lian. A fate worse than death? Having traversed countless worlds and taken the lives of many, she was no stranger to bloodshed and felt no fear of death. Congratulations, host. Your story value has reached 80. Duanmu Lian let out a mocking laugh before vanishing from sight. The following day, news spread that Sushi had committed suicide by poison. Her body found with blood oozing from her 7 orifices. The preliminary examination suggested that her death was not a suicide, as the scene was too gruesome. Especially her wide-open eyes, which sent shivers down the spine, as if she had died without a peaceful closure. However, the note left behind was authenticated as her own handwriting. No other clues could be found, and the guards at the door, looking out for their own interests, remained silent, especially with the gold at stake. Thus, the matter sank into obscurity, never to be unveiled. Duanmu Lian sat in the parlor, sipping tea, when she noticed Uncle Zhong lurking in the corner, eyeing her suspiciously. She abruptly spoke, "Out of respect for your seniority, if you have any questions or doubts, feel free to voice them directly. Staring at me serves no purpose." Uncle Zhong immediately stepped forward. "Please forgive me, my lady." After a brief pause, he decided to voice his concerns. For the person before him was someone he had known for a long time. "I do not understand, my lady, when did you learn martial arts?" It was due to this incident, and she blamed herself for being careless. She had intended to enhance her skills but now realized that such practice should not have been conducted in unfamiliar surroundings. How could she explain this? Having lived for decades. Uncle Zhong was astute, her previous statements would likely raise his suspicions. Thus, she opted for honesty. "Uncle Zhong. Perhaps the person before you is no longer who she once was, but this body undeniably belongs to the original owner." Uncle Zhong's brow furrowed. "My lady?" Duanmu Lian rolled up her sleeves, revealing the distinctive birthmark on her wrist. The original owner's birthmark had been explicitly mentioned. "You should recognize this, yes?" Uncle Zhong's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. He indeed recognized the mark, which could not be fabricated. Even if one attempted to replicate it, it could never be so identical. Now he was certain that this body belonged to his former master, yet the soul was no longer the same. Chapter 99, The Side Consort's Lack of Favor. Duanmu Lian stated, "You need only remember one thing, I will never betray you or our family. On the contrary, I have brought prosperity to our lineage, fulfilling my father's wishes." Uncle Zhong hastily apologized. "It is the fault of this old servant, I should not have harbored doubts. From now on, I shall obey the commands of the young lady without question." Perhaps there would be no further opportunities, her mission in this world was nearing completion. Yet, the narrative value still needed to reach 80, was there someone who remained unresolved? At that moment, the system reminded her. "Have you forgotten that the Grand Consort often made things difficult for the original host?" Duanmu Lian replied, "I am aware, but her son is dead, her daughter-in-law has perished. And her grandson is no more. Is this punishment not sufficient?" The system countered, "Perhaps it is not enough. You might want to reflect on who truly contributed to the original host's tragedy. There were indeed many culprits. Initially, Xianyi had insisted on marrying the original host. And if Kangxi had not consented, the marriage would not have occurred. Thus, one could argue that Kangxi was also among those who caused the original host's misfortune. However, he is one of history's most renowned emperors. Surely, one cannot alter history without him facing consequences. Moreover, the revival of the original host's family also relied on Kangxi's influence. This situation was indeed complicated. The system mocked her. "Do you still consider this task simple? I told you it has been upgraded. Yet you were complaining of its ease earlier." Silence. "What assistance can you offer me, you faulty system?" Duanmu Lian retorted without hesitation. What to do? Suddenly, an idea struck Duanmu Lian. Since Kangxi was untouchable, she might as well target that old woman. After all, it was her misfortune. She recalled from the original text that the Grand Consort had once resorted to corporal punishment against the original host, leaving her bedridden for over half a month. However, due to Sushi's demise, there were now heightened precautions. It was all the system's fault for not providing a warning yesterday. Just as Duanmu Lian contemplated alternative strategies, a message arrived from outside. "Miss, I have heard that the Grand Consort has also taken her own life. And her death was gruesome." "What? That old woman committed suicide?" "Congratulations, host. Your narrative value has reached 85. Why had it only increased by 5? What was going on?" At that moment, the servant on the ground added, "There is another person outside who wishes to deliver this letter to you." Duanmu Lian opened the letter, discovering it was from Lu Jin. It read, "I have rid you of that old woman who constantly tormented you. You should have eliminated that wicked woman entirely, yet you left the old hag alive. Did he know she had killed Sushi? No, it was impossible. In the previous world, Duanmu Lian was exceedingly vigilant. She had ensured no one was around before taking action, and she could guarantee that no one else had witnessed the scene. Thus, it was likely that Lu Jin had deduced the truth himself. What exactly did this man intend? Nevertheless, he had indeed assisted her, contributing an additional 5 to her narrative value. The back of the letter further stated, "If you are interested, meet me tonight in the Purple Bamboo Grove. I shall reveal to you everything you wish to know." Could he be concealing something from the original host? Driven by curiosity and instinct, Duanmu Lian resolved to investigate. After all, her martial prowess was formidable, and no ordinary person could pose a threat to her. To guard against treachery, she took a Baishong pill, a remedy capable of neutralizing any hidden dangers, such as sedatives or poisons. Chapter 100, The Side Concubine Rejects Favor. The time was marked at the hour of the pig in the evening. Duanmu Lian had changed into a more casual attire, adorned only with a single hairpin for decoration. This ensemble suited her agile capabilities perfectly. At the appointed hour, she arrived punctually at the Zizhu forest, which had evidently been meticulously arranged, featuring a pavilion and numerous colorful lanterns. Accompanied by a melodious flute tune, Lu Jin, playing the exquisite white jade flute, appeared before Duanmu Lian. The flute sound was nothing short of exceptional. As the performance concluded, Lu Jin smiled and asked, "Do you remember? You used to love listening to my flute melodies." "I do not recall," Duanmu Lian replied with icy indifference. A look of sarcasm crossed Lu Jin's face. "Have you forgotten everything we shared?" Duanmu Lian, losing her patience with his nonchalant demeanor, retorted. "You summoned me here not to reminisce but to reveal what you've concealed from me. Speak now." Lu Jin's expression grew complex, and after a pause, he sighed. "In my previous bitterness, I took certain actions." "What actions, exactly? Can you refrain from dragging this out?" Duanmu Lian countered. Lu Jin furrowed his brow. "The Westerner I hired was meant to aid me in orchestrating your downfall, prompting Xianyi to abandon you. However, I did not anticipate that the Xianwang matter would encounter trouble so soon. Perhaps it is his just retribution." "What?" Duanmu Lian's understanding dawned as she realized that the Westerner had provided the poison that harmed the original character, leading to her demise. With a piercing gaze, she addressed Lu Jin, enunciating each word, "Where is that Westerner?" Lu Jin was taken aback by her sudden ferocity, yet he maintained a facade of composure. "I promised him not to disclose his identity or whereabouts." Duanmu Lian scoffed, "What would it take for you to reveal it? I do not believe you are the type to uphold your principles." Lu Jin's eyes darted as he pondered. "Are you granting me the opportunity to negotiate? Then I shall say this, promise to marry me, and I will divulge everything, leaving no secrets unspoken." "Marry you?" Duanmu Lian's tone was laced with incredulity, akin to hearing a ludicrous jest. Suddenly, she thrust her hand forward and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Jin's face, channeling her internal energy. The force sent him sprawling several meters away, blood spilling from his mouth and a tooth loosening. "To think that you were the one who consistently harmed the original character!" she exclaimed. "Do you comprehend the foolishness of your actions?" Lu Jin gazed at her, genuine fear creeping into his heart. "How can you possess martial skills? I recall you as a frail child incapable of defending yourself." Duanmu Lian unleashed her internal energy, striking him against a nearby tree, which snapped under the impact. Lu Jin sustained significant injury as well. "I had some sympathy for you, believing you to be a sentimental and pitiable man, but your current actions truly disgust me." Duanmu Lian approached him step by step. "You now face two choices. First, reveal all you know about me. Second, face death." Lu Jin, clutching his chest, staggered back in desperation. "Do not kill me. I will talk, I will talk." At that moment, a fierce wind howled, and a man clad in black robes stepped in front of Lu Jin, casting a glance back at him. "Your performance is quite disappointing." Fear surged within Lu Jin. Duanmu Lian coldly remarked, "I have no acquaintance with you. Why have you continually sought to ensnare me?" At this juncture, she felt clarity. If she could unravel the mystery before her, her task would be nearly complete. Chapter 101, The Side Concubines Unrequited Favor. The man in black remarked. "You cannot be Su Li, can you?" Duanmu Lian retorted with scorn, "What if I am? What if I am not? The relevance of this inquiry has diminished, for tonight you shall all meet the King of Hell." The man in black sneered, such audacity. That old fool sacrificed our entire clan for the sake of the great Qing. Now, I demand retribution through his only daughter, forcing him to witness his dedication to the great Qing while his daughter endures the utmost indignities. The old fool he referred to was evidently the original's father. Duanmu Lian laughed coldly. Alas, you have failed, thoroughly and utterly. Not only have I eliminated my unworthy husband's family, but I have also reclaimed my title as a noble lady and brought prosperity to my own family. Do you not perceive your own defeat? All your machinations came to naught. The man in black removed his mask, his face ablaze with rage. Though he was not without a certain handsomeness. Why then, did he choose this path? Today, it is either your demise or mine. He declared, suddenly lunging towards Duanmu Lian with a palm strike. In an instant, Duanmu Lian produced her concealed umbrella. With it, even the most formidable opponent would be no match for her. As the man was taken aback by her abrupt disappearance, a chilling wind swept past. And he was struck with excruciating pain, sent flying several meters, his insides grievously injured. Duanmu Lian had harnessed 9/10 of her internal energy for that blow, ensuring that this man would not escape unscathed. Indeed, the man lay on the ground, weakened and devoid of the strength to resist. Meanwhile, Lu Jin struggled, seemingly attempting to flee. Duanmu Lian approached and pressed her foot upon his head. Did you not profess your affection for me? Why the haste to depart? Are there still secrets you hide from me? Lu Jin shook his head in terror, and no, absolutely none. Duanmu Lian smiled with a charming curve. If you have none, you may take your leave. With a surge of internal energy, she decisively snapped Lu Jin's neck, ending his life in an instant. Congratulations, host. Your literary value has reached 90. Observing the man, she noted he was struggling to rise, impressive, given his severe injuries. The man clutched his chest in fury. You have slain us, and you shall not escape a dire fate yourself. Duanmu Lian replied, I sought to eliminate you, thus, my mission is fulfilled. The man's brow furrowed in confusion, unable to comprehend her words, yet he had no time for clarity. Duanmu Lian surged forward, seizing his neck. The man gasped for breath, desperately thrashing in a bid for survival. As Duanmu Lian tightened her grip, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and blood poured from his mouth. With one final exertion, she snapped his neck, bringing about his instantaneous demise. Congratulations, host. Your literary value has now reached 95. Yet, it still had not reached 100. Reflecting on the original's directives, she recognized her tasks were nearly complete. She had resolved not to become a concubine, aimed to restore her family's honor, and ensured that Xian Yi and the perpetrators of her suffering would pay dearly. What remained of the final 5? Was it truly necessary for her to confront Kongxi? Suddenly, Duanmu Lian recalled a crucial detail. The original had endured relentless bullying at the royal residence, and those who scorned her undoubtedly included the servants of the Xian Wangfu. This was no insurmountable challenge. Upon her return, Duanmu Lian orchestrated a series of actions that resulted in the expulsion and even execution of the remaining individuals within the Xian Wangfu. Chapter 102, The Side Concubine Does Not Accept Favor. Congratulations, host. Your narrative value has reached 100. At last, Duanmu Lian exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet she pondered, if it has indeed reached 100, why was she still tethered to this world? The system replied, please hold on for a moment. A minor issue has arisen. Well, this feels rather untrustworthy. Suddenly, a hand clapped her shoulder, and she spun around to behold a strikingly handsome man. Greetings. I am the newly appointed Grand Scholar. Might I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Was this man genuinely interested in her? Alas. She was on the verge of departure. I'm sorry, but that is not possible. With that, she turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the man called after her, Duanmu Lian. I shall seek you in the next world. Duanmu Lian whirled around, her eyes wide with astonishment, even as her form began to dissipate, returning to the void. What had just transpired? She inquired of the system and the space. The space responded, consider where you revealed your true name in this world. The world in which she uttered her name was. Duanmu Lian was suddenly alarmed, her heart racing with trepidation. The space continued, you have performed admirably in this task, the original host is satisfied. A golden star appeared on the screen. Should the original host express dissatisfaction, the star would turn black. If the number of black stars reached 7, her designation would be revoked. Duanmu Lian asked, and that man from earlier? The space replied, now that you have reached this juncture, you can only proceed onward. Prepare for the next world. With a blinding flash of white light, a fair-skinned, striking young woman with bold brows and large eyes emerged. Duanmu Lian took her hand. The lady was named Gu Qinghan, a daughter of a wealthy family. Her mother had passed away early, and her father had consumed all the family assets before remarrying a stepmother. The stepmother feigned benevolence, appearing to treat Gu Qinghan well. Yet she deliberately indulged her, leading Gu Qinghan into a life of unrestrained mischief, earning her a notorious reputation among high society. Ultimately, her stepsister Lu Xian maliciously orchestrated a scheme to ensnare Gu Qinghan, leading her to become infatuated with a man who deceived her completely. Gu Qinghan, entranced, squandered her entire allowance on this rogue. Ultimately, she was left bereft, as he, a mere gigolo from a nightclub, was later instructed by her vicious stepmother to lure Gu Qinghan out, whereupon thugs violated her. A video of the incident circulated, culminating in Gu Qinghan's disgrace and expulsion from her home. Homeless and desolate, she faced a mental breakdown. A speeding vehicle struck her, sending her flying several meters. In the hospital, due to her family's refusal to sign necessary documents, the optimal time for medical intervention was lost, and she succumbed to death without anyone willing to claim her body. It lay in the morgue for days, nearly decomposing, until a kind-hearted stranger finally paid for her burial. Upon absorbing the original host's story, Duanmu Lian also uncovered the sinister truth behind it all. This calamity had been tacitly approved by the original hostess' father. Driven by greed, he sought to seize the family fortune, knowing that the primary heir was, in fact, his own daughter, who would only inherit upon turning 25. Thus, he allowed these heinous acts to unfold, permitting his malevolent wife and stepdaughter to destroy his own flesh and blood. This father was truly despicable, willing to betray his own daughter for the sake of wealth. Chapter 103, The heir of a wealthy family. Gu Qinghan harbored two aspirations. The first was to reclaim what rightfully belonged to her, to inherit her family's fortune, and to elevate her lineage to greater heights. The second was to ensure that the mother-daughter pair, along with the scoundrel who deceived her and the ruffians who violated her, paid a grievous price. She yearned for Lu Xian to experience betrayal by men and the anguish of degradation. She wished for her hypocritical stepmother to be cast out, stripped of everything. As for that scoundrel, she desired to make his life a living hell, to see him reduced to nothing and scorned like a rat scurrying through the streets. Duanmu Lian nodded, rest assured, I shall make it happen. As dizziness enveloped her, Duanmu Lian groggily opened her eyes. Oh dear, Xiao Han, you've finally awakened. You nearly frightened me to death. Following the sound, she beheld a woman in her 30s, heavily made up, seated at the foot of her bed, feigning concern. This was Lu Baihe, the original owner's stepmother, superficially virtuous, yet malevolent at heart. Duanmu Lian coldly cast off her hand, get out. Lu Baihe was momentarily taken aback. When had this girl ever spoken to her in such a manner? Qinghan, what's wrong? Noticing a glass of water on the bedside table, Duanmu Lian splashed it across Lu Baihe's face. I said, get out. Are you deaf? At that moment, Lu Xian happened to enter, witnessing the scene unfold. She rushed forward, how could you treat my mother this way? She is only concerned for you. Concern? Duanmu Lian scoffed, I have no need for the concern of outsiders. You've gone too far. Lu Xian moved as if to strike Duanmu Lian, but Lu Baihe quickly restrained her, let it be. Qinghan fell from upstairs and may be a bit disoriented, do not engage with her. Fell from upstairs? It seemed this mother-daughter duo had orchestrated it. Lu Xian murmured. I fear she has damaged her brain. Just then, a sharp pain flared across her face, nearly causing her to stumble. Duanmu Lian rose from the bed, gazing at the disheveled Lu Xian, her demeanor unflinching. You deserve to be struck for your insolence. Do not presume that the world revolves around you. Others are not obliged to accommodate your whims. You. Lu Xian, incensed, lunged at Duanmu Lian. With a cold smile, Duanmu Lian swiftly sidestepped, tripping Lu Xian, who fell ungracefully, her nose colliding with the ground, eliciting a sharp pain. What is happening here? A commanding voice echoed as a middle-aged man, approximately 40, entered. This was likely the original owner's father, Guangua. Lu Xian, helped up by Lu Baihe, feigned innocence, Qinghan hit me. Daddy. Look at how she has bruised my face. She displayed her cheek, marked by 5 distinct fingerprints. Guanghua's voice turned stern, what transpired? Did you strike her? The tone was unmistakably accusatory. Duanmu Lian remained composed. Will you not inquire as to why I struck her? She insulted me, claiming my head was damaged from the fall. Is that not deserving of retribution? Father, you are a man of business. If someone insulted you in such a manner, would you tolerate it? Lu Xian immediately denied. I did not insult her, she attacked me first. Still attempting to deceive? Duanmu Lian's piercing gaze fixed on her. As a mere girl under 20. Lu Xian appeared visibly shaken under the scrutiny. Duanmu Lian's cold laughter rang out. You claim you did not insult me, yet do you dare swear it? If you lie, you shall be disfigured and subjected to the same fate you wished upon me. Chapter 104, The Aristoteles may occasionally be insincere. Such a venomous vow is one that few dare utter, for should it come to fruition, the lamentation would find no refuge. Observing Lu Xian's hesitance and her shifting countenance, any reasonable individual would have arrived at a conclusion. Guanghua shook his head in dismay, harboring deep disappointment. You are sisters, for heaven's sake, why cannot you coexist harmoniously? Lu Baihe gazed sorrowfully at her daughter's bruised face. The previous incident had transpired too swiftly for her to intervene. Given the prevailing circumstances, being overly forceful was not advisable, so she spoke gently. Lu Xian, you indeed misspoke earlier, go and apologize to Qinghan. Though she articulated the words of apology, her heart was rife with reluctance. Lu Xian could scarcely believe her ears. Despite being the one struck, she was now being compelled to apologize? Yet, seeing her mother's expression, she dared not outright refuse. Reluctantly, she approached Duanmu Lian and, through gritted teeth, uttered 3 words, I'm sorry. Duanmu Lian feigned ignorance. What? I didn't catch that. Lu Xian, now raising her voice, repeated, I'm sorry. This outburst startled even the servants laboring downstairs. Duanmu Lian, with deliberate intent, struck her once more, so loud. Do you wish to deafen me? The slap, delivered with moderate force, was overwhelming for someone of Lu Xian's constitution. Her lip split and a tooth loosened as a result. Xian. Lu Baihe rushed to support her daughter, witnessing the blood trickling from her mouth igniting her fury. If she had managed to endure the earlier events, she could no longer contain herself. Why must you strike my daughter so? Duanmu Lian replied coldly, did you not witness the scene? Her attitude in admitting fault was unacceptable. The 2 slaps were merely to reclaim some interest. A woman's honor is paramount, and they have caused the original owner to lose everything. Guanghua thundered, you have gone too far. What has transformed this girl? Though previously spoiled and arrogant, she was always gentle towards her family, especially me. Duanmu Lian retorted, Father, they are merely outsiders. They are unwelcome here. Lu Baihe's rage flared, what do you mean we are outsiders? Your father and I are married, I am your mother in name, and you must apologize to my daughter. Duanmu Lian cast a disdainful glance her way, you shameless woman. How long has it been since my mother's passing, and you have already entered this household? I suspect there was some collusion prior to the marriage. Moreover, let me make it clear, I may apologize, but you will kneel to accept it. With that, she forcefully kicked a nearby valuable chair, causing it to collapse under the strain. Such expensive items are often more ornamental than functional. This atmosphere is too suffocating. I shall step outside for some fresh air. Where are you going? Guanghua attempted to follow her, yet Duanmu Lian moved with such swiftness that she reached the door, kicking it open, which caused Guanghua's nose to collide with the frame, eliciting a painful cry. With her credit card in hand, Duanmu Lian proceeded to the nearby mall, indulging in a shopping spree of luxury bags and fine wines. With so many acquisitions, she enlisted the help of several movers to assist with the transport. By the time she returned, night had fallen. She kicked the door open, commanding, bring all the items inside. Chapter 105, The Heiress 3. The commotion undoubtedly stirred the occupants above. Guanghua descended, suspecting that Duanmu Lian had returned, intending to reprimand her regarding Bai's affairs. However, upon reaching the floor below, he was taken aback by the sight before him, a plethora of goods, an abundance of clothing and handbags. Not to mention an extravagant collection of wines, each recognized by him to be valued at no less than 50,000 yuan. What an enormous expenditure! What could possibly necessitate such a purchase? Duanmu bellowed in anger. Duanmu Lian merely cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. The funds for these purchases, including this entire villa, belong entirely to my mother. Why should I not utilize them? Money spent is money earned. Her declaration, that all these possessions were her mother's, struck a nerve with Duanmu, who was merely a son-in-law by circumstance. Had it not been for the orchestrated demise of his wife, he would never have gained access to such luxuries. He shouted in fury, but you cannot buy so much. Do you think our family operates a bank? And what of your attitude towards buy? I must discipline you properly. Duanmu Lian retorted, there are so many witnesses here. Are you certain you wish to act in such a manner? Her words reminded Duanmu of the curious glances from those present. If any of them were to divulge today's events, it would surely become gossip among the elite. Duanmu straightened his expression, return to your room. From now on, you are to remain indoors on weekends. Let Lu Xian tutor you, you're nearing your senior year, yet your grades remain dismal. What will happen if you fail to graduate? His tone suggested he was wholly concerned for her welfare. Duanmu Lian addressed the bystanders, move everything to my room. During the relocation, Lu Baihe and her daughter emerged. Their eyes filled with envy as they beheld the items. They were acutely aware that their monthly allowance barely amounted to 50,000 yuan. While any single item Duanmu Lian had purchased likely exceeded that sum. Duanmu Lian looked at them mockingly, are you envious? You parasites. Living off my family, do you realize that everything you use is funded by my mother? And yet you shamelessly remain here. With that, she elegantly strode back to her room, slamming the door behind her. Lu Baihe and her daughter were left seething, their faces flushed with indignation. Lu Xian stamped her foot in frustration, Mother, look at her. Are we to continue enduring this? I can scarcely tolerate it. She struck me at noon, and it still hurts. Lu Baihe clenched her fists, we have no choice. The timing is not right. We must be patient. Once she graduates from university, our opportunity will arise. Do not worry, there will come a time for our resurgence. In her eyes, Duanmu Lian was merely a spoiled girl who had inexplicably turned against them, believing her nature remained unchanged and thus easy to manipulate. Little did she know. They would soon regret such assumptions, for they were up against an adversary far more formidable than they could ever anticipate, and ultimately, they would pay a grievous price. Duanmu Lian gazed at her reflection in the mirror, contemplating her beauty, regrettably marred by her inability to discern the true nature of others, leading to her unfortunate predicament. However, upon reflection, those who had enlisted her for this task were likely neither astute nor overly discerning, making them susceptible to such a dire fate. System, alerting the host that unforeseen variables may arise in this task, please exercise caution. Unforeseen variables? The thought of the man she had last encountered in her previous life filled Duanmu Lian with a sense of unease. Nevertheless, she resolved to dismiss such thoughts. Completing the task at hand was of utmost priority. Chapter 106, the daughter of a wealthy family. For it was a Sunday, and the original protagonist was a day student. Now, Duanmu had arranged for Lu Xian to come over for tutoring. As Duanmu Lian glanced at the graduation questions, she found them exceedingly simple. Unfortunately, the original protagonist lacked ambition and her grades had stagnated, with her highest score barely reaching 72, and failing grades were a frequent occurrence. The doorbell rang. Lu Xian, reluctantly clutching the tutoring materials, had shown a blatant disinterest in coming. However, her mother had urged her to comply, emphasizing that it was Duanmu's arrangement and that defying his wishes would be unwise, especially if the person inside lost their temper, which would undoubtedly diminish Duanmu's regard for her. But after knocking for a while, there was no response. Duanmu Lian leisurely perused her book, fully aware of who was outside, intentionally leaving her in suspense. Ignoring the persistent knocking, she feigned obliviousness. Are you there? Lu Xian queried repeatedly. After 5 or 6 minutes had elapsed, just as Lu Xian was preparing to descend to report the situation, the door swung open. Duanmu Lian regarded her indifferently. I do not require tutoring, you may leave. Lu Xian, her throat parched from the prolonged shouting, rasped, it was my father who sent me to tutor you. Please. Be obedient and do not provoke him further. Such a picture of a dutiful daughter, yet her heart was as black as night. Duanmu Lian simply returned to her chair and began to play a game on her tablet. Since you enjoy lingering, feel free to stay. Lu Xian, utterly disregarded, stormed out in frustration, running off to complain. It was not that she was unwilling to teach, rather, the student herself was disinterested in learning. Upon receiving the news, Guanhua hurried over to reprimand Duanmu Lian. Why did you refuse Lu Xian's tutoring? Duanmu Lian coolly replied, I believe my abilities do not necessitate tutoring. Moreover, she even abandoned her books. Do you truly think she came here with genuine intentions? Guanhua's emotion surged within him. Although his daughter had previously been rebellious, when did she become so obstinate? She was nearing graduation from university, and surely her rebellious phase had passed. When have you ever passed? He queried. Duanmu Lian shook her tablet. I will show you a perfect score next month. You're boasting, Guanhua retorted as he left. Not out of anger but rather a sudden realization, this daughter, the more unambitious she was, the better for him, as he sought to inherit the Gu family's fortune. If she remained in such a rebellious state, her chances of being entrusted with the family business in the future would dwindle significantly. Once he departed, Duanmu Lian discarded her tablet, her gaze revealing a chilling intensity. Recalling the original plot, she remembered that soon there would be a grand banquet hosted by the affluent. In the original story, due to the original protagonist's assistance, Lu Baihe and her daughter garnered praise from the upper echelons of society. This time, however, they would not have such fortune. She would ensure that those high society ladies and heiresses would see the true nature of this mother-daughter duo, making it exceedingly difficult for them to establish a foothold in the upper class. For once a reputation is established, barring any significant incidents, it is challenging to alter perceptions. At dinner, the family's expressions were notably grim. As they dined, Guanhua suddenly produced an invitation from his pocket. Madame Li is hosting a banquet. Qinghan, please assist Aunt Lu and her daughter with their attire. Duanmu Lian replied indifferently, rest assured, I will ensure they are impeccably dressed, so as not to bring shame to my father. The last few words were emphasized with palpable weight. Lu Xian shook her head dismissively. What does she know about dressing up? Little did she expect that her statement would be immediately countered by a sharp reprimand from Lu Baihe. Chapter 107, The Heiress. 4. In the original narrative, Gu Qinghan, despite her capricious and domineering nature, possessed a profound understanding of the intricacies of her world. This knowledge was imparted to her by her mother, who had once educated her extensively. The subsequent transformation of the original character can largely be attributed to the influence of this mother-daughter duo, having indulged her whims. Had her mother lived a wholesome life, it is certain that the original character would not have descended into such malevolence. Observing the mother and daughter as they rummaged through the wardrobe and makeup room, Duanmu Lian could not help but smirk with a hint of derision. With your taste, perhaps you should reconsider attending, you would only embarrass yourselves. Lu Baihe and her daughter immediately darkened at this remark. Isn't it your father who asked you to guide us? We are at a loss, what should we wear then? Duanmu Lian, with a flick of her fingers, replied, I could certainly assist you. She pointed to several relatively simple gowns, which, while understated, were indeed suitable for such gatherings. Excessive opulence would only attract disdain. Such garments are all you are fit to wear, she concluded. Her words ignited the ire of Lu Baihe and her daughter. Mother, don't heed her, she is clearly trying to provoke us, Lu Xian exclaimed. Indeed. Duanmu Lian relished this tactic, deliberately inciting them to act contrary to her suggestions. After all, Guanhua merely sought her input. Whether they chose to heed her advice was their own affair. As anticipated, the pair selected two exceedingly luxurious and revealing gowns, adorning themselves with flamboyant makeup that would make one believe they were attending a world-class gala, resembling the wives of presidents in their ostentation. Duanmu Lian, with a cold smile, opted for a white gown, applying a subtle makeup that accentuated her natural beauty, her hair styled simply yet elegantly. The understated look suits you beautifully, the makeup artist praised. Lu Baihe and her daughter regarded her with disdain, with Lu Xian asserting, do you think such simplicity is appropriate for a gala? I believe it suits me far better than your choices, Duanmu Lian replied confidently. As luxury vehicles pulled up outside, 2 cars arrived as a precaution, ensuring the 3 of them could travel together. However, Guangua, wary of potential discord, opted for separate transports. Duanmu Lian promptly entered one of the vehicles. "Drive," she commanded. The driver hesitated, querying, "Aren't we waiting for the madam and her daughter?" "Wait for what? Just drive." Duanmu Lian insisted without a moment's hesitation. The driver, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly set the vehicle in motion, aware that this elder sister was particularly difficult to please and could easily dismiss him if displeased. "Faster," Duanmu Lian ordered. The driver, caught in a dilemma, replied, "If we drive too quickly, the madam and her daughter may not be able to keep up." Duanmu Lian adjusted her hair, stating, "I recall your salary is drawn from my mother's estate. Are you willing to forfeit that?" Without further delay, the driver accelerated. Meanwhile, Lu Baihe and her daughter, witnessing the swift departure of the lead vehicle, grew increasingly anxious. "Do you know the way?" they implored the front driver, who seemed equally perplexed. "I'm not sure, I'll make a call to clarify in a moment." Lu Xian, exasperated, exclaimed, "She is clearly trying to sabotage us, intending to leave us behind and arrive late." Thus, her resentment towards Duanmu Lian deepened. Upon arriving at the venue, Duanmu Lian presented her invitation, and the host personally greeted her, acknowledging her reputation within high society. "Good evening, madam," Duanmu Lian greeted the distinguished lady before her. Who was the star of the evening? Chapter 108, The Young Lady of a Noble Family. 5. Madame Li smiled and said, "Qinghan, it has been such a long time since we last met. Please, come in and have a seat." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind her, suggesting that the pursuers were in quite a rush. "Qinghan, wait for us." Lu Baihe and her daughter caught up with surprising speed. Duanmu Ling turned to regard them with a cold gaze. Madame Li, perplexed, inquired, "Who are these two?" Lu Baihe and her daughter had only just entered. The wedding had not been particularly extravagant, leaving many in high society unaware of their presence. Duanmu Ling gestured towards Lu Baihe and stated, "This is my father's newly married wife, and the person beside her is her daughter from outside, my nominal stepsister." Madame Li offered an awkward smile to Lu Baihe and her daughter, saying, "Your father has taken a new wife?" It was evident that she found it somewhat hard to accept, especially since the original owner's mother had only recently passed away. Such a swift replacement inevitably raised suspicions. "Please, come in." As Madame Li observed Lu Baihe and her daughter adorned in their extravagant jewelry, her disdain became palpable. It was well known that such gatherings called for understated elegance. Ostentatious attire only invited disdain. Duanmu Ling remarked with a smile, "Auntie, I shall go in first." Lu Baihe and her daughter, clearly sensing the lukewarm welcome, followed behind Duanmu Ling, their expressions sour. Upon realizing there was no place to linger, Lu Baihe confronted Duanmu Ling with indignation, "Qinghan, wasn't it your father's request for you to properly introduce us? Yet, how did you choose to introduce us just now?" Duanmu Ling replied with a knowing smile. "Did I err in my introduction? Are you not my father's new wife? And is that not the burdensome daughter you brought along, my stepsister?" In such a setting, it was inappropriate to erupt in anger, and since it was the first time for Lu Baihe and her daughter experiencing such an occasion, they were at a loss for conversation. They could only attempt to mingle with the other noble ladies. These women had spent years in high society, and their discussions revolved around the latest high-end brands, jewelry, and the accomplishments of their own children. Lu Baihe, unfamiliar with these topics, struggled to engage and could merely laugh along awkwardly. Following her memories, Duanmu Ling sought out the original owner's confidant, Tao Jia, uncertain if she could rely on her. "Would you care to play a game later?" Tao Jia responded, "What do you have in mind? But let me warn you. That pair of newcomers in your household are not to be trifled with. As your friend, I must advise you." The original narrative had mentioned that the original owner, heedless of her friend's warnings, had insisted on viewing Lu Baihe and her daughter as good-hearted individuals, ultimately falling out with her friend and ending up alone. Duanmu Ling chuckled, "I assure you, I shall not be so foolish. Today, I beseech your assistance in dealing with them." She leaned in to share her plan with Tao Jia. As Tao Jia listened, she laughed, "How did I not notice before how cunning you are? If this works out, your stepmother may find her days at home quite challenging. It seems you are not as dim-witted as I initially believed." Duanmu Ling playfully poked her forehead, "Of course not. I shall depend on you for this." As the banquet commenced, Madame Li unexpectedly took to the stage to announce, tonight's gathering includes a charity event. And I hope everyone will participate earnestly to contribute to this noble cause. This was a familiar routine, well understood by all present. Chapter 109, the heiress. The recently initiated participants appeared rather perplexed. Lu Baihe and her daughter exchanged glances, filled with curiosity, turning towards Duanmu Lian. Qinghan, what does this mean? Duanmu Lian shrugged nonchalantly. You, with your lack of experience, might as well observe quietly from the sidelines and avoid embarrassing yourselves. After all, the items available here are beyond your financial reach. Lu Baihe retorted, my father has provided me with funds. Duanmu Lian propped her chin on one hand, smirking. And how much did he give you? Does it surpass my monthly allowance? 50,000 or perhaps 100,000? I could purchase a nail clipper here, if I wished. Her intent was to provoke them. Those who have ascended from humble beginnings often harbor a strong sense of vanity. It is not a disdain for the less fortunate, but rather a reflection of individual circumstances, as some from lower strata, lacking proper education and character, tend to indulge extravagantly and flaunt their newfound wealth once they rise. Lu Baihe and her daughter turned pale with indignation. Lu Xian interjected, you are mistaken, my father has gifted us 1 million. Duanmu Lian smiled slyly, 1 million, you say? Quite a substantial amount, indeed, comparable to my monthly allowance. Perhaps you will be able to acquire something of decent quality today. Suddenly, she pointed at them, oh. By the way, should you find yourselves unable to afford anything, do not fret. You can opt for credit and have the invoice sent to your father's company. He will surely cover the cost. Lu Baihe regarded the young woman with a complex expression, pondering how she had transformed so drastically. Had she uncovered something? Perhaps she realized that her mother had, in fact, been driven to her demise by anger. Duanmu Lian, noticing the shift in Lu Baihe's expression, understood that. According to the original story, the death of the protagonist's mother was shrouded in mystery. Surely, the protagonist harbored doubts about this matter. Yet she had lost the chance to uncover the truth. Thus, it was up to Duanmu Lian to fulfill that role for her. At that moment, a tall and poised host appeared on stage. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's banquet. Our organizer has graciously arranged this event to support children from impoverished mountainous regions. Please take your seats as we prepare for our first auction item. The auction concept interwoven with the banquet was indeed an intriguing idea. Duanmu Lian took her seat, conveniently arranged beside her companions. If not for necessity, she would have preferred not to be seated next to the two bothersome individuals. Tao Jia gestured from a distance, signaling the initiation of their forthcoming plan. And now, let us present our first auction item, a pair of sapphire earrings. As the exhibit was unveiled, gasps of admiration filled the room. The earrings were breathtakingly exquisite, adorned with sparkling sapphires that would undoubtedly enhance the wearer's beauty. It was clear that many would vie for such a treasure. Lu Xian enthusiastically shook her mother's arm. Mama, those earrings are stunning. Lu Baihe's eyes sparkled with desire. Yet, with their 1 million, she wondered if it would suffice to secure the earrings. The host announced clearly, the starting bid for these earrings is 600,000. 600,000? There was a chance, if the bidding did not escalate too high, 1 million might indeed secure them. Lu Baihe contemplated making a bid, though hesitated slightly. Duanmu Lian, perceptive as ever, caught her indecision. These earrings are quite lovely. I recall my mother possessing a similar pair, I wonder how they compare. Lu Baihe's expression shifted dramatically. The mention of the protagonist's mother possessing a similar pair only intensified her desire to acquire these earrings. Chapter 110, the heiress 7 in her eyes, the original owner's mother was a defeated foe, and thus, whatever belonged to her must surely be seized. This encapsulates the vanity that arises from ascending to a higher status. As the host's voice rang out, the auction commenced. Lu Baihe was the first to raise her paddle, 610,000. Many in attendance cast disdainful glances, who was unaware that bids must increase by at least 30,000. Surely, she must be a newcomer. But given her age, could she be a nouveau riche? Feeling the peculiar stares around her, Lu Baihe felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, the host displayed an expression of polite apology. I beg your pardon, I neglected to mention the rules earlier. Bids must increase by at least 30,000. Since most present were familiar faces, he assumed they understood the protocol. Lu Baihe's face flushed crimson as she glanced at the sardonic expression of Duanmu Lian, reproaching. Why didn't you inform me of the rules? Duanmu Lian crossed her legs leisurely. Your desire to purchase items is of no concern to me. If you fail to grasp the rules, you cannot blame others. What an attitude. Lu Baihe was about to retort when another voice interjected. It was Tao Jia. I bid 800,000. An astounding bid of 800,000. Lu Baihe's complexion turned pale. At this rate, her chances of acquiring the earrings seemed bleak. Duanmu Lian observed her expression keenly, ridiculing. Why pursue possessions that do not belong to you? Those earrings are not of your caliber, relinquish your desire. Perhaps invest in something more befitting, like nail clippers or eyebrow tweezers. Wouldn't those suit you better? Lu Baihe's face turned an angry shade of green. While Lu Xian felt an urge to rise and confront Duanmu Lian. Suddenly, Lu Baihe recalled Duanmu Lian's previous words. She could seek reimbursement from Guangua. At that moment, her mind was truly fogged, either from the atmosphere or from fury. Lu Baihe raised her hand, declaring, I bid 900,000. Once again, all eyes shifted back to her. This woman understood the rules, and her subsequent bids would be acceptable. To her surprise, Tao Jia promptly countered, I bid 100,000. Her bidding increments typically hovered around 200,000, aligning with her usual standards. Lu Xian tugged at Lu Baihe's sleeve. Mom, we've surpassed the amount Dad allocated for us. Perhaps we should forego this? Lu Baihe, for reasons unknown, felt an unexplainable fury igniting within her, and she raised her hand once more. 1,300,000. Tao Jia smirked derisively. 1,700,000. Lu Xian grew increasingly anxious, surprisingly more composed than Lu Baihe in this moment. Mom, let us not pursue this. It has truly exceeded what Dad has given us. I fear he might be upset when we return. Duanmu Lian scoffed, my father is quite stingy with you. You possess such limited funds. Why not purchase something else? If it doesn't match your status, don't force it. After all, not everyone can measure up to my mother. Her words struck a nerve with Lu Baihe, who failed to realize that Duanmu Lian was deliberately provoking her. Once more, she raised her hand. 2,000,000. Duanmu Lian subtly signaled Tao Jia to continue bidding. Tao Jia nodded, raising her paddle. 2,400,000. The host gasped. 2,400,000. We have exceeded our estimate. These earrings were valued at no more than 500,000 to 600,000, and fetching such a price at auction was already remarkable. 2,500,000. Lu Baihe scarcely knew how she uttered that figure. In a moment of impulsiveness, it slipped out. Tao Jia smiled faintly. You may have them. She then gracefully took her seat. Chapter 111, the heiress ate. The host announced in a loud voice. 2.5 million, once. 2.5 million, twice. Sold for 2.5 million. Congratulations to this lady. It was precisely 2.5 million. Does this not imply that what she purchased is also worth that much? Many in attendance began to chuckle, knowing that the watch was valued at only around 500,000. To spend an additional 200,000 was an unusual folly, while they all possessed the means. No one would willingly incur such a substantial loss. Losing a mere tens of thousands is one thing, but nearly 200,000 is indeed rare. Ah. This is what you call nouveau riche, isn't it? With so much money, they must have nowhere to spend it, someone remarked. Indeed. If her husband finds out, he will surely be furious. Listening to these comments, Lu Baihe's complexion turned pale as the gravity of her mistake dawned upon her. Having overspent nearly 150,000, how would she explain this upon returning home? Duanmu Lian smirked, realizing that the events had been thoroughly recorded by the press. And it would not just be this incident she would have to explain. Lu Baihe and her daughter awkwardly held the pair of sapphire earrings before the camera, forcing smiles while their hearts bled. Backstage, Duanmu Lian encountered Tao Jia. Tao Jia, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, that was utterly thrilling and so amusing. I never expected her to bid up to 2.5 million, not even willing to go an extra 10,000. That sum perfectly encapsulates her intellect. Duanmu Lian replied with a smile, I must thank you for your assistance. Without you, I would not have accomplished this plan. Not at all. We have been friends for so many years, this is nothing. Even if I incur a loss, it is merely 2 months' pocket money for me, Tao Jia said, displaying her straightforward nature. She was genuinely kind and treated true friends with sincerity, a quality the original owner failed to appreciate. Tao Jia patted her chest, saying, "If you ever need anything, remember to reach out to me. As your close friend, I will always be here to help." By the time they bid farewell, it was already late into the night, and they prepared to return, driving away in 2 luxury vehicles. Duanmu Lian watched as the mother and daughter trembled up the stairs, likely contemplating how to explain their predicament. Finding a secluded spot, Duanmu Lian took out her phone and dialed a number. "Please amplify the events of tonight's banquet and use the most flattering terms possible." After receiving affirmation from the other end, she hung up. Regarding Lu Baihe as a mere country chicken, even if she transformed into a phoenix, she would still remain a rustic one. The next morning, the aroma of breakfast wafted through the air. It was time to return to school, and according to her memories, the original owner had been quite domineering there, instilling fear in many. Those who were not by her side either feared her or sought to curry favor. Aside from Tao Jia, there were hardly any genuine friendships. This ultimately led to her downfall, as no one came to her aid when she faced calamity, resulting in a tragic death in the hospital. After breakfast, she was the only one in the family still attending school, while Tao Jia had graduated from university the previous year. The car glided along picturesque routes. Upon arriving at school, numerous girls spotted the Gu family vehicle and hastily avoided it. Some whispered behind their hands, undoubtedly gossiping, as the original owner's reputation was far from stellar. Following her memories, she located her classroom, only to be greeted by a few provocatively dressed girls who rushed over with insincere compliments. The overpowering scent of their perfume was almost unbearable for Duanmu Lian. The university was not overly strict, allowing makeup and personal style except on designated inspection days. Chapter 112, the heiress Duanmu Lian coldly stated. "It's almost time for class, everyone return to your seats." Her voice carried an unfamiliarity and distance, leaving the girls momentarily taken aback. What had caused this sudden change in her demeanor? The original occupant of her seat had a penchant for speaking out of turn during lessons, resulting in her placement at the back of the classroom, surrounded by other misbehaving students to minimize disruption to the diligent learners seated in front. With a casual flick of her wrist, Duanmu Lian tossed her backpack aside and elegantly settled into her seat. Whispers erupted from those nearby. "Looks like she's throwing another tantrum." Duanmu Lian shot a sidelong glance at the girl who had spoken, retorting, "There's a saying about speaking behind someone's back. If you have an issue with me, have the courage to say it to my face." Whispering is hardly a display of bravery. The girl immediately felt the heat of embarrassment rise to her cheeks, rendered speechless. At that moment, the teacher entered the room, signaling the beginning of English class. Upon noticing the glum expressions of the students in the back, the English teacher's demeanor soured. "I intend to cover key knowledge in this lesson, so you lot need to keep it down." Duanmu Lian smoothed her skirt, but was taken aback when the teacher unexpectedly called her name. "You'd better behave during class and not disrupt others with your lack of focus." Before she could even respond, she was chastised for the actions of the previous occupant of her seat. Although she felt a sense of injustice, she stood up defiantly. "Teacher, I haven't uttered a single word, and yet you choose to reprimand me. Isn't that a bit unfair?" The English teacher frowned. "What has been your attitude in class? I'm merely giving you a heads up. Is there anything wrong with that? I hope you're prepared to score at least 20 points in the final exam. Our school's policy has changed. Anyone scoring below 20 will not even qualify for a retake." At this comment, laughter erupted from several classmates. However, their amusement was abruptly interrupted by a loud thud that startled them. The source of the noise was none other than Duanmu Lian, who was flipping through her English book, declaring, "What if I can recite all the vocabulary and passages from this book?" The English teacher, along with several students, looked on in disbelief, even amusement, who was unaware of Duanmu Lian's usual performance in class. Her academic record was dismal. Were it not for her family's status, she would never have been admitted to this university. Undeterred, Duanmu Lian began to read aloud from her English book, flawlessly articulating each word and passage with impeccable pronunciation, not a single term mispronounced. Her reservoir of knowledge was vast, and the experiences from traversing multiple worlds had rendered the English language trivial for her. The English teacher was taken aback, her eyes wide with incredulity. She could scarcely believe that a student, typically known for poor academic performance, could possess such a command of the language. Yet, with such proficiency, one would expect her to score at least 90 points. Why then had Gu Qinghan never scored above 30? This was the very reason the teacher had always looked down on her. Most educators favored obedient, high-achieving students, rarely extending kindness to those deemed troublesome and academically deficient. Once she finished, Duanmu Lian elegantly closed her English book, placing it on her desk with a flourish. Teacher, might this newfound side of me lead you to reconsider your previous opinions? The teacher's face flushed slightly as she hesitated before responding. If you can recite these passages, why do you perform poorly on exams? If you excelled, I wouldn't have to adopt this attitude towards you. Attend class properly. And as long as you refrain from causing disruptions, I promise to treat you the same as my other outstanding students. Outstanding students? Was it only the exemplary who deserved the best treatment? Duanmu Lian scoffed inwardly. Chapter 113, The Heiress, Part 10. After class, a refreshing scent enveloped the campus, prompting Duanmu Lian to step outside the classroom. Alas, my dear sister, why have you changed so much? A carefree voice floated from behind. Duanmu Lian turned to see a handsome young man leaning against the wall, exuding a hint of sunlight as he smiled at her. This individual, named Lu Zihong, resided in the original owner's memories and was known for frequently teasing her. Duanmu Lian replied, the most constant thing in the world is change. What is so strange about that? Lu Zihong paused for a moment, but it's only been 2 days since I've seen you. This transformation is rather drastic, don't you think? Coming from a well-off family, Lu Zihong's circumstances were even better than those of the original owner, significantly superior to the scoundrel Lu Baihe had matched her with. Duanmu Lian coldly stated, keep your distance. Based on her memories and experiences, she inferred that Lu Zihong harbored feelings for the original owner. However, as a mere task executor, she could not afford to develop emotions within the realm of her mission, lest she find herself with only a fleeting few decades of life remaining. Lu Zihong chased after her, attempting to grasp her right shoulder. Hey, what's going on? Why the sudden change? Have you taken some strange medicine? Duanmu Lian swiftly reversed her grip, catching Lu Zihong's hand and pinning him against the wall, their faces mere centimeters apart. She could feel his heart racing intensely. This scene was witnessed by passing students, who gasped in astonishment. Wow, the school heartthrob is actually with the domineering heiress. This is explosive news. Just then, the butler from the Gu family approached urgently. Miss, it's bad. The master has summoned you home. I've already arranged for your leave. He appears quite angry. As the butler was closely associated with the original owner's mother, he naturally felt a greater familiarity with Duanmu Lian. Understood, she replied. Fully aware of why Guangwa had suddenly called her back, trouble had evidently arisen. Straightening her attire, she followed the butler to the car. Upon entering the villa, a furious roar echoed from the second floor. What have you been doing? Do you know how the news is being reported outside? You've truly embarrassed me. As Duanmu Lian ascended to the second floor, Guangwa's anger intensified upon seeing her. Wasn't I clear that you should keep an eye on your aunt? Look at this. He pointed at a newspaper in his hands. How could you not alert me? Bold letters on the newspaper proclaimed, a real-life country chicken transforms into a phoenix after spending 2.5 million on a 500,000 yuan sapphire earring. Duanmu Lian couldn't help but chuckle. I did warn her. Why didn't you ask her yourself? She paced back and forth. I advised her against purchasing items that are beneath her status. A brow shaper or nail clipper would suffice, and it could even contribute to charity. Lu Baihe's face had turned a shade of green, with the right side appearing slightly swollen. Perhaps she had just received a slap. Guangwa bellowed. Is this how you educate your aunt? Duanmu Lian retorted, how would you have me teach her? She indulges in vanity, can I be blamed for that? The newspaper is accurate, a country chicken has indeed turned into a phoenix. And if this chicken has transformed, the credit lies entirely with her father, who has such poor taste that he fell for a country chicken. Guangwa raised his hand to strike Duanmu Lian, but she deftly sidestepped, finding this method of evasion quite effective. Guangwa stumbled, nearly meeting the same humiliating fate as Lu Xian had before. Chapter 114, The Heiress, how dare you hide? Guangwa exclaimed loudly. At that moment, Lu Baihe approached and patted his chest. Don't be angry, Qing Han is still young and doesn't understand. Get away. Guanwu ruthlessly shoved Lu Baihe aside. It's all because of you, the spendthrift woman, that I have suffered a loss of over 1 million. Duanmu Lian chuckled. Father sent her to the banquet, but it was your own decision, you should bear the consequences of your actions. Consider the extra money as your charitable endeavor. Indeed. Guanwu ought to engage in some good deeds, his conduct in the business world was far from commendable. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding the death of the original owner's mother remain a mystery. Based on her experiences, Duanmu Lian surmised that there might be some connection to Guanwu. Duanmu Lian declared, I've done what I needed to do. You've disrupted my lessons, and for such a trivial matter, you summoned me back. Truly. With that, she kicked the door open and left. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Guanwu was struck by an unfamiliar sensation. As if the girl before him was no longer his daughter. Although they both shared a domineering nature, the feeling of estrangement grew increasingly palpable. At that moment, Lu Baihe foolishly approached again. Angua, have you considered finding Qing Han a boyfriend? She needs someone to manage her temper. How dare you utter such nonsense? Guanwu responded with a slap. Lu Baihe covered her face, having already endured 2 slaps that day, yet she continued to force a smile. I was merely thinking that once Qing Han turns 25, she will reclaim her entire inheritance. She is almost 21 now and should start to understand some things. Finding an educated boyfriend could be beneficial. The mention of reclaiming her fortune darkened Guanwu's expression. He had invested so much effort to attain what he currently possessed and would never relinquish it lightly. Then you may handle it, he retorted, his eyes shadowed with intensity. Any sensible parent who truly cared for their daughter would not consider introducing her to a boyfriend at this juncture, for boyfriends are ultimately outsiders. Even if they are well educated. Can one truly guarantee their intentions? Particularly when their own daughter is somewhat willful and susceptible to manipulation, this moment calls for guidance, not the urgency of finding a suitor. Duanmu Lian, eavesdropping by the door, smirked faintly, her earlier departure had been a ruse. It seemed Guanwu was beginning to indulge her prematurely. Seated in the back garden, sipping her coffee, a servant approached. Miss, there is a package for you outside. Duanmu Lian was puzzled, she hadn't ordered anything nor purchased anything that would warrant a package. However, out of curiosity, she opened it. Inside lay a Heart of the Ocean necklace. Since the re-release of the Titanic movie, such necklaces had returned to production. Each one a treasure, unattainable for ordinary folk. Who would send this? Could it be someone secretly enamored with the original owner? Yet, upon opening the accompanying letter, her thoughts shifted. The white envelope revealed the words, Duanmu Lian, I will come for you. This is a gift for you. This instantly reminded her of the final moments of the previous story. Was the man truly pursuing her? But why in such a manner? The Heart of the Ocean symbolizes pure love, the only token of affection between the protagonists. Duanmu Lian placed the necklace back into its box, pondering. Is there any way to return this? Chapter 115, The Heiress. The servant appeared somewhat troubled. Miss, there is no address written here. It cannot be delivered back. With a forceful gesture, Duanmu Lian slammed the gift box onto the table. Lu Xian suddenly approached. Her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld the ocean heart within the box. Wow, how do you possess the ocean heart? This piece is worth millions. Duanmu Lian replied with a hint of sarcasm, it was a gift from someone else. So what if it's worth millions? For me, it is merely a trifle. A wave of jealousy surged through Lu Xian's heart. Why did Duanmu Lian seem to have everything? She had always harbored envy towards this girl before her. Duanmu Lian adorned herself with the ocean heart necklace, declaring, I believe this necklace compliments me splendidly, it is quite beautiful. Lu Xian, her countenance darkening, departed. Likely retreating to her own space to vent her frustrations. It was precisely this discomfort that Duanmu Lian desired. If Lu Xian thrived on jealousy, she could very well experience the torment of her own emotions. Upon returning to her room, Duanmu Lian attempted to remove the necklace from her neck, yet discovered it was impossible to take off. She promptly summoned a servant for assistance. The servant, equally perplexed, remarked, Miss, this necklace appears to be stuck. I have tried everything, but to no avail. What is happening? Duanmu Lian began to tug at it forcefully. Only to observe a remarkable transformation. The ocean heart had morphed into a transparent gem, emanating a soft white glow, while the chain itself had turned to a hue of platinum. What is this? Duanmu Lian felt a surge of impatience. Bring me special tools. I refuse to believe I cannot remove it. Upon acquiring specialized scissors designed for trimming gold and platinum, she attempted to cut the chain, but instead, it left a red mark upon her neck without yielding any results. Blast it, could this necklace have been tampered with? Duanmu Lian inquired of the system. Do you have any insight into this matter? The system responded, from the current observations, it seems that a special spell has been cast upon this necklace. Once worn, it cannot be removed, and that individual appears capable of locating you through it. Duanmu Lian gasped, what? Why did you not warn me earlier? I should not have put this necklace on. The system replied, your previous actions contributed to increasing the narrative value. I lacked a direct reason to intervene. Besides, wearing this necklace, I believe, poses no harm to you. That person, having gone through great lengths, would not wish you any injury. Perhaps you might even become allies. Duanmu Lian, exasperated, kicked the table. Did you consider my feelings before making such decisions? Now, she had come to a realization. However, beyond this predicament, she faced numerous challenges, such as the mother-daughter duo who had already begun to take action, and the scoundrel from the original narrative was set to make his appearance. During dinner, Lu Baihe indeed broached the subject. She looked at Duanmu Lian with a smile. Qinghan, you are of an age where it is time to consider a romantic partner. Duanmu Lian toyed with the fork in her hand. I am still attending school. If you wish to introduce someone, why not consider your daughter first? She is a year older than I am. Lu Baihe appeared somewhat embarrassed. She had not anticipated such a rejection from Duanmu Lian. Your sister can manage on her own. We worry you might be deceived by someone out there. We are quite busy ourselves, so we hope to find someone to look after you. Duanmu Lian promptly sliced the soft-boiled egg in half. I believe I do not require assistance, as I already have a boyfriend. I simply have not had the opportunity to inform you yet. Lu Xian's expression soured instantly. Guanwu placed the rice bowl onto the table. When did this happen? Is that person reliable? Chapter 116, the heiress Duanmu Lian toyed with her fingers, expressing her confidence. This is reliable, certainly more dependable than that country bumpkin you are with. You are absolutely outrageous. Guanwu slammed the table. Lu Baihe immediately stood up, patting his chest, adept at soothing men. Oh dear, don't be angry. Just look at Duanmu Lian, the people out there are too dangerous, let's have Auntie find someone for you instead. Duanmu Lian supported her chin with her hand. Is the country chicken still not giving up? Guanwu, in a fit of rage, shattered a cup, startling everyone, with Lu Xian rising abruptly. He pointed an accusatory finger at Duanmu Lian's face. You are utterly intolerable. From now on, after school, you are to stay at home and not gallivant about. Duanmu Lian stood up defiantly. When have I ever gallivanted? Do you even know me? Guanwu placed a hand on his chest. How could I not know you? Besides gallivanting, what else do you do in the evenings? Have you ever passed an exam? Duanmu Lian scoffed. If I were to behave as you wish, perhaps I would meet your approval. What do you mean? Guanwu felt uneasy. Duanmu Lian retorted, what do you think I mean? You all know very well. Referring to the incident caused by the country chicken, she questioned, do you feel proud of that? With the repeated mention of country chicken, everyone knew precisely who she was referring to. With tears glistening in her eyes, Lu Baihe feigned innocence. What have I done to wrong you? Must you humiliate me? After all, I am your nominal mother. This display was mere pretense. Her heart was indeed malevolent, yet she sought sympathy in such a revolting manner. Duanmu Lian coldly remarked, I must have committed a grave sin in my past life, which is why I suffer such misfortune now, having to witness your pathetic performance. That evening, the family was left in a state of discontent due to the earlier quarrel. Lu Baihe and her daughter conspired in their room. Lu Xian's face was grim. What should we do? That girl seems unyielding. Lu Baihe concluded, it appears we underestimated her. This sudden change is likely premeditated. We may have fallen into her trap. Lu Xian added, I saw her receive that ocean heart necklace worth millions. Her boyfriend must come from a wealthy family. If she has allied herself with such a person, dealing with her in the future will be even more challenging. Lu Baihe's mind raced, and a wicked scheme emerged. Why not take bold action and ruin her reputation entirely? I know someone with decent looks who could be useful. Lu Xian inquired, what do you mean, mother? Lu Baihe elaborated, we could lure that girl to a bar. Find someone to tarnish her purity, and record it. She would become a blemish on high society, unable to hold her head high again. Avenging ourselves for the grievances we've endured. Fuming at the repeated mention of country chicken, Lu Baihe trembled with rage. Little did they know. They would ultimately fall into their own trap and suffer the consequences. In her room, Duanmu Lian raised an alluring smile. Later that evening, Lu Xian gathered several girls to wait for Duanmu Lian at the school gate. Sister, you're finally out. We've planned a little outing to ease the tension. I hope you won refuse. I realize I've made mistakes in the past. Her heartfelt sincerity was somewhat moving. Duanmu Lian smiled gently, I'm sorry. But I'm rather busy. Chapter 117, The Heir of a Wealthy Family. 14. Lu Xian remained unperturbed as the group of girls surrounded her. It turned out they had already devised a plan. If Duanmu Lian refused to accompany them, they would forcibly drag her along. Observing the caravan parked ahead, Duanmu Lian's expression darkened. I've changed my mind, I'll join you for some fun. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Xian affectionately linked her arm with Duanmu Lian's. Dear sister, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I hope you can forgive me. And let us lay our grievances to rest from this moment onward. Duanmu Lian coldly shook off Lu Xian's grip. I have never regarded you as a sister. So kindly refrain from using such endearing terms, I cannot bear it. Some onlookers expressed their discontent, and a girl stepped forward, saying, Lu Xian is sincerely apologizing to you. Why must you be so difficult? Duanmu Lian shot a frosty glare at the girl, silencing her instantly. Lu Xian maintained her cheerful demeanor, saying, it's perfectly fine. She just has a difficult personality. Let us not take offense. Her gentle and charming facade evoked unwarranted sympathy. Duanmu Lian found such false innocence utterly repugnant. Lu Xian harbored malicious thoughts, silently vowing to make Duanmu Lian regret this encounter. Upon entering the bar, a cacophony of vibrant lights and raucous sounds assaulted their senses, creating a stark contrast to the outside world. For those unaccustomed, the atmosphere was quite overwhelming. Do you often frequent such establishments? Duanmu Lian asked with a sarcastic edge. Lu Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. I just come here occasionally to unwind. Duanmu Lian retorted, from your demeanor upon entering, it's evident that you are a regular. The girls behind Lu Xian exchanged disdainful glances, well aware of her notorious reputation. Upon reaching the private room, dim lighting revealed a few youths with dyed hair lounging on the sofa, unmistakably belonging to the subculture. Duanmu Lian's eyes flickered with disdain. A boy with white hair stood up and exclaimed, Ah, Lu Xian, is this your sister? She is quite beautiful. Lu Xian smiled broadly, though jealousy simmered beneath the surface. For Duanmu Lian indeed possessed striking features. Duanmu Lian walked directly to the bar, pouring herself a glass of red wine, her favorite, the Rose Life, which emanated a subtle fragrance of roses. What a pity that the drinks here are not of the highest quality, far inferior to the imports from France. Is it not to your taste, dear sister? The nonconformist boy inquired, approaching her. Duanmu Lian did not even spare him a glance, leaving an awkward silence in the air. Wasn't he this girl reputed to be spoiled and willful? Why was she acting so aloof? Unfazed, the boy persisted, since we've met, we should at least introduce ourselves. I'm Li Kuan. Duanmu Lian took a sip of her wine. With my reputation in a city, how could you possibly be unaware of me? Furthermore, the one who invited me out, did they not inform you of my identity? Her icy gaze shifted pointedly at Lu Xian. Feeling a twinge of guilt about her ulterior motives, Lu Xian stammered, I merely wanted to invite you out so we could have some fun and resolve our misunderstandings. Tears glistened in her eyes, adding to her act of innocence. What a splendid display of a white lotus, Duanmu Lian scorned inwardly, cursing her for being such a fool. Chapter 118, The Heiress. 15. At that moment, a young man stepped forward and said, Sister, you shouldn't go too far. Your sister has already been wronged. Wronged, you say? Duanmu Lian retorted coldly. Is it only the pretentious, victimized types that you adore? Are you unaware that such women are the most deceitful? It is often fools like you who fall for their tricks. What did you say? The young man was instantly enraged, and the atmosphere grew awkward. However, as thoughts of their upcoming plans crossed their minds, some attempted to intervene. Duanmu Lian turned to Lu Xian, if you invited me to join. It must mean you are footing the bill, right? She called out, waiter. Immediately, two servers clad in suits approached. Duanmu Lian instructed, bring me your finest wines. A fruit platter, and an assortment of snacks. The server reminded her, Miss, our most expensive wine costs 25,000 per bottle. Bring it on. Duanmu Lian declared. I came here to enjoy myself. If you were worried about money, you shouldn't have come at all, right? Her gaze fixed on Lu Xian. At this moment, Lu Xian's face turned a ghastly shade of green, alternating between hues of green and white, a spectacle to behold. With a monthly allowance of 50,000. She had only brought an additional 200,000 for this occasion, leaving her to ponder how she would settle the bill. Could she not order so much? Otherwise, her father would consider it a waste. Duanmu Lian coldly remarked, are you unable to afford it? Then why did you invite me? With that, she stood to leave. Lu Xian hurriedly stepped in front of Duanmu Lian, having meticulously set up this joke, she couldn't let her walk away so easily. That would ruin her plans. No, no. I can afford it. Duanmu Lian replied, if you cannot, then stop pretending. Don't come crying to me later about expenses. The provocations in her words were unmistakable. She had precisely pinpointed the glaring flaw in this mother-daughter duo, their inability to withstand provocation. Lu Xian's expression was as dire as it could be. Her heart ablaze with fury. She vowed to make Duanmu Lian suffer, to strip away her aloof facade and render her miserable. Little did she know that her own schemes would soon backfire, leaving her a laughingstock in high society, forever barred from marrying into wealth. As the drinks arrived, the waiter respectfully announced, the total is 400,000. Please proceed to the front desk to pay a deposit. Lu Xian's heart felt as if it were bleeding. She had just messaged her mother for more funds, and only 20,000 had been transferred, making a total of 40,000. This represented nearly a year's worth of her allowance, yet she thought, once this scheme succeeded, her fortunes would surely rise. Holding that precious wine, Lu Xian felt an unbearable sting in her heart. She had enjoyed fine wines before, but never at the expense of her own money. She raised her glass and approached Duanmu Lian, saying, I was wrong before, I hope you can forgive me. Let us continue to refer to each other as sisters. Her earnestness was palpable, prompting those around to urge her on. Yes, sister, just drink this cup. Indeed, though you are not biological sisters, you live under the same roof. There can't be lingering grudges. Yes, drinking this cup will turn enmity into friendship, it's a good thing. Listening to these remarks, Duanmu Lian smirked inwardly, recognizing the filth hidden within their hearts. This cup of wine was undoubtedly tainted, it would be a shame to poison such exquisite liquor. Chapter 119, The Heiress Ysnt She answering? A girl sneered. How can someone be so conniving? Duanmu Lian smirked, and in the next moment, she seized the wine glass and splashed its contents onto the girl's face. I am answering, but who do you think you are to speak to me like that? The girl stood frozen in shock, unable to fathom that Duanmu Lian would respond in such a manner. You've gone too far. Someone exclaimed. Gazing at the large bottle of wine in Lu Xian's hands, it seemed likely that the entire bottle had been tampered with. Duanmu Lian snatched the bottle from Lu Xian and poured it down the throat of the audacious girl. If I am excessive, then you shall partake as well. The boy couldn't believe that such a seemingly delicate girl possessed such strength, forced to swallow a significant amount of alcohol. With remarkable speed, Duanmu Lian tossed the empty bottle aside. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Lu Xian shouted, seize her. We shall not hesitate any longer. After all, they were all in the same boat, no one would dare to reveal anything. Since this wretched woman was so uncooperative and rude, they might as well force her. A woman's reputation was paramount, even if things went awry and she called the police, her family would undoubtedly shield her. For the Gu family could not afford to lose face. Duanmu Lian observed the approaching individuals and kicked one of the men, sending him crashing to the ground with a cry. Everyone halted in their tracks. Standing atop the coffee table, Duanmu Lian declared, what do you intend to do? Lu Xian. You keep insisting on reconciling with me, is this your idea of reconciliation? Do you wish to ruin me? She had secretly activated her phone's recording function. Realizing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Lu Xian could no longer maintain her facade. This girl had transformed so drastically that they were at a loss for words. Yes, you are cornered now. Do not think that by eliminating one of us, you can escape. There are still many of us. Another girl shouted. Do not be afraid, charge at her. As Duanmu Lian prepared to summon her inner strength, the door suddenly swung open, flooding the room with blinding light, causing everyone to shield their eyes. A chilling voice resonated, who dares to touch my people? A tall, handsome figure strode in, followed by a throng of individuals. Even the bar owner had arrived, keeping his head bowed in fear. It was evident that a significant figure had entered. Upon recognizing the man's appearance, Duanmu Lian's emotions became tumultuous. The occupants of the room were swiftly subdued. The man's formidable presence rendered everyone mute. Lu Xian's jaw dropped in disbelief. Who are you? The man scoffed. Insects like you do not deserve to know my name. The necklace around Duanmu Lian's neck began to glow. She leaped down from the coffee table. Did you track me down using the necklace's locator? The man replied, quite astute. Duanmu Lian retorted. I could have managed this without you. The man insisted, that is not permissible. You are mine, and I must ensure your safety. How would you like to deal with these individuals? Duanmu Lian glanced at Lu Xian, now apprehended, and smirked. Their intentions to bring me to this place are quite evident. Let us return their tactics in kind. The man nodded, and with a wave of his hand, all those present were compelled to move, their sharp cries echoing. Yet none dared to approach. The bar owner, still bowing his head, murmured, I apologize, Night Chief. Chapter 120, The Heiress Night Club? Has he changed his name? The man coldly commanded, everyone else, leave. With that single phrase, all present hastily vacated the spacious private room, leaving just the two of them. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My current name is Yi Beixiao. Yi Beixiao? Duanmu Ling suddenly felt a flicker of familiarity with the name, though she couldn't quite place it. You've been trailing me. That must have been quite the endeavor. Yi Beixiao replied, I will follow you into every realm. Perhaps, in the future, we might undertake missions together. Duanmu Ling sensed that this man was no ordinary individual. The prospect of collaborating on missions implied he might also belong to the organization. Yi Beixiao removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. If you choose to venture into danger, you may confide in me. I will assist you. I'm afraid I cannot be one who relies on others for everything. Such dependency would hinder my progress, and I would be unable to fulfill the mission completely. The task requires me to embody the original persona and effect change, as you must understand. As long as you desire it, I can alter things, Yi Beixiao asserted. No. That is unnecessary. If you truly respect me, I wish to handle the remaining matters on my own. Unless I face life-threatening peril, you may intervene. And I would not object. Understood, I agree to your terms. Duanmu Ling calmly stated, I entrust this matter to you. Tomorrow, I expect a satisfactory outcome. Just as she prepared to depart, her arm was suddenly seized. Yi Beixiao spun around and enveloped her in his embrace. Initially, she intended to break free. But upon hearing the steady thrum of his heartbeat, warmth surged in her chest, compelling her to remain. Why did she feel this way? Such emotions were foreign to her. Why was she developing an attachment? Considering the circumstances, Duanmu Ling deemed it unwise to return to the Gu family at present, opting instead for a hotel. She declined Yi Beixiao's invitation multiple times, as she was still unaccustomed to sharing space with a man. The peculiar sensation from earlier made her wary. The 6-star hotel boasted excellent amenities, rivaling those of the Gu residence. Duanmu Ling instructed the attendant, please bring me a cup of hot milk. Of course. Please hold on a moment. Shortly, she received a steaming cup of milk, its warmth contrasting with her cold hands, offering a comforting embrace. Now. She awaited the unfolding drama of the next day. However, the news that reached her was nothing short of shocking. Upon opening her laptop that morning, she was greeted with an avalanche of notifications. The adopted daughter of the Gu family spent the night at a nightclub and engaged in inappropriate relations with multiple men. This revelation quickly became explosive gossip throughout City A. Duanmu Ling checked her phone, only to find countless messages and calls that left her astounded. There were over 1,000 notifications, starting from around 4 or 5 in the morning. The Gu family must have received the news at that hour. Had Yu Beixiao not intervened, the Gu family might have managed to suppress the scandal. In this regard, she certainly owed him her gratitude. Having already communicated with the system, she understood that the narrative value must reach 60 before any disclosure would occur, as she preferred not to concern herself with the fluctuating metrics. Due to her subject teacher's absence, there were no classes for the first 2 periods, allowing her to arrive at school by 9:30. After making slight preparations, Duanmu Lian hailed a taxi downstairs and returned to campus. Chapter 121, The Heiress. It is certain that the Gu family will come to the school to seek her out soon. Upon entering the classroom, Duanmu Lian distinctly sensed some peculiar gazes directed at her. A girl from the adjacent desk remarked, "Your stepmother just came looking for you," seemingly in quite a fury. "You've harmed her daughter and shamelessly consorted with a man." What a tiresome accusation. Duanmu Lian scoffed. Is she unaware of her daughter's own actions? As for my so-called alliance with a man, my boyfriend came to pick me up. What business is that of theirs? At this age, I am over 20 and nearing graduation. Do I not possess the right to date? Which girl here has not had a romantic involvement? Her words instantly enlightened the others. Indeed. What was so strange about seeking a boyfriend at this age? In fact, it was rather odd not to have one at this stage of life. Almost all 23 students in the class had either a boyfriend or girlfriend. Yet, they were curious as to who could endure the temper of this older sister. Behind them, Lu Ziheng's expression darkened upon hearing Duanmu Lian mention her boyfriend, an inexplicable discomfort stirring within him. Observing her calm demeanor, he could not help but approach her. When did you get a boyfriend? Don't let yourself be deceived. His words caused several girls in the class to stifle their laughter, many of whom harbored feelings for Lu Ziheng, astonished that he would profess interest in this older sister. Duanmu Lian regarded the somewhat agitated boy before her and replied with a smile, "There is no fate between us. You are not lacking in charm and will surely find a girl better suited to you." The audacity of her direct rejection of the most handsome boy in school left everyone stunned. Lu Ziheng immediately lowered his head, fists clenched. A girl, unable to bear the scene, stood up and said, "Ziheng is a good boy, why must you be so cruel?" Duanmu Lian felt exasperated at this remark. Was this girl devoid of reason? Without hesitation, she retorted, "I have already stated that I have a boyfriend. If I were to accept Lu Ziheng now, would you have me be a heartbreaker or a player? It is far better to refuse directly than to give someone false hope while leading them on. That truly is the mark of a cad." Her words garnered considerable agreement, and many began to comprehend her point. Just then, a piercing voice erupted at the classroom door, startling everyone. "Gu Qinghan, go to hell." Lu Baihe stormed into the classroom, her fists raised. Some students, frightened, leapt from their seats and fled to the back. Duanmu Lian coldly regarded the incoming fist, and in a swift motion, she delivered a powerful kick, completing the action in less than a second. Lu Baihe fell clumsily to the ground but attempted to rise again. Lu Ziheng quickly positioned himself in front of Duanmu Lian. "What are you doing? You cannot barge in here and attack someone in broad daylight." Lu Baihe, struggling to stand, shouted, "It's your fault, all your fault. You have harmed my daughter. She is lying in the hospital right now. How can you be so malicious?" Her words left those around them perplexed, all eyes converging on the scene. Duanmu Lian smirked coldly, "This is not my doing. Why do you not consider what schemes you and your daughter have concocted? This is merely a case of retribution, you are reaping what you have sown." Provoked by her response, Lu Baihe seemed to lose her sanity and charged at her wildly. Lu Ziheng attempted to intervene but was pushed aside by Duanmu Lian. "My affairs do not require your intervention." Chapter 122, The heir of a wealthy family. As Lu Baihe's fist was about to descend upon Duanmu Lian, she suddenly let out a piercing scream, retreating in quick succession as if struck by an electric shock, her entire body trembling. Duanmu Lian brandished a stun baton, suggesting, "Shall we test this sensation once more?" Since her arrival in this world, she had prepared this device specifically, as it was inconvenient to utilize martial arts and internal energy in public. After all, such skills were rare in contemporary society. Thus, the stun baton proved to be an effective means of self-defense. Lu Baihe shouted, "You wretched girl, I shall sue you for intentional harm." Duanmu Lian laughed outright, saying, "Go ahead and file your complaint." Perhaps you might also disclose those schemes you have been plotting. And we shall see if you become as despised as a rat scurrying through the streets. Furthermore, do share what misfortunes have befallen your malicious daughter. If one dares to entertain unworthy thoughts, they must be prepared to face the consequences. At that moment, a girl suddenly exclaimed, "I saw the news. It turns out such a significant incident has occurred." It appeared that with the upcoming midterm examinations, few in the class had been using their phones, leaving many unaware of the morning's news. This outcry instantly attracted a throng of onlookers, who gathered around to view the news on their phones, gasping in shock. The Gu family had indeed encountered a major crisis. No wonder Lu Baihe had come to the school in person. Many had witnessed the two sisters from the Gu family leaving together. However, what connection did Lu Xian's predicament have with Duanmu Lian? Was there a scheme at play where one had set the other up? Their minds were in disarray. With a smirk, Duanmu Lian declared, "Yesterday, my stepsister relentlessly lured me to a bar, secretly drugging me in an attempt to ruin my reputation. Fortunately, I managed to escape. As for what transpired afterward, I cannot say. I had intended to visit the police station this morning to report the incident, but upon seeing such news, I hesitated." Turning to Lu Baihe, Duanmu Lian proposed, "How about we head to the police station? You need not accuse me of slander. Once the relevant parties are apprehended, the truth will surely come to light." At that moment, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, having received complaints about the noise from the adjacent class. "What is all this commotion? Do you wish to jeopardize your chances of graduation?" Duanmu Lian replied, "It is merely a matter of personal disgrace in my family." Lu Bai had glared at the audacious girl, wishing desperately to rush forward and tear her skin from her bones. Yet, in such circumstances, she was powerless to act. The multitude present would not only shield Duanmu Lian but might also be harmed by the stun baton in her possession. The evidence was decidedly not in their favor. Lu Baihe could not comprehend how her carefully orchestrated plans had unraveled so completely, resulting in her own daughter's downfall. The implications for Lu Xian's reputation were severe, likely rendering her future aspirations of marrying into a respectable family exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Guanhua was incensed, having already endured 2 slaps upon the news breaking. The homeroom teacher frowned, "This is a personal feud, kindly resolve it at home and do not disrupt the classes of others." Duanmu Lian cast a dismissive glance at Lu Baihe, saying, "What a disgrace, you've embarrassed yourself thoroughly at your age, truly revolting." With that, Duanmu Lian strode out of the classroom, only to be met with a slap as she exited. This blow ignited an aura of fury within her. Chapter 123, The Heiress, You Wretched Daughter. Guanhua seethed with fury. Duanmu Lian cast a cold glance at the man before her. Were it not for the current circumstances, she would have certainly retaliated against his hand that had struck her. "Father, why are you unleashing your wrath upon me?" Duanmu Lian questioned with a derisive smile. "What good deeds have you accomplished? Lu Xian is still lying in the hospital. How can your heart be so malicious? How did I end up as your daughter?" This barrage of inquiries bore a striking resemblance to the earlier confrontation with Lu Baihe. Duanmu Lian scoffed, "Then why do you not ask me? You didn't even bother to hear my side, you simply stormed in and slapped me. Is this the conduct of a father?" The homeroom teacher furrowed his brow. "Can you too?" But just then, the principal arrived, his expression grim. The commotion had drawn the attention of students from various classes, who couldn't help but lean out of their windows in overwhelming curiosity, causing even the teachers to lose control of the situation. Guanhua's chest heaved with emotion. It was evident he was enraged, yet his thoughts remained inscrutable. "Do you still have the audacity to speak? You were with Lu Xian yesterday. Who else could it be?" Duanmu Lian coldly brandished her phone. "Perhaps we should pay a visit to the police. Do you recall what she and her mother did to me? They drugged my drink, trying to ruin me." Her words provoked even more heads to emerge from the windows, with some students unable to restrain themselves from jumping out, throwing the classroom into disarray. Reporting this incident to the authorities would undoubtedly yield no favorable outcome. Guanhua attempted to snatch her phone, but Duanmu Lian deftly sidestepped him. "You refuse to hear my explanation," blindly favoring Lu Xian. "Is she your illegitimate daughter from before your marriage?" She voiced her suspicions, aware of the original narrative's events that had led to her being cast aside. Yet now, with Lu Xian involved, Guanhua had the audacity to strike her? There was certainly a deeper intrigue at play, one unbeknownst even to the original character. Wretched daughter. You didn't return home last night. What good could you have possibly been up to? Would a respectable girl behave this way? Duanmu's determination to cast blame upon her was palpable. Was this truly the behavior of a biological father? Duanmu Lian found herself questioning his motives. Initially, she had assumed that Duanmu's greed for wealth was the driving force behind his indulgence, but she now realized the depths of his malevolence. I did not return. Why do you not inquire as to the reason? I have stated repeatedly that they drugged me last night. Are you feigning deafness? Duanmu Lian's voice, tinged with agitation, compelled those present to re-evaluate the situation. Those with any sense understood that the scandal erupting from the Gu family this morning must have a foundation. The Gu couple's outbursts pointed blame at Duanmu Lian, while she claimed to have been drugged by Lu Xian, who, ironically, lay in the hospital. This paradox sparked intrigue and gossip among the onlookers. The principal's expression darkened. Mr. Gu, this is hardly the place for such discussions. I will arrange a private venue for you to resolve your family matters. Yet this was no longer merely a familial issue. The enormity of the scandal threatened to become the talk of high society. Duanmu Lian remarked, if you feel that this matter has not escalated sufficiently, feel free to continue making a scene. I shall not intervene. Her indifference suggested that she was not merely a bystander in this affair. Ultimately, the Gu couple relented. Within the opulent office, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Chapter 124, The aristocratic young lady 21. Duanmu Lian gazed at Lu Baihe with a sardonic smile. How does it feel to reap the fruits of your own misdeeds? In response, Lu Baihe shattered a teapot in fury, exclaiming, You vile woman. I shall make you pay with your life. The onlookers quickly restrained her. Duanmu Lian scoffed, Make me pay, you say? May I inquire if your daughter has perished? Oh. But such tragic occurrences can indeed drive one to despair and contemplate ending it all. Perhaps you should wait until she is gone before demanding my life. Just then, the office door swung open abruptly, revealing a frantic voice. Not good, sir. Your sister is attempting suicide in the hospital. Duanmu Lian remarked with a mocking tone. Ah. How fortuitous that you arrived just in time for this drama. Women are most adept at such theatrics. Hurry along to witness her performance. My daughter. We must hurry to the hospital. Lu Baihe cried out frantically. The family rushed out of the office, racing towards the hospital, with Duanmu Lian trailing behind. For even if she did not follow, she would likely be dragged along by the couple. Besides, a splendid spectacle was anticipated, one not to be missed. The atmosphere in the car was tense, as Duanmu had thoughtfully arranged the seating to prevent chaos, placing Duanmu Lian in the front and Lu Baihe in the back. Lu Baihe's nails dug painfully into her flesh. If anything happens to Xianer, I will not let you escape. Duanmu Lian toyed with her own nails, retorting. How many times have you uttered that threat? Are you not weary of it? I had just predicted that you would resort to wailing and lamentation over this matter. Yet here we are, and it appears I have struck a chord of prophecy. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lu Baihe lunged forward, only to be intercepted by Duanmu, who embraced her tightly. This is a car. If anything were to go awry, we would all suffer the consequences. Now is not the time for quarrels, the situation has already unfolded. He then turned his gaze towards Duanmu Lian. Do you possess no humanity? Duanmu bellowed. Duanmu Lian turned her head, an expression of incredulity crossing her face. Father, I have already recounted the actions of that mother-daughter duo towards me. If you were in my position, would you still accuse me of lacking humanity? She shot a disdainful glance at Lu Baihe, who seemed poised to charge at her once more. Upon reaching the hospital, the Gu family hurriedly made their way toward the ward, where the sound of Lu Xian's anguished cries filled the air. Let me go. I want to die. Upon hearing such despairing words, Duanmu Lian was rendered speechless, contemplating the irony of one who orchestrated their own downfall now seeking to escape life. Lu Baihe rushed to her daughter, embracing her tightly. It's all right, Mama is here. The sight of their embrace was truly pitiful. Duanmu Lian began to question whether there was any further purpose to her involvement in this task. Given the circumstances, could they not have chosen a more resilient antagonist? Lu Xian's icy gaze bore into Duanmu Lian. Unfazed, Duanmu Lian replied, Your glare cannot slay. So perhaps it is best to conserve your energy. If you seek justice, I suggest you head to the police station. The officers will surely assist you in vindicating your grievances. However, I hope the actions you have taken do not further tarnish your reputation. Duanmu, unable to tolerate the exchange any longer, shouted, "Get out of here." Duanmu Lian, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "The atmosphere here is so tainted. Do you think I wish to remain?" With that, she departed without looking back. This incident swiftly permeated society, as the Gu family endeavored to suppress it with all their might. Yet, unbeknownst to them, someone was intent on opposing the Gu family, and despite their exhaustive efforts, the situation could not be entirely contained. Thus, Lu Xian's reputation in high society was irrevocably tarnished. Chapter 125, The Heiress observing the overwhelming news flooding the internet. Duanmu Lian immediately recognized the handiwork of a particular individual. This man had indeed rendered her considerable assistance. Just as she was about to close her laptop, a sudden, violent knock echoed through the door. Outside, Duanmu's furious voice bellowed, "You ungrateful daughter, you beast. Get out here. How could one be so deranged?" His adopted daughter reaped the consequences of her own actions, yet he had the audacity to lay the blame on his biological daughter. Was his mind addled? Duanmu Lian flung the door open with a forceful bang. "Is this going to go on forever?" Duanmu hurled a newspaper at her feet, demanding, "Look for yourself. Can you honestly claim that this situation has nothing to do with you?" Without even glancing at the paper on the floor, Duanmu Lian surmised its contents. "Do you truly think I possess the ability to incite such extensive media coverage? It is evident that you have unwittingly offended someone. And now you are facing their retribution." As she gazed at the enraged man before her, Duanmu Lian felt a pang of sorrow for the original owner of this identity. Despite enduring similar tribulations, the original owner had been mercilessly cast aside, while Lu Xian continued to receive protection from all sides. Duanmu had fixated on the substantial fortune that belonged to the original owner for far too long, to the point of exasperation. Remembering the original owner's aspirations, Duanmu Lian became even more resolute in her determination to seize control of the Gu family. Duanmu regarded his daughter with a complex expression. He had merely been testing her. Had Duanmu Lian attempted to vehemently defend herself, he might have genuinely suspected her involvement. The monthly allowance granted to this daughter was not insignificant, and it was not uncommon for her expenditures to reach into the millions. It would be quite simple to bribe a media outlet with $1 million, and although the current situation had escalated beyond that sum, achieving such results initially was not beyond the realm of possibility. With a cold scoff, Duanmu commanded, "You will remain at home. And I shall have someone keep watch over you." Was this a form of imprisonment? Alas, ordinary individuals could hardly contain her. At that moment, Duanmu Lian's phone vibrated with a message. "Are you all right? Are you satisfied with my work?" It was Yi Beishao. Duanmu Lian typed in response, "Not satisfied. The old fool is starting to suspect me. Blamed the original owner for being so extravagant with her spending, which has raised his suspicions." A reply chimed in. Yi Beishao assured her, "Do not worry, I will handle this." Could this man be trusted? To her astonishment, the following day brought even more sensational news. All of Lu Xian's past indiscretions were unearthed. She had exploited her status as the heiress of a wealthy family to bully classmates, pilfer belongings, and challenge teachers. A myriad of faults came to light, tarnishing Lu Xian's reputation irreparably. The elite circles began to harbor a palpable disdain for this girl. Out late at night engaging in dubious activities, she fell victim to an assault, losing her innocence at a tender age. Now, with so many flaws exposed, even mothers who might have sympathized with her affluent background would resolutely oppose their sons marrying such a woman. A true guardian of their child's well-being would seek a partner who genuinely loved their offspring, if that individual was tainted with such scandals. No amount of benefit would sway them to allow their child to associate with her. Downstairs, a tremendous uproar erupted. Duanmu was in a rage. At this juncture, he finally comprehended that someone was sabotaging him from behind the scenes. With nowhere to vent his frustrations, he unleashed his wrath upon Lu Baihe and the recently discharged Lu Xian. "You pair of wasteful mother and daughter. You have put me in this dire predicament." Chapter 126, The heiress Lu Xian, covering her face, lamented, "Father, I have suffered such immense harm, why do you still strike me? Do you not understand? That night. It was the boyfriend of that wretched girl who caused my plight. Her words stunned everyone in the living room. Guangwa frowned and asked, "What do you mean? Boyfriend?" Lu Xian cried out, "Yes." I was intimidated and so overwhelmed that I didn't report this matter immediately. Guangwa clenched his fists and struck her again, exclaiming, "So. It appears you indeed plotted against Qinghan." Lu Xian protested, "I did not. She was the one who ensnared me." Lu Baihe stepped forward to embrace her daughter, signaling her to remain unafraid. She turned to Guangwa and said, "Angwa, how could our daughter possibly engage in such actions? On the contrary. You should be wary of that girl, she must be hiding some unspeakable secrets. I suspect that for all these years, her demeanor has merely been a fade." Guangwa furrowed his brow. This daughter had always struggled academically, and it was only through family financial support that she managed to attend a prestigious university. Yet recently, she seemed to have transformed dramatically. "What do you mean by being wary of me?" Duanmu Lian slowly descended the stairs. "I have yet to settle the score with you too. Is it not cruel to treat me this way, to treat a girl barely 20 years old? And here you are, so self-righteously condemning me?" She then directed her gaze at Lu Xian. "Your reputation is already tarnished beyond repair. Regardless of how much time passes. A simple glance at the newspapers, news outlets, or even a search on your phone will reveal your past glories, they cannot be concealed. Thus, do not harbor any hopes of marrying into a prestigious family, you will forever remain in my shadow." How cruel were these words? They forced Lu Xian to relive the torment of that night, alongside the relentless online commentary that haunted her spirit, rendering her existence unbearable. Duanmu Lian then turned to Guangwa, "Speaking of which, father, I wish to ask you, how would you handle this situation if it were me? After all, it was Lu Xian who dragged me to the bar, does this not implicate her? Would you strike her or even confront her on my behalf?" This statement plunged Guangwa into a momentary silence. Indeed, if the roles were reversed and it were his previous daughter in such a predicament, he would be at a loss for how to react. The situation had become clear: if this daughter were in trouble and his eldest daughter were the one orchestrating it, he would likely punish the eldest and, to avoid gossip, send this daughter abroad for a time. Duanmu Lian sensed Guangwa's thoughts, her anger simmering as the truth, previously unbeknownst to her, began to surface. Lu Xian was not merely his adopted daughter, she was his biological child. Yet, to avoid public scrutiny, he had never acknowledged her. His own flesh and blood had fallen into such disarray, and rather than seeking justice for her, he chose to conceal her, sending her away while the true culprit endured only a minor reprimand, continuing to bask in the wealth and luxury bequeathed by her mother. Could the situation be any more repugnant? Unable to restrain herself, Duanmu Lian rushed forward, pushing Lu Baihe aside. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Lu Xian, causing her to stagger. "What are you doing?" Guangwa shouted, rushing to grasp Duanmu Lian's arm. Just then, the door was flung open with great force. Chapter 127, The heir is 24. To breach the gates of the Gu family, one must possess an extraordinary identity. The Gu family's defenses are formidable, and to intrude in front of so many witnesses is the act of a significant figure. Upon seeing the intruder, Guangwa's complexion turned ashen, his hands suspended in the air, trembling slightly. Duanmu Lian furrowed her brow. Why had this man arrived at such a moment? Did he intend to play the role of a hero once again? Her suspicion proved correct. Yi Beixiao regarded Guangwa with icy indifference. "Do you dare to lay a hand on my person?" "What? Your person?" Guangwa stammered, his lips quivering. "Mr. Yi, who do you claim as your woman?" Yi Beixiao raised an eyebrow, his thin lips curving into a smirk. "Who do you think it is? Exclude your worn-out shoes and old women, and there remains only one." Guangwa's eyes widened in shock. "Mr. Yi, this is no jest. My daughter is still quite immature, she fears she may not be worthy of you. I implore you to spare her." His words echoed those of a concerned father. Duanmu Lian felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Upon seeing Yi Beixiao, Lu Xian immediately sought refuge in Lu Baihe's embrace. This man had issued the command that shattered her life, and thus, she was engulfed in profound fear in his presence. Lu Baihe, too, was taken aback by the aura of this flawless man, her gaze and demeanor betraying her unease. Duanmu Lian inquired, "What brings you here?" Yi Beixiao draped his coat over her shoulders. My woman is being wronged, how could I not come? His words bore the hallmark of a domineering CEO. Internally, Duanmu Lian scoffed. Had this man truly fallen for the trope of the heroic savior and the tyrannical businessman? Who had taught him such strategies? At that moment, she noticed an elderly man with white hair, clad in peculiar attire, standing at the entrance, his gaze ominous. Who was he? Could he be Yi Beixiao's subordinate? Guangwu wiped the sweat from his brow. Mr. Yi, this is no joke. My daughter is notoriously rebellious and exceedingly willful, truly unworthy of someone of your caliber. Would any father speak thus of his own daughter? Guangwu's underlying thoughts were clear. Should their union occur, Yi Beixiao would undoubtedly assist Gu Qinghan, potentially leading to her inheritance of her mother's fortune, a considerable sum he could not bear to part with. Such selfishness, disregarding his own flesh and blood, rendered him more beastly than human. Yi Beixiao chuckled coldly, releasing Duanmu Lian's shoulder. Just as Guangwu believed he had succeeded in persuasion and was reveling in his triumph, Yi Beixiao suddenly approached him and delivered a forceful punch to his face. This blow was a retribution. He had heard of the incident where this scoundrel had struck Duanmu Lian at school. Wasn't this woman known for her fierce demeanor during missions, never one to suffer indignities? How could she endure 2 slaps? In truth, Duanmu Lian had wished to retaliate but had refrained due to the presence of so many witnesses and her commitment to fulfilling the original task. After all, he was the biological father of the original owner, not hers. Why should she hold back? Guangwu crumpled, blood streaming from his nose. Mr. Yi, what is the meaning of this? How can you strike someone at will? Yet, before he could finish, the house was encircled by a group of imposing figures. Yi Beixiao sneered. Those I find displeasing are fair game for a strike. Do you truly believe the words you spoke reflect a father's sentiments? Do you think my standards are lacking? You claim your daughter is unworthy of me, yet your true intent is to prevent her from being with me. A father who genuinely cares for his daughter would seek a good match for her, unless he believes the man will betray her. Tell me, do you view me in such a light? Chapter 128, the heiress. Every word struck deeply. Guangwu quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. I absolutely did not mean that. I just feel. Yi Beixiao interjected, please refrain from suggesting that your daughter is unworthy of me. I believe she is more than deserving. Moreover, this is a matter between the two of us, it is not your place to meddle. This statement effectively drew a line between them. Guangwu was filled with regret. How could a man of such stature be enamored with his rebellious daughter? Duanmu Lian seemed to perceive his thoughts. I am young and beautiful, with power and influence. With my assets, what kind of man could I not attract? The original owner's attributes granted her the confidence to utter such words. Yi Beixiao spoke solemnly, since this place has become so tainted, why not allow Duanmu Qinghan to accompany me? He nearly revealed her true name. The other 3 individuals in the room immediately changed their expressions. Guangwu objected. How can this be? You have not established any relationship. If this is merely a romance, cohabiting would not reflect well if it were to get out. This was indeed a fact. Cohabitation during a romantic relationship often leaves a negative impression. Before Yi Beixiao could respond, Duanmu Lian declared, I will not cohabit with him. You need not worry about that. This remark astonished everyone present, including the followers of Yi Beixiao, who regarded him as a godlike figure. It was audacious for this woman to speak so boldly. Duanmu Lian continued, however, I will not remain here any longer. There is some truth in what he said. The atmosphere here is excessively polluted. She retrieved an item from her bag. I recall my mother mentioning that at the age of 25, I would reclaim my inheritance. If I am not mistaken, those items require my fingerprint to access, so I shall likely return once I turn 25. Was she insinuating a severance of ties with her family? Just moments ago, Duanmu Lian had received a notification in her mind from the system, indicating that this task could not be completed so swiftly, for reasons unknown. At that moment, she had been tempted to curse but held her tongue, as she needed to maintain her livelihood. You are being reckless. Guangwu's face darkened. Too many recent events had left him utterly exhausted, especially today, which had been overwhelming. He had not encountered such troublesome matters in over a decade. Duanmu Lian smiled. If I am not mistaken, I am already 20 years old. Legally, I am a fully autonomous adult, no longer under guardianship. Moreover, many children move out once they reach adulthood, in terms of emotion, reason, and law. My actions are entirely justified. Her assertion left everyone momentarily at a loss for counterarguments. Indeed, we live in a society where equality prevails. Who has the right to restrict a fully capable adult? Even biological parents lose their obligation and authority to control their children once they come of age. Duanmu Lian turned to Yi Beishao. My belongings are in the second room on the second floor. Could you have your people assist me in moving them? Having just declared her intent not to live with him, now requesting his help in moving her items caused many to silently criticize her. Yi Beishao offered a faint smile and waved his hand, prompting his subordinates to begin the task immediately. One by one, items were carried out of the villa. As Guanggua's face turned ashen and he attempted to voice another objection, Yi Beishao's icy demeanor silenced him, forcing him to swallow his words. Observing his expression, Duanmu Lian felt a cold smirk within. It was likely that life would not be easy for Lu Baihe and her daughter after her departure. Chapter 129, The Heiress. Before departing from the villa, Duanmu Ling paced back and forth, stating, I recall that this villa belongs to my mother. As her daughter, I possess the right to collect rent from outsiders. With that, she gestured toward Lu Baihe and her daughter, according to the current market rate. A villa of this caliber commands a monthly rent of at least 100,000 yuan. There are 2 of them, and I do not intend to offer any discounts. They shall pay me 200,000 each month. Yi Beishao couldn't help but chuckle. This girl truly refused to compromise. What nonsense are you spouting? Guanggua clutched his chest, exclaiming, the property deed bears the names of both your mother and me. When did it become your place to voice opinions? Duanmu Ling replied. Per my mother's will, her possessions are mine. Thus, the property deed effectively lists both our names, granting me the right to collect rent, unless they cease to reside here. You are crossing the line. Lu Baihe shouted, standing up, her eyes bloodshot with fury. With a mere glance, Yi Beishao approached, flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards. Their towering presence instantly intimidated Lu Baihe, making her feel diminutive in comparison. Duanmu Ling smiled softly, let us proceed accordingly. As long as they reside in this house, it shall be 200,000 monthly, not a single cent less. Do not think to evade me. I will send someone to inspect and collect the rent punctually each month. With that, Duanmu Ling gracefully exited the villa. The primary reason for her departure was the inconvenience of conducting her affairs. She had not cultivated her powers in quite some time and felt her inner strength had grown somewhat rusty. Moreover, these people clung to her like leeches. And living in such an environment was rather uncomfortable. Since the system, that useless entity, indicated a delay in tasks, there was no need for her to act hastily. Lu Xian's reputation was already tarnished, and this incident would likely haunt her for a lifetime. It could be considered a means of avenging the original owner's grievances. A gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. If you do not wish to stay with me, where do you intend to go? I can help you find a place. It was then that she recognized the man's tone was exceptionally kind. Duanmu Ling shook her head. I have not decided yet. Today's move was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Yi Beishao responded, I have another villa at the mountain top. The air is fresh, away from the crowds and noise, and there is a dedicated vehicle for daily transport. You can come and go as you please. What do you think? Such an environment is likely a dream for many. The villa's value would be estimated at no less than 50 million. Duanmu Ling said, I do not wish to continually rely on your possessions. Do you have any desires of your own? She aimed to fulfill some wish of this man, but she would soon regret uttering those words. Yi Beishao leaned closer, whispering in her ear, as long as you are willing to be with me forever, I shall be content, all that I possess is yours. Such words were undeniably sentimental. Duanmu Ling quickly averted her gaze, yet her heart began to race. No. She took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. After a moment, she steadied herself. Recalling a saying, what cannot be attained is love, while what is acquired is merely life. Some men, upon obtaining their desires, cease to cherish them. Perhaps this man before her was of that ilk, she dared not take the risk. Duanmu Ling replied, while that place may be splendid, it is not what I envision. So I shall seek a place of my own. I am not lacking in funds. Chapter 130, The Heiress. This statement clearly conveyed a refusal. A subtle shift crossed Yi Beishao's face. Duanmu Lian remarked, once we reach the fork in the road, discard everything. I have no need for it. I merely wish to deprive that vile pair of their gains. The belongings of the original owner were of no concern to her. She was merely fulfilling the task assigned by the original owner. Although Yi Beixiao was somewhat reluctant, he complied with Duanmu Lian's wishes. Upon arriving at the designated location, Duanmu Lian exited the vehicle, clutching only a black leather bag. Her money was securely stored in her card or phone. She sought a seaside residence of approximately 300 square meters, priced at 30,000 per month, as its proximity to the city center and convenient transportation rendered it somewhat expensive. Seated on the sofa, Duanmu Lian inquired, "Now that you are with me, may I ask why the delay in the task?" After a moment of silence, the system responded. "For reasons unknown, I am also uncertain." Duanmu Lian pressed on, "Then how long might this take?" The system replied, "Please act swiftly, await my message, and refrain from taking action for the time being." Were this system to possess a physical form? Duanmu Lian could scarcely guarantee that she would not wield a hammer against it. Meanwhile, at the Gu family villa, Lu Xian lay sprawled on the floor, her face bearing the bruised marks of domestic violence. Lu Baihe was not faring much better. In her efforts to protect her daughter, she too had suffered blows. "You two are incompetent fools. Because of your actions, Gu Qinghan has grown wary that immense fortune may well slip through our fingers." The fiery sting on Lu Xian's face, coupled with the recent humiliations and public scorn, finally ignited her fury. She abruptly rose and shattered a vase, exclaiming, "Yes, I did intend to frame Gu Qinghan. She has treated me this way, why should I not ruin her?" Guang's anger escalated upon hearing this, and he forcefully kicked Lu Xian back to the ground. "Have you succeeded? Such a foolish approach has only ensnared yourself. Do you realize how difficult it will be for you to marry in the future? You are both my daughters, why did you take it upon yourselves to confront her? Oh, but no, clearly, you lack the courage." He glared at Lu Baihe, accusing her. "It is you who have led our daughter astray." Lu Xian wiped the corner of her mouth. "I am also your biological daughter, yet I have never received true recognition. On the surface, I am merely your stepdaughter." Lu Baihe stepped forward, declaring, "Such matters are irrelevant now." Suddenly, her eyes filled with resentment. "Anhua, we have never asked for anything from you over the years, but now that Lu Xian is in such a predicament, you cannot turn a blind eye. You must help her." Perhaps something within him was stirred, as Gu Anhua sighed. "At this point, it is pointless to punish her, however, there is a solution. We could send her abroad for 2 or 3 years to acquire some knowledge. By then, people may have forgotten this incident, and we could reintegrate her into the company, allowing her to become a strong woman. Her life could still be manageable." This indeed was a prudent plan. Thus, Lu Xian was dispatched to France, where she would study practical knowledge, including business management. By the time Duanmu Lian received the news, it was already a matter of the past. Guang's foresight was commendable. He understood that in such times, keeping the individual out of the public eye was the best course of action. Disappearing from the domestic discourse, in a few years, people would naturally begin to forget. Chapter 131, The Heiress 28. Nevertheless, this matter, regardless of how much time has elapsed, leaves traces that can be traced back. Any affluent family, and even ordinary households, would investigate the familial backgrounds when arranging marriages for their offspring. Lu Xian's blemish shall remain indelible throughout her life. At that moment, Duanmu Lian noticed colorful balloons floating outside the window, one of which bore the inscription, "I love you." Could it be that Yi Beixiao, this man, is up to some trickery again? However, upon peering outside, she was taken aback to see an unexpected figure, Lu Zihong. He held a bouquet of fragrant lilies and declared earnestly, "Gu Qinghan, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Encouraged by friends, I have mustered the courage to confess. I hope you will accept me." Friends? Who could that be? She had only recently moved here. How did Lu Zihong find her? Was there a leak? Or perhaps someone was following her? Yet, these thoughts were swiftly dismissed. First and foremost, Duanmu Lian possessed profound internal strength at present, and should anyone have been spying or tailing her, she would certainly have sensed it. Moreover, it was improbable that they could have planted listening devices or trackers on her. Such contraptions would never evade her notice. Thus, perplexed, Duanmu Lian rushed downstairs to inquire, "How did you find me?" Lu Zihong, holding the lilies, responded with a smile, "If you agree to be with me, I shall tell you. Is this a ruse? Duanmu Lian pondered. After all, she was merely fulfilling a task and would depart once it was completed. Why concern herself with the lives of those in this world? Hence, she replied, I agree. But you must tell me how you found me. Little did she know, she would come to regret this decision. Lu Ziheng's reaction was nothing short of exuberant. He dashed upstairs, knocking at the door with one hand clutching the roses and the other rapping on the door. Duanmu Lian placed a hand on her forehead, already feeling a twinge of regret. Upon opening the door, a bouquet of lilies, imbued with a delicate fragrance, was thrust into her arms. Lilies were among her favored flowers, unlike roses, which bore thorns that could inflict pain. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, she said. Lu Ziheng replied, you are now my girlfriend, there's no need for thanks. From now on, what is mine is yours. Duanmu Lian inquired, can you now tell me who informed you of my whereabouts? Lu Ziheng scratched his head and produced his phone. I received a mysterious message. Duanmu Lian took the phone and observed that indeed, someone had anonymously messaged Lu Ziheng, indicating she was here, yet the message lacked specific details or an ID address. Having previously studied some techniques, she downloaded a software application, hoping to trace the sender's clues, all the while scrutinizing Lu Ziheng's expressions. She noted that apart from gaming notifications, he possessed nothing else. Could it be that she was overthinking? As she found no leads, she returned the phone to Lu Ziheng, saying, all right, I shall keep my word. However, our time together must be contingent on whether we are suited for one another. She felt that agreeing to be in a romantic relationship was inconsequential, as romance could end at any moment. Lu Ziheng immediately asserted, I will do my utmost to ensure your satisfaction and will not allow you to leave easily. Duanmu Lian replied, very well, but as I am nearing graduation, I require some time alone to study to secure my diploma. Lu Ziheng responded, I am graduating too. Have you forgotten we are in the same class? I can assist you with your studies. Chapter 132, the heiress Duanmu Lian instinctively pressed her forehead, realizing she had forgotten something due to the brevity of her visit. She said, however, I prefer to study alone. If someone helps me, I become easily distracted. Lu Ziheng sensed her intention to decline, replying, very well. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to consult me. Internally, Duanmu Lian smiled. She was not the original owner of this body, and everything the original could not comprehend, she mastered completely. All right. I shall definitely seek your counsel if I struggle. Lu Ziheng proposed, shall we go out for a meal now? Right. Couples in the throes of new love often dine out or go for leisure activities together. Duanmu Lian consented, all right, but only for today. I shall be busy for the remainder of the time, and we can only meet at school. They arrived at the most bustling street, situated in the heart of the city, where prices soared. Entering a high-end Western restaurant, the uniformed staff promptly served them. Duanmu Lian pointed to the menu. I would like a flaming steak. When the menu was handed to Lu Ziheng, he replied, I'll have a flaming steak as well, just like you. Very well. 2 flaming steaks, please wait a moment, the waiter responded. Duanmu Lian felt a tinge of embarrassment. To be honest, she preferred not to order the same dish as others. Lu Ziheng retrieved a beautifully crafted square box from his pocket, clearly a thoughtful gift. This is for you, I hope you like it. Though I am still learning your preferences. Duanmu Lian's hands trembled slightly as she accepted the box and opened it to reveal a sparkling brooch adorned with diamonds. Its value was unmistakably substantial. Such an item would surely start at $1 million. As they prepared to cut into their steaks, Duanmu Lian suddenly sensed a wave of danger, an unusual aura. Who could it be? Instinctively turning toward the source of the sound, she was met with a familiar figure that drained the color from her face. Why was he here? Yi Beixiao strode over, one hand resting behind his back, his lips pressed tightly together, exuding a faint aura of anger as he cast a malevolent glance at Lu Ziheng. Duanmu Lian understood the delicate situation and anticipated the ensuing awkwardness. Lu Ziheng, feeling the hostility emanating from Yi Beixiao, stood up, his expression darkening as he confronted him. And you are? Duanmu Lian interjected, positioning herself between them, this is my new boyfriend. There was no turning back, she had promised and now had to acknowledge it. As she had never agreed to be with Yi Beixiao. Oh really? Yi Beixiao's eyes glinted dangerously, revealing barely concealed fury. At that moment, Lu Ziheng foolishly grasped Duanmu Lian's hand, asking, Qinghan, who is he? His unease grew with each repetition of the question. Yu Beixiao scoffed, "Our relationship is quite profound. I intend to be with her for a lifetime." Just then, the restaurant manager appeared, sensing that trouble was looming, having overheard snippets of their conversation. What could this be? A cliché tale of a girl juggling two suitors? Qing Han, who is he? Lu Ziheng pressed again, his face clouded with concern. Yu Beixiao laughed disdainfully. Qing Han? You likely know nothing of her background. Duanmu Lian. She hissed under her breath, desperate to keep her true identity from those outside her inner circle. Yet, before she could prevent it, Lu Ziheng swung his fist toward Yu Beixiao. Duanmu Lian realized too late to intervene. Chapter 133. The heir of a prominent family. Lu Ziheng's skills may suffice against ordinary individuals, yet against Yu Beixiao. It was akin to a futile attempt to strike a stone with an egg. He stood no chance. As anticipated, Yu Beixiao effortlessly evaded Lu Ziheng's assault and retaliated with a single punch that sent Lu Ziheng crashing to the ground. In agony, Lu Ziheng found himself kneeling helplessly. From the moment Yu Beixiao entered and laid eyes on Lu Ziheng, he was filled with disdain. That punch was merely a means to vent his irritation. And it was Lu Ziheng who instigated the confrontation. He deserved the consequences. Lu Ziheng had scarcely anticipated being so easily toppled, and in such a humiliating manner. Yu Beixiao loomed above him, his gaze dripping with contempt, a posture that deeply wounded Lu Ziheng's pride. A flicker of rage ignited in Lu Ziheng's eyes as he stubbornly rose from the ground, determined to attack Yu Beixiao once more. Yu Beixiao's eyes glinted coldly. He had only exerted half of his strength in that previous blow. To his surprise, Lu Ziheng, oblivious to the peril, charged at him again. This time, however, the force would be far greater. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ziheng was abruptly sent sprawling, but it was not Yu Beixiao who struck him, it was Duanmu Lian. Duanmu Lian intercepted Yu Beixiao's punch, achieving a stalemate. She had discerned that Yu Beixiao had not been serious before, but in this instance, he was. Had Lu Ziheng been hit, he would have faced grave consequences, perhaps even fatal ones. He was still young, such a fate could not be permitted to befall him. Lu Ziheng, now in a pitiable state, leaned against the wall with his head bowed, embodying a posture of utter submission. He had envisioned himself as a man Duanmu Lian could rely on. Yet he never anticipated that someone capable of so thoroughly besting him would be able to match her strength. The turmoil and humiliation within him clouded his thoughts and logic. With a fierce glare directed at Yu Beixiao, he stumbled out of the dining hall. Why would you agree to this, coward? Yu Beixiao asked coldly. Duanmu Lian swiftly slapped Yu Beixiao across the face. Get as far away from me as possible. I do not require your assistance. With that, she prepared to pursue Lu Ziheng. The restaurant manager called out, You haven't paid yet. Duanmu Lian turned back, her tone frigid. Let him pay, he ruined the dinner. Having said that, she dashed out of the restaurant. Yu Beixiao retrieved an unlimited black card from his pocket. Upon seeing the card, the manager hastily accepted it with utmost respect, recognizing that its bearer was undoubtedly a person of significance. By the time Duanmu Lian exited, Lu Ziheng's figure had vanished from sight. Fortunately, his injuries were merely emotional, a visit to the hospital for some medication would suffice. After all, they would inevitably cross paths once classes resumed. To fulfill the original owner's aspirations, obtaining a respectable diploma was essential. However, when Monday's class commenced, Lu Ziheng was notably absent. Could he have been hospitalized? That seemed unlikely. The blow Yu Beixiao delivered shouldn't have been severe enough to warrant hospitalization unless he was exceptionally frail. Just as she settled into her seat, she overheard a few girls whispering. Why hasn't Ziheng come? I'm not sure, but I heard he's been feeling down lately. I know a friend of Lu Ziheng's, and it seems he sustained a minor injury. He could have attended class, but his grandmother insisted he rest until he fully recovered. Ah, the indulgence of a doting grandmother. Duanmu Lian sighed, momentarily setting aside her concerns. Chapter 134, The Aristocratic Young Lady 31. As time gradually passed, the season of graduation arrived. Duanmu Lian had completed her thesis, yet Lu Ziheng had not returned, which stirred a sense of suspicion within her. She located Lu Ziheng's QQ contact in the class group, recalling that in their excitement and for various other reasons, they had neglected to exchange contact information, leading to their current predicament. After several hours of sending a request, there was still no response. Suddenly, her phone rang. Duanmu Lian initially thought it was Lu Ziheng but was surprised to find it was her homeroom teacher notifying her that her thesis had been approved. A headache began to form as she pondered Lu Ziheng's situation. Regret washed over her for the decisions she had made. She should never have agreed to anything, let alone dine with him. Was there anything that the perverse Yi Beixiao couldn't uncover? Before long, her phone chimed again. It was Lu Ziheng responding to her verification message. His first words struck her. I was wrong, I should never have entangled with you. What was happening? Duanmu Lian felt a vague understanding dawning upon her. Lu Ziheng continued, our family is on the brink of bankruptcy, all because of my involvement with you, so I apologize. Duanmu Lian pondered, who was he referring to? On the other end of the line, Lu Ziheng bore bruises on his face, his fists clenched tightly. He longed to ask Duanmu Lian to plead with that man on their behalf, yet he found himself unable to voice the request. He possessed his own pride and honor. It was unthinkable to him to have a woman plead for mercy. Duanmu Lian typed a response, I will find a way to help you, after all. This situation arose because of me, and I never anticipated it would escalate like this. I shouldn't have agreed to your request. However, upon reading her message, Lu Ziheng's forehead pulsated with anger, and he could not suppress his fury as he hurled his phone against the wall. Duanmu Lian's well-intentioned apology was perceived by him as an insult, a sign of disdain. Did that woman also regret being with him? Was he truly such a failure? A fierce fire ignited within Lu Ziheng, burning hotter and hotter, ultimately transforming into a flame of hatred. Duanmu Lian sent a message to Yi Beixiao, please spare him. You know that he and I were never meant to be, so there's no need to target him so harshly. I only agreed to his request to obtain some information. Upon receiving the message, those around Yi Beixiao felt a chill, aware that their master was incensed. Yi Beixiao gripped his phone tightly. It had been some time since he had contacted her, but he had channeled his rage towards Lu Ziheng. Having someone beat him up and undermining his family's business, nearly driving them to bankruptcy. Yi Beixiao was taken aback that Duanmu Lian had approached him. And for that pale-faced man, no part of him was superior to Lu Ziheng. Lu Ziheng was more handsome, wealthier, and more capable. Yi Beixiao thought. I might just drive them into the depths of society. Realizing her previous words had been misguided, likely fueled by the passionate jealousy of a man, Duanmu Lian decided to rephrase her message, you are far superior to him. I only agreed to his request to learn some information. And isn't your action merely an obvious display of bullying the weak? Lu Ziheng pales in comparison to you. Upon receiving such a response, Yi Beixiao, though still angry, felt a sense of satisfaction at the realization that Lu Ziheng was inferior to him. He instructed those around him in a low voice. Inform everyone to cease the pursuit of the Lu family. Chapter 135, the heiress Yi Beixiao declared, I shall keep a vigilant eye on you. Should you dare to consort with any white-faced suitor again, I will ensure their downfall. Upon receiving such a response, Duanmu Ling's lips curled into a faint smile, signaling the success of her scheme. Indeed, having grasped the nuances of his character made it exceedingly easy to manipulate him. Duanmu Ling sent a message to Lu Ziheng, the crisis at your home has been averted. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Ziheng's phone had long since shattered, rendering him incapable of receiving her message. Furthermore, with a new phone, all previous contacts had been erased, making her message akin to a stone cast into the abyss. After some time, Duanmu Ling successfully obtained her graduation certificate. As she exited the school gates, a luxurious Rolls-Royce awaited her. Petals floated through the air, and the streetlights had been arranged in a special heart shape. Being in the city center, orchestrating such a spectacle must have incurred a significant expense. Yi Beixiao approached her, holding a bouquet of red roses, and exclaimed, Congratulations on your graduation. Observing the man's exuberant demeanor, it seemed his anger had dissipated. Duanmu Ling smiled, Did you not know? I am not particularly fond of roses. Indeed, while many women adore them, she found the thorns perilous. A careless moment could lead to a painful prick. Beautiful though they may be, they possess an inherent danger. Yi Beixiao glanced at the roses in his hand and, without hesitation, discarded them as if they were mere refuse. Instantly, someone rushed to collect them. Since you do not appreciate them, they shall be disposed of. What flowers do you prefer? This is the first time I am at a loss. Duanmu Ling replied, I am rather fond of lilies, chrysanthemums, and blue roses. Although the blue rose bears a striking resemblance to the traditional rose, it lacks the treacherous thorns. Yi Beixiao nodded slightly. I shall remember that. Now, let us proceed to the banquet. Why would this man go to such lengths to host a banquet in her honor? Although it was a graduation celebration, it was under the name of the original owner, rendering such an affair unnecessary. Moreover, Duanmu Lian noticed that several classmates had been invited into the car. Both male and female, their eyes glinting with envy. Why did you invite them? I am not familiar with these people. She preferred to keep her interactions minimal, fearing emotional entanglements with the world. Thus, she aimed to forge as few friendships as possible, limiting her connections to those essential for completing her tasks. Yi Beixiao chuckled. Let them feel envy and resentment, is that not what many desire? Duanmu Lian felt perplexed, questioning whether her thoughts were misaligned with the man's. After some coaxing, Duanmu Lian reluctantly entered the vehicle. After approximately 20 minutes of driving, they arrived at a 6-star hotel. The venue had been exclusively reserved for the celebratory banquet. Are you attempting to make headlines? Duanmu Lian inquired. No, it shall be even grander, Yi Beixiao replied. Duanmu Lian sensed his ulterior motives. Soon, he would likely announce to the world that she belonged to him, as if that would provide him a sense of accomplishment. Her stays in each world were never prolonged. The longest had been a mere decade. The banquet was opulent, filled with numerous aristocrats. The newly graduated students invited to the event were dazzled by the spectacle. This is rather uninteresting, Duanmu Lian remarked. Yi Beixiao frowned. This is what I have gathered from various sources. He had sought input from others without consulting her. Duanmu Lian responded, in the future, please share your thoughts directly with me. Chapter 136, the heiress. Yi Beixiao remarked, I merely wished to present you with a surprise. If I had disclosed it to you, it would have lost its charm. Turning her head, Duanmu Lian retorted, do you truly believe I feel surprised at this moment? I have no fondness for such gestures. To be candid, even if she did not appreciate it, it was nonetheless a man's sincere intention. Such forthrightness, however, undeniably fell short of elegance. Yet, having traversed numerous worlds, Duanmu Lian had grown indifferent to it all. She found herself rather weary. As the banquet commenced, as anticipated, Yi Beixiao introduced her to all as his woman. This scene was captured by numerous reporters and subsequently splashed across the headlines. Upon returning home, Duanmu Lian received a message from her original father's family, Guangua, expressing regret over their past actions and imploring her to return. Likely, they had taken notice of the day's news and sought to leverage Yi Beixiao's influence for their own benefit. After all, Guangua was a shrewd businessman, one who only pursued endeavors advantageous to himself. Duanmu Lian chose to ignore their overtures, believing that such a response would yield better results. Concurrently, she reached out to the lawyer retained by her original mother. Following their consultation, she learned she would need to reach the age of 25 to reclaim her rightful possessions, at least, according to legal proceedings. Duanmu Lian contemplated that, until then, she could forge her own power. Utilizing her resources, she established a commercial enterprise, doing so anonymously, operating as the hidden proprietor, with no one the wiser. Drawing from her experiences across various realms, she quickly mastered the art of business management. The company flourished remarkably, and with Guangua's covert assistance, within a mere 3 years, she had secured numerous channels and amassed assets exceeding 100 million. Her company's foundation and capital were nearing parity with the Gu Group. Duanmu Lian began to exert control over the conglomerate, initiating maneuvers against the Gu Group, which resulted in a decline in their stock prices. Meanwhile, she received word that Lu Xian had returned from abroad, reportedly transformed and possessing substantial acumen. Upon entering the company, he secured a managerial position and aided the Gu Group in recovering some shares. Observing his tactics, Duanmu Lian smiled subtly. Indeed, it seemed his time abroad had been well spent. Now, the time had come to embark on her plans in earnest. However, at that moment, the system interjected, notification received. The host must remain in this world for at least 5 more years before departure. Duanmu Lian was taken aback, musing to herself, why must it be this way? According to my calculations, I could complete my objectives in just 2 years. The system reassured her, do not fret, host. You may expedite your tasks and spend a few years in this realm awaiting summons, offering you a chance to rest. Is the continuous traversal of worlds not exhausting? This sentiment resonated deeply with Duanmu Lian. Indeed, the relentless journeying through realms had begun to wear on her. The prospect of completing her tasks ahead of schedule while enjoying a brief respite in this world seemed appealing. However, she would later curse the system for its unfairness, as this extended stay brought her not leisure, but peril and incessant disturbances, making her long for the next world to fulfill her duties. Duanmu Lian began typing, instructing her team to initiate her plans. At that moment, she also received an invitation to a business gathering, where various industry magnates would convene, presenting opportunities for collaboration. It was rumored that the Gu family would attend as well, potentially allowing her to encounter some familiar faces. Duanmu Lian accepted the invitation, adorning herself in attire that was both comfortable and sophisticated. She preferred not to wear formal gowns, finding them somewhat constraining and cumbersome. Chapter 137, The Socialites' Evening Soiree. In the dimly lit atmosphere, an eclectic mix of individuals mingled. Due to an incident that had stirred a significant portion of Huagua in recent years, Duanmu Ling had deliberately adorned herself with a transformed visage. After the passage of these years, coupled with the artifice of her makeup, it was unlikely that many would recognize her easily. Duanmu Ling made her way to the center, grasping a glass of wine, when, unexpectedly, a server rushed past her and inadvertently spilled the drink onto her décolletage. Was this intentional? Without hesitation, Duanmu Ling lodged a complaint against the server and proceeded to the restroom to cleanse herself. As she turned on the tap, a mocking voice pierced the air. "You've been doing quite well these years, attending such soirees?" It was Lu Xian. Duanmu Ling maintained her composure, retorting, "You seem to be faring well too. I wonder if you've made any intellectual progress during your time abroad." A flash of malice crossed Lu Xian's features. "Indeed, I have. Thanks to you. Some people now regard me with peculiar glances." This was a mild improvement, considering the circumstances that had transpired. It was fortunate that others merely looked at her with disdain rather than outright contempt. Duanmu Ling replied sarcastically, "This is merely the consequence of your own actions. Who can you blame?" Lu Xian, in a fit of rage, considered launching herself at Duanmu Ling. Yet, glancing down at her fiery red gown and towering stilettos, she realized that such an endeavor was ill-suited for a brawl. Furthermore, she had already experienced Duanmu Ling's capabilities in previous years and thought better than to act recklessly in such a venue. At that moment, another affluent lady entered the restroom and, noticing them monopolizing the sink, gently inquired, "Are you finished? I need to attend to myself as well." Lu Xian quickly vacated her spot. Duanmu Ling continued to wash away the stains on her chest. The incident of being splashed with wine struck her as peculiar. In such an environment, the servers were typically of high caliber, and given the relatively sparse crowd, there was no need for hurried movement or inattentiveness. It was evident that someone had acted with malice. Observing Lu Xian's expression, Duanmu Ling felt a sense of certainty. This woman was adept at employing such petty tactics, which explained her inability to rise above her station. After cleaning herself, Duanmu Ling approached Lu Xian and whispered, "Everything that belongs to me, I shall reclaim shortly." Lu Xian's countenance darkened, for Duanmu Ling's immense fortune ignited her jealousy. Such a substantial sum was coveted by her. Furthermore, she had gleaned that Guangua had deemed his daughter uncontrollable and was preparing to eliminate her. With the passage of the year, the impending milestone of Duanmu Ling's 25th birthday loomed. "In approximately 7 months, I shall celebrate my 25th birthday, at which point I will return to the Gu family. And you will become my subordinate," Duanmu Ling declared. Lu Xian shot her a venomous glare, yet Duanmu Ling continued, "No. Perhaps I shall not allow you to be my subordinate, as you are far too inadequate and might be dismissed altogether." "You wish?" Lu Xian spat through clenched teeth as she attempted to leave. Perhaps due to the wet floor or its slippery nature, she misstepped and tumbled, landing unceremoniously on her back. Clad in 10-inch stilettos, her fall was utterly humiliating, and the form-fitting red gown bore a tear, rendering her appearance quite unfortunate. As she struggled to rise, she discovered that her high heel had broken, rendering her unstable, and she still had important clients waiting outside. Glancing at Duanmu Ling's mocking gaze, she shouted, "Hurry up and help me up." "Assist her?" With that tone, as if she were her servant? How absurd. Chapter 138, the heiress Duanmu Lian approached directly and stepped on Lu Xian's hand, exclaiming, "Oh, my apologies." Lu Xian cried out in pain, "What are you doing? Was that intentional?" Duanmu Lian retorted with sarcasm, "What tone were you using with me just now? Did you mistake me for your servant? Do you still consider yourself a lady of high society? Can you guess how many people are present at this gathering? Do you recall what transpired years ago?" This barrage of words drained the color from Lu Xian's lips. Duanmu Lian continued, "If you cannot manage such high heels, walk with a bit more grace. Nevertheless, I possess a modicum of kindness, I shall step out and fetch someone for you." Lu Xian immediately protested, "No, don't call anyone. If assistance were summoned, everyone would witness her disgrace, especially with her heels broken, leading them to believe she was unsteady on her feet." Duanmu Lian chuckled, "Then you may sit here alone. Soon enough, someone will come to the restroom, and you can plead with them to help you up. Clinging to your pride will only bring you further humiliation." Lu Xian shouted from behind, "Come back and help me call someone." Now she sought assistance again. Was anyone her servant to be so obedient? Duanmu Lian, self-aware of her vindictive nature, had no intention of aiding those with ill intentions, be they schemers or pretentious socialites. Upon returning to the banquet, Duanmu Lian spotted a real estate magnate. If she could secure a partnership with him, the value of her company would undoubtedly double. She approached him with a glass of red wine and initiated a conversation. "Hello, Mr. Li, may we have a word?" Mr. Li, understanding the implication of the young woman's approach, replied directly, "Miss, please be candid. What do you have to offer? I will consider it. Business people always prioritize value and profit." Duanmu Lian stated, 300 million, along with that plot of land in the outskirts of the city. Might this suffice to secure a partnership with Tianqing Group for your first project? Mr. Li chuckled, "That's a fair proposal, but several others have matched your offer. Choosing you might pose a dilemma." His meaning was clear, he found the offer insufficient. In dealing with such individuals, one should not hastily elevate the price. Duanmu Lian replied, "Surely, Mr. Li is aware of the achievements of XX Group, founded less than 3 years ago? Is its potential not superior to that of other partners?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Li's expression shifted slightly. When prices are equal, many will lean toward potential value, for even if the gamble fails, the loss is minimal. Who would have thought someone so young could achieve such success? The future looks bright. Indeed, the current generation is ever more formidable. Listening to Mr. Li's praise, Duanmu Lian remarked, "It is merely a matter of mutual need. Sometimes, if you do not grow stronger, you will be consumed by others, thus. Many choices are made out of necessity." Thus, they reached a verbal consensus, exchanged contact information, and agreed to discuss further the following day. Securing this magnate marked the completion of her initial objective. In truth, with Yu Beixiao's capabilities, he could easily facilitate all that Duanmu Lian desired. Yet, she preferred not to rely excessively on others, for doing so would diminish her interest in executing her tasks. Moreover, organizational regulations stipulated that she must accomplish at least 60 of the task herself. Complete reliance on another would render her efforts inadequate. Duanmu Lian sipped her wine and heard a familiar voice echo, "How have you been all these years?" Even after several years had passed, she still recognized that voice, as it had left a profound impression. Chapter 139, the heiress 36, Lu Zihong. Initially, due to a sense of guilt, Duanmu Ling had sought out this man. But her efforts yielded no response. "You have returned? Where have you been all these years?" This was the first question Duanmu Ling posed. Lu Zihong smiled faintly. A hint of bitterness laced within his expression. "I went to a place far away and endured considerable hardship." A person of great dignity would not casually claim to have suffered. His words bore the weight of truth, indicating significant trials. Duanmu Ling inquired, "Could you share what you have experienced?" She felt a profound remorse towards this man. Her hasty agreement back then might have truly tugged at the strings of fate. Lu Zihong shook his head, offering a slight smile. "Let us not dwell on it, I fear I may not withstand the recollection." Duanmu Ling regarded him with a look of skepticism. Ultimately, she chose not to press further, if he was unwilling to divulge. It was evident he did not wish for her to know, and persistent questioning would likely yield no favorable outcome. As Duanmu Ling prepared to depart, Lu Zihong suddenly grasped her arm, asking, "Throughout these years, have you ever harbored feelings for me?" This inquiry left Duanmu Lian at a loss for words. She had indeed felt a fleeting tremor in her heart, yet she was certain it was not love, perhaps merely a transient infatuation. She shook her head, refraining from providing a definitive answer to Lu Zihong. Some matters are perhaps better left to the imagination of the other party. At that moment, a raucous laughter erupted from the direction of the restroom. It turned out that the disheveled Lu Xian had been discovered. Her embarrassing position, though comical, evoked an involuntary chuckle. Casting a cold glance in that direction, Duanmu Lian left the gathering. The following day, she arrived at the designated meeting spot with Mr. Li. "I'll have a coffee," she said. "Mr. Li, feel free to order whatever you desire." Mr. Li chuckled. "Miss Gu, you truly are a remarkable young talent. The incident from years ago has not only left you unscathed but has seemingly propelled you to greater heights." Duanmu Lian smiled in return. "The incident affected others far more than it did me. Why should I allow it to impact my life? In fact, my adversaries have faced ruin. And I should take joy in that. Living more vibrantly and richly than they do is the greatest form of retribution, the pinnacle of revenge." Mr. Li could not help but applaud. "Indeed, I deeply admire your fortitude, Miss Gu." Duanmu Lian continued, "To avoid wasting each other's time, let us discuss the contract directly." The contract had already been meticulously prepared. Mr. Li, a shrewd veteran of the commercial realm, scrutinized the numerous clauses with great care, ensuring any discrepancies were duly amended. Thus, he spent nearly an hour reviewing the document while Duanmu Lian leisurely sipped her coffee, gazing out at the scenery until he concluded his examination. "Well, is there anything you find unsatisfactory? If so, it can certainly be revised," she inquired. Mr. Li replied with a smile, "There are no issues, Miss Gu. The terms are quite fair. Let us proceed as is." With that, he elegantly signed his name and affixed his red seal. "May our collaboration be fruitful," Duanmu Lian responded. The contract was drafted in duplicate, and to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, she made a photocopy of the signed document, securing it in the company's safe. With the original in hand, she moved on to the next step. Meanwhile, news arrived from the Gu Group indicating that the stock had once again begun to decline in recent days. Lu Xian's ineptitude had not only resulted in embarrassment but had also earned her a slap upon returning. Chapter 140. The aristocratic young lady 37. Lu Xian's reputation had long been tarnished, rendering her devoid of any value for marrying into another family for a strategic alliance. Should she continue to falter in her endeavors, she would truly be deemed a failure. Duanmu Lian made a call to her lawyer and subsequently proceeded to the Gu family estate, specifically instructing her assistant to ensure that the company's security, along with the young and vigorous personnel, would accompany them 20 minutes after their arrival. The vehicle sped along, swiftly reaching their destination. Though years had passed since her last visit, many recognized her upon arrival. As soon as they laid eyes on her, they hurried inside to relay the news. A middle-aged lady emerged, Lu Baihe. Over the years, her taste had improved slightly, yet she still appeared rather unsophisticated. Duanmu Lian could not help but smile inwardly. "Auntie, do you truly lack a sense of style?" Upon seeing her, Lu Baihe reacted as if encountering a sworn enemy. Ignoring Duanmu Lian completely as she entered the living room and settled onto the sofa. However, Lu Xian was a different matter altogether. She rushed down the stairs, confronting Duanmu Lian with a sharp retort. "What brings you back? Did you not claim to sever ties with this family?" Duanmu Lian regarded her with a bemused smile. "It seems that the tumble you took last night may have affected your wits." At the mention of the previous night's events, Lu Xian's face flushed crimson. Duanmu Lian continued, "I have returned to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. I assume my room has been commandeered by you all?" At this, Lu Baihe and her daughter instinctively sensed trouble. It was well known that when Duanmu Lian had departed, she had declared that this villa, along with the considerable wealth left by her grandfather, belonged to her. What was unfolding? Guangua, alerted by the commotion, hurried downstairs. Upon spotting Duanmu Lian, his expression became complex. He had not seen his daughter in several years, and she had transformed into a tall and striking young woman. The events of years past now felt exceedingly awkward. "Qing Han, you have returned? Why did you not announce your arrival?" Duanmu Lian, disinterested in conversing with them, turned directly to her lawyer, Lawyer Zhang, please present the documents to them. Certainly. Lawyer Zhang placed the documents on the table, stating, this is a notification from Miss Gu, requiring you to vacate this villa within 1 month, and that on Gu Xiaojia's 25th birthday, she will assume control of her grandfather's estate. What? The remaining 3 members of the Gu family turned ashen upon hearing this. Gu Anguo pointed an accusatory finger at Duanmu Lian, I knew you returned with ill intentions. I have resided here for over 20 years, on what grounds do you demand my departure? I have my name on the property deed. Duanmu Lian replied coolly. You should carefully review the document. The will states that I am entitled to inherit everything. I am also the legal heir of this villa, thus, I have every right to request your departure after your prolonged stay in my home. Gu Anguo raised his hand as if to strike her. But Duanmu Lian swiftly grasped his wrist. I forgot to mention, I have not forgotten those 2 slaps from years ago. I endured them out of respect for this body. But I shall not tolerate it any longer. With a sudden motion, she flung his arm away, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Lu Xian rushed to assist him, exclaiming, Father, are you all right? Lu Baihe trembled as she glared at Duanmu Lian, you vile woman. How can you act in such a manner? Duanmu Lian did not even spare her a glance. This unsophisticated woman would have been expelled years ago had it not been for the extended mission, leaving her to suffer in repayment of the original owner's debts. Duanmu Lian made a phone call, have you arrived? Chapter 141, the heiress. As soon as the words were spoken, a group of individuals burst in. Duanmu Lian calmly instructed. Remove everything that does not belong here, including the trash. The term trash naturally referred to the 3 members of the Gu family. Gu Anguo trembled, saying, do not forget. You are also part of the Gu family. Duanmu Lian chuckled lightly, there are many with the same surname in this world. Have you forgotten? How many people in the country share the surname Gu? You might as well look it up online. A surname signifies little, do not claim a blood relationship with me. For blood ties can be severed. Her words were quite resolute. With a command issued, items began to be thrown out of the villa, and subsequently, the 3 members of the Gu family were also escorted out. Duanmu Lian stated indifferently, you have 5 minutes to gather your belongings. After that, you will no longer be allowed to collect anything. Seeing this, Lu Baihe and her daughter hurriedly moved to pack, as their jewelry and other possessions remained inside. Anything they could salvage was worth it. However, as they attempted to descend the stairs, they were stopped. Duanmu Lian coldly declared. Everything must be inspected before you can take it. Lu Baihe and her daughter clenched their fists. The Gu family servants had already been expelled. Reluctantly, they brought out their luggage for inspection, during which several items were confiscated. Duanmu Lian remarked, not a single cent that does not belong to you shall be taken. Thus, Gu Anguo, Lu Xian, and Lu Baihe were cast out. Duanmu Lian surveyed the spacious villa and instructed her assistant, contact the buyer. This villa will be sold for 100 million. The assistant was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Wasn't this the property left by her mother? Why sell it so quickly after evicting them? Duanmu Lian shot a glare at her assistant, execute my orders. If there is the slightest negligence, I will not hesitate to find someone else. There are plenty who would gladly take a position as my assistant for a monthly salary of 200,000. The assistant immediately replied respectfully, yes, I will handle it at once. This young woman's methods were swift and decisive, she approached her tasks with meticulousness, leaving no room for error. Those who displayed lethargy in the company were often dismissed, leading to a significant improvement in discipline. As Duanmu Lian exited, she encountered someone at the door. Yi Beishao inquired, how long will you continue this task? Duanmu Lian responded, the system informed me that it won't be completed swiftly, suggesting I take some time to enjoy life in this world. I truly do not comprehend their intentions, had it not been for the delays. I should have been able to leave here years ago. Yi Beishao suddenly displayed a pleased expression, this is quite good. It allows you to save time and relax between worlds while swiftly completing tasks. Duanmu Lian replied. It is precisely for this reason that I have refrained from causing a scene. If it were my former temperament, I would have refused to comply. Yi Beishao asked. Do you have time? Shall we go out for a meal? Duanmu Lian sighed, there is something I wish to ask you. At this point, her demeanor shifted to one of intrigue. Duanmu Lian took a deep breath. Does the matter concerning Lu Zihong have any connection to you? Upon hearing this name, Yi Beixiao's expression changed dramatically. Why bring up such unpleasant topics? After a long pause, he managed to utter this. Duanmu Lian replied, it is not about unpleasantness. I simply do not wish for anyone to tarnish my name while engaging in actions that could harm my reputation. Do you understand? After the task concludes, you may come find me. With that, Duanmu Lian bypassed Yi Beixiao and departed. Chapter 142, The Heiress upon returning home. Duanmu Lian launched a fierce offensive against the Gu family. The Gu family's stocks and other assets began to plummet, losing numerous partnership companies. And many key executives were unable to manage the situation, failing to avert the impending crisis. After years of accumulation, a single strike could bring down a mountain. Were it not for the original owner's sake, Duanmu Lian would have sought to dismantle the Gu family entirely. A notification chimed on her phone. Yes. That is precisely the plan. Lu Baihe and her daughter had caused the original owner to suffer a disgraceful downfall. Although Lu Xian's reputation had also been tarnished years ago and continues to be so, it had not reached the depths of the original owner's predicament. Thus, it was imperative to intensify the efforts. This opportunity must be seized to compel Guanghua to completely relinquish the original owner's assets. In the midst of the disordered night, a young and beautiful woman sat at the bar, drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Her demeanor suggested a multitude of worries. She was Lu Xian. Recently, her family had encountered frequent troubles, with Guanghua venting his frustrations upon the two women, declaring them useless. What constituted usefulness? Lu Xian believed that after years abroad, she had acquired considerable knowledge. Upon her return, she had earnestly endeavored to assist, contributing significantly to the company. However, due to her past indiscretions, few scions from affluent families were willing to pursue a romantic relationship with her. Marriages among the elite emphasized a pristine lineage. Her previous scandal had been too public and, despite attempts at concealment, it would inevitably be uncovered. No family would welcome her as a bride. Hey, beautiful, drinking alone? A handsome young man appeared before Lu Xian. Having indulged in drink, she hazily inquired, who are you? The man placed her hand over his heart, replying, whoever you wish me to be, I shall become. Lu Xian smiled, resolved to revel in the night. The following morning, Lu Xian awoke with a shy expression. Gazing at the man on the screen, will you be my boyfriend? Sure, came a deep, sardonic voice, leaving Lu Xian both profoundly shocked and momentarily elated. Yet the aftermath was a cascade of endless torment and anguish. Duanmu Lian observed the messages on her phone, noting that the operation had been successfully executed. Now, she would await Lu Xian's descent into despair. Lu Baihe grew increasingly anxious as her daughter had not returned home that night. Just then, the door swung open, and Lu Xian entered with a radiant smile. Mom, I have a boyfriend. What? Lu Baihe exclaimed in disbelief. Given her daughter's prior tribulations, it seemed unlikely she would find a suitable partner, yet, one could still emerge with lesser qualifications. What does he do? Was Lu Baihe's first inquiry. Lu Xian replied. He runs a company, he's quite nice, and rather handsome, he treats me very well. As she spoke, her smile deepened, embodying the sweetness of first love. A sensation she had never experienced before. Lu Baihe cautioned, he runs a company? Does he know about your past? At the mention of this, Lu Xian's expression shifted instantly. Mom, can we not bring that up? Lu Baihe insisted, how can we not? Any man would be concerned about such a history. Perhaps you should tell him when the time is right. If he can accept you, then continue, if not, it would be best to let this relationship go. As a woman, she understood the stakes involved. There is a saying, it is better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. Lu Xian lowered her head, fearful of this possibility. Ultimately, after her mother's patient persuasion, she acquiesced to her advice. Chapter 143, The Heiress. Lu Xian arranged to meet Lin Jun. Gazing at the man before her, she acknowledged the stirrings of her heart. Lin Jun smiled warmly, declaring, meeting a girl as beautiful as you is truly my fortune. His flirtatious words caused Lu Xian to blush and her heart to flutter. However, recalling her mother's admonitions, she hesitated briefly before revealing her past experiences and encounters. Expecting Lin Jun to be taken aback, perhaps even to end their budding relationship, she was instead met with him grasping her hand. In truth, I was aware of your past from the moment I approached you. I am delighted that you have chosen to share this with me. It signifies that you have moved on, and I bear no resentment. The exhilaration Lu Xian felt was immense. The boy she cherished did not mind her past. Could it be that fate had finally smiled upon her, leading her to her true match? Yet, the sweetness of the moment would soon transform into a harsh awakening, leaving Lu Xian disoriented and vulnerable. Beneath Lin Jun's tender smile lay shadows and schemes. Before long, Lin Jun and Lu Xian were engulfed in a whirlwind romance, albeit one that existed solely in Lu Xian's heart. Lin Jun was exceptionally considerate, showering her with gifts during their shopping sprees and displaying affection openly before others, making Lu Xian's heart soar. Meanwhile, Duanmu Lian received real-time updates and photographs, observing the intimate scenes between the couple with a sly smile as she dispatched directives for the next phase of her plan. Lin Jun was the gigolo she had sourced from a nightclub, and clues had led her to ascertain that he was the same scoundrel who had once seduced the original protagonist, leading to her downfall. He was perfectly suited for this task. She had instructed others to keep a close watch on Lin Jun, who naively believed he was in control, thinking he could indulge in women while pocketing a fortune, unaware that he was himself ensnared in a trap that would lead to his demise. That night, Lin Jun escorted Lu Xian home. After returning, Lu Xian broached the subject of marriage with her mother. Lu Baihe was vehemently opposed, arguing that they had known each other for too short a time to consider such a commitment. At least 6 months of understanding each other was necessary before discussing marriage. Yet Lu Xian remained resolute, insisting on being with Lin Jun immediately. Mom, I am an adult, please do not meddle in my affairs. Dad has been in a foul mood lately, claiming I am useless. If that is how he feels, then I shall embrace his assessment. I no longer wish to involve myself in his or the company's matters. Lu Baihe exclaimed, how can you say that? You are my only daughter, and I have high hopes for you. Lu Xian replied, rest assured, I will care for you in your old age, but I must take charge of my own life. With that, she retreated to her room to admire the spoils of her shopping spree. The saying that a woman in love often experiences a significant decline in intelligence rang true. After a period of sweet togetherness, Lu Xian's dependence on Lin Jun intensified, drawing her ever closer to her impending doom. On a particular day, Lin Jun invited Lu Xian out, claiming he had a surprise for her. Lu Xian, devoid of any suspicion, eagerly accepted, disregarding her mother's cautions. Upon arrival, the darkness enveloped her, and she noticed nothing amiss, believing it to be Lin Jun's surprise. The next moment, her head was struck with a heavy blow. The plan commenced. Duanmu Lian ordered, let all participants in this affair remain silent, otherwise they will face consequences beyond their capacity to bear. In the darkness, the piercing screams of a woman shattered the night. The sudden turn of events caught Lu Xian utterly off guard. She had no preparation and fell into a meticulously crafted trap. Chapter 144. The heiress Duanmu Lian gazed at the man kneeling before her and spoke with an air of indifference. Do you comprehend why I have captured you? Lin Jun, drenched in cold sweat, replied anxiously, is it because I failed? I followed your instructions to the letter. Duanmu Lian delicately fidgeted with her fingers. Indeed, you executed our orders. Yet alas, your life has a price as well. Lin Jun's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He could not recall having any enemies. The wealthy women he had entertained were merely drawn to his charm, engaging in transactions for monetary gain. What had gone awry? Why was this happening? Duanmu Lian remarked. Do not ponder too deeply, it is beyond your comprehension. Lin Jun pleaded, please, enlighten me as to why this is happening. I do not wish to die, nor be an unjustly executed spirit, lost in confusion. At least tell me who seeks my life. Whom have I wronged? Duanmu Lian replied, to be precise, it is the original owner of this body who desires your demise. Lin Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? Before you sought me out for vengeance against your stepsister, I had no knowledge of you. Duanmu Lian stated, there exists a concept known as reincarnation. In the cycle of rebirth, past foes remain unrecognized. You should know your own disposition. When someone is willing to pay you, you would do anything. Do you truly believe that even if I did not find you, others would not? Upon this revelation, Lin Jun seemed to grasp something, his face paling further. What, then? Have I done wrong? Duanmu Lian did not spare him another glance but rose with an air of detachment. You know what must be done. You all understand. Acknowledging her words, those present nodded respectfully. They were meticulous in their endeavors, and Lin Jun was destined to meet a grim fate. The screams pierced the night. A jarring cacophony that assaulted the ears. Duanmu Lian proceeded to another room, which was in disarray. Lu Xian lay on the bed, her body battered. Her eyes filled with terror and despair. This ordeal was far more harrowing than the nightmares of previous years, having nearly driven her to the brink of insanity. Duanmu Lian spoke calmly, the suffering you once inflicted has now been visited upon you. Lu Xian slowly lifted her gaze. Her expression so stricken that even those accompanying Duanmu Lian took a step back in fright, for it was more terrifying than cannibalism. Duanmu Lian chuckled softly. You find it pitiful, do you not? Deceived and degraded, you are now rendered inconsequential. A camera materialized in her hands. All your disgraceful acts have been recorded here. I shall use this to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Can you fathom what your fate will be upon your return home? Will you and your mother be unceremoniously expelled by that man? No, please. Lu Xian shook her head vehemently, attempting to rush forward. Only to be firmly restrained by two burly men. Duanmu Lian remarked, had you not harbored ill intentions, your starting point would have surpassed that of many. Yet you chose to drag others into the abyss to elevate yourselves. Do you think others harbor no resentment? No emotions? If you had not schemed against Gu Qinghan and instead fostered a cordial relationship, perhaps I would not be here, and you would not face this dire conclusion. Lu Xian's face was etched with shock. Are you not Gu Qinghan? Duanmu Lian shook her head. No, I am not. Have you not noticed the changes within me? Lu Xian's countenance drained of color, despair filling her heart. They had long perceived the changes, yet had never delved deeper into their implications. How could this be possible? Chapter 145, The aristocratic heiress Duanmu Lian gazed at her expression with immense satisfaction. With the entirety of Li Xen's disgraceful moments in her possession, she transmitted these incriminating materials to Jin Gu, who nearly suffered a heart attack upon viewing them. Duanmu Lian laid forth her terms. Should the Ji family unconditionally return their assets, she would refrain from escalating the matter, thus preserving whatever semblance of reputation the Ji family could salvage. Despite their reluctance, the Ji family had no choice but to acquiesce. They initially intended to arrange a meeting for a thorough discussion, yet Duanmu Lian insisted that the funds be transferred directly to her account. Such a substantial sum required multiple transactions. Eventually, after issuing a check and several significant bank transfers, the entirety of the money was finally credited to Duanmu Lian's account. The original task could be deemed complete, could it not? The system's cold voice resonated. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The satisfaction level has reached 90. There remains 10, likely resting with Jin Gu and the final blow from the Ji family. After acquiring her fortune, Duanmu Lian issued another directive to her associates, assuring them that she would not disseminate the information herself. However, should others choose to do so, it was of no concern to her, and it would be done in an alternative manner. Soon enough, Duanmu Lian received a call from Jin Gu, who bellowed in fury, "How can you be so untrustworthy? Did you not promise to keep this under wraps?" Duanmu Lian retorted with sarcasm, "Indeed, I have not spoken of it. The one who has made it public is not I. Your daughter should be well aware of her own conduct. Perhaps she has incurred the wrath of others, who are now seeking retribution. You might want to verify that." Without allowing him to respond, Duanmu Lian abruptly terminated the call and subsequently blocked his number. Such a method was infuriating, driving some to the brink of despair. Jin Gu was nearly struck down by a stroke from rage, yet he summoned the last of his strength to expel Li Bih and her daughter from their home, confiscating all their possessions. The mother and daughter wept and wailed at the doorstep to no avail, ultimately being forcefully removed. Stripped of wealth and reputation, their survival in such a grand city became exceedingly tenuous. Congratulations, host, for achieving a satisfaction level of 95. Only 5 remains. With whom will it lie? Everything the original owner endured, Duanmu Lian ensured that Li Bih and her daughter experienced in kind. Suddenly, Duanmu Lian recalled the tragic accident that claimed the original owner's life. Could it be connected to that incident? Clenching her phone tightly, she resolved to give orders to her most trusted associates, instructing them to execute their tasks discreetly. However, before her orders could be enacted, Li Bih and her daughter unexpectedly fell victim to an accident. Li Bih was left disabled, condemned to a life of paralysis, while Li Xen was killed instantly. The tragic outcome elicited a sense of poignancy from onlookers. Despite the mother's and daughter's tarnished reputation, the finality of death often inspires a measure of involuntary sympathy, leading many to refrain from pursuing the sins they had committed. Congratulations, host, for achieving a satisfaction level of 100. Task completed, please await further summons. The system did not specify how long the wait would be. Duanmu Lian could only bide her time patiently. Meanwhile, she learned that opportunists had infiltrated Jin Ge's company during his illness, seizing control and ousting him from power, which ultimately led to Jin Ge suffering a stroke and requiring hospitalization. With the Ji family in disarray and Jin Ge lacking any other relatives to rely upon, the hospital was compelled to contact Duanmu Lian. Duanmu Lian replied coolly, I shall consider the bond of father and daughter and will send a caregiver to attend to him for the remainder of his days. Chapter 146, The Tears of the Mermaid. Thus, this mission came to a conclusion. Duanmu Lian contemplated that it was time for her to unwind. So she purchased a plane ticket to the picturesque XX Island, a place that enjoyed a perpetual spring throughout the year. Each world exists in parallel timelines, and what is present on Earth may also manifest here. This time, Duanmu Lian chose to travel alone, relishing the coastal air that invigorated her spirit. She found solace in solitude, momentarily hesitant about returning to her next assignment. As night fell, the air was remarkably unpolluted, allowing a breathtaking display of stars to scatter across the sky. Many people, including a family with a child, sat on the beach, savoring the delightful moments. Duanmu Lian swirled the glass of red wine in her hand as she joined them. Suddenly, a brilliant streak illuminated the night sky, a meteor swiftly traversing the heavens. Many clasped their hands together in prayer, making wishes. Duanmu Lian remained still, skeptical of such traditions. However, in the next moment, she sensed something amiss. The ground beneath her began to tremble. Then, a deluge of seawater surged towards the island. What was happening? Was a tsunami occurring at night? The surrounding crowd erupted into screams and chaos, transforming the once tranquil beach into a scene of terror. In truth, waiting to escape until disaster was visible often proved too late. Only a minuscule fraction of individuals would survive. Duanmu Lian harnessed her spiritual energy to teleport to the highest nearby point, as instinct often drives one to seek elevation during such events. Yet, the force of the encroaching waters exceeded her expectations, engulfing the entire island. Duanmu Lian was swept into the depths of the ocean, along with the panicked masses. She struggled to breathe. Is there any way for the system to save me? She thought. The system's cold voice resonated, as long as the host can speak. You are not in immediate danger. When your life hangs by a thread, I shall come to your aid. Infuriated, Duanmu Lian yearned to hurl insults at the system. Yet, at that moment, she was astonished to discover that she could open her eyes underwater and breathe, albeit with greater difficulty than on land. What was happening? It became clear why the system had spoken so nonchalantly. If the host perished, the system would face consequences from its organization. Duanmu Lian felt a mix of anger and bewilderment at the system's earlier remarks, but now her confusion began to dissipate. Those who had been swept underwater alongside her had vanished without a trace. Duanmu Lian attempted to swim back to shore, but a mysterious force from the ocean floor seemed to pull her deeper. She found herself uncontrollably drifting into the unfathomable depths. Was some entity attempting to convey a message to her? As she swam along the seabed, she gradually discerned a glimmer of light piercing through the darkness. Following the luminous beacon, the radiance intensified as she approached. When she could finally perceive her surroundings, Duanmu Lian struggled to believe her eyes. Was this an underwater realm? Grand staircases and crystalline palaces adorned the scene, appearing neither ancient nor new. Did this place harbor some hidden inhabitants? She hoped it was not the fabled sea monsters of lore. Duanmu Lian ascended the staircase, only to be met by a colossal waterfall, a cascade of water that exuded an immense gravitational pull, as if anything that ventured too close would be drawn in. Ultimately, she summoned her courage and approached, only to find that the force had no effect on her. She traversed the waterfall, discovering before her a statue resembling a mermaid. Exquisitely crafted and so lifelike it seemed to breathe. Chapter 147, The Tears of the Mermaid 2. What is this? Duanmu Lian pondered, her delicate fingers instinctively caressing the statue. To her astonishment, a single crystalline tear fell from the statue. Startled, Duanmu Lian withdrew her hand. Are you alive? This was her first inquiry. For she had encountered similar experiences in the world she traversed before, expressing her fears had often led to panic. Yet, she gradually realized that the most straightforward question to ask would be the reason for its plight. A haunting voice resonated. I have been waiting here for a long time. No one has come to assist me. Duanmu Lian furrowed her brow slightly. Are you speaking? Does this imply that someone has imprisoned you here? The ethereal voice replied once more. I know you are a traveler and an executor of tasks. I have waited endlessly for you. You are the one I desire. I wish for you to help me reverse my fate. What? She was currently on a mission. How could she possibly undertake another task of traversal? Moreover, this mission was not sanctioned by the organization. Should any mishap occur, she would bear the responsibility alone. I implore you. As the words fell, the woman's tears appeared tinged with a faint crimson. Were these tears of blood? Duanmu Lian inhaled deeply and asked the system, Can I accept this? However, at that moment, the system fell silent. Frustration surged within Duanmu Lian. She felt like stamping her foot in anger. This useless system was nowhere to be found during critical moments. Particularly when certain narratives could even render paper figures into gibberish. If the system had a physical form, Duanmu Lian could hardly guarantee she wouldn't rush over to deliver a good beating. But how to resolve the situation before her? Duanmu Lian hesitated to intervene. Yet the mermaid statue profoundly moved her. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and resolved to comply. After all, with the system absent, even if she erred, it would still have to share the burden of responsibility. Duanmu Lian inquired, What must I do? The mermaid statue replied, Please hold my head. You will comprehend all that has transpired to me. Through the final power I can request, you will enter the moment of my sealing. At which time you can forcibly alter my destiny. I shall also provide you with a substantial reward, such as a crystal ball that reveals the hearts of men. A crystal ball that reveals the hearts of men? This certainly piqued Duanmu Lian's interest. That sounds promising. Once an agreement was reached, Duanmu Lian placed her hand upon the head of the mermaid statue. A blinding light illuminated the surroundings. Was this not akin to her previous experiences of traversing worlds? Could there be some connection? Yet, she had no time to contemplate this, as a torrent of unfamiliar scenes and memories flooded her mind. Yulan, a mermaid of noble lineage, had once ventured ashore and encountered the human emperor, Fu Dongyan. Yulan had, at first sight, fallen utterly in love with the young and handsome emperor, seeking opportunities for fortuitous encounters. Initially, Fu Dongyan was taken aback, marveling at the existence of mermaids. However, rather than capturing Yulan, he chose to engage with her in a uniquely different manner. There was, however, a turning point. Fu Dongyan presented Yulan with gifts and invited her ashore, having also developed feelings for her. Trustingly, Yulan followed Fu Dongyan to the land above, only to discover that he transformed entirely after their arrival. He commanded his men to restrain Yulan, revealing his true intention, to extract her flesh and blood to save his beloved. Yulan sustained grievous injuries as a result, yet Fu Dongyan, seeing his beloved in a state of unconsciousness, resorted to barbarity, inflicting wounds that were only superficially treated, lacking even the application of medicine. Yulan endured the piercing agony of betrayal. Yet, Fu Dongyan's actions grew even more outrageous. Chapter 148, The Tears of the Mermaid 3. From some insidious whispers, Fu Dongyan believed that the potency of the heart's blood might be even greater, prompting him to take the heart's blood of Yulan. Regardless of race, be it demon or human, the extraction of one's heart's blood is invariably a devastating blow. Even if healing is possible, it leaves an indelible scar for life. Consequently, Yulan endured excruciating pain, spitting blood day after day, yet this ordeal was far from over. Fu Dongyan's beloved, Lin Wan, finally awakened after consuming Yulan's heart's blood. However, Fu Dongyan, under Lin Wan's instigation, harbored a misguided belief that the merfolk were a malevolent race. Thus, he exploited Yulan to hunt her kin. Watching helplessly as countless members of her tribe perished at the hands of the slaughterers, each death a profound wound to her spirit, causing her to weep blood. The curses from her tribe reverberated painfully in her ears, for it was her presence that had led to their annihilation. Under this torment, Yulan withered away, her body and soul battered and bruised. Later, Lin Wan expressed a desire to witness the dance of the merfolk, drawn by tales of their ethereal beauty in water. Consequently, Fu Dongyan commanded Yulan to perform, yet she resolutely refused, her hatred for him having swelled to a point where she yearned to consume his flesh and drink his blood. During a court banquet, she confronted Lin Wan, which led to her imprisonment, where she suffered unspeakable tortures, her lifeblood ebbing away, leaving her with little time to live. In her final moments, consumed by rage, Yulan vowed that should a glimmer of opportunity arise, she would spare no effort to make Fu Dongyan and Lin Wan suffer a fate worse than death. She desired to obliterate Fu Dongyan's homeland, eradicate his entire lineage, and subject him to a death far more gruesome than mere execution, thousand-fold tortures before his demise. Such overwhelming resentment, however, did not summon a chance for rebirth, but rather the arrival of Duanmu Lian, a time-traveling mission participant, to fulfill her vengeful wish. No, more accurately, Yulan's desire had transformed into an obsession, a fixation born of hatred. Duanmu Lian inhaled deeply, reflecting that throughout her many travels across worlds, encountering such a scoundrel was rare. Previous rascals had at least shown some regret, yet this one exhibited none, living a life of ease with the female antagonist after the heroine's demise. Duanmu Lian declared, "I promise you, this matter shall rest upon my shoulders. I will ensure that he pays a price far more grievous than yours." The mermaid statue wept blood tears, "Thank you." As the temporal shift occurred, Duanmu Lian found herself submerged in a vast expanse of water, transformed into a mermaid. High-ranking merfolk possessed the ability to ascend to land, their tails morphing into legs upon emergence. Before her stood a strikingly handsome man with dark hair and eyes, a faint, elusive smile playing on his lips, his demeanor undeniably enchanting. Yet, Duanmu Lian was already immune to such charms, she had encountered many who surpassed this man's allure. This must be Fu Dongyan. Upon closer inspection, she discerned deep whirlpools within his gaze, threatening to ensnare the unwary. However, Duanmu Lian mused, what would happen if she were to destroy those very eyes? "Lanner, I have come to you for an important matter," the man spoke gently, his voice intoxicatingly sweet. No wonder Yulan was unable to resist following him, for an inexperienced girl, it would be exceedingly easy to fall into his trap. A fact for which Yulan could not be faulted. Duanmu Lian observed closely, realizing that a net had been skillfully laid out around them. It appeared Fu Dongyan had prepared for this, even if Yulan refused to accompany him, he would forcibly drag her ashore. Chapter 149, The Tears of the Mermaid. For Duanmu Lian sensed the martial prowess and spiritual energy coursing through her body, significantly stronger than before, thanks to her recent practice. She had devised a plan in her mind, should it fail, she intended to force her way out and rethink her strategy. With her abilities, confronting these individuals should pose no challenge. However, this particular mission required utmost caution, as it was not sanctioned by the organization. Missions assigned by the organization allowed for infinite rebirth until completion, but she was uncertain whether this task could be attempted again. Gazing at the man before her, whose smile was gentle yet revealed a core of insincerity, she said, "Yuer is willing to come ashore with you, and she is also prepared to divulge her deepest secret." Upon hearing the mention of a deep secret, Fu Dongyan's expression shifted slightly. "What secret?" Duanmu Lian replied, "Yuer is aware of the rumors circulating outside, claiming that mermaid flesh and blood can cure all ailments. However, these are mere fabrications. Once ashore, Yen must not touch Yuer's blood, for it is toxic. Any ordinary person who comes into contact with it will surely meet their demise." Fu Dongyan's countenance changed dramatically. "What do you mean?" Duanmu Lian smiled faintly, "If you doubt my words, I can demonstrate." With that, she produced a dagger and pierced her palm, letting her blood drip into the sea. In an instant, the fish nearby perished. Fu Dongyan stumbled back several paces, bewildered by the stark contrast to the legends he had heard. If this were true, what would become of Wunner? Duanmu Lian stood, reverting to her human form. As the princess of the merfolk, she could seamlessly shift between her two shapes. At that moment, Fu Dongyan regarded her with none of the previous gentleness. He pondered her utility. What value did this woman hold now? Duanmu Lian locked eyes with him. Sensing his thoughts, "I know you are the sovereign of this realm. My kin have long held a prophecy that he who marries me shall achieve imperial greatness." Fu Dongyan's deep-set eyes reflected skepticism, a clear sign of his growing suspicion. Is what you say true? In her hand, a fan appeared seemingly from nowhere, which she waved with an alluring grace, captivating even the guards concealed in the shadows. You err. After all this time, does His Majesty not see the sincerity of my heart? After a moment of complex emotions, Fu Dongyan replied, if that is the case, then return to the palace with me. Regardless of the truth behind the rumors, I shall grant you a title. A title? Yuelan twirled the exquisite fan in her hand. She had no desire to be a mere mistress to a scoundrel. For the official consort was already Lin Wan. Upon returning to the palace, the narrative deviated from its original course, as Fu Dongyan immediately ordered her capture for the purpose of harvesting her flesh. It seemed that the first path had already altered. Next came the second. I observe the emperor is troubled. Might there be something burdening your mind? Perhaps Yue could share in your worries. Fu Dongyan exhaled deeply. The one I cherish most is ailing, and I cannot find a remedy. I am at a loss for what to do. Duanmu Lian smiled. Your Majesty ought to focus your thoughts on state affairs. Only then will you see progress in your imperial ambitions. Matters of the heart are but trifles. Fu Dongyan's anger flared. Honor is the one I care for most. Duanmu Lian remained unfazed. In that case, allow me to pose a question. Your Majesty, between the realm and beauty, which do you choose? At this, Fu Dongyan was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. Throughout history, men have always desired both, yet if forced to choose, the answer would invariably lean towards the allure of a woman. Chapter 150, The Tears of the Mermaid 5. Duanmu Lian said, however, I can attempt to alleviate your worries. Why not take me to see her? Perhaps I might have a solution. Fu Dongyan's gaze was filled with skepticism. Duanmu Lian understood that he had not fully lowered his guard. After all, those in positions of power have always harbored deep suspicions. Your Majesty, do you doubt my sincerity? If that is the case, then perhaps it would be better for Yue to end her life. As she spoke, she drew a knife. Fu Dongyan immediately grasped Duanmu Lian's hand. I believe you. I shall take you to see Wanner at once. Duanmu Lian smiled and nodded, her heart conceiving another scheme. While a question lingered in her mind, was Lin Wan truly feigning illness? Was she deliberately setting a trap for Yulan? From the narrative she had gleaned, Duanmu Lian discerned certain inconsistencies, such as the venomous smile Lin Wan displayed at the banquet, which clearly indicated a sense of triumph. What had she succeeded in? Most likely, it was the successful framing of Yulan, as she feared Fu Dongyan's affections might sway towards her. Moreover, based on the memories shared by Yulan, Duanmu Lian uncovered a significant detail. Yulan had once rescued Fu Dongyan from peril on the shore. Yet, to her, it was a trifling act, whereas for Fu Dongyan, it was a life-saving grace. As Duanmu Lian meticulously unraveled the threads of this mystery, she gradually unveiled a more profound truth. Passing through the opulent palace, she lifted the curtains. Duanmu Lian gazed upon the beautiful woman lying on the bed, feeling an overwhelming urge to drag her down and subject her to 1,000 tortures. The merging with the original host's essence had indeed stirred emotions regarding her plight. However, Duanmu Lian's primary objective was to ascertain one critical fact: was Lin Wan truly feigning her illness? If it were confirmed, then her earlier conjecture would stand validated. Lin Wan would be the true villain, the genuine perpetrator. With a smile, Duanmu Lian declared, allow me to take this young lady's pulse. That is Her Majesty the Empress. One of the palace maids exclaimed. Oh, the Empress, Duanmu Lian mused. I wonder how long she can remain upon this throne. Having acquired considerable medical knowledge through her previous experiences, Duanmu Lian felt a distinct tremor in Lin Wan's wrist while taking her pulse, an unmistakable sign that she was not in a state of true unconsciousness. As she delved deeper, she realized that Lin Wan's pulse was that of a healthy individual. Where was the supposed faintness? She could easily slap Lin Wan awake at this very moment. Nevertheless, Duanmu Lian restrained herself, opting instead for a method that would inflict greater torment upon Lin Wan to rouse her. Turning to Fu Dongyan with excitement, she exclaimed, Your Majesty, I have discovered the cause of her ailment. I possess a method to awaken Her Majesty the Empress. Please prepare acupuncture needles, hot water, and firewood. These suggestions sounded akin to instruments of torture. Before Fu Dongyan could respond, a maidservant by Lin Wan's side protested, How can we use such methods on Her Majesty, who is of noble constitution? This is an act of malice. Just say murder if that's what you mean, Duanmu Lian replied, exasperated. The Empress is currently in a deep state of unconsciousness. Based on her pulse, she feels no pain at all. How could this be construed as harm? Do you wish for your lady to remain in this state, or do you hope for her swift recovery? You. The maid was left speechless. Seeing this, Fu Dongyan declared. If you can indeed cure Wanner, I shall immediately elevate you to the position of imperial concubine, second only to the Empress. Thus bestowing upon you the honor of a grand marriage. Duanmu Lian diplomatically replied, I do not seek a title, I am content merely to remain by your side. To stay near him and subject him to exquisite torment was all she desired, she had no need for a formal status. As the thought of marrying him made her feel repulsed. Fu Dongyan perceived Duanmu Lian's understanding nature, and his affections for her grew even stronger. Chapter 151, The Tears of the Mermaid 6. Observing the items brought forth, Lin Wan and the maidservants beside her adopted a vigilant stance, indicating that they were well aware of their mistress's feigned illness. Such matters are likely shared only with trusted confidants, thus the circle of knowledge remains limited. Duanmu Lian stated. When I administer treatment, I would prefer not to have an abundance of onlookers. Those unconnected, please exit. His Majesty's personal guards may remain. The few close maidservants attempted to voice their concerns, yet Duanmu Lian interrupted them decisively, denying them the opportunity. If His Majesty stays, is there something you still doubt? Fu Dongyan's gaze swept over the maidservants, sensing their unease, and chose to dismiss them outright. The maidservants were filled with trepidation. Yet their discomfort paled in comparison to that of the individual upon the bed. Duanmu Lian produced silver needles. This acupuncture involves inserting 104 needles, followed by applying heated charcoal to the soles of the feet. While the concept may seem daunting, the results are remarkably beneficial. The person on the bed trembled. Without hesitation, Duanmu Lian thrust 5 needles deeply into the patient's skin. This was far from conventional acupuncture, and the pain was excruciating. The individual on the bed bit down on her lip, convinced her suffering went unnoticed. Yet, had anyone been nearby, they would have clearly observed her agony. As Duanmu Lian was intent on prolonging Lin Wan's torment until she could no longer suppress her cries, another 5 needles pierced Lin Wan's head, randomly placed, potentially causing future complications. It must be said that Lin Wan's capacity for enduring pain was extraordinary. Even in such distress, she clutched the bed linens tightly. Duanmu Lian smirked. Bring the brazier closer. It appeared Lin Wan was reluctant to accept that her prolonged charade was unraveling. The brazier was positioned just 2 centimeters from her feet, and she felt as if her instep was being scorched, causing her immense suffering. The words spoken by the women nearby filled Lin Wan with bitterness. She vowed to make them pay when the opportunity arose. If she continued to feign her illness, amplifying rumors that mermaid blood could cure ailments, she was certain Fu Dongyan would go to great lengths to procure the flesh of this woman for her sake. However, unbeknownst to Lin Wan, the very thoughts she harbored would soon manifest in her own life. Duanmu Lian inserted 10 needles into Lin Wan's soles, and at last, she could no longer contain herself, releasing a soft whimper. The onlookers were instantly stirred, particularly Fu Dongyan, who rushed over. What is it? Is Wanner saved? Duanmu Lian replied. I have already stimulated the Empress's bloodline, excellent results are manifesting. I believe it will not be long before she recovers. This news elicited enthusiastic applause from Fu Dongyan. Duanmu Lian sneered inwardly, you scoundrel, I shall send you and your treacherous companion to the afterlife. With that thought, she plunged another needle into Lin Wan's thigh. Lin Wan's composure faltered further, her emotions visibly shifting before Fu Dongyan's eyes. Let us see how you maintain your facade. Duanmu Lian then inserted the remaining 40 needles, penetrating Lin Wan's head and feet. This level of suffering was beyond what any ordinary person could bear, comparable to the pains of childbirth. In an instant, Lin Wan screamed and leapt from the bed, only to feel the needles in her feet stab mercilessly into the ground. The piercing of flesh elicited a scream that echoed throughout the palace. Chapter 152, The Tears of the Mermaid 7. Duanmu Lian could not suppress her laughter. Finding the situation utterly amusing and entertaining, indulging in such antics occasionally seemed rather delightful. Lin Wan, that wretched woman, had never anticipated her own downfall. Wanner. Fu Dongyan hurriedly descended to offer support. However, Lin Wan lay there, wailing in agony, resisting any touch as if it were a personal affront. Duanmu Lian, unable to contain her mirth, concealed herself behind a screen, bursting into laughter. How delightful it was. She wondered if Lin Wan would be able to walk normally in the coming days. The sheer exhilaration was intoxicating. Turning to glance at Lin Wan, whose head was adorned with needles like a hedgehog, Duanmu North noted how precariously close she was to injury with a mere misstep. Her feet were riddled with punctures, some were so deep that they had embedded themselves in her flesh due to her earlier leap. The sight alone was enough to evoke sympathy for the pain she must be enduring. During the assistance, Fu Dongyan was accidentally struck on the nose by Lin Wan's flailing arm, leaving him in a rather disheveled state, blood streaming from his nostrils. Ultimately, Lin Wan succumbed to her pain and lost consciousness. Yet, she would soon face the same agony again, as the needles needed to be extracted from her body. Duanmu Lian declared, "Allow me to handle this, being a woman, it would be more appropriate than summoning the imperial physician." Fu Dongyan, clutching his nose and grimacing, nodded in acquiescence. "You may proceed, I shall step outside to fetch the doctor." With a sardonic smile, Duanmu Lian grasped a pair of tweezers and approached the unconscious Lin Wan. The chamber was now devoid of anyone but the two of them. Before long, anguished cries echoed from outside the palace, unmistakably Lin Wan's. As Fu Dongyan and his companions prepared to enter, a voice rang out, "Your Majesty, you must not move. These needles must be removed, or they will drain your blood." Upon hearing this, the group hesitated at the threshold, recognizing the necessity of enduring the painful process. Albeit relieved that Lin Wan had regained consciousness, Fu Dongyan, still nursing his injury, couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast between Lin Wan's earlier cries of distress and her previously demure demeanor, which slightly diminished his fondness for her. Inside, Lin Wan was enduring immense suffering. Even the slightest movement was met with Duanmu Lian's oppressive internal force. Duanmu Lian proceeded with deliberate slowness and significant force, inadvertently amplifying Lin Wan's torment. Several times, Lin Wan nearly lost consciousness again. "Help!" she cried. Yet no one outside responded, believing Duanmu Lian was merely performing a healing procedure. Suddenly, Lin Wan, filled with rage, exclaimed, "You dare treat me this way? Once I recover, I shall make you wish you were never born." Duanmu Lian snorted derisively, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Lin Wan's youthful face, leaving her dizzy. Lin Wan's vision blurred, yet the stinging contact persisted. Grasping Lin Wan's hair tightly, Duanmu Lian stuffed a rag into her mouth and forcefully knocked her to the ground. Who was it that wished for someone to suffer? Fear gripped Lin Wan as she beheld the smiling visage of the woman before her, a sight she had never encountered before. Trembling, she shook her head in denial. Duanmu Lian landed several more slaps, declaring, "I want to see you bow and apologize, otherwise, I cannot guarantee my restraint. My hands delight in disciplining the unworthy." Lin Wan, filled with resentment yet overwhelmed by the fiery pain on her face and the piercing agony throughout her body, reluctantly acquiesced. Enduring tremendous discomfort, she finally prostrated herself on the ground in a show of contrition. To her astonishment, Duanmu Lian pressed her head down firmly, again. Chapter 153, Mermaid's Tears 8. These blows were intended as atonement to Yulan. The agony she endures now is but a fraction of what Yulan suffered. Under Duanmu Lian's repeated torment, Lin Wan teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, before which she heard a whispered promise, "I will make your life a living hell." This declaration burrowed into Lin Wan's mind, permeating her very being, destined to torment her day and night. When Lin Wan finally awoke, several days had passed. Concurrently, she learned of the new imperial noble consort within the palace walls. Upon attempting to rise, a symphony of pain erupted from every corner of her body. Lin Wan, consumed by intense vexation, yearned to smash vases, to lash out at those around her, but even the slightest movement sent jolts of agony through her. This was Duanmu Lian's deliberate design. Imperial noble consort, this is a recent bestowal from His Majesty. A comely palace maid approached, bearing a phoenix coronet of pure gold. Duanmu Lian cast a frigid glance at it and commanded, "Take it away." The maid was perplexed. Ordinarily, which concubine in the imperial palace would not covet the emperor's gifts? At that moment, Fu Dongyan's personal eunuch entered with a jovial demeanor. "Your ladyship, His Majesty desires your presence tonight." Duanmu Lian interjected, "To share his bed, yes? Inform the emperor that I shall not attend." The eunuch's face contorted in dismay. This month, Fu Dongyan had summoned Duanmu Lian almost daily, yet she had consistently declined. This caused considerable embarrassment on Fu Dongyan's end. But for reasons unknown, perhaps due to Duanmu Lian or the fabricated prophecy that he who possesses her shall possess the world, he had refrained from overt anger. Duanmu Lian stated indifferently. Furthermore, I wish for you to convey to the emperor that I intend to tender my resignation in the coming days. What? The eunuch's jaw nearly plummeted to the floor. What imperial noble consort would ever consider departing? Moreover, countless women would clamor for such a position. Once ennobled, one was destined to remain within the palace walls for life. Duanmu Lian retorted, do not forget, I am not of the human race. I, too, am entitled to my freedom. Simply relay my message, I shall bear the consequences. The eunuch truly admired her audacity. Not only was it unprecedented in Fu Dongyan's reign, but in the annals of history, such a decree was unheard of. As expected, Fu Dongyan erupted in fury upon hearing the news, nearly overturning his table. Did she truly say this? The eunuch replied cautiously, indeed, your majesty. I, too, have observed that the Lady Yuer seems to have become somewhat more defiant of late. Defiant? This was precisely what Fu Dongyan loathed most. He paced back and forth, then surprisingly declared, prepare the imperial carriage. The eunuch was taken aback, as he had anticipated an immediate reprimand. Duanmu Lian, seated before her vanity, sensed the approaching tempest of rage. Since time immemorial, men of high station have harbored a common desire, to subdue strong-willed, unyielding, and defiant women. For the subjugation of such women bestows upon them a sense of conquest and validation. As Fu Dongyan entered, the entire room knelt, save for Duanmu Lian, who remained composed in her chair. Customarily, she would be required to offer obeisance to Fu Dongyan. Fu Dongyan demanded, why would you utter such words? I am the most powerful man in the realm. I have already bestowed upon you the title of imperial noble consort. What more could you desire? Duanmu Lian smiled serenely. Because I perceive that His Majesty's affection for me may not be as profound as it seems. Affection, after all, is reciprocal. If His Majesty truly cherished me, he would address me not with formal titles, but with intimacy. The atmosphere in the room became as still as death. So quiet that even the fall of a pin would have been audible. Chapter 154, The Tears of the Mermaid beside Duanmu Lian. Those in attendance were drenched in cold sweat, having believed they were in the service of a commendable master, only to discover the contrary. It is known that when a master errs, their servants must also bear the consequences. To everyone's astonishment, Fu Dongyan did not erupt in fury on the spot. Do you imply that I am lacking in sincerity towards you? Duanmu Lian replied with a smile, in truth, your majesty. There are but a few women in this palace who genuinely harbor affection for you. Have you contemplated this thoroughly? Impudent. Fu Dongyan could not restrain his indignation. Duanmu Lian continued, your majesty ought to confront the truth, at least I no longer hold any fondness for you, yet I dare to speak candidly. Ask those women if they possess the same courage. Their desires are merely for the wealth and splendor you bestow upon them. Veins bulged on Fu Dongyan's forehead. I am the sovereign, who dares to oppose my will? Duanmu Lian replied, submission may indeed be present, but the question of genuine loyalty requires careful consideration. Fu Dongyan clenched his fists. If you dare to leave, I would not hesitate to break your legs. Duanmu Lian retorted, your majesty. If you truly wish to engage in dialogue with me, you might consider addressing me as I instead of, only then might I perceive a semblance of your sincerity. Fu Dongyan's expression shifted to one of complexity. Why had this woman transformed so dramatically? Previously, she had embodied a gentle and compliant demeanor, always acquiescing to his wishes. Even during Lin Wan's treatment. Yet, post-treatment, she had adopted an entirely different facade. It was because Duanmu Lian had been uncertain of his character and had feigned her previous demeanor. Now that she understood him better, the pretense had fallen away. Do you not realize you have betrayed the one who has been most sincere towards you, employing the cruelest means? On what grounds? Fu Dongyan shot back. What do you desire? The imperial noble consort holds the highest rank aside from the empress. Should you wish to usurp one or s position, it is utterly impossible. Duanmu Lian laughed lightly. Whether empress or imperial noble consort, I have no desire for either. With that, she struck the golden phoenix crown beside her, sending it crashing to the ground, pearls and adornments shattering upon impact. With a loud clatter, Fu Dongyan drew his sword. Are you not afraid I shall slay you? At last, you have acknowledged my presence, she replied. The room erupted in a flurry of bows and pleas for calm. Your Majesty, please quell your wrath. A pack of useless sycophants, Duanmu Lian thought, who merely parrot the same refrain, lacking the courage to offer genuine counsel. With unwavering resolve, she stepped toward Fu Dongyan's sword. Suddenly pivoting to seize the hilt, deftly disarming him so that his weapon clattered to the floor. Shock enveloped the onlookers. Fu Dongyan gazed at his fallen sword. Reflecting on his martial prowess, believing few could rival him, yet here he was, bested by a woman barehanded. Duanmu Lian chuckled lightly. Should you feel humiliated? Feel free to command my execution, however, in a fair contest, I doubt you could best me. You. Fu Dongyan stammered, his finger trembling in accusation. Duanmu Lian continued to pace. There is no need for such theatrics, even if you were to kill me, I would never yield. Shall I prepare for torture or a slow death? Beware, my blood is poisonous, it may very well disrupt your reign. At the mention of disrupting the nation's fortune, a palpable fear settled over the crowd. No one dared to take such a risk, even if it was mere rumor, the emperor would surely investigate thoroughly. Fu Dongyan endured his rising anger, ultimately managing to suppress the flames of fury within his chest. One day, I shall compel you to submit wholeheartedly. With that, Fu Dongyan stormed out, a throng of followers hastily trailing behind. Ha! There shall be no such day, only you shall endure the torment. Chapter 155, The tears of the mermaid. The palace maids around were left in a state of trepidation shortly after Fu Dongyan departed. Duanmu Lian said, As long as you follow my instructions obediently, I assure you that your lives will remain unthreatened. Despite this assurance, the overwhelming majority remained skeptical, with only 2 devoted maids choosing to believe her. After all, they were orphans without any ties. And this was their first encounter with a woman of such status as the imperial noble consort. It seemed worth the gamble for a chance at escape. Their gamble proved fortuitous. Fu Dongyan practiced swordplay in the back garden, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Duanmu Lian. Aside from contemplating the differences from before, he pondered the existence of such a woman in the world. In the midst of his thoughts, another enchanting figure entered, Lin Wan. The sword had previously grazed Lin Wan's chest, causing her to retreat in alarm. Fu Dongyan hastily sheathed his sword. You arrived without a word? What if something happened to you? Lin Wan quickly bowed. It was my oversight, I beg for your Majesty's forgiveness. Her delicate demeanor evoked a tremor in the heart, embodying the archetype of a scheming white lotus. True gentleness, after all, is seldom displayed overtly, it is revealed through one's actions. Duanmu Lian's voice cut through the air, cold and pointed. Am I interrupting your harmonious moment, your Majesties? Fu Dongyan frowned. If you have arrived, come closer. What are you standing there for? Duanmu Lian replied, I find the extravagant banquets somewhat overwhelming. Perhaps you too should indulge instead. Lin Wan immediately called out, Sister, do not leave. I owe you my gratitude for saving me. Without your intervention, I would not be here. While her words dripped with feigned kindness, a keen observer would discern the ulterior motives lurking in her gaze. Duanmu Lian had encountered many such individuals. Duanmu Lian remarked, So, your Majesty intends to withdraw? Ah? Lin Wan was taken aback. She had merely wished to dissuade and had not considered leaving. Having only just regained her footing, this was a rare opportunity to cultivate her relationship with Fu Dongyan. How could she bear to relinquish it? Duanmu Lian continued, I kindly request that you refrain from calling me sister, as I am not even human. How could I have a sister among mortals? This retort had silenced several white lotuses before. Lin Wan's face flushed with embarrassment. Was it not common knowledge that this was merely a courteous title? Did this woman truly lack understanding of societal etiquette? Enough of this nonsense. Fu Dongyan interjected coldly. Addressing Lin Wan, he stated, I shall dine with you this evening. For now, please remain here, Yu Lan. Lin Wan could hardly believe her ears. What was happening? How had Fu Dongyan's demeanor shifted so dramatically? Had he not always prioritized himself, never permitting anyone to overshadow him? Why the change now? Duanmu Lian regarded Lin Wan with a deliberately provocative gaze, but Lin Wan was compelled to respond with a smile, masking her true feelings. As a queen, She was expected to embody grace and magnanimity, suppressing any jealousy toward the emperor's affections for other women, extending instead understanding and support. With a strained smile, Lin Wan said, "I wish the noble consort and His Majesty a delightful meal." The smile was clearly forced. Duanmu Lian warned, "Remember, it was the emperor who permitted your departure, not I. Should you harbor any discontent, direct it toward His Majesty, not me." Was this not a blatant provocation? The surrounding maids and eunuchs exchanged glances, shaking their heads. One was the former favored empress, the other the newly elevated noble consort. It seemed a fierce rivalry was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 156, The tears of the mermaid. Watching Lin Wan depart with obvious reluctance, she should have returned in a fit of rage, venting her frustrations before concocting a scheme against her. "Now that she has left, are you satisfied?" Fu Dongyan inquired. Duanmu Lian replied, "It was you who permitted her to leave, not I. How could I possibly feel satisfied?" Fu Dongyan felt an overwhelming urge to bow before this woman. After all, it was she who had expressed her discomfort, prompting him to send Lin Wan away. Reflecting on Lin Wan's slightly aggrieved gaze, Fu Dongyan found himself regretting his decision. Duanmu Lian saw through his thoughts. "If you are regretting it, you should hasten to retrieve her instead of dawdling, lest you place the blame on me in the end." Fu Dongyan, slightly vexed, pointed his finger at Duanmu Lian. "Hurry and take your seat." Duanmu Lian settled beside Fu Dongyan, and to her surprise, she noticed a vibrant red crab on the table. "This is not the Sea Kingdom, how could there be crabs here?" Fu Dongyan explained. "It was specially brought in to ensure freshness, at considerable expense." He turned to his personal eunuch, "Save one for the empress." Duanmu Lian curiously asked, "Do you know how to eat crab?" Raising an eyebrow, Fu Dongyan responded, "Isn't it just a matter of tearing into it?" Noticing a subtle detail, he had replaced "I" with "me," indicating he had taken Duanmu Lian's earlier words to heart. Duanmu Lian picked up a knife and fork, deftly removing bits of crab meat. "This is how one eats it, you don't just gnaw at it, or you might lose your teeth." Fu Dongyan held up the entire crab. "It's my first time encountering such a delicacy, and I find myself without anyone knowledgeable to guide me." "Wait. How do you know this?" Duanmu Lian poked his forehead. "Isn't that obvious? Have you forgotten who I am?" Suddenly enlightened, Fu Dongyan placed the crab before Duanmu Lian. "Please assist me in peeling it." Duanmu Lian promptly pushed it back. "Do you not have hands?" Fu Dongyan banged the table. "You dare refuse me?" Duanmu Lian crossed her arms defiantly. "Why should I not? Do you intend to invoke your imperial authority to intimidate me?" Fu Dongyan found himself utterly exasperated by this woman. Had it been any other, he might have silenced her long ago. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a peculiar tenderness towards her, rendering him reluctant to reprimand her. This was an undeniable indication of his budding affections. At that moment, the eunuch approached. "Your Majesty, would you like me to assist you?" Fu Dongyan dismissed him. "Away with you. Such a precious item should not be handled by you. Even if your hands were clean, I'd rather not partake." Duanmu Lian burst into laughter. "I dare say his hands are cleaner than yours." Her words provoked laughter from many in attendance. Fu Dongyan slammed the table. "Silence." The laughter ceased immediately. Duanmu Lian pushed her portion of crab meat towards him. "Eat up." Fu Dongyan asked, "And what of you?" Duanmu Lian replied, "I have hands and feet, I can peel it myself, unlike you, who seems far too precious to do anything." Fu Dongyan retorted, "Who says I can't do anything? I am quite capable in many areas, thank you very much." The man had developed feelings for her. The next steps would be simpler. First, he would grow to detest Lin Wan, then her family would be embroiled in some scandal, ideally something treasonous. After which the remaining matters would be easily resolved. Meanwhile, a formidable rival must be brought forth to dethrone Fu Dongyan from his lofty position. Chapter 157, The Tears of the Mermaid. As Fu Dongyan continued to eat, he noticed Duanmu Lian lost in thought and waved his hand in front of her. "What are you pondering? You seem so entranced. Aren't you going to eat your crab?" Duanmu Lian quickly snapped back to reality. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking that since we can't return home, I find myself missing my family a bit." It was a reasonable explanation. The people of the Moon Orchid tribe must be unharmed at this moment. Fu Dongyan inquired, "Do they have a way to come ashore? If so, perhaps they could join you here." Duanmu Lian shook her head. They have grown accustomed to the sea and would struggle to adapt here. It would be better if you could allow me to visit them when the opportunity arises. Fu Dongyan responded, so, does this mean you agree to stay here? Duanmu Lian pouted, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I haven't agreed to anything yet, it all depends on your behavior. For instance, there are many bothersome insects around you. Particularly those that can fly. Insects? That can fly? Fu Dongyan found himself momentarily perplexed. At that moment, a guard burst in from outside. Not good, Your Majesty. Something significant has occurred at the front. Upon hearing this, Fu Dongyan immediately rose. Was there trouble on the battlefield? Duanmu Lian asked, are you really going to leave me behind? Fu Dongyan turned back. I will return to keep you company once I resolve this. Duanmu Lian remarked, it seems that I am indeed less important to you than your kingdom. Have you forgotten the promise you made to me? Fu Dongyan replied, then come with me. Just remember to keep quiet. Someone nearby quickly interjected, Your Majesty, historically, women from the harem should not appear in the court. Fu Dongyan countered, she won't speak, it won't be a problem. The individual intended to argue further, but the icy glare from Fu Dongyan silenced him. After all, he was merely a servant, and too much dissent could endanger his life. Upon reaching the main hall, the Minister of Military Affairs approached, Your Majesty. It seems there is a traitor at the front. General Li has suffered a crushing defeat. Fu Dongyan threw the memorial onto the table in fury. A spy within our ranks? Where could they be hiding? The Minister of Military Affairs responded, it must be within the military. General Li is already investigating. Duanmu Lian suddenly spoke up, perhaps there is more than one. One could be in the military, and another may very well be among us here. Her words caused a stir among the officials. One minister could not contain himself and scolded, my empress, as a woman of the harem, how can you so readily discuss state affairs? Duanmu Lian replied, I believe such matters should not be gender-specific. In ancient times, such remarks were tantamount to inviting disaster. Fu Dongyan immediately grasped Duanmu Lian's hand, urging her to refrain from further comment. To prevent the situation from escalating, she retreated to the back. Given that Fu Dongyan's methods were relatively strict, as long as no major troubles arose, those in power would likely not press the matter too hard. After waiting for an hour or two, Fu Dongyan entered with a furrowed brow, you should not have spoken like that. Duanmu Lian perched on the table, swinging her legs, you might consider my perspective. If there is truly a traitor, they cannot solely exist within the military, as that would require collaboration from within. Do you understand? Fu Dongyan acknowledged, I have certainly entertained that notion, but with so many people, where can I begin to investigate? Duanmu Lian smiled, actually, it's quite simple. Have you ever heard the saying? Whoever stands to gain the most is the true mastermind. Chapter 158, The Tears of the Mermaid. This statement holds a certain truth. One can easily imagine who would stand to gain the most should this battle end in defeat. The scope of speculation narrowed significantly. Fu Dongyan began to ponder, should General Li suffer defeat, there would likely be 3 beneficiaries, with the foremost being, yet he hesitated to contemplate that individual. Nor did he wish to complicate matters. That person was Lin Wan's father, a high-ranking minister holding the second rank and responsible for military affairs in the current court. If General Li were to fall, it was he who would most likely take the stage next, and should he achieve victory, he would undoubtedly receive immense rewards. However, without evidence, it would be unwise to jump to conclusions. Duanmu Lian remarked, you are most familiar with the intricacies of the situation here, hence, the suspects can only be drawn from your knowledge. Whoever you deem suspicious should be placed under strict surveillance, with secret guards dispatched to monitor them. If they truly walk by the seaside, they cannot avoid getting their shoes wet, they will inevitably reveal themselves, do you not agree? Fu Dongyan replied, your reasoning is sound. Let us proceed in this manner. Duanmu Lian continued, will you still accompany the Empress for dinner this evening? Fu Dongyan responded, no, with this unexpected turn of events, I find myself lacking the appetite. In an instant, he had grown accustomed to conversing with Duanmu Lian in such a manner. Duanmu Lian stated, then I shall take my leave. Remaining here would likely be of no assistance to you, and I would only attract speculation from those outside. Fu Dongyan nodded slightly. Duanmu Lian's primary objective in returning was to make arrangements. Why has His Majesty not arrived? He was supposed to join me for dinner. Lin Wan exclaimed incredulously. A nearby maidservant, trembling slightly, replied, "It is said that a grave incident has occurred in the previous dynasty, thus, the emperor is unable to come for the time being." Just as Lin Wan was about to express her anger, the maidservant added, "A letter has arrived for the empress from the lord of the household. Why would my father suddenly write to me?" Lin Wan quickly took the letter, and its contents filled her with unease. It contained a request for her to take care of herself, advising her not to engage in jealousy or quarrels with certain concubines of the harem at this critical juncture. Such simple admonitions left Lin Wan feeling profoundly unsettled, for her relationship with her father was far from cordial. Her mother had perished due to her father's neglect, who failed to bestow upon her the honor she deserved, leading Lin Wan to harbor a modicum of resentment towards him. Additionally, lacking proper guidance, she had often been bullied, resulting in a twisted and venomous character. Outwardly she feigned gentleness and virtue, while internally she was shrouded in darkness. Meanwhile, Duanmu Lian calmly stated, "This is a matter that could lead to beheading, it may even result in death by 1,000 cuts. You must consider this carefully." The two men in black, kneeling before her, bowed their heads and replied, "We have considered it thoroughly, we only wish for the safety and peace of our parents and families in their twilight years." Duanmu Lian said, "That is only natural, but if you are to proceed, you must first consume these two items." Before them appeared two red pills. Duanmu Lian continued, "Should you betray me, these two pills will render your existence a living hell. If you attempt to disclose my identity, you will not even have the chance to speak. And your family shall vanish without a trace, meeting a cruel fate." The two men immediately bowed their heads, swearing a blood oath to guarantee their absolute loyalty, willingly accepting death if necessary. That night, the fates of many in this world would irrevocably change. In the imperial study, Fu Dongyan was engrossed in reviewing the reports arriving from various regions when a dark guard suddenly appeared, signaling that there had been a development in the matter. Chapter 159, The Tears of the Mermaid. The chief dark guard reported, "Your Majesty, we have discovered that the behavior of the Queen's father is indeed suspicious." Fu Dongyan immediately set aside the memorial, his brow furrowing deeper as he listened to the reports from below. Soon, news arrived that members of the Queen's family had been collectively demoted, sparking a flurry of rumors. Lin Wan's support vanished in an instant. It must be understood that demotion cast a shadow over one's future, making it exceedingly difficult to unravel the complexities that lay ahead. "Your Highness, you must endure. You are the only one left to support the family now." Lin Wan shattered a vase in her fury. "Rely on me? When did they ever realize they had fallen into a trap, let alone be harmed? Despite appearing favored in this secluded palace, a portion of my cherished status stems from them. Yet now, with such a grave incident unfolding, the emperor has not seen me for quite some time. How can I possibly speak up at this juncture?" Lin Wan's mind was in turmoil, yet she began to clarify her thoughts, directing her ire toward a single individual, Duanmu Lian. It was after this woman arrived that these events transpired. Lin Wan was not foolish, she began to think meticulously. Regardless of whether these matters were connected to Duanmu Lian, they were destined to be adversaries. It was a matter of either her demise or that of her foe. Duanmu Lian sat at a table, inexplicably sneezing, suspecting that Lin Wan had been cursing her. The atmosphere in the room felt stifling. "Would you accompany me for a stroll?" In the imperial garden, the fish in the pond voraciously fought for food, a scene reminiscent of the previous dynasty's harem. The palace maids displayed utmost respect upon encountering Duanmu Lian. Who could forget that the newly appointed imperial noble consort was deeply favored, rivaling even the former queen and perhaps surpassing Lin Wan herself. "Sister, you seem to have plenty of leisure." Lin Wan approached, her gaze toward Duanmu Lian filled with jealousy. Such a look from a woman signified the commencement of hostilities. Duanmu Lian lazily turned her head. "It seems some individuals have truly poor memories. I have no sister, why must you incessantly seek to ingratiate yourself, provoking my annoyance?" A maid next to Lin Wan interjected, "How dare you? You are disrespectful to Her Majesty the Queen." Duanmu Lian nonchalantly touched the jewels adorning her hair. "Whose dog is barking so loudly? You ought to keep an eye on it, should it provoke someone and meet with misfortune, do not come crying to me." "Who do you call a dog?" the maid retorted defiantly. Duanmu Lian's gaze darkened as she swiftly delivered a slap. "Did you not hear? Dogs that bark recklessly will be punished." "Oh, I forgot, dogs cannot understand human speech, especially rabid ones." Seeing her maid struck, Lin Wan's anger flared. "You overstep. I am the queen, what right do you have to touch those around me? Duanmu Lian replied coolly, did I not just remind you? Rabid dogs that bite will be punished, moreover, the one I struck was not the queen, merely a maid. If she erred while in your service, it is your responsibility to deal with her. However, if she offends me, why should I swallow my indignation? There was merit in her words, if those beside her erred. It was indeed her prerogative to address it. Yet if they offended another, it was only natural for that person to take action. Lin Wan's face turned pale with rage. She is my maid, and to harm her is to offend me. Therefore, do I not have the right to deal with you? Duanmu Lian toyed with her fingers. I am no ordinary consort, I am the imperial noble consort. Even if I err, it must be reported to the emperor, who will decide. However, the emperor has been burdened with many worries lately. Your Majesty might want to consider whether it is wise to trouble him over such trivial matters. Chapter 160, The Tears of the Mermaid 15. Duanmu Lian paused for a moment and then remarked, it seems that your family, esteemed empress, has also encountered some misfortunes. Perhaps you should reflect upon your own situation rather than indulge in jealousy. To her surprise, Lin Wan did not possess the courage to intervene. As her confidence had waned significantly, her family's decline rendered her powerless within the palace. Nevertheless, she silently vowed to remember this grievance. A young maidservant beside Duanmu Lian began to flatter her, Your Highness, you were truly remarkable just now. Duanmu Lian cast a brief glance at the maid, who appeared merely 15 or 16 years of age. Speak less and act more, it will benefit you, especially in this environment. The maid immediately lowered her head, understanding the implication of Duanmu Lian's words. Your Highness, please wait, came a deep voice from behind. Turning around, Duanmu Lian was momentarily taken aback by the striking visage of the speaker. His countenance was chiseled, with deep amber eyes that were captivating. This was none other than the esteemed Prince Fu Yiqing, who she had only glimpsed once before, thanks to the memories provided by Yulan. According to hierarchy, the prince and the imperial concubine held equivalent status, yet due to familial ties, the prince was obliged to pay his respects to her. Fu Yiqing clasped his hands and bowed slightly. Might I request a moment of your time, Your Highness? Duanmu Lian glanced back at the accompanying maids and eunuchs. You shall remain here and mind your tongues, misfortune often stems from careless words. The servants promptly lowered their heads in compliance. Fu Yiqing led Duanmu Lian to a secluded area behind the royal garden's artificial hills. You summoned me unexpectedly, I presume you have a matter of importance to discuss? Please be direct, I have no patience for circumlocution, Duanmu Lian stated. Fu Yiqing smiled and replied, Your Highness, your forthrightness is refreshing. I shall be equally candid. I hope that you will assist me in ascending to the throne. Is he implying treason? Duanmu Lian raised an eyebrow. Are you aware that uttering such words could lead to your ruin? Are you not afraid I might inform the emperor? Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed others lurking behind the hill. Fu Yiqing responded, I have heard whispers, Your Highness, that you harbor no affection for the emperor. Initially, I found this puzzling. But intelligence reports have led me to speculate that you may resent him. This is why I dare to approach you, I am not afraid of betrayal. For you possess no evidence. A mere accusation could incite considerable upheaval, and you are surely aware of that. A subtle smile graced Duanmu Lian's lips. Intelligence reports? So, you have people watching us? The notion of being surveilled by a powerful faction unsettled her. Fu Yiqing replied, Such occurrences have transpired throughout history, Your Highness. You need not be alarmed. Moreover, can you truly ascertain that there are no spies of the emperor among my ranks? Duanmu Lian queried, What is your intent? I indeed detest Fu Dongyan, but what leverage do you offer me? If I assist you, what rewards can I expect in return? Fu Yiqing declared. I can grant you anything you desire, the position of empress, boundless wealth and glory, or perhaps even a nominal harem. Duanmu Lian could not suppress a laugh. I apologize, but I find no allure in your propositions. With that, she turned to leave. Fu Yiqing quickly inquired, Then what is it that you seek? He wondered, perplexed, as to why any woman would not covet such offerings. Chapter 161, The Tears of the Mermaid. Duanmu Lian remarked. I fear the prince may not fulfill my desires. In truth, Fu Yiqing had already captivated her, yet the timing was not ripe to bring down that treacherous pair. She required formidable assistance, and Fu Yiqing presented a promising option. Fu Yiqing frowned. Without knowing your conditions, how can you presume I am incapable? Duanmu Lian replied softly, I wish to eliminate certain individuals. If you could assist me in dismantling that nest of vipers, I might consider allying with you. Fu Yiqing inquired, who are these individuals? Duanmu Lian responded, in this imperial harem, who harbors the deepest resentment towards me? It is undoubtedly Lin Wan. She must loathe me to the core. Fu Yiqing stated, the queen's father has already been demoted, what more do you desire? Duanmu Lian plucked a leaf and rubbed it between her fingers contemplatively. Complete annihilation of their clan, or perhaps implicating their entire lineage would suffice. A flicker of unease crossed Fu Yiqing's gaze. This woman was evidently no paragon of virtue. Yet, Duanmu Lian seemed to read his thoughts. I am indeed no virtuous soul, but are you? If you were virtuous, would you entertain thoughts of rebellion? Her words left Fu Yiqing momentarily speechless. A torrent of retorts caught in his throat. At last, he conceded, I shall assist you to the best of my ability. Duanmu Lian instructed. Inform me when the deed is accomplished. As he watched her recede into the distance, Fu Yiqing's expression grew increasingly profound. Meanwhile, the assassins concealed within the woods emerged. My lord, why not resort to direct coercion? This woman is no mere human, should this matter become public, she will reap no rewards, one assassin suggested. Fu Yiqing replied. If she dares to dwell within this harem, it signifies she has already devised countermeasures. A direct confrontation could easily escalate tensions. The assassin queried. Does the lord truly intend to target the queen's family? If so, we would be irrevocably at odds with her. Fu Yiqing chuckled, what is there to fear? The queen's heart lies with the emperor, and her family is already in a state of decline. By acting now to eliminate them, we shall remove a future adversary. This can only serve our interests. Upon returning, Duanmu Lian began to ponder meticulously. If Fu Yiqing succeeded, Lin Wan would lose her backing from the former dynasty. And she now relied on Fu Yiqing as a trustworthy ally. Remarkably, he proved himself to be just that. Merely 10 days later, a shocking revelation reverberated through the court. For Lin Wan, it was akin to a thunderclap. Upon hearing the news, many fainted. The queen's father was implicated in corruption and bribery, harboring illicit activities. And ancient texts from the previous dynasty were discovered in the stone library, an abomination in any era. In a fit of rage, Fu Dongyan issued an imperial decree, exiling the queen's family 3,000 miles, with the head of the family, the queen's father, facing execution come autumn. It appeared that Fu Dongyan still held some affection for Lin Wan, as he was willing to ruthlessly sever ties with those who had devoted themselves to him. His feigned affection stood exposed, yet, before the empire's interests, a woman could never eclipse his ambition. Upon awakening, Lin Wan sought to plead for her family's fate, but Fu Dongyan, wishing to avoid any wavering of resolve, refused to see her. He even dispatched a personal eunuch to escort her home, urging her to take care of herself. It was hoped that Lin Wan would not orchestrate another illness ruse. Last time, his intervention had turned her meticulously planned fainting spell into a farce. Chapter 162, The Tears of the Mermaid. After returning home, Lin Wan indeed fell gravely ill. Unexpectedly, Fu Dongyan's heart softened once more, lightening the punishment on the empress's family, transforming his father's death sentence into a banishment of 3,000 miles, with the stipulation that his family would never hold official positions again. However, such a punishment was not light, as it meant he could no longer assist Lin Wan and might instead become a burden to her. Historically, there had never been a daughter of a condemned minister who ascended to the position of empress. I have heard that court officials have begun to submit petitions demanding the abolition of Lin Wan's title as empress. This chain of events struck Lin Wan unprepared, plunging her into despair. It was indeed Fu Yiqing who rendered her significant assistance. Duanmu Lian produced a piece of paper, inscribing several symbols upon it, and handed it to a personal maid, instructing her to discreetly place it behind the artificial mountain in the imperial garden, suggesting that if she encountered anyone, she should feign sightseeing. Choosing midday was a deliberate attempt to avoid suspicion, as the beauty of the imperial garden often captivated visitors. My lady, it seems that the virtuous prince has taken the lead in submitting a petition. Given your current status as imperial concubine, should the empress truly be deposed, you would be the most likely candidate to ascend to her position. Listening to the maid's excited flattery, Duanmu Lian took a sip of tea. Do not display excessive joy. Be mindful of your emotions. Should this conversation be overheard by outsiders, it could cost you dearly. The maid immediately covered her mouth, refraining from further discourse. Duanmu Lian was subtly guiding them, both intentionally and unintentionally. Meanwhile, upon receiving news, Fu Dongyan gripped the note tightly. At last, they have acquiesced. My efforts in recent days have not been in vain. Master, the elite soldiers trained in the secret passage have met the requirements, came the report. Excellent, Fu Dongyan replied. Duanmu Lian caressed a glass bottle. I have prepared a substantial gift, as I hear the Empress is gravely ill. I wish to pay her a visit. The maid at her side promptly complied, for they no longer dared to protest. In the past, they might have exchanged words of caution, but now they remained silent. Upon arriving at Fingi Palace, the eunuchs at the entrance exchanged glances, while the palace maids, upon seeing Duanmu Lian, wore displeased expressions. Servants often mirrored their master's sentiments. Duanmu Lian stepped through the palace door. Please inform the Empress that I have come to pay my respects. After all, I am a person of compassion. Though the maids were extremely reluctant, they could not defy Duanmu Lian, for the events of the past still lingered in their minds. Inside, upon hearing of Duanmu Lian's arrival, Lin Wan shattered the supplements in her hands in rage. Go tell that wretched woman I will not see her. Yet. No sooner had the words left her lips than a mocking voice echoed. It seems the Empress is in good spirits. I trust you are on the mend. Duanmu Lian had entered silently, and the palace maids had failed to notice her. Her martial prowess and spiritual energy had grown formidable. Only those of similar standing could detect her presence. Lin Wan, furious, ripped down a bed curtain. Who permitted you to enter? Get out. Duanmu Lian replied. I have brought the finest tonics for the Empress, intending to restore your health. Is this how you choose to treat my goodwill? As Empress? You are the mother of the nation, such behavior does not reflect well on you. At the mention of the title Empress and Mother of the Nation, Lin Wan's expression soured more than ever. She had long been aware of the external circumstances. The court officials were eager to take advantage of her plight. Whether she could retain her position as Empress now depended solely on Fu Dongyan's favor. Chapter 163, The Tears of the Mermaid. Duanmu Lian lifted the lid of the food box. This is exquisite nourishing bird's nest, a gift from His Majesty himself. I have been reluctant to consume it. Presenting such a delicacy surely would not raise concerns of being poisoned, after all. Who would dare to taint something bestowed directly by the Emperor? The accuser would require considerable audacity. Lin Wan's heart surged tumultuously as she gazed at the bird's nest within the box. Such a treasure was not granted to her by Fu Dongyan. Yet it was given to this wretched woman. What did this signify? It indicated that this harlot held a higher place in Fu Dongyan's affections than she did. With the rumors circulating outside, Lin Wan increasingly felt her position was gravely threatened. Duanmu Lian, at that moment, appeared exceedingly ostentatious. Duanmu Lian glanced outside. Sensing the time was ripe, she then picked up the bird's nest and approached Lin Wan. Your Majesty, do you appreciate my goodwill? After all, in the future, acquiring such delicacies may prove challenging, for your family has fallen from grace. The Emperor is already exerting considerable effort to secure your position. The tumult in Lin Wan's chest was visible even through the quilt. In the next moment, the bird's nest in Duanmu Lian's hand was forcefully knocked to the ground. The warm contents splattering onto her delicate arm, causing a sharp sting. Regardless, it was not her own body, so she felt no remorse. Why do you behave this way? You've burned me. Duanmu Lian's tone was tinged with a hint of grievance. What is happening here? A commanding voice inquired. Fu Dongyan entered. Immediately perceiving the fallen bird's nest, Lin Wan's peculiar expression, and Duanmu Lian, who appeared somewhat scalded. Fu Dongyan swiftly approached Duanmu Lian, seizing her wrist. What transpired? Duanmu Lian replied, I noticed Her Majesty was unwell, so I prepared the bird's nest you gifted me previously to nourish her. I never anticipated that Her Majesty would vent her frustrations upon me, knocking the nest away and burning me in the process. That is the truth, plain and simple. Fu Dongyan's brow furrowed instantly. Summon the imperial physician. Your Majesty, I did not. Lin Wan retorted immediately. However, Fu Dongyan did not respond. Having recently realized that the ardor he once felt for Lin Wan was gradually waning, Coupled with her father's treasonous actions, his anger naturally transferred onto his daughter. Duanmu Lian remarked, given the gravity of the situation, it is understandable that Her Majesty is in a foul mood, let us not hold it against her. With this statement, she cast a scornful glance at Lin Wan. Lin Wan felt humiliated, her anger seemingly overpowering her reason. You vile creature. All misfortunes have occurred since you arrived. You are my nemesis, why do you not just die? This pent-up frustration, compounded by the malicious gossip from outside, the scheming of court officials, the avoidance of maidservants, and today's provocation, culminated in Lin Wan's mental breakdown, leading her to utter such words. Fu Dongyan frowned immediately. How can you speak in such a manner? Duanmu Lian shrugged off Fu Dongyan's hand. She may speak as she wishes, I shall not waste my breath on trivial matters. Were it not for Lin Wan's current status, I would have likened her to a dog. Lin Wan recognized her earlier indiscretion, yet words once spoken could not be retracted. They had entered the ears of those present and lodged themselves in memory. Fu Dongyan stated, I believe you are truly unwell. You should refrain from venturing out for a while and focus on recuperating. Such a splendid bird's nest has been prepared for you, yet you show no gratitude. Chapter 164, The Tears of the Mermaid. Your Majesty? Lin Wan rose from the bed, please allow me to explain. Throughout her discourse with Fu Dongyan, Lin Wan consistently referred to herself as this humble servant, indicating that their relationship was far from intimate. Had the original Yulan possessed a modicum of wisdom, she might have seized the opportunity to break free from her constraints. Unfortunately, having lived in the depths of the sea as a carefree princess, she remained blissfully unaware of the treacherous hearts of humanity on land. Fu Dongyan sighed, over these many years, I have treated you with kindness. Your father has committed such heinous acts, and yet I have merely vented my ire upon your family, never upon you. In fact, I have endeavored to preserve your position, believing I owe you nothing. For now, you shall reflect upon your actions here. Duanmu Lian could hardly suppress a laugh. Only a scoundrel such as he could voice such self-righteousness. Lin Wan felt dizzy, Fu Dongyan's words signified the impending end of her favor. He then turned to Duanmu Lian. You shall henceforth oversee the affairs of the harem. Duanmu Lian waved her hand dismissively, I am ill-equipped for such responsibilities, having never undergone your training. You would do better to seek a consort of higher rank. Fu Dongyan replied, there will be seasoned palace maids to instruct you on your duties. The relinquishing of control over the harem implied that Lin Wan was to become a mere puppet. Unwilling to accept this fate, she retorted, I am still the empress. It is not the role of the imperial noble consort to manage the harem. Duanmu Lian rolled her eyes and looked at Fu Dongyan, you see? She refuses to cede authority. Regardless, I am not suited for such tasks. Fu Dongyan gazed sternly at Lin Wan, if I so desire, I can easily replace you as empress. The elderly palace maid beside Lin Wan grasped her wrist, signaling her to refrain from further protest. Continuing down this path would only exacerbate her predicament, it was imperative to stabilize her situation before devising a strategy. Fu Dongyan persisted, you may call me you as well. I have grown accustomed to it. Can you not accept this? The scoundrel's pretentious declaration of affection made Duanmu Lian feel nauseated, however. She considered the prospect of managing the harem, which could prove beneficial for her future endeavors. I must confess, I am unfamiliar with your customs. As a novice, I require guidance, so if I err, do not hold it against me, she stated. Unless it is a grave matter, I shall not blame you, Fu Dongyan assured her. Lin Wan watched their flirtatious exchange, her heart aching, realizing that even during her most favored days, she had never enjoyed such treatment. Ah, does it hurt? Are you envious? This is precisely what I desire, relish it. For I shall ensure your suffering only intensifies. I hope you can maintain your composure and refrain from targeting me first. Should you do so, I will ensure your descent into despair. Your Highness, the ledgers of the harem are here, the elderly matron announced respectfully. Duanmu Lian replied. I shall study for half an hour, the remainder is yours to manage. What? The elderly maids were bewildered. Mastering such matters in a mere half-hour was an arduous task. Duanmu Lian continued, Your Majesty, I can learn at a gradual pace. Frankly, I have no interest in these affairs, dedicating even half an hour is already a considerable undertaking. The elderly maids, resigned, could only acquiesce. Meanwhile, Fu Dongyan frequently presented Duanmu Lian with various novel gifts, sometimes delivering them personally. Yet, Duanmu Lian maintained an attitude that was neither warm nor cold. Chapter 165, The Tears of the Mermaid. It is imperative to maintain an air of novelty for a scoundrel, as this intensifies his desire to conquer. On this particular day, as the palace gates swung open, a multitude of lanterns floated outside, reminiscent of a surprise she had once received in a different realm. How kitsch. She mused, had this become a common trope for novels? Each lantern bore eloquent phrases, and Fu Dongyan approached, holding one aloft. Do you find it beautiful? I was advised to do this. You must have had a taxing time managing the harem these days. Not at all, she replied. The elderly matriarch handles most matters. And they lament incessantly. Duanmu Lian continued, please refrain from such displays in the future, they hold no interest for me. Anyone would feel disheartened by such words directed at a carefully orchestrated surprise. A typical man might abandon his pursuit, yet those of higher status often do not. Fu Dongyan's expression stiffened. Why do you dislike it? I inquired extensively before planning this. Dislike is simply that, Duanmu Lian asserted. What I truly seek is not these romantic gestures, but someone who understands me. Her final words rang with sincerity, she yearned for understanding. Fu Dongyan discarded the lantern in his hand. Am I to understand that nothing I do brings you joy? His tone was laced with irritation. And a hint of anger colored his features. Several individuals present began to tremble, kneeling in response. Duanmu Lian replied, I have not claimed such. You simply fail to comprehend me. If you throw about gestures indiscriminately, then I am justified in speaking my truth, am I not? Do you wish for me to lie to you? Fu Dongyan clenched his fists. I would think that even fireworks would be a better gift than this. I find them far more appealing than these lanterns. Shall I summon someone to prepare fireworks now? He proposed. At that moment, a melodious flute echoed, captivating all who heard it. It was astonishing that such beautiful music could be produced in ancient times. Fu Yiqing entered gracefully, holding a jade flute. As the performance concluded, Duanmu Lian remarked, your playing is quite exquisite, what is the name of this piece? Two Clear Joys, Fu Yiqing replied. Fu Dongyan's voice turned grave. What brings you here? Entering the chambers of a consort uninvited is a grave offense. His disdain for Fu Yiqing was evident. The two brothers engaged in a subtle battle of wits. Fu Dongyan, mindful of their blood ties and Fu Yiqing's significant past contributions, found it difficult to take decisive action against him. Meanwhile, Fu Yiqing believed himself to be equally capable as Fu Dongyan, yet the mere difference of an hour in their births had granted Fu Dongyan the title of firstborn, affording him a considerable advantage in claiming the throne. This long-standing inequity brewed resentment within Fu Yiqing, who harbored his own ambitions and contemplated rebellion. Though the brothers' thoughts remained concealed, their strained relationship was apparent. Duanmu Lian interjected, perhaps I should step aside, allowing you two brothers to reconnect and mend your relationship? Reconcile? Fu Dongyan roared, startling everyone present. Duanmu Lian, exasperated, replied, are we to remain together as a trio? Do you find that appropriate? Who said we would be together as three? I shall send him away. Fu Dongyan retorted. Fu Yiqing chuckled softly. I had intended to surprise my elder brother and sister-in-law. But it seems I have inadvertently provoked my elder brother, it is a fault of mine. Chapter 166, The Tears of the Mermaid. Knowing all this, why are you still dawdling? Fu Dongyan's voice was laced with palpable impatience. As Duanmu Lian caught sight of Fu Yiqing, she departed with a gaze that was both bloody and profound. It seemed that war was imminent. Recalling the memories of Yulan, Fu Yiqing appeared not to have committed treason. What had her presence altered in the course of events? Duanmu Lian surmised that it was perhaps her abrupt transformation and the unintentional hatred that she had revealed. What are you pondering? Fu Dongyan inquired darkly. Duanmu Lian replied. I am contemplating nothing. What has stirred your ire this time? If you seek gentleness, you might as well seek your empress. What is this attitude? Fu Dongyan was clearly losing his patience. Duanmu Lian rested her chin on her hand. I recently learned that you intended to use my flesh and blood to save Lin Wan. Upon hearing this, Fu Dongyan's complexion instinctively paled. How did you come to know? Duanmu Lian chuckled. Aren't you going to defend yourself? Oh, right, you are the emperor. It's rather unbecoming to lie for the sake of a woman. Fu Dongyan took a deep breath. I admit I was at fault in that matter, but it never came to fruition, did it? Why must you regard me with such disdain? Preposterous. It never happened? Had I not traversed through time, it would indeed have transpired. This despicable man, having erred, refuses to acknowledge his misdeeds and seeks to justify himself. It is utterly exasperating. Duanmu Lian remarked, if I were to wish for your demise, it would merely be a thought, nothing more. Would you forgive me? She knew that such words would elicit disdain and suspicion, yet she could not restrain herself. Fu Dongyan clenched his fists, the atmosphere around them growing exceedingly tense. The palace maids and eunuchs dared not utter a sound. And even those close to Duanmu Lian felt she had lost her sanity. To utter such words, was she courting death? Indeed, she was no mere human. Her audacity surpassed that of ordinary beings. After a prolonged silence, Fu Dongyan waved his sleeve and departed, his meticulously arranged surprise thwarted, his frustration simmering, and his concealed matters laid bare. Anyone in his position would feel similarly distressed. My lady, why must you act thus? A palace maid asked, frowning. Duanmu Lian replied. You wouldn't understand. Initially anticipating a decree of punishment, she was taken aback by the absence of any news. Could it be that the emperor truly favored the imperial concubine to such an extent that he was unwilling to express even the slightest reprimand? Duanmu Lian chuckled lightly. He likely had no time to concern himself with her, especially since Fu Yiqing had already taken action. In recent days, Duanmu Lian had taken considerable measures both overtly and covertly, all conducted under dire circumstances. She had no trusted confidants, for her time in each world was brief, making it impossible to cultivate true trust. As for how she acquired these secrets, it was thanks to tools from her previous world that allowed her to eavesdrop from afar, achieving a level of stealth that was undetectable in ancient times. That night, a momentous upheaval occurred. The clash of blades shattered the stillness of the night. Palace attendants fled in panic, and Duanmu Lian awoke from her slumber. Why had no one informed her of this uprising? It seemed she was not considered an ally, however. This was advantageous, for it would expedite the completion of her mission. A palace maid rushed in, breathless, my lady, something terrible has happened. Outside, there are sounds of clashing swords, and it seems many have perished. Duanmu Lian instructed, you all remain here and do not wander, you will be safe. If you wish to survive, do not step outside the palace gates. Having said this, she lay down once more to sleep. Chapter 167, The tears of the mermaid. The onlookers were almost ready to kneel before Duanmu Lian, yet this time, she had miscalculated. Although Fu Yiqing had the capability to raise an army, the timing was not opportune, thus, he was not the orchestrator of tonight's palace coup. Assassins swiftly invaded Duanmu Lian's palace. At that moment, she finally sensed the peril, but many of her guards had already been slaughtered. The air thick with the stench of blood, mingled with screams and the sounds of brutal combat. Observing the masked figures clad in dark attire, she realized that such attire was hardly suitable for a rebellion. As the assailants charged towards her, Duanmu Lian immediately raised her hand to harness her internal energy. And a piercing scream echoed as one of the attackers fell beneath her skirts. The remaining onlookers were astonished. How could a woman of the harem possess such formidable martial prowess? Grasping the throat of the leader, she demanded, whose men are you? As her grip tightened, the man struggled for breath, knowing he was doomed, and shockingly chose to bite his tongue and end his life. Truly, a loyal dog. Duanmu Lian cursed inwardly before tossing his lifeless body towards the others. Stepping out of the palace, she was confronted by the overwhelming scent of blood, causing her brow to furrow. She had encountered such scenes in her previous life. What was unfolding here? If not Fu Yiqing, then who? I am here. A familiar voice resounded as Fu Yiqing approached her, blood streaked across his face, unmistakably a testament to recent conflict. Duanmu Lian inquired, what is happening? Aside from you, who else seeks to rebel? Fu Yiqing seized her hand, there is no time for explanations. Come with me to a safe place, I will tell you everything later. There was no need to wait. Upon reaching safety, Duanmu Lian quickly gathered the details. It turned out that the current Right Chancellor had long harbored treasonous intentions. One might wonder why a man of such high standing would risk rebellion. The answer lay in the grievances of the late emperor. 20 years prior. The chancellor had fallen in love with a childhood companion, but during a trip, she caught the eye of the former emperor, the highest authority in the realm. Despite their reluctance, they were compelled to part ways, ostensibly with blessings, hoping she would find happiness and favor in the emperor's court. However, to their dismay, she soon fell out of favor. Not only that, but she was also subjected to numerous schemes and betrayals. The chancellor, trapped in the previous regime, wished to assist but was thwarted by the former emperor's vigilance regarding their connection. Ultimately, the woman was cast into the cold palace, a place far worse than it appeared. The eunuchs residing there were often mentally disturbed, intent on tormenting the discarded concubines. The woman, wearied and despairing from relentless suffering and the absence of hope, chose to end her life one fateful night with a white silk ribbon. This tragedy became an everlasting wound in the chancellor's heart. He had contemplated rebellion during the former emperor's reign to avenge his beloved, yet fate intervened when the emperor unexpectedly succumbed to illness. Nevertheless, the chancellor's resentment lingered. And after much deliberation, he resolved to rise against the throne, for in ancient times, there was a saying, a father's debt must be repaid by his son. Upon hearing the entire tale, Duanmu Lian sighed, recognizing the chancellor's deep-seated passion. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that this coup was destined for failure. The insurrection was being gradually suppressed, and this incident would likely have repercussions for Fu Yiqing as well. Chapter 168, The Tears of the Mermaid as anticipated. Following the conclusion of the rebellion, the prime minister faced execution, and concurrently, Fu Dongyan fortified defenses across the realm, imposing strict oversight on all individuals. Consequently, Fu Yiqing found himself in a precarious position. Nevertheless, Duanmu Lian would ensure her success. While preparing to convey a message amidst the artificial hills of the imperial garden, she unexpectedly encountered Lin Wan and several influential palace maids by her side. As they say, where there are foes, there is convergence. Lin Wan, noticing that Duanmu Lian was unaccompanied, immediately harbored malicious intentions. Why do you not kneel before me? Duanmu Lian replied with a smile, Your Majesty, I owe no obeisance to anyone, I have not even bowed to the emperor, so what are you? A deposed empress? Lin Wan felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. I am the empress, personally bestowed by the emperor. Do you dare to offend me? Duanmu Lian, rendered speechless, retorted. My dear empress, have you forgotten that you no longer govern the harem? The emperor has stripped you of your powers. An empress without authority cannot be deemed a true empress. Someone, strike her. Is it merely because she stands alone that she appears easy to bully? In an instant, a palace maid approached, yet she barely grazed Duanmu Lian's clothing before a piercing scream echoed through the air, and the maid collapsed, dazed and disoriented. Duanmu Lian remarked. A mad dog that bites indiscriminately must pay the price. I recall the last time I dealt with such a rabid creature. It seems all the mad dogs have emerged from your vicinity, dear Empress. I wonder who has led them astray. Lin Wan, struggling to catch her breath, nearly fainted. Had it not been for her companions, she might have fallen to the ground. Duanmu Lian, displeased at being interrupted during her message delivery, observed Lin Wan's near tears. And a wave of revulsion washed over her, recalling the latter's past misdeeds. Oh, are you about to weep? Your tears are truly precious. Save them for that person. Perhaps she will take pity on you. Lin Wan's face flushed with anger. Duanmu Lian stepped closer, striking her across the face in front of the palace maids. According to protocol, the empress should be deposed for such an act, however, such rules are man-made. Lin Wan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, looked on in disbelief. You dare strike me? She broke free from the palace maids and prepared to retaliate against Duanmu Lian. Duanmu Lian intentionally restrained her strength, aiming to provoke Lin Wan into a brawl. Lin Wan, lunging forward, did not expect her arm to be seized, and with a swift kick, she found herself unceremoniously on the ground, her posture resembling that of a dog in disgrace. Gold and silver hairpins scattered around her. Duanmu Lian stated. What gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly here? If you have the capability, rise and continue fighting me. Truly a worthless wretch, your family has fallen. Yet you weep like a child while harboring venomous thoughts that turn my stomach. Your appearance is hardly remarkable, forgive my candor, but even a pig would outshine you. Lin Wan, her eyes brimming with rage from the utter humiliation, was assisted to her feet by the palace maids, who dared not intervene on her behalf. fearing Duanmu Lian's formidable prowess. Lin Wan bellowed, "Get away from me." Duanmu Lian retaliated with another kick, injuring Lin Wan's maid in the process. As her focus remained solely on disciplining Lin Wan. With Lin Wan sprawled on the ground, Duanmu Lian mounted her slender waist, removed her phoenix crown, and delivered a series of slaps across her face. After 10 resounding strikes, Lin Wan's visage swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. Chapter 169, The Tears of the Mermaid. Duanmu Lian gripped Lin Wan's hair, transforming her once smooth locks into a disheveled mess. "Who do you think you are? Telling me to leave? I will strike you until you crawl away." With each punch, she continued her assault. Lin Wan, a sheltered lady, possessed some cunning. Yet she was no match for Duanmu Lian's brute strength. Even 100 Lin Wans could not contend with a single Duanmu Lian. "Ah! Help me!" Regrettably, at this moment, the Imperial Garden was sparsely populated, and few could hear Lin Wan's desperate cries. Duanmu Lian mercilessly struck Lin Wan, aiming for her mouth whenever she dared to speak, targeting any part of her body that showed signs of resistance. Lin Wan, battered and bruised, had never endured such torment in her life. "Please, stop. I beg you." Hearing her pleas, Duanmu Lian scoffed, "Shouldn't a supplicant adopt a more respectful tone? Have you apologized? Have you expressed remorse?" Lin Wan quickly replied, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong." Duanmu Lian delivered another resounding slap to her face. "And what else? Will you provoke me again in the future?" Lin Wan immediately pleaded. "I won't dare. I promise, I will never do it again." Rising from her, Duanmu Lian looked down upon Lin Wan's wretched state and delivered a fierce kick. "You foolish wretch, we will see what the future holds." Overwhelmed by her injuries, Lin Wan coughed up blood. When she was returned to her chambers, the examining physician could only shake his head. The beating had been excessively brutal. Even in the battlefield, such severe injuries were rare. What deep-seated enmity could provoke such violence? Upon receiving the news, Fu Dongyan did not rush over immediately, burdened by a multitude of pressing matters, including the Chancellor's treason and various defense issues. It was not until late that he hurried to assess the situation. However, upon witnessing her wounds, he was taken aback. The maidservants by Lin Wan's side knelt before him, pleading, "Your Majesty, you must seek justice for the Empress. The imperial concubine has grievously injured even her own maidservants, and we have done no wrong. Moreover, the Empress was once your dearest, but since the arrival of the imperial concubine, has your affection for her waned? The Empress is suffering." These words struck a chord with Fu Dongyan. Indeed, since Duanmu Lian's arrival, he had grown considerably distant from Lin Wan. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how he cherished her deeply, unwilling to allow her even the slightest grievance. Addressing the chief physician, he declared, "Treat the Empress diligently. I shall ensure justice is served." With that, he stormed away in a fit of rage. Duanmu Lian, in the midst of her slumber, was once again roused by a commotion. It seemed this disturbance was not merely a trivial matter, considering that the midday message had been dispatched through alternative means. Fu Yichen likely had a firm grasp of the situation within the palace. "Your Majesty, you cannot enter, the Empress is resting. Step aside." With a thunderous roar, Fu Dongyan forced his way in. Duanmu Lian stretched lazily and sat up. "Have you come to demand accountability?" Fu Dongyan drew his sword. "Why did you strike her so viciously? I was aware of the discord between you two, but I had intended to entrust all matters to your care. Why could you not exercise restraint? Your brutal treatment of Wanner will only lead to further discord among the court. And you know how much effort I must expend to manage the aftermath." Chapter 170, The Tears of the Mermaid. Duanmu Lian declared, "I have always made my temper clear. Like a rabid dog, I shall surely retaliate." Fu Dongyan forcefully cast his sword to the ground, exclaiming, "I recall you were not always this way. Why have you transformed into this version of yourself? Ha! If you were the same as before, you would have already been flayed and bled dry." Duanmu Lian retorted, "It is all because of you that I have become this way. The moment you intended to exploit me, I lost all hope for you." Fu Dongyan attempted to seize her by the shoulders, but she swiftly evaded him, turning to deliver a kick that sent him crashing against the nearby wall. "What do you intend to do? Are you resorting to the same old tactics? How absurd." Duanmu Lian's words left the onlookers bewildered. Fu Dongyan, brimming with anger, was about to reprimand her when the commander of the Imperial Guard rushed in, panting, "Your Majesty! Urgent news! Our guards are inexplicably vomiting and are utterly weakened. As if poisoned. What is happening?" Fu Dongyan began, but before he could finish, a cold dagger was pressed against his throat. Duanmu Lian commanded, "Let us go." The crowd gasped in shock, attempting to intervene, but with a mere wave of her hand, Duanmu Lian incapacitated them all, rendering them powerless. This was the signal for Fu Dongyan to act. She had conveyed all that was necessary to him. Duanmu Lian spoke coldly, "This dagger does not heed my commands. If you move carelessly, I cannot guarantee that this sharp blade will not sever your throat." Fu Dongyan, drenched in cold sweat, gasped, "Who are you? Do you not recognize me? It was you who brought me here." Outside, the commander of the Imperial Guard, witnessing Fu Dongyan's predicament, stood in shock. "Your Majesty?" Duanmu Lian swiftly drew another short blade from her sleeve and plunged it into the commander's neck, blood gushing forth. The death of this individual, who held authority, would facilitate the ensuing events. Fu Dongyan seethed, "What do you truly want?" Duanmu Lian's lips curled into a slight smile, "What do I want? Your throne shall soon be lost to you, and you shall no longer reign unchallenged. Does this answer amuse you?" Screams echoed from outside. After silently eliminating everyone, Fu Yiqing's first destination was Duanmu Lian's chamber, where he was taken aback to find Fu Dongyan held captive by her. Duanmu Lian stated, "I now entrust him to you. With him, I believe your progress will be much smoother." This was certain, possessing Fu Dongyan was akin to wielding authority over the lords. With Fu Dongyan in their grasp, everyone would be compelled to yield, sparing considerable trouble. Duanmu Lian added, "Once the task is completed, return him to me." She whispered into Fu Dongyan's ear. "Had you refrained from defending that wretched person tonight, and remained in your rightful place, perhaps you would still be able to command your palace without suffering such a dire defeat." As her words lingered, without waiting for Fu Dongyan to respond, she forcefully tossed him into Fu Yiqing's hands. Fu Yiqing, receiving him, respectfully addressed Duanmu Lian, "Thank you. From this moment forth, what is mine shall be yours. I will grant you whatever you desire." With this assurance, Duanmu Lian knew that her ambitions regarding Yuan could be realized. As she bid them farewell, Fu Yiqing left behind a significant contingent of guards to protect her. Duanmu Lian also caught sight of the intense hatred in Fu Dongyan's eyes directed at her. To this, she thought, "What a scoundrel, he deserves this." Chapter 171, The Tears of the Mermaid. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. Although Fu Yiqing was engaged in a coup d'état during his reign, no one dared to act recklessly, even harsh criticisms were confined to the history books. As long as he remained indifferent to them, he bore no stain upon his character. Fu Dongyan was temporarily imprisoned. The first decree of Fu Yiqing upon ascending the throne was to purge the influential ministers closely associated with Fu Dongyan, and his methods were nothing short of ruthless. In the afternoon, Fu Dongyan arrived at the residence of Duanmu Lian. "I have come to fulfill my promise. What do you desire now?" he inquired. Duanmu Lian took a sip of tea and replied, "I want Fu Dongyan and Lin Wan. From this moment on, their lives and deaths are mine to command. And you shall not interfere." Fu Yiqing nodded, "That is not a problem. In truth, even without your intervention, I would not spare them." Within the prison, Fu Dongyan was shackled with iron chains, a collar around his neck, tethered like a mere beast. The once mighty emperor now found himself in such a pitiful state, which elicited a sense of sorrow. Duanmu Lian inquired, "What do you have here?" The executioner, well aware of the implication of her words, hesitated. Despite Fu Yiqing's instructions granting Duanmu Lian full authority over Fu Dongyan, the notion of tormenting a former monarch in such a manner seemed excessively cruel. However, the icy demeanor of Duanmu Lian compelled the executioner to remain silent. Fu Dongyan lifted his head slightly, and upon seeing her, his expression turned ferocious, the iron chains rattling violently with his movements. Duanmu Lian smiled, "Do you realize that you currently resemble a useless octopus? Do you know what an octopus is? Its expelled ink is black, much like your heart." Fu Dongyan gritted his teeth, "You wretched woman, you conspired with Fu Yiqing to betray me." "Ha ha ha," Duanmu Lian laughed heartily, suddenly striking Fu Dongyan across the face, "Indeed, we conspired together to betray you, stripping you of everything you once held dear. Are you happy now?" Shouldn't you blame yourself for your own arrogance, believing you could conquer me? You provided me with countless opportunities. In other words, you were your own greatest enabler. Fu Dongyan's face turned ashen. Indeed. He bore significant responsibility for his current plight. Had he not sought to conquer the very woman before him and indulged her whims, he would not have ended up in this situation. I have not treated you poorly, why must you treat me this way? He questioned. Duanmu Lian produced a whip dampened with salt water. You say you have not treated me poorly? For the sake of a wretched woman, you would flay others alive, and afterward feel no remorse, believing it to be justified. Fu Dongyan was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Duanmu Lian's words. Having never endured such torment, he simply could not grasp her meaning. Duanmu Lian continued, you, for the sake of that wretched woman, cared little for others. As long as she thrived, it mattered not how others despised you. You, as an exalted emperor, believed you could dictate the fates of others at will. Have you ever considered how you treated them? They suffered as if pierced by 1,000 arrows, living in a state worse than death. Before Fu Dongyan could finish his retort, a searing pain coursed through him as the saltwater whip struck his back, a harsh reality not to be trifled with. Although Fu Dongyan had undergone training and possessed martial skills, he had never experienced such profound suffering, let alone endured punishment. Chapter 172, The Tears of the Mermaid. Does it hurt? Duanmu Lian remarked coolly, next. I shall make you suffer even more. The whip fell mercilessly upon Fu Dongyan's body, each strike akin to relentless raindrops, contorting his face in agony and drawing forth cold sweat. Duanmu Lian chuckled, you are not the only one, that wretched Lin Wan has nowhere to escape. As her words lingered in the air, a disheveled woman was unceremoniously thrust forward, her hair in disarray and her nails cruelly torn away, presenting a pitiful sight. Who would have imagined this was once the exalted Empress Lin Wan? Lin Wan was discarded like refuse onto the ground, fear evident in her eyes. Duanmu Lian stepped upon her hand, taunting, ah, dear Empress, oh no, you are now less than a palace maid, perhaps wretched servant is more fitting. Ah! Lin Wan cried out in despair. Duanmu Lian turned to a bystander, ensure that she experiences the finest of torments, I wish to hear her screams. Yes. Lin Wan was seized by her feet and dragged away, her nails scraping violently against the ground, leaving trails of blood as she resisted. She could already envision the horrors awaiting her. Duanmu Lian turned her gaze to Fu Dongyan, now, it is your turn. The bloodied whip struck once more, and the man could no longer suppress his cries of anguish. Not only had Yuelan suffered excruciating torment, but even her kin had perished at Fu Dongyan's hands. Which is why he insisted on enduring 1,000-fold suffering. Fetch honey and insects, Duanmu Lian commanded. The eunuchs nearby were taken aback, what purpose could these serve? The mere thought of the ensuing scene sent shivers down their spines, yet they complied. Duanmu Lian's delicate fingers brushed against Fu Dongyan's bloodied visage, you see. Insects have a penchant for sweetness, particularly for honey. Imagine if honey were spread upon your skin, and then insects poured over you from head to toe. Wouldn't that be delightful? Fu Dongyan trembled, no, please, I beg you, do not treat me this way. Do not presume to call yourself I. You are merely a wretched slave now. You must adopt a tone of submission when you plead for mercy, she retorted. As a bucket brimming with wriggling insects was brought forth, enough to make one's skin crawl. Fu Dongyan shook violently, struggling desperately, please, I beg you, spare me. Duanmu Lian replied, what did I just say? You are a wretched slave, how can you not address your own status? Plead for mercy using your rightful title. This was a deliberate humiliation. To reduce a man who was once a prince to a wretched slave necessitated the relinquishing of immense dignity and pride. However, Fu Dongyan had long since forfeited any claim to such virtues. Shivering, he stammered, the wretched slave acknowledges his faults, I implore you to forgive me. Unaware of Duanmu Lian's true identity, he could only address her with reverence. Duanmu Lian laughed, look at you, such a pitiful dog, I need not use that term. Next. A set of blades and a bowl of clear water were presented. Fu Dongyan shook his head vigorously, retreating, what more do you intend to do? Wasn't my pleading enough to secure my release? Duanmu Lian responded curiously, have I ever released you? I merely require you to plead. I am contemplating whether to employ the previous form of punishment. Having witnessed Yuelan's skin being flayed and blood drawn, it was now time for Fu Dongyan to experience a taste of this torment. Soon, the anguished cries emanating from the prison echoed, piercing and heart-wrenching. Chapter 173, The Tears of the Mermaid. When Duanmu Lian emerged from her confinement, the night had already fallen. After enduring a tumultuous ordeal, the couple within had tasted the harshest penalties of existence. Yet, according to Yuelan's stipulations, they were to endure 1,000 torments, with 999 remaining. It was a rather lengthy span of time. Must she remain here throughout this duration? The host system returned. Upon hearing this voice, Duanmu Lian felt a throbbing headache. So you are aware of your return? I thought you were either dead or malfunctioning. The system replied. The host must refrain from uttering insults, otherwise, I shall cease to assist you. Assist? What use are you? Where were you when I needed you? You are nothing but a worthless entity, Duanmu Lian retorted vehemently. The system countered, without me, you cannot escape the realm of transmigration. A myriad of expletives raced through Duanmu Lian's mind. Very well, accompany me. This world I have entered is not arranged by the organization. Does this bear any significance for me? The system explained, this is indeed organized. The organization will facilitate your entry into various worlds in distinct manners. You need not return to the void to accept tasks. For instance, due to a malfunction, you are unable to return to the void. Hence the organization has permitted you to undertake tasks within a parallel world. Is such a method even permissible? Why not simply inform me that I could continue accepting tasks? She pondered. What nonsense about being trapped in a parallel world and waiting indefinitely. How exasperating. Did these systems lack the ability to communicate effectively? Duanmu Lian stated. The original host's requirement is to torment them 1,000 times before I can depart. The system remarked. 1,000 is quite a reduction compared to the worlds you've traversed previously. Why not simply endure it? After all, you pose no immediate threat. Duanmu Lian expressed her sudden concern regarding the previous task. I fear for Lu Ziheng and that Yi Beixiao. I worry they might clash. The system retorted. The matters concerning them are instigated by you, the host, and thus it is your responsibility to resolve them. This system bears no accountability. However, should their actions disrupt the course of the transmigration world, you will be held accountable. Duanmu Lian was tempted to dismiss this ineffectual system entirely. Sighing, she departed. For Fu Dongyan had been ousted from power, and all his concubines and close officials had been relegated to commoners, including Duanmu Lian herself. However, her circumstances had improved. As Fu Yeqing, though he had not formally conferred a title upon her, permitted her to reside in a wing of the Yangxin Palace, granting her all the privileges befitting a queen. Moreover, Fu Yeqing, newly appointed, was exceedingly busy and had little time to attend to her. This afforded Duanmu Lian ample opportunity to devise her plans for the torment of those 2 prisoners in the dungeon. She instructed the guards to cater diligently to the couple, ensuring their needs were met regardless of her presence, and bestowed upon them a considerable sum of silver. The guards, motivated by greed and recognizing it as their duty, complied without hesitation. Listen, Lin Wan had attempted to end her own life by biting her tongue several times, leading to her mouth being silenced with cloth. Upon further inspection, the duo bore an array of scars upon their bodies, which, under ordinary circumstances, would instill fear in any onlooker. Yet, Duanmu Lian remained utterly unfazed. As the count reached 946, then 926, and finally 900, the 2 captives in the dungeon seemed to have grown immune to the pain of their torment. Their breaths were shallow, yet they could not be allowed to perish prematurely. Thus, Duanmu Lian sought out 2 ancient ginseng roots to prolong their lives. Chapter 174, The Tears of the Mermaid. Of Fu Yeqing were to discover how the Millennium Ginseng in the National Treasury was being utilized by Duanmu Lian. He would undoubtedly be heartbroken. As time passed, only 850 remained. Meanwhile, Fu Yeqing had nearly completed his tasks and could finally resume a more regular routine. He also found time to visit Duanmu Lian. Duanmu Lian, feeling distracted, found this rather displeasing and sought various ways to occupy Fu Yeqing. Thus, over the course of time, more than 100 days passed, with 300 gone, yet the pair of wretched souls in prison were unlikely to withstand the remaining 700. The prison guards could no longer employ torture, for even the most potent Millennium Ginseng could not prolong their lives under such conditions. What to do? Duanmu Lian pondered. Resting her chin in thought, and suddenly conceived an alternative method. Inflicting torment did not necessarily require physical means, psychological and emotional anguish could serve as well. She recalled a character from another world who, overwhelmed by inner torment, resorted to self-harm in an attempt to alleviate his mental suffering. "Bring them both down," she commanded. When the two were released, they lay on the ground like lifeless fish, utterly devoid of strength. Lin Wan, in particular, bore the marks of multiple burns. Her face irrevocably disfigured. Fu Dongyan's condition was scarcely any better. He appeared emaciated. Reduced to little more than bones, his height of over 6 feet now barely supported a weight of 70 pounds. Without further torment, such frail beings would likely not survive much longer. "Do you wish to escape?" Duanmu Lian inquired. Upon hearing the word escape, the two could scarcely lift their heads. Having lost all will to fight, Duanmu Lian sensed that this approach might not yield results, pondering how to proceed with 700 still at stake. Fu Dongyan had no significant relatives left, as his ascent to the throne had been a blood-soaked path. However, Lin Wan remained. Approaching her, Duanmu Lian smiled and stated, "I have ensured your entire family meets a tragic end. They have only themselves to blame for having a daughter with such a cruel heart." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan exhibited a flicker of resistance, yet her body could not withstand the weight of her despair, ultimately succumbing to helplessness. At that moment, Duanmu Lian received a voice. "It is done, I am satisfied. Thanks to your actions, my kin have remained unharmed, hidden in the depths of the ocean. And they have endured over 300 days of the harshest tortures. Fu Dongyan and Lin Wan have lost everything, and this brings me satisfaction." "It was Yulan?" Duanmu Lian asked, "Shall I kill them now?" "Yes," came the reply. Duanmu Lian turned to the onlookers, "Grant them a swift end." The executioners swiftly followed suit, having exhausted themselves in their previous endeavors. With the splatter of blood, both met their demise. Duanmu Lian's form gradually began to turn translucent, instilling fear in those nearby. "What is happening? Ah, a monster!" Yet, Duanmu Lian paid no heed to their cries, for she recognized this as the summons that followed the completion of her task. She returned to Yulan, only to find her still in the form of a statue. Hadn't she reversed her fate and existence? Why had her form not changed? A gentle voice resonated once more, "I thank you, for it was at the cost of blood that I could send you to fulfill my wishes. Thus, I cannot return to my former state, furthermore, I shall soon vanish." Chapter 175, The Tears of the Mermaid. Has she vanished? What does that mean? Yulan remarked. "Before I depart from this world, I must fulfill the promise I made to you." Suddenly, a dazzling crystal orb appeared before Duanmu Ling. "With this, you shall possess the ability to see into the hearts of men and witness the cycles of fate. It will undoubtedly assist you in your future endeavors." Duanmu Ling reached out to take it, and an ethereal voice echoed, "Master recognition complete." Upon using the crystal orb, it seemed as if the myriad phenomena of the world could be perceived. Duanmu Ling's eyes quivered slightly as she observed the statue of Yulan gradually shattering and fading away. For reasons unknown, a profound sense of sorrow enveloped her for this girl. How could such a beautiful maiden, in the bloom of youth, fall in love with one she ought not to? Only to meet such a tragic fate? Although she had altered the story's conclusion and spared her kin from doom, she had not changed the girl's destiny. With a sigh, Duanmu Ling felt the surroundings shift once more, transforming into a different scene. She found herself back on the original shoreline. It was still night, filled with laughter and merriment, as if the previous tsunami had never occurred. Could it have been merely a figment of her imagination? That seemed implausible. She had genuinely felt the force of the water's impact. The system interjected, it was not an illusion, but rather Yulan, with her last vestige of strength, reversed the flow of time to protect you. Thus, you have returned to the original moment. The tsunami will indeed still take place. Duanmu Ling promptly checked the time, recalling that the last tsunami had struck at 11:30, now it was only 9 o'clock. Such natural disasters are inherently unavoidable. And it seemed the island could not be saved. The only thing that could be preserved was human life. The immediate course of action was to evacuate the residents swiftly to minimize casualties. However, it was already late at night, and vessels were scarce. Moreover, could these people be persuaded to trust her words and leave at once? The system reminded her, "Do you recall what Yulan bestowed upon you?" The crystal orb. Yes. She could assess the current mindset of the people. Drawing forth the shimmering orb, she surveyed the crowd and discovered that the prevailing sentiment was one of enjoyment, filled with aspirations for a blissful future. This revelation made things simpler. If she could evoke a sense of wonder, she could hire some boats for a complimentary voyage, promising to take them to many enchanting destinations and return them before they slept. This way, many would likely be inclined to join. However, her memories of the tsunami indicated it was quite severe. The vessels would need to navigate a considerable distance to evade it. Duanmu Lian approached the local manager, explaining the urgent need for a large number of people to leave that night, offering to pay double the usual fare for the boats. The manager, without hesitation, provided her with the contact details of nearby vessels. Duanmu Lian called each one, successfully summoning 10 large boats and 20 smaller ones. With such a crowd, it was uncertain how many could be accommodated, but this was the maximum she could arrange. She was not a deity, after all. She could not save everyone and had no obligation to do so. The boats arrived swiftly. Those seated on the beach looked on in bewilderment at the sudden influx of vessels. Duanmu Lian communicated with those aboard, and they promptly began playing music, announcing loudly, "We are hosting a complimentary event, offering everyone a free 2-hour experience of the ocean's mysteries." Many were drawn in by the allure of free, expressing their willingness to board, though a few remained skeptical, believing that anything free must be a deception. Chapter 176, Crisis 1. However, the individuals aboard the vessel appeared quite adept, employing a few charming words to entice them onto the ship. The remaining stubborn few were beyond Duanmu Lian's reach, and she was rather disinclined to concern herself with such people. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled, and this familiar sensation filled Duanmu Lian with unease. Yet, glancing at the clock, she noted that there was still over an hour until the tsunami was expected to strike. Without hesitation, Duanmu Lian leapt onto a moderately sized ship, causing a violent upheaval on the island. Panic erupted among those aboard and the scant few remaining on the island. Not far away, the colossal tsunami came into view, unleashing a wave of terror. The sound of sheer panic was the most detestable to Duanmu Lian. At critical moments, what good does it do to scream in fear? Does calling upon the divine guarantee salvation? All vessels prepared to sail towards the tsunami. This was common knowledge. Anyone with even a modicum of education ought to comprehend that if escape was impossible and one encountered a tsunami, the sole recourse was not to flee from it, as its speed was insurmountable. The only option was to steer toward the tsunami, not directly into it, but toward deeper waters. Regrettably, some illiterate sailors disregarded Duanmu Lian's admonitions, hastily navigating their ship in a futile attempt to escape. Such utter foolishness! Even without formal education, having lived at sea for so long, had they never encountered a tsunami before? Yet, upon witnessing the immense wave, one could almost understand their instinct to flee, as it indeed demanded a certain bravery to head towards such a perilous destination. Duanmu Lian, however, forgot her trepidations and seized control of the helm, cranking the throttle to its maximum. The sea surged into the ship's cabin, and numerous individuals found themselves floating upon the water's surface. Fortunately, they were all still aboard the vessel. Duanmu Lian nearly choked on seawater in the cockpit, suddenly regretting her decision to intervene. Why not simply flee? Especially since some had shown no gratitude. It seemed that only her ship had surged forth, all others had vanished amidst the towering waves. Surely, there were learned individuals among the others who might have offered guidance, perhaps they were too stunned by the earlier chaos. Observing the drenched survivors, Duanmu Lian let out a resigned sigh. A foreigner with black hair and golden eyes rose, still gasping for breath, clearly having inhaled seawater. "Thank you, sister. You are a messenger sent by the divine to save us." Upon hearing this, Duanmu Lian's lips curled into a faint smile. A messenger? Many have labeled me a demon. During her interdimensional travels, taking vengeance for the original owner inevitably drew the ire of the original's foes. The golden-haired man looked quite puzzled. "Those who speak ill of you must have been kicked by a donkey. We are truly grateful for your rescue." Duanmu Lian replied, "You may consider me rather idle." Outside, lightning flashed and thunder roared, while the tumultuous sea loomed, ready to assault the ship. Looking around, it seemed that indeed only they had pressed onward. And at such a critical juncture, not a single leader was present. Counting the survivors aboard, there were approximately 70. It confirmed the notion, saving a few was better than none. Yet, why had the tsunami struck ahead of schedule? Could it be that she had misremembered the timing? That seemed improbable. Her memory was extraordinarily sharp, retaining vivid recollections of events from the previous 10 worlds. The system interjected, the manipulation of time and space may not yield entirely accurate results. It is also possible that an unseen force is at work. Duanmu Lian inquired. Are you suggesting that I am being targeted? Chapter 177, Crisis 2. The system spoke. I shall now grant you the ability of instantaneous teleportation. Instantaneous teleportation? Duanmu Lian felt a surge of warmth coursing through her body, quickly realizing that she was imbued with newfound strength. The system continued, you can now teleport from one location to another, requiring merely a second of your time. Is it truly that miraculous? The system advised, I suggest you test it out, quickly return to the ground. Duanmu Lian found a secluded spot and focused on her desired location. Indeed. In the blink of an eye, she found herself back on solid ground, familiar territory at that. This was truly astonishing, bordering on the unbelievable. Duanmu Lian inquired, so when shall I depart from this world? Will I continue to undertake new tasks here? I long to return to the void. The system replied, soon. You have performed commendably for the organization, and thus, you are granted a 3-month vacation. After this period, you shall return to the void to accept new assignments. A vacation. How considerate. However, this world seemed to be merely a temporary respite, as she inadvertently stumbled into yet another realm. Consequently, Duanmu Lian resolved to stay put. Seeking a tranquil and elegant environment. She rented a spacious apartment of over 300 square meters and made it her temporary abode. Given her recent experiences, she felt averse to seaside properties, apprehensive that a colossal wave might inundate her home. At that moment, her phone rang, a device that had endured the soaking of seawater. Its quality preserving it intact. It was Yi Beishao. Where have you been? Duanmu Lian pondered how to explain her recent journey to another world. But realizing the complexities of the information, she simply replied, I just returned from a trip to an island. It was quite shocking. She turned on the television beside her, only to be greeted by breaking news. In the early hours yesterday, a massive tsunami struck XX Island, claiming numerous lives. A few individuals managed to escape by steering a boat towards the tsunami. The report revealed that the captain of the vessel was a remarkably young girl. And both the police and many survivors were searching for her to bestow appropriate rewards. Duanmu Lian thought, no need for the reward, I lack for nothing. As she scrolled through the comments, she noted the awe expressed towards the girl who had braved the tsunami. She is incredible. To confront such a monstrous wave in a boat is beyond comprehension. Indeed. I would be paralyzed with fear if I were there. At this moment, Yi Beishao's voice interrupted her thoughts. What's the matter? Why are you silent? Duanmu Lian replied, nothing, I was just lost in thought. Yi Beishao continued, I also heard about the tsunami on the island this morning. Don't tell me you were traveling to that very island. As expected. His keen intellect had deduced the truth. Duanmu Lian responded, what if I were? Do not be reckless and wander about aimlessly, after all, many choose beautiful islands for travel. Besides, I possess no foresight, I had no inkling that calamity would befall that island. Yi Beishao sighed, that is not what I was inquiring about. I meant the girl steering the boat in the news, was that you? Yes, Duanmu Lian admitted candidly. I single-handedly saved over 70 lives. Yi Beishao reproached her, you are being utterly foolish. Why concern yourself with those unrelated to you? With your abilities, you could have easily made it out on your own. Chapter 178, Crisis 3. Duanmu Lian remarked, I initially had no intention of intervening, but a momentary spark of compassion compelled me. As you are aware, as a task traverser, my demise is not a possibility, it is merely an attempt to provoke a reaction. Yi Beishao replied in a grave tone, promise me, you shall never venture into danger alone. Duanmu Lian chuckled. When have I ever executed a task without peril? Though I possess the ability to be reborn infinitely, the organization's patience is not boundless. Should I fail too often, I shall be cast back to my original world, reduced to an ordinary existence. Before the individual on the other end could utter another word, Duanmu Lian abruptly terminated the call. She realized that this man was becoming increasingly insufferable, her actions were her own. For she was a woman of intellect and independent thought. The decision of what to undertake should rest solely with her, free from external scrutiny. As noon approached, lacking any provisions due to her recent arrival, Duanmu Lian opted to order takeout, grateful that her location was not far from the city center, ensuring a swift delivery. She envisioned spending the next 3 months indulging in a comfortable, reclusive lifestyle, desiring nothing more than to remain at home. However, the disparity between her fantasies and reality was stark. The doorbell rang, indicating the arrival of her order. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Lzhing standing there. The man at her doorstep wore a slight smile, holding up an elegant food container. "Hello, sister. Here is the takeout you requested." Duanmu Lian had anticipated that encountering him in such a manner would leave her astonished, prompting questions. Yet, to her surprise, she calmly accepted the food container, uttered a brief thank you, and unceremoniously closed the door. Though she was somewhat startled by Lzhing's unexpected appearance, she was aware that no one else knew of her residence. He must have arranged for someone to monitor her discreetly. Hence, she resolved to maintain her composure. On the other side of the door, Lzhing felt a mix of frustration and embarrassment. What was wrong with this woman? Her reaction and demeanor were profoundly disappointing. He found himself at a loss. Knocking yielded no welcome. And yet he felt reluctant to abandon his efforts after going to such lengths for a surprise. Duanmu Lian retrieved her crystal ball, realizing it could also reveal the innermost thoughts of those beyond her door. The orb displayed Lzhing in a state of deep conflict, alongside an inexplicable obsession for her. This was a truth she recognized, and it seemed this man was left with nothing but fixation. Stowing away the crystal ball, Duanmu Lian proceeded to lock the door and secure the windows, ensuring no one could intrude. Those outside could remain as they wished. She now craved a restorative nap to alleviate the weariness that had accumulated over the past few days. The comfort of her bed soon lulled her into a deep slumber. She slept for an extended period, awakening only in the evening, accompanied by a slight headache, a consequence of oversleeping. As she rose, she inadvertently caught a glimpse through the door's crack, discovering that Lzhing remained at her threshold, slumped against her door in slumber. She once again summoned her crystal ball, realizing he had hoped to be visible to her upon her unexpected opening of the door. This notion reminded her of some melodramatic tales she had encountered during her missions. Thus, she resolved to keep the door closed. After all, her lack of appetite was of no concern. And so, the hours stretched into 3 long nights. Eventually, Lzhing could endure no longer, questioning his own existence. Did the woman inside not require sustenance? Did she not venture out to procure supplies or order food? Chapter 179, Crisis 4. Lu Zihong felt a twinge of concern that something might have happened to the woman inside, prompting him to knock on the door. Upon hearing the incessant knocking, Duanmu Lian was filled with a sense of helplessness. How could this man still be here? She opened the door, revealing Lu Zihong, panting heavily. "Why won't you let me in when you're inside?" he asked. Duanmu Lian waved her hand dismissively. "What I mean is that I do not wish to see you. Is that not clear enough?" Lu Zihong replied, "You used to be nice to me. Why do you dislike me so much now?" Duanmu Lian found it peculiar. "I once had feelings for you, but now I do not. Is that not permissible? It's a matter of personal sentiment. You may despise me as well. And I wish for you to do so." A sense of failure and confusion washed over Lu Zihong as he lowered his gaze. "Why?" Duanmu Lian felt overwhelmed. "Why do you keep asking? Why? Why so many questions?" With that, she retreated to her bedroom and slammed the door shut, leaving the man outside. To her surprise, silence ensued. Believing he had departed, Duanmu Lian stealthily peered through the peephole, only to discover that Lu Zihong had collapsed on the floor. What was going on? How could this man have fainted? Feeling a headache coming on, she opened the door and crouched down to check his breathing, which seemed normal. There was no reason for him to be unconscious. Suddenly, it dawned on her that something was amiss. Lu Zihong abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a thin needle in his hand. Duanmu Lian quickly executed an evasive maneuver, knowing that rising immediately would make her an easy target. In the split second of dodging, she delivered a swift kick, pinning Lu Zihong down and stepping on his hand to prevent him from using the needle on her. "What are you doing? Tell me." Her icy voice sent shivers down his spine. Lu Zihong had never anticipated that a girl could possess such strength, overpowering a man trained for combat. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as Duanmu Lian struck him decisively. "My patience is limited," she warned. Revealing that she was neither a saint nor a benevolent figure, she would show no mercy to those who sought to harm her. In pain, Lu Zihong reluctantly confessed. "I resorted to this tactic because I saw your reluctance. I wanted to take you to my place, hoping you would learn to like me again." This sentiment felt eerily familiar. Truly, it was reminiscent of melodramatic romantic tales, evoking her frustration. "How could you think you could grant me a pleasant holiday like this?" she exclaimed, delivering a kick to his abdomen. "Leave." As Lu Zihong groaned from the impact, he was met with another kick. Duanmu Lian coldly commanded, "Crawl out of here." Ultimately, Lu Zihong was forced out of her villa, looking utterly disheveled, his body marked with bruises and injuries. Duanmu Lian had shown restraint. Had she truly exerted her strength, he might have met a far worse fate. After all, in every world she traversed, the methods of retribution against scoundrels were often quite brutal, employing the most terrifying of punishments. Lu Zihong glared back at the villa, declaring, "One day, you will belong to me." Unbeknownst to Duanmu Lian, her intentions were grossly misinterpreted by Lu Zihong, deepening his obsession. She exhaled deeply, pouring herself a cup of tea in an attempt to soothe her troubled heart. Chapter 180, Crisis 5. Hoping that Lu Zihong would relinquish his ambitions, she reflected that, were it not for the lingering guilt from the past, her initial strike would have been far more forceful. The situation had already been compromised. Just as Duanmu Lian contemplated relocating, the window shattered violently, and several unfamiliar figures burst in, brandishing weapons. Were they here to execute an assassination? Duanmu Lian reacted with remarkable swiftness, evading to the rear of her assailants. They were utterly unprepared for the sudden onslaught that would incapacitate them in an instant. With a cacophony of pained cries, they writhed on the floor, clutching their injuries. Duanmu Lian, cradling her head, mused, "I cannot recall having wronged anyone. Moreover, I have already dealt with my enemies. They lack the means to employ you for my demise. So, who do you serve?" One among them, slightly recovering, readied himself to retaliate, only to be met with a flash of silver. A dagger pierced his palm, anchoring him to the floor, and escaping would require immense fortitude and a high tolerance for pain. The remaining assailants, witnessing the fate of their comrade, were instantly disheartened. With an air of serene composure, Duanmu Lian toyed with her fan, declaring, "I believe I possess ample time to engage with you, for I have resolved all my other matters. Shall we test my patience?" In a panic, one of them exclaimed, "We do not know the identity of our employer. We merely received orders from above, who do not disclose the financier's identity." Duanmu Lian, wielding her dagger, inflicted a minor wound upon the man's left shoulder. Amidst his anguished wails, he insisted, "I speak the truth." The others, too, displayed signs of chaos and fear. It seemed they were not deceiving her. But how should she proceed with them? Her position had been compromised, and should she call the authorities, it would lead to unnecessary complications. Duanmu Lian stated, "I give you 10 seconds to vacate this place, otherwise, your fate shall remain uncertain. After all, you are engaged in illicit activities. Do you truly believe your leader would report me to the police on your behalf?" The countdown commenced. The assailants scrambled to their feet, hastily fleeing through the shattered window, some even twisting their ankles in the process. If not treated promptly, they risked enduring lifelong disabilities. The one whose palm had been pierced endured excruciating pain as he yanked the dagger free and leapt through the window, completing his escape in 9 seconds and 8/10. Indeed, the primal instinct for survival can evoke boundless potential, rendering one capable of extraordinary feats. Duanmu Lian departed, having not formally terminated her rental agreement. She had only resided there for a brief period. The excess funds could serve as compensation for the landlord, considering the damage inflicted upon the window and the floor, which would necessitate costly repairs. As she strolled down the street, contemplating how to spend the remaining 3 months, she chanced upon a travel advertisement. It heralded a mysterious tour group organizing journeys to the most exhilarating and novel destinations. The allure of those enticing phrases captivated her, prompting her to investigate further. However, the contact information was not a conventional phone number, but rather a website. Upon accessing the site, she was greeted by a page that required no personal details such as name or phone number, only a code. They would send the precise location based on her registration information at the appropriate time. This opportunity was exclusive to those who accessed the site. If missed, it would be lost. As for the registration fee and travel expenses, those would be settled upon boarding the vessel. Chapter 181, Crisis 6. Initially anticipating a prolonged wait, Duanmu Lian was pleasantly surprised to receive the specific address that very evening. It was at a dock in the suburbs of Beijing, with the date set for the following day. As she perused her contacts on her phone, she silently added Lu Zihong to her blacklist. Time swiftly approached, and Duanmu Lian stood by the dock, braving the sea breeze with patience. A cruise ship glided toward her, and to her astonishment, the leader aboard was a tall man clad in white. His chiseled features bore a striking resemblance to a sculpture, with piercing eyes that shimmered with a cold glint and silver hair that danced in the wind. Duanmu Lian had envisioned the leader as a one-eyed pirate or something equally fantastical, yet she never anticipated encountering such an alluring figure. However, she hesitated to label him merely as handsome, for there was an undeniable air of delicacy about him. "Are you boarding?" the man inquired, his voice icy. Without hesitation, she leaped aboard, exclaiming, "Of course. What is your name?" The man's demeanor shifted, his breath growing colder, sending chills down her spine. Was this an aura he exuded? There's no need for theatrics, she thought. Just as she was about to relinquish her inquiry, he abruptly replied, "Bai Qi." "Bai Qi? That name sounds rather peculiar," she mused. Observing his appearance, which hinted at mixed heritage, she surmised it to be an Eastern name. "If you don't mind, you may call me Sister Ling," she suggested. His expression conveyed his disapproval. Who would wish to refer to someone who appeared younger as sister? Duanmu Lian quickly laughed, "Just kidding. You can call me Mu Ling instead." However, Bai Qi regarded her with an expression of incredulity. "Didn't you choose a codename? Paper airplane? Let us stick with that, everyone does." Duanmu Lian felt a wave of regret wash over her. In a moment of frustration due to a duplicate name, she had hastily selected Paper Airplane. The thought of being addressed by that moniker was simply unacceptable. "Brother, can we negotiate this further?" she implored, blocking Bai Qi's path. He attempted to move her aside but quickly realized that she possessed remarkable strength, impervious to his efforts. Internally, Duanmu Lian smirked, "What a joke. You think you can move me? I've trained for this, few can budge me." Yet, to her astonishment, Bai Qi effortlessly hoisted her off the ground. The sensation of ascending was bewildering. "What on earth? Put me down," she exclaimed in indignation, contemplating a forceful shove to compel him to release her. Bai Qi simply smiled and replied, "All right." In an instant, he dropped her onto the ground. Fortunately, her reflexes kicked in, allowing her to right herself just in time to avoid a humiliating fall. "Are you out of your mind?" she retorted angrily. Bai Qi nonchalantly handed her a receipt. "Here are the fees. Check if you can afford it. If not, it would be best to disembark now while you still can." Upon glancing at the amount, Duanmu Lian smiled faintly. "It's merely 100,000, what's that?" She tossed him a card. "There's 200,000 on this. If that isn't sufficient, I can provide more." She was not one to be underestimated. Bai Qi gestured to those around him, "Take her to settle in, and provide her with the best room available." Chapter 182, Crisis 7. Duanmu Lian entered her room and was pleasantly surprised to find it so comfortably adorned aboard the cruise ship. 100,000 yuan seemed reasonable, at least from her perspective. However, for those with more modest means, it was quite exorbitant. She could hear voices emanating from other rooms as people gradually arrived. Ultimately, only 16 individuals had registered, out of over 60, as many had withdrawn, unable to accept the steep price, leaving several rooms unoccupied. A knock echoed at her door. She coldly responded, "No name, no entry." Clearly taken aback by her retort, the visitor persisted in knocking. Duanmu Lian detested such intrusive behavior, and her annoyance flared. Channeling her spiritual power, she flung the door open, sending the blonde woman outside tumbling several meters, nearly toppling over the railing into the sea. This was the consequence of disregarding her rules. People gathered outside, assisting the fallen woman, their expressions a mixture of concern and bewilderment as they glanced into the room. Nonchalantly reclining with her legs crossed, Duanmu Lian remarked, This is the fate of those lacking manners. Is this how you knock at your own door? And do not claim to be here to visit me. No courteous person would approach another in such a manner. To put it bluntly, as we say in our country, it reflects a lack of upbringing. Her direct rebuttal rendered her interlocutors speechless. The blonde woman appeared to have injured her ribs and was in considerable pain, but fortunately, there was a doctor on board. Bai Qi, upon learning of the incident, hurried over. I advise you to behave yourself on this ship, he cautioned. Duanmu Lian looked at him quizzically. I am quite compliant. Aren't I? Otherwise, what do you think her fate would have been? I detest incessant knocking, particularly when the knocker fails to identify themselves. As if this door were their own. Bai Qi furrowed his brow, sensing a distinctly different aura from the woman before him. She appeared rebellious yet proved to be unfathomable. Duanmu Lian declared, if others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should they transgress against me, I will retaliate. I adhere to this principle. As long as you prevent them from bothering me, I shall not instigate trouble with anyone. I do not seek conflict. Yet I am not afraid of it. Bai Qi sighed in resignation. I shall do my utmost to ensure that, but if you continue this way, it would be prudent to limit your interactions with others, for engagement often breeds discord. You are not suited for social interactions. Pfft, she scoffed. I have never been adept at socializing. Throughout my journeys across countless worlds, I have traversed alone, without a single confidant. I have long since become accustomed to solitude. Why would I crave interpersonal connections? As night fell, the sea breeze wafted through the window. For those who spent merely a night or two at sea, the experience could be delightful, yet prolonged stays might prove burdensome. This voyage was reportedly to last half a month, which, under such conditions, was manageable for the average person unless one was a sailor or captain accustomed to life on the open water for months at a time. The system inquired. Does the host have any concerns weighing on their mind? Startled by the system's query, Duanmu Lian replied, I have numerous worries, can you assist me? You seem like a rather useless entity. The system responded, I can serve as a sounding board for your troubles. Feel free to share your burdens with me. Much like discarding trash, it may alleviate some of your stress. Duanmu Lian mused, it appears you are more understanding than many people. Chapter 183, Crisis 8. Duanmu Lian unexpectedly produced a crystal ball and directed it at the instrument in her hand. Regrettably, nothing was revealed. Indeed, the system was not human, but it possessed functionalities far more intricate than those of a person. The system stated, this is, in fact, a product of the organization training you. However, it can only perceive ordinary thoughts. As for those elite masters, they are exceedingly difficult to discern, as they have their own protective systems. You must be aware of the existence of telepathy. Duanmu Lian replied, then this orb has left me rather disappointed. With that, she stowed the crystal ball away. Their conversation was conducted in silence, for they feared eavesdroppers on the other side of the wall. Thus, they took special precautions to ensure that only they could hear one another. Suddenly, the ship began to sway violently. Duanmu Lian instinctively felt a sense of dread. Could it be another tsunami or tumultuous waves? She opened the door and was met with a sight of tumultuous waters. The crew had already begun to raise the sails. Quickly, hoist the sails. Observing their frantic movements, those who had been asleep on the ship were abruptly awakened. The seawater surged onto the deck, and many people grabbed buckets to bail out the water. For a vessel of such considerable size, encountering a tsunami would indeed pose a significant challenge. Bai Qi emerged, stating, if we cannot regain control, we shall utilize the submarine. A submarine, you say? Quite impressive, the equipment is rather complete, someone nearby remarked. However, another voice interjected, but the submarine cannot accommodate everyone. Bai Qi replied, only take those who are useful. The implication of this statement was clear, the useless should remain behind to await their fate. Who were the useless? Naturally, they were the tourists, who knew nothing and had paid a hefty sum only to face a tragic end. Bai Qi turned his attention to Duanmu Lian, you should stay close to me. Duanmu Lian responded, the ship will not capsize. That is a different matter. Why the haste? Just wait and see, I have a feeling this vessel will not overturn just yet. Not yet? What do you mean? Will it capsize later? To everyone's surprise, moments later, the turbulent wave suddenly calmed, and the water ceased to surge towards the ship. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone's lips. Bai Qi gazed at the woman before him with a complex expression. How did you know all this? Duanmu Lian replied, it's intuition. You should know that a woman's sixth sense is remarkably accurate. Bai Qi scoffed, that's a lie. Believe it or not. I have no need for your validation. Unperturbed, Duanmu Lian returned to her quarters. Bai Qi called after her, do not sleep too deeply. We shall reach the first island around dawn. Duanmu Lian did not respond. Arriving at the first destination at dawn, let it not be a slippery island. Covered in moss, such a scenario might drive her to retreat immediately, for the system had granted her the ability of instantaneous movement, allowing her to depart at will. As dawn approached, the ship gradually docked at the shore. That night, due to the tumultuous sea, many had been awakened and had not rested well, leaving most of them looking rather haggard. Only Duanmu Lian remained composed as she leapt from the ship. It is not yet light. You must remember that many of your customers are delicate individuals who may not withstand this. Bai Qi chuckled, those who cannot endure are merely the weak. Why should we concern ourselves with the weak? Upon hearing this, the newcomers instantly regretted their presence. Such a statement, made in a time of peace, was nothing short of a disdainful dismissal of the incapable. Chapter 184, Crisis 9. Duanmu Lian remarked, your demeanor is likely to displease many. She cast a glance at Bai Qi, whose expression was evidently displeased, his disdainful gaze unmistakable. He was accustomed to a lofty posture, looking down upon others like mere insects. The group aboard the vessel, comprised of staff, security personnel, and the travel team, along with Duanmu Lian and Bai Qi, totaled nearly 40 individuals. Their procession across the island was indeed grand. This island differed significantly from Duanmu Lian's expectations. It was adorned with various peculiar formations, lush green jungles, and smooth pathways that made walking exceedingly pleasant. Duanmu Lian expressed her hope for a more enjoyable experience. The others remained silent, but Bai Qi assured her. Rest assured, what lies ahead will surely astonish you. Having traversed numerous worlds, Duanmu Lian had encountered all manner of wonders. She merely wished for a peaceful excursion this time. As long as trouble did not find her, she would be eternally grateful and had no need for anything extraordinary. However, fate had other plans. While everyone was engrossed in the surrounding beauty, Duanmu Lian suddenly heard a rustling sound, followed by a blood-curdling scream. A person had been devoured by a massive flower-like plant, reminiscent of a carnivorous bloom. Help! Help! They cried. Duanmu Lian quickly retreated, commanding, do not scatter. This creature lacks sight, it hunts by sound and scent. Minimize your breathing and seek a hidden spot to conceal yourselves. Regrettably, her words fell on deaf ears. In critical moments, some minds simply refuse to heed reason. What good is shouting for help when no divine intervention is forthcoming? Few possess that ability. Unless one is the protagonist of a tale. Seeing that no one heeded her warning, Duanmu Lian prudently concealed herself in a nearby thicket. The situation was precarious, and she preferred not to expose herself recklessly. If she refrained from acting, surely someone among the crowd would rise to the occasion. Indeed, gunshots rang out almost immediately. But the creature seemed impervious to bullets. Enraged, it retaliated and consumed the shooter whole. At that moment, more of such entities emerged from the surroundings, forcing Duanmu Lian to change her hiding place. What in the world are these things? One individual cursed. Duanmu Lian observed Bai Qi, whose expression remained placid, devoid of any panic. Did he anticipate such calamity? Or were the people here merely subjects of his experiment? She quickly realized that aspiring for a tranquil life was a formidable challenge, chosen by the organization due to her extraordinary fate. She had been forewarned that achieving peace would be elusive, a life of mediocrity was not destined for her. However, this prominence came at a price, one that demanded a life filled with purpose, leaving little time for personal pursuits. Truth be told, such an existence would be utterly tiresome for those lacking resilience. Duanmu Lian stepped forward and confronted Bai Qi, speak plainly. Did you know about today's events in advance? Bai Qi regarded her with a bemused smile, fear not, you are not included on my list. Duanmu Lian replied. Should I then express my gratitude? These individuals have invested their resources, your actions seem rather unethical. Bai Qi countered, what's unethical about it? Did you not see? Some of my own are among the casualties as well. Oh, so this is the arbitrary rationale for causing harm. Quite persuasive. Chapter 185, Crisis 10. In the next moment, a short knife appeared in Duanmu Lian's hand, clearly capable of slicing through steel, poised at the most vulnerable part of Bai Qi's neck. With just a slight exertion, it could sever his throat. Bai Qi looked down at the cold object against his skin and let out a chilling smile. If you kill me, you won't escape either. Duanmu Lian applied a slight pressure, and crimson liquid flowed from Bai Qi's neck in an instant. Go ahead and try it, I am not human. Do you think I cannot escape? Those surrounding Bai Qi hurriedly approached, needing to multitask. One group aimed their guns at Duanmu Lian, demanding she release their master, while another dealt with the man-eating flowers and carnivorous plants. Duanmu Lian declared, if you tell me the purpose of your visit, I will immediately release your master. None of us desire a deadlock, after all, your firearms cannot harm me. You can test that if you wish. Who dares to try? Bai Qi was in Duanmu Lian's grasp. If a bullet went astray and struck him, there would be no place to lament. Unexpectedly, a strange entity attacked from behind Duanmu Lian, forcing her to divert her attention, and Bai Qi seized the opportunity to break free. At that moment, the others took aim and fired at her. In a state of urgency, Duanmu Lian swiftly utilized her ability, teleporting behind them and sweeping several individuals off their feet with powerful kicks. Get out here. Duanmu Lian spoke coldly, that was clearly a dirty trick, you can't outsmart me. So is that all you can resort to? Let me guess whether you are male or female. I wager you are most likely female. For only a woman would dare to be so despicable. In the next instant, a surge of anger erupted. This was Duanmu Lian's provocation. Even if the opponent recognized her intent, it was challenging to maintain composure. Brat, who do you think you are? A rather handsome man stepped forward, his tanned skin revealing his Asian ethnicity. Feigning surprise, Duanmu Lian exclaimed, oh, it turns out you are indeed a man? If you lack self-respect and resort to tricks, can you really expect others not to scorn you? As the man prepared to retaliate in anger, Bai Qi intervened, while simultaneously the surrounding carnivorous plants were repelled. Do not engage with this woman, she is extremely dangerous. Duanmu Lian nearly laughed. It was the first time someone had described her as dangerous. Typically, she was labeled as a schemer or a ruthless woman. The victims were mostly tourists, powerless and utterly defenseless. We must return. One individual protested in dissatisfaction. Bai Qi replied, I am sorry, but if you wish to return alone, the funds are insufficient. Contribute an additional 100,000, and I will rent another boat to send you back. If you wish to leave, it is best to voice it now, or the journey will become increasingly arduous, and the fare will rise. This was a blatant money-making scheme. The amount charged for passage was more than adequate. The individual immediately responded, I will pay, I will pay. Seeing his willingness, many others followed suit, resulting in a total of 7 people opting to leave. Bai Qi collected 700,000 and arranged for their return. One person was devoured while 7 were sent away. Now, among the 16, only 8 remained. Duanmu Lian noticed the woman she had previously injured, who surprisingly did not leave. Moreover, the way the woman looked at her seemed to indicate avoidance. Suddenly, Duanmu Lian noticed something beneath her feet, and her expression changed drastically. Chapter 186, Crisis 11. Before them, the floor began to crack. Yet this was not a parched land, devoid of heat severe enough to cause such a phenomenon. Duanmu Lian spoke urgently, everyone, return to the ship with utmost haste. Bai Qi, perplexed, inquired, what is happening? Aside from those carnivorous flowers, there is nothing else here. Duanmu Lian laughed, are you certain? How well do you truly understand this place? Be cautious not to endanger yourself without realizing it. No sooner had she spoken than an indistinct entity surged towards them. Duanmu Lian waved her hand, for those of you without the means to defend yourselves, may fortune favor you. With that, she vanished from sight, not returning to the ship, but instead seeking the highest point available and scattering mysterious powder around her. To her astonishment, the writing material turned out to be termites, massive ones, unlike any she had ever encountered, seemingly a mutated variety. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted from Bai Qi and his companions as they hurriedly sought refuge in the treetops. There was no water to hide beneath, and the ocean's surface lay far below. Those unable to ascend the trees were swiftly consumed by the voracious termites, their agonized cries echoing in the air. Duanmu Lian shook her head, lamenting, if one lacks the ability, one should avoid such encounters. It's truly a costly gamble with one's life. She pondered, surely those who suggested retreating have not strayed far. I wonder if they will survive. If they happen to cross paths with the termites, their fate would be sealed. Help! Help! The heart-wrenching wails pierced the air, yet no one could come to their rescue. Although the powder in Duanmu Lian's possession had repellent properties, her supply was limited and the concoction's creation was laborious. Rendering it quite precious, she had no intention of wasting it on mere acquaintances. Time passed, and soon the ground was littered with bleached bones, devoid of flesh and blood. An alarming sight. Who could have imagined that these individuals had been vibrant and alive just 10 minutes prior? The termites seemed sated, coiling into spherical formations that resembled pearls. Duanmu Lian applied a touch of powder to herself and leaped down from the tree. Observing the termites, she noted their absence from terrestrial habitats, implying they were indigenous to this region. She glanced up at the individuals still perched in the trees, their faces pale and some having lost control of their bodily functions, truly a humiliating sight. Now, it should be safe, Duanmu Lian announced. Make your way to the ship as swiftly as you can. However, they remained hesitant to descend. If you do not leave soon, and the termites awaken again, you may find it impossible to escape. With these words, a few finally mustered the courage to leap down and sprint towards the ship. Yet, among them, several familiar figures were conspicuously absent. Where had Bai Qi and the man who had ambushed her vanished to? Suddenly, a flash akin to lightning appeared, incinerating the termites below in an instant. Bai Qi, from a high vantage point, called out, "Woman, if you wish to avoid injury, jump back." It turned out they had been searching for something. Unlike ordinary individuals, they possessed agility, able to navigate freely without touching the ground. Duanmu Lian returned to her perch, watching as they eradicated the menacing termites, the air filled with the unpleasant scent of charred remains. I recall reading in a textbook that termites are incredibly nutritious, she mused, the thought striking her unexpectedly. Chapter 187, Crisis 12. Would you care to try? Bai Qi remarked, somewhat speechless. He was truly impressed that this woman could utter such words at a time like this, completely oblivious to the fact that the termites had just devoured something. Suddenly, Duanmu Lian asked, are you really unaware that such creatures exist on this island? Bai Qi replied, I only realized it moments ago. I was aware of the man-eating flowers, but I had no knowledge of these termites. Duanmu Lian continued, what about the next destination? Have you gathered sufficient information? I can't shake the feeling that following you is rather unreliable, especially since your strength doesn't seem formidable. There is nothing a man dislikes more than being reminded of his own lack of power, particularly by a woman. Bai Qi, frustrated, punched a nearby tree, asserting, I believe I can still protect you. Duanmu Lian was momentarily at a loss for words. Their group returned to the ship, and after this initial stop, a sense of unease began to spread among them. Out of 39 individuals, including a newcomer, only 28 remained. One man found Duanmu Lian exceedingly disagreeable, and she reciprocated his sentiments. As the saying goes, mutual disdain breeds mutual aversion. Bai Qi suggested, if the two of you find each other unappealing, it would be wise to minimize contact, unless absolutely necessary. Duanmu Lian inquired, where is our next stop? Bai Qi replied, naturally, we shall proceed to another island, as the only places suitable for exploration at sea are islands. It remains to be seen how remarkable they are. Remarkable, indeed, she scoffed. The sea is not limited to islands. Duanmu Lian added, don't you possess a submarine? It could take us to explore the underwater realm. Bai Qi countered. The submarine is intended for emergencies, and its resources are limited, it cannot be used frivolously. Very well, farewell, she declared. Initially intending to retreat, she reconsidered, realizing that returning would expose her whereabouts, whether to Yi Beixiao or Lu Zihong. Thus, she resolved